Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2688 to Chapter 2769. Old Patriarch and Young Master have been killed, and Elder Wuji and the rest can't even protect themselves. We can't stop them at all. It's over. Our Heaven Devil race is finished. Everyone, run for your lives. Run. Seeing the large group of Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables diving down, the Heaven Devil race members were scared out of their wits. In the face of disaster, everyone fled. Without the support of Zhu Tianma and Zhu Junjun, the Heaven Devil race was like a pile of loose sand. None of you can escape. Everyone from the Heaven Devil race must die. Kill them all. Shening roared. Boom. 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 Ah. The Dragon God Temple experts spread out in all directions of the Heaven Devil domain and started a crazy massacre. Everywhere they passed, the Heaven Devil race members screamed as they were killed mercilessly. When the Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables attacked, tens of thousands of Heaven Devil race members were killed in the blink of an eye. It was very terrifying. Lord Guxuanzuan, send reinforcements. Elder Wuji roared anxiously. Lord Guxuanzuan, send reinforcements from the profound Saint domain. Give the order. Zhu Tianma and the rest started to panic. They were completely panicking. Under the terrifying attacks of the Dragon God Temple's experts, even Elder Wuji was heavily injured. Zhu Tianma and Zhu Aoyun were powerless to resist. Even with Nangongxian's help, they were powerless. The Dragon God Temple's upper echelons and experts all used spells that surpassed their imaginations. They were all overwhelming existences. If the Martial Spirit Temple experts didn't come to help, they would all die. Once they were all killed, no one from the Heaven Devil race would survive. Although there were more than 2 million Heaven Devil race members, they were all ants in front of Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables. Killing more than 2 million people was not difficult at all. All grudges will be settled today. Lord Guxuanzuan, give the order. After all, even if you don't give the order, the Dragon Gods will still attack the profound Saint domain. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen, has that mysterious person appeared? Long Shushan flashed over and asked seriously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, not yet. Great Ancestor, did you notice anything when you killed Zhu Tianma and Zhu Jun? Feng Wuchen asked. No. Long Shurhun shook his head and looked at Feng Wuchen strangely. Why do you ask? I have a strange feeling, but I don't know what's wrong. Feng Wuchen frowned and shook his head. Forget it, let's not worry about this for now. Great Primogenitor, recover first. You've used up too much energy. Long Shurhun nodded and didn't think too much about it. Lord Guxuanzuan, give the order. Nangongxian said anxiously. Guxuanzuan's old face was extremely gloomy. He immediately ordered, Martial Spirit Temple and its forces, Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables, come to the Sky Demon region immediately. Long Shuyun smiled faintly. Lord Guxuanzuan, that mysterious person doesn't seem to plan on saving you. Even when Zhu Tianma was killed, he didn't stop him. Guxuanzuan's old face was extremely gloomy. He had also sent a message to the mysterious person before, but there was no response. They had all been abandoned. Elder Wuji, the next move will send you on your way. Jing Wushuang sneered. He formed a seal with both hands and activated his power. Finally, he shouted, Saint Technique. Deathly Water God Sword. Zhu Aoyun. Today, your Sky Demon clan is doomed to be destroyed. Die. Long Xiaoyang shouted, releasing an unparalleled aura. Finally, he shouted, Saint Technique. Hellfire Storm. Clan leader Zhu Huang, you're already heavily injured. I'll give you a quick death. Chu Tianshu smiled faintly. Then, he stepped on the void and shot out. A terrifying fire energy gathered in his palm. Watch out, clan leader. The third elder shouted in fear. Chu Tianshu. Stop. Zhu Yaohun roared. Boom, poof, the overbearing palm hit Zhu Huang's head, causing him to spit out blood. He died on the spot and his body turned into a black line and fell down. The heavily injured Zhu Huang couldn't resist at all, let alone dodge. Clan leader. Elder Wuji and the others roared in grief. Zhu Yaohun. Take care of yourself. Take this. Long Qi shouted, his violent aura surging. Finally, he shouted, Saint Technique. Hellfire Palm. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Swish. All sorts of immortal techniques were used. Waves of super powerful energy shot out. Whether it was the power or the aura, it gave people a feeling of invincibility. It lit up the entire dark space. The most terrifying thing was the hellfire storm. It was impossible to dodge. Damn it. Long Xiaoyang actually knows this damn saint technique. I can't dodge it at all. Bastard. Zhuoyun cursed in fear and anger. Poof, Zhuoyun was swept into the hellfire storm and spat out blood. Zhuoyun tried his best to resist, but it was useless. In the end, he was swallowed by the hellfire storm. The protector is also killed. Zhu Yaohun panicked and lost his mind. It's over. There's no time to dodge. Zhu Xinghuan was shocked and his eyes were filled with despair. Yi Tianshan said in extreme fear, my body is not listening to me. I can't move. Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Save us. Nan Gongxian shouted in panic. It was the first time he had felt such a strong aura of death. Even when he was swallowed by the fire poison, he was not as desperate as he was now. Such a terrifying power. We can't block it at all. Old Ghost Yan Ming said in extreme fear. His old face was extremely pale. Elder Wuji suddenly roared, dodge. Jing Wushuang sneered. Elder Wuji, you don't dare to take on my saint technique? Even if you dodge it, what can you do? You can't change the outcome. Elder Wuji did not have time to think. He immediately dodged Jing Wushuang's attack. He did not even dare to take it head-on. Zhuoyun, you can't run away, Long Xiaoyang said fiercely. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, under the terrifying immortal technique attack, earth-shattering explosions rang out. Zhu Yaohun, Nan Gongxian, and the others were severely injured and spat out blood. More than 10 sacred venerables fell from the sky. Buzz. Buzz, energy ripples that were 10 times more destructive wildly swallowed and spread hundreds of thousands of feet away, covering the sky demon region's void. In the face of such terrifying power, demonic shadow, old ghost Yan Ming, and the other saint venerables were directly turned into nothingness. The sky demon race's saint emperors could not escape death either. Of the tens of thousands of sky demon race experts, less than 1,000 were left, and they were all heavily injured. The sky demon race's momentum was gone. Don't stop. Kill all the sky demons. Nia Wufeng shouted, his fighting spirit soaring. Kill. Long Tianzhong and the others dove down. The Dragon God Temple's experts went on a killing spree, mercilessly slaughtering the sky demons. Corpses piled up like mountains in the sky demon region, and blood flowed like rivers. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. Before the Martial Spirit Temple's experts arrived, the sky demon race's experts had all fallen. There was nothing they could do. Elder Wuji was in complete despair. He looked at all this with a dull gaze. The sky demon race was completely finished. End of chapter. They're too strong. We're no match for them. We've underestimated them. The heavenly devils are finished. We're finished too. Why didn't that mysterious true immortal do anything? Why didn't he save us? As long as he can control the dragon god totem and injure the dragon gods, we can definitely destroy them. Why didn't he appear? Why is this happening? Elder Wuji, why is this happening? Despair was written all over Soul Candle and the others' faces. They had completely given up and were resigned to their fate. They were heavily injured and had lost the ability to fight. It was all luck that kept them alive. Elder Wuji, accept your fate. Jing Wushuang smiled faintly. Elder Wuji stared blankly at Jing Wushuang and asked, Jing Wushuang, was the true immortal killed by Feng Wuchen? Elder Wuji sent countless voice transmissions, but to no avail. Hence, Elder Wuji could only guess that Feng Wuchen had killed the true immortal. Although he didn't want to believe it, the mysterious true immortal didn't appear. Elder Wuji had no choice but to believe it. Jing Wushuang shook his head and said, Lord Supreme didn't kill him because he didn't dare to show himself. Didn't dare to show himself? Soul Candle and the others were stunned and in disbelief. The mysterious true immortal had the dragon god totem and could suppress the dragon gods. Why didn't he dare to show himself? Is that so? Elder Wuji felt even more despair. Although Elder Wuji didn't know what had happened, he was sure that the mysterious true immortal didn't dare to attack. Everyone, have a good rest. Take some pills and recover your strength. We still have to welcome the experts from the Martial Spirit Temple. Let them see the strength of the dragon gods. Long Shirhun said calmly. Yes, great ancestor. The great primogenitor. Everyone replied excitedly. The dragon god clan's bravery and fighting prowess were fully displayed. Great ancestor, Zhu Tiandi and the others are heavily injured and can't fight. Should we kill them? Kuei-ing asked respectfully. Long Shirhun sneered. No hurry. Let them see the destruction of the heavenly devils with their own eyes. Let them know the consequences of their evil deeds. Long Shirhun. Don't make it sound so dignified. When it comes to evil deeds, the dragon gods aren't any better. What wrong did the heavenly fiend race do to survive? Sol Zhu'er gritted his teeth and said angrily. Sweeping a ferocious glare at Zhu Se-hun, Long Shirshir said coldly, in order to survive, the heavenly demon clan madly devoured every major faction and slaughtered countless innocents. How many people's power did the heavenly demon clan devour to increase their strength? In order to strengthen their forces, they started a war, massacred the sovereign spirit clan, and massacred many forces. Would the dragon gods do such evil deeds? Zhu'er's spirit could not refute. His pale face turned red, and his lungs were about to explode. Although we, the dragon gods, are not good people, we never kill the innocent. Although we are strong, we do not bully the weak, and even more so, we will not harm others for the sake of increasing our strength. That is why the dragon gods are able to survive until now, but the good days of your Sky Devil clan are coming to an end. Long Shiryun said coldly. The Sky Devil clan is not as strong as the dragon gods. We admit it. Elder Wuji sighed and shook his head. His pale face was extremely haggard. If Feng Wuchen had not said anything about the war back then, we would not have known that the Martial Spirit Temple had also interfered. Long Shiryun continued, his cold gaze sweeping toward Gu Xuanzuan. Gu Xuanzuan frowned slightly and did not say anything. Swish. Swish, swish. At that moment, the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple finally arrived. Figures appeared one after another in a flash, and waves of tyrannical and violent aura spread out. There were so many of them, as high as tens of thousands, and they were all Saint Masters and Saint Emperors. The leader was the Martial Spirit Temple's Great Honorable Xiao-mo, a 7-star honorable. The Saint Soul Sect, 9 Nether Saint Palace, and dozens of experts of the profound Saint world had all gathered. The lineup was very terrifying. However, Xiao-mo and the Saint Soul Sect Masters' faces were very serious, and even had a look of fear. They are finally here. Long Jianfeng sneered mockingly, and a strong battle intent burst out again. Long Xianfeng laughed excitedly, there are so many people here. We can fight to our heart's content again. I just don't know how long they can last. Long Qi clenched his right fist, and his face was filled with madness. He said fiercely, fortunately, they did not make us wait for too long. Don't kill them yet. The strong enemies are here. The experts of the Martial Spirit Temple. Shan Tong shouted, and immediately rushed to the sky from the palace of the Sky Demon region. I will let you live for a while longer. No matter where you run, you will not be able to escape death. Nie Wufeng shouted. The people of the Sky Demon clan did not listen at all. In order to survive, they were crazily running for their lives. Long Xianxia, Gu Qingjue, and the Divine Shadow Guards all rushed to the sky. Xiao-mo? Long Xiaoyang sneered, and said, looks like the Martial Spirit Temple has no stronger experts. Nifeng's soul had been trapped by Feng Wuchen, and the 10 honorables of the Martial Spirit Temple had been slaughtered. Nangong Xian and the other higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Temple had also been severely injured. Xiao-mo was already the strongest existence. Kill them all. Long Xiaoyang suddenly shouted, and a fierce murderous aura burst out. Kill! Long Tai and the others roared, and tens of thousands of experts shot out together. The scene was incomparable, and their momentum shook the sky. The extremely terrifying aura was soul-stirring. They were simply invincible existences. The leader, Long Xiaoyang, was a 9-star Saint Venerable, and he even had a top-grade Saint artifact in his hand. He alone was enough to intimidate tens of thousands of experts of the martial spirit temple. There were as many as 7 7-star Saint Venerables, not to mention Long Jianfeng and the others, who also had top-grade Saint artifacts. Such a lineup was enough to scare people to death. 9-star Saint Venerable. How can we defeat Long Xiaoyang? He is simply courting death. Long Jianfeng and Long Xianfeng are both 7-star Saint Venerables and 8-star Saint Venerables. There are also the Divine Shadow Guards. The Great Elder and the others are already severely injured. If they can't defeat him, it is even more impossible for us. Tens of thousands of experts were extremely frightened, and their faces were extremely pale. They had already lost in terms of momentum before they even made a move. Even Xiao Mo's face was filled with fear. Xiao Mo, you will be my opponent. Long Qi shouted, and his terrifying aura soared to the level of an 8-star Saint Venerable. Before the fight even started, the tens of thousands of experts of the Martial Spirit Temple were all frightened by the experts of the Dragon God Temple. Many of the Saint Emperors could not help but tremble, and their faces were filled with fear. How dare you? Seeing the frightened expressions of the crowd, Gu Xian's face was hideous, and he shouted angrily, "Why aren't you making a move? Kill without mercy." The tens of thousands of experts of the Martial Spirit Temple had no way out. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Then, they roared and bolstered their courage, and all of them charged out desperately. "I will not interfere," Zhu Tianshu said with a faint smile. Jing Wushuang and Bai Chongfeng did not interfere, and their gazes shifted to the battle in the void. A fierce battle of life and death broke out again. End of chapter. Grandfather, Xiao Mo, and the others won't be able to hold on for long. We can't let them die in vain. We have to deal with Long Shiyun and Long Shitian as soon as possible. Gu Xian was fully aware that Xiao Mo and the other several tens of thousands of experts were no match for the Dragon God Temple's experts. If they didn't deal with the opponents as soon as possible, all of them would die. Long Shiyun and Long Shitian's magic arts will consume a huge amount of energy. We have undying bodies, so if we use all of our strength to fight them head-on and consume their energy, we will have the opportunity to kill them. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said. Good. Then, let's try our best to exhaust their power. Gu Xian transmitted his voice, and his eyes flickered with ruthless murderous intent. This is the only way to defeat Long Shiyun and Long Shitian. Both Gu Xuanzuan and Gu Xuanzuan had undying bodies and could not be killed. Moreover, every time they recovered, their strength would reach the peak. Only Feng Wuchen had a way to kill the evil spirit. Therefore, a war of attrition was undoubtedly an invincible existence to them. Gu Xian's fierce and malicious eyes firmly stared at Long Shitian, his aura suddenly changed. Buzz. Gu Xian unleashed all of his power and took out his Saint artifact armor and weapon. At the same time, he erupted with the evil spirit's power. The two of them fused together, causing his power to skyrocket. The space of the saint's world once again trembled, and countless people trembled. In an instant, Gu Xian's combat strength already reached the peak level. The evil aura of the evil spirit gave people a strong feeling of unease. The power of evil spirits is indeed terrifying. Chu Tianshu frowned deeply. Gu Xian's evil spirit is even more powerful than Gu Xian's evil spirit. Long Xiaoyang and the others looked over in shock. Jing Wushuang said solemnly, Gu Xian has signed a contract with the evil spirit and has an immortal body. I'm afraid the three ancestors can't do anything to him. The evil spirit's power is finally showing its true strength? I won't be polite. Long Shitian sneered, the origin power and fire attribute power in his body burst out. Even knowing that Gu Xian has an immortal body, Long Shitian is not worried at all. 9 Yang Fire Universe. Long Shitian shouted in his heart. His fighting strength soared crazily. Resplendent golden light flashed and a faint flame burned on the surface of his body. Long Shitian immediately took out his sacred tool, and an unparalleled power violently rolled out, whistling through the blue dome of heaven. At the same time, Lord Gu Xuanzuan no longer held back. He took out the ancient saint artifact armor and a black spear that gave off an extremely ancient and terrifying aura. Buzz. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan summoned the power of the evil spirits, and the power of the dead spirit race also erupted at the same time. In the end, the three powers forcefully fused together, and immeasurable destructive energy ripples crazily swept out. In the blink of an eye, Lord Gu Xuanzuan's strength had completely surpassed Long Shuyun's, and was even stronger than Long Shuyun's peak. The power of an evil spirit? Long Shuyun's old face suddenly changed. Venerable Gu Xian said coldly, Long Shuyun, you didn't expect this, right? Although you have powerful spells, you're dreaming if you want to defeat me. Evil spirit? Wasn't Gu Xuanzuan's evil spirit destroyed? Long Shihun turned pale with fright, and looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. This is another evil spirit. Its aura is even stronger than the previous one. Feng Wuchen explained. Another evil spirit? Jing Wushuang and Chu Tianshu's eyes widened. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, inside Venerable Gu Xuanzuan's body, there is more than one evil spirit. There are as many as 4 evil spirits. 4 more evil spirits? Long Shihun and the others were shocked again, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Hualing Tian told me that Venerable Gu Xuanzuan is an ancient beast, but I don't know what kind of beast it is exactly. That's why it can sign a contract with an evil spirit. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was also very surprised that Venerable Gu Xuanzuan had an evil spirit. Long Shihun said solemnly, the Kuan-Pung beast is an existence even more terrifying than the phoenix race. Its bloodline power is also above the dragon gods. It is the strongest beast in the ancient era, and its status is the same as the ancient three-legged golden crow. The Kuan-Pung beast? Three-legged golden crow? Feng Wuchen had never heard of such a beast before. Three-legged golden crow? I have never seen it before. It appeared before the dragon gods. Both the Kuan-Pung beast and the three-legged golden crow are very rare due to their special relationship. I have only heard of them. Long Shihun explained. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan has the power of an evil spirit and an immortal body. If he uses too much energy, second brother won't be able to defeat him, and third brother will also be in danger. Long Shihun's face was full of worry. He then looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Feng Wuchen, don't you have a way to destroy evil spirits? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't worry, great ancestor. My flames can destroy evil spirits. Long Shihun nodded. Rumble. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Venerable Gu Xuanzuan and Venerable Gu Xuanzuan had already unleashed their full power. All kinds of powerful saint techniques were used, and deafening explosions were heard. The explosive energy ripples swept out like a tsunami, mercilessly destroying the space. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan and Venerable Gu Xuanzuan are basically powerless to contend against the saint technique. However, they have an immortal body, they can instantly recover and their strength can also be restored to the peak. The immortal body of an evil spirit is this terrifying. Long Tian, isn't the power of your saint technique very powerful? Let's see how much power you have to use. Gu Xuanzuan sneered complacently. Long Tian sneered and said, I know what you're thinking. You're just waiting for me to exhaust all my power and then kill me. Gu Xuanzuan laughed sinisterly and said, you're right, I want to consume your power. Come, continue to use your technique. Saint technique. Thousand Buddha grief palm. Gu Xian shouted once again. He unleashed the skill once again and blasted out another palm strike crazily. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of thousands of feet large terrifying palm print flew out. The size of it caused people to feel fear just by looking at it. Can he use it endlessly? Long Xiaoyang and the others were terrified. How terrifying was it to be able to use it endlessly? Long Shutian's old face hooked into a mocking sneer. Soon after, he formed a seal and suddenly shouted loudly, Saint technique. Burning dark mysterious sword. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of thousands of feet large energy fire sword flew out and attacked Gu Xuanzuan's energy palm print like a hot knife through butter. If one looked carefully, the surface of Long Shutian's fire sword has a wisp of white flame. Ancestor of all fire. Haha. Come. Gu Xuanzuan laughed arrogantly. Gu Xuanzuan did not sense the existence of the white flame. After all, his aura has been covered. Rumble. PFFF. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying fire sword and the palm print collided. The palm print instantly exploded and shattered, unable to withstand a single blow. At the same time, Gu Xuanzuan vomited blood. Come. Even if you turn me into ashes, I can still revive. Gu Xuanzuan is incomparably arrogant, looking at the terrifying fire sword rushing over. Long Shirtian sneered and said, Revive? Gu Xuanzuan, this time, you won't be able to revive. Immortal body is not truly immortal. End of chapter. Long Shirtian, haven't you seen the power of the immortal body just now? No matter how strong your technique is, it can't kill me, haha. Gu Xian is full of confidence in his immortal body and laughed wildly. Gu Xian has no intention of dodging at all, allowing the terrifying fire sword to attack him. Long Shirtian smiled coldly, too lazy to speak any more nonsense. At the same time. Holy art. Heavenly soul lock key. Holy art. 10,000 Buddha palm. Holy art. Sky-raising saint sword. Sovereign Gu Xian shouted in succession as he unleashed powerful holy arts one after another. Waves of immeasurable destructive power crazily rushed towards Long Shiyun. Long Shiyun, no matter how strong your technique is, it will be difficult for you to block my 3 holy arts. Sovereign Gu Xian shouted coldly. Long Shiyun's old face was extremely solemn. Sovereign Gu Xian has an immortal body, it is impossible to kill him. Second ancestor, just attack. Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen? Long Shiyun looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Second ancestor, can you feel this flame? This is the ancestor of all flames, it can kill evil spirits. Feng Wuchen transmitted again. I can feel it. Long Shiyun transmitted, his heart filled with ecstasy. Although it is only a weak wisp of the ancestor of all flames, Long Shiyun can feel the terrifying existence that is above all living things, looking down on all living things. What kind of flame is this? I have never seen it before. Could this be Desolate Flame Emperor's flame? There is actually such a terrifying flame in this world. Long Shiyun was both shocked and excited. At this moment, Long Shiyun felt that he had lived for 100,000 years in vain. Sovereign Gu Xian, don't be happy too early. Long Shiyun smiled slightly, that is a confident smile. Long Shiyun, I am very clear about your strength. It is impossible for you to kill me unless Feng Wuchen attacks. Sovereign Gu Xian said coldly. He is also worried that Feng Wuchen will attack. Only Feng Wuchen can kill evil spirits. Rumble. Ah. At this moment, a deafening sound rang through the saint's world. Immeasurably terrifying ripples of energy swept out, accompanied by Gu Xian's miserable cry. Xian. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's old face suddenly changed greatly. He immediately looked over and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Young master. Nangong Xian and the others started to panic. The moment Long Shirtian's fire sword struck Gu Xian, myriad fire ancestor took the opportunity to enter Gu Xian's body and mercilessly devoured the evil spirit. In front of the myriad fire ancestor, even evil spirits could not escape death. Did you hear that? It's Gu Xian's screams. Has the immortal body lost its effect? I didn't hear any screams earlier. The third ancestor succeeded? Long Xiaoyang and the others looked at him in shock. How is that possible? Xian'er's evil spirit had disappeared. Did Feng Wuchen do it? Gu Xuanzuan's old face changed again, and he became extremely frightened. Gu Xuanzuan's first thought was Feng Wuchen. The evil spirit's aura has disappeared. Was the evil spirit killed? How could Long Shirtian kill the evil spirit? Elder Wuji and the others were incomparably shocked, and they were petrified on the spot. Long Shiyun also took a look and thought, did Feng Wuchen also give third brother that terrifying flame? There was no mistake, otherwise, it would be impossible to destroy the evil spirit. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, it's your turn. Long Shiyun sneered, his deep old eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, Long Shiyun's aura suddenly erupted. At the same time as he activated his source energy and fire attribute energy, Long Shuryun also merged the ancestor of all flames into it. Berserk and overbearing energy erupted like a volcano. Holy technique. Hell exterminating devil finger. Long Shuryun condensed his power at the tip of his index finger, and a golden light burst out, filled with an unparalleled destructive power. Finally, he shouted loudly. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! A golden energy beam as thick as an arm shot out like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the power of the beam skyrocketed several times, bringing with it the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. In a flash, an ear-piercing sonic boom resounded in the void, causing the space to tremble. An indescribably terrifying aura scared Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan out of his wits. Long Shuryun is actually hiding an even more terrifying immortal technique. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's old eyes almost fell out as his heart trembled. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The golden light flashed and disappeared, piercing through Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's three terrifying holy technique powers and exploding at the same time. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, I'm afraid your immortal body is about to disappear. Long Shuryun sneered. This sovereign's immortal body is not something that you can kill just because you are strong. The existence of the evil spirit is also not something you can imagine. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan said coldly. Chi. Puff. In an instant, the golden light beam pierced through Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's chest. Blood splattered out, and Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan spat out a mouthful of blood. What? At that moment, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan was extremely terrified. He could feel the evil spirit in his body struggling frantically. The myriad fire ancestor was devouring the evil spirit. Lord Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan. The hearts of the experts of Martial Spirit Temple were beating wildly. They were incomparably terrified and even began to despair. How is this possible? Evil spirit. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan became more and more terrified. Ah! Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Did the second ancestor also succeed? Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's evil spirit aura has disappeared, just like Gu Xian. The evil spirit has been destroyed? Isn't the strength of the second ancestor too terrifying? We have never seen the holy technique that he used just now. Everyone present could feel that the evil spirit's aura had disappeared from Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan's body. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan also did not instantly recover. This also meant that the evil spirit had been killed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't kill the evil spirit. This sovereign doesn't believe it. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan shook his head in horror. He did not dare to believe that Long Shuryun also had the means to destroy the evil spirit. Long Shuryun sneered, nothing is impossible. Wasn't Gu Xian's evil spirit also destroyed? Once the evil spirit is killed, you will lose your immortal body. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan and Gu Xian's immortal body have disappeared. Long Xiaoyang and others were ecstatic. Xian. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan looked over. After the energy ripples dissipated, a heavily injured Gu Xian appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Gu Xian is unable to recover. His injuries are serious and his body is swaying. He only has half of his life left. Just a second ago, they wanted to rely on their immortal body to consume Long Shuryun and Long Shutian's power. However, they did not expect that the evil spirit would be destroyed in the next second. Now that they have lost their immortal body and are seriously injured, Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan and Gu Xian will not be able to escape this calamity. Feng Wuchen. It must be you. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan roared at Feng Wuchen. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, did you see me attack? I have been watching the battle all this time. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, a very bright smile. Sovereign Gu Xuanzuan, where is your backer? Why don't you show yourself? Long Shirhan asked coldly. End of chapter. Lord Gu Xuanzuan and Young Master have both been defeated. Their injuries haven't healed, and their immortal bodies have disappeared. It's over, none of us will survive. The Martial Spirit Temple elites, including Nangong Xian, were in complete despair. They all looked like they had lost their souls. Everyone had given up on resisting. The dragon gods were too powerful. Resistance was useless, and they couldn't change anything. Of course, this wasn't because Lord Gu Xuanzuan and the others were too weak. It was because they were powerless in front of a top-tier immortal technique. How powerful was an immortal technique? Jing Wushuang, an 8-star sacred venerate, defeated Elder Wuji, who was a 9-star sacred venerate, with immortal techniques. Long Shiyun wasn't as strong as Lord Gu Xuanzuan, but he was still a true immortal. At the same level, the suppression of immortal techniques was even more obvious. Without immortal techniques, the dragon gods couldn't have defeated the Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple. Why didn't you attack? Why? Haven't I done enough for you? Lord Gu Xuanzuan roared at the sky. For the first time, Lord Gu Xuanzuan felt despair. The feeling of being abandoned and treated as a chess piece made Gu Xuanzuan feel even worse than death. If you're talking about that true immortal, I can tell you why, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Lord Gu Xuanzuan and the Sky Devil elites all looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at Lord Gu Xuanzuan and smiled. He can't summon the dragon gods anymore. He can't suppress the power of the dragon gods. Do you think he dares to show himself? After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, if you're talking about the Almighties who divide the different realms, I don't know. I do hope that they'll show themselves so that I can see the glory of the Almighties with my own eyes. I heard that the Almighties seemed to support you when you were dealing with the dragon gods back then. Without their support, I don't think the Sky Demon race and Martial Spirit Temple would dare to act rashly. Feng Wuchen has already sensed it? No matter how strong he is, he shouldn't be able to sense the Almighties. Long Xiaofeng frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen. Second brother, third brother, do it. Long Shihun said coldly. Long Shitian arrived in front of the heavily injured Gu Xian in a flash and said with a sneer, Brat, how is it? Do you still think the immortal body is very powerful? Long Shitian. You dare. Gu Xuanzuan shouted angrily. Senior Gu Xuanzuan, you don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me now. Long Shitian said with sneer, ignoring Senior Gu Xuanzuan's threat, his palm smashed onto Senior Gu Xuanzuan's head. Boom. Pooh. When the palm landed, there was a loud explosion. Gu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly turned into a black line and fell down. Xian. Venerable Gu Xuanzuan roared in grief and indignation. He glared at Long Shitian and madly roared, Long Shitian. You're courting death. I will never forgive you. A ruthless palm strike killed Gu Xian on the spot. Young master has been killed. Nangong Xian and the others were terrified. The experts of the Martial Spirit Temple were out of their wits. They were all scared out of their wits, trembling all over. They didn't even dare to have the slightest desire to live. Long Shitian sneered, Senior Gu Xuanzuan, you have to have the ability to do so. Senior Gu Xuanzuan, go on your way. Long Shiyun sneered. With a teleportation, he struck out with his palm. Boom. Pooh. The tyrannical palm landed on Senior Gu Xuanzuan's chest. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power caused Senior Gu Xuanzuan to vomit blood. His chest exploded and finally turned into a cloud of blood mist. Long Shiyun did not show any mercy and killed with a palm strike. The overlord of the sacred world had fallen. The space was deathly silent. The entire sacred world had quieted down. The experts of the Martial Spirit Temple and the Heavenly Devil race had all become vegetative, motionless. As expected, it appeared again. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and thought to himself, this is definitely not a coincidence. This feeling is very unusual. There must be an expert secretly attacking. Long Shihun frowned slightly, as if he had also sensed something. He thought to himself, a very strange feeling, it disappeared in an instant. Was it an illusion? No, this fleeting feeling, it's like déjà vu, something must have happened. After all, this strange feeling was also felt by Feng Wuchen. It was definitely not an illusion. Great Primogenitor, give the order. Feng Wuchen said. Long Shihun nodded slightly and then ordered, destroy the Heavenly Devil race. Destroy the Martial Spirit Temple. The experts of the Heavenly Devil race and the Martial Spirit Temple seemed very calm, but they were also in despair. No one begged for mercy, no one spoke, and no one ran away. Because they knew that in the face of death, any resistance would be in vain. Divine Shadow Guards, listen to my order. Immediately pursue and kill the escaping Heavenly Devil race members. Leave none alive. Chief Shadow ordered. Yes. The Divine Shadow Guards respectfully ordered and disappeared in a flash. Kill without mercy. Do it. Chief Shadow immediately shouted. Kill. Long Xianxia and the others attacked again, their killing intent overflowing. Boom. Boom. Boom, the cold-blooded and merciless massacre happened again. The experts of the Heavenly Devil race, their clansmen, and the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple, no one resisted. They were already numb from despair. Under the crazy massacre of the experts of the Dragon God Temple, the corpses of the Heavenly Devil race members covered the entire Heavenly Devil field, and blood flowed like a river. The entire Heavenly Devil field was filled with the thick smell of blood. The entire field was filled with fear and despair. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen flashed in front of Nangong Xian, his cold eyes looking as if he was staring at a corpse. Feng Wuchen. Nangong Xian was so scared that his body trembled and he almost fell. His old face was extremely pale. Feng Wuchen sneered, Nangong Xian, I said that I want your life. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen reached out and grabbed the heavily injured Nangong Xian from afar, directly pulling him over and grabbing Nangong Xian's throat. Feng Wuchen, what are you doing? Don't kill me. Nangong Xian was extremely scared and panicked. Only when facing death did Nangong Xian realize how terrifying it was. Nangong Xian's injuries were so severe that he couldn't resist at all. As the Grand Elder of the Martial Spirit Temple and Pill Spirit Tower, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death, Feng Wuchen mocked, his eyes full of disdain. Feng Wuchen, I and everyone in the Martial Spirit Temple are willing to submit to you. Please spare our lives. Nangong Xian begged in fear. You don't have the right. You should go on your way and follow Lord Gu Xuanzuan. Feng Wuchen mercilessly refused, his face expressionless. No. Don't kill me. Nangong Xian was even more terrified. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly, and twisted Nangong Xian's head, and took Nangong Xian's storage ring. As the Grand Elder of the Pill Spirit Tower and a holy venerate alchemist, Nangong Xian must have many precious and rare herbs or refining materials. Nangong Xian, I hope your storage ring won't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. Grand Elder. Xianxia and the other higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Temple were scared out of their wits. End of chapter. Do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across Xianxia and the others as if he was looking at corpses. The Martial Spirit Temple powerhouses did not speak, their eyes filled with resignation. They were very clear that they would not be able to escape death today. Then go in peace. If there is a next life, don't be my enemy, because I will kill you a second time. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, the Martial Spirit Temple will be destroyed, but there will be a second and third one. I hope you can continue to be so successful. Xianxia said calmly. Even if 10,000 Martial Spirit Temples appear, to me, it is just a snap of the fingers. Feng Wuchen said confidently. Kuei-ing, do it. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly. Yes. Lord Supreme. Kuei-ing replied respectfully, the Supreme Saint sword flashing with a cold light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chi chi chi. After the order was given, Kuei-ing did not hesitate to use teleportation. Dozens of sword shadows flashed, and Xianxia and the other higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Temple fell. Kuei-ing did not have the slightest mercy. Xianxia and the others were seriously injured and could not resist. The people in the dark did not take them seriously at all. To them, life and death are not worth mentioning. Feng Wuchen thought. The Martial Spirit Temple will no longer exist. Long Shitian grinned. Kuei-ing. Good kill. Long Xiaoyang and the others shouted excitedly. Chu Tianshu shook his head slightly. You brought this upon yourself. Long Shihun sighed and said, Gu Xuanzuan and the others were just used chess pieces. After losing their value, they were mercilessly abandoned. Gu Xuanzuan was indeed just a chess piece. The Sky Devil clan was the same. Elder Wuji, the people of the Sky Devil clan cannot escape death. You are no exception. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Tiandi and the others and said coldly. Our strength is not as good as the dragon gods. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Even if my Sky Devil clan is destroyed, we will not let you go even if we become ghosts. The heavens want my Sky Devil clan to die. Elder Wuji was helpless. Elder Wuji and the others had already given up on their desire to live. Jing Wushuang said coldly, the Heaven Devil race has done all kinds of evil and killed countless people. If the heavens don't destroy the Heaven Devil race, then who will? Kuei-ing, make your move, said Feng Wuchen coldly. He looked like a cold-blooded man. Yes. Lord Supreme Being. The Kuei-ing replied respectfully, and once again attacked with his supreme holy sword. Swish. Swish. Chi. Chi. Chi, golden light flickered and blood spurted out. Elder Wuji and the others had their throats slit and died on the spot. As time passed, under the frenzied slaughter of the Dragon God Temple's experts, the tens of thousands of experts of the Martial Spirit Temple were also wiped out. There were countless casualties among the Heaven Devil race. Out of over 2 million clansmen, only a few 100,000 were left, and that wasn't including the clansmen who had fled. The Heavenly Demon race and the Martial Spirit Temple disappeared from the Holy World. Clean up the battlefield. Yang Xian ordered. The Skyfiend race and Martial Spirit Temple had many experts, so the spoils of war were definitely huge. This battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Since ancient times, it was definitely the most tragic battle. For true immortals had fallen, and the number of holy masters and holy emperors was as high as 70 to 80,000. It's your turn, traitors, said Long Shirtian coldly as his fierce gaze swept towards Long Xiaofeng and the other two. His cold-killing intent locked onto the three of them. Feng Wuchen, Long Shihun, and the others also swept their gazes towards Long Xiaofeng and the other two. Long Shihun angrily shouted, traitors of the dragon gods. I will kill you with my own hands today. I will avenge the dead dragon gods. Long Xiaoyan faintly smiled and said, Three grandpas, don't be so angry. Long Shirtian angrily shouted, bastard. Dragon Emperor curled his lips and said, it's been 100,000 years since I've heard third grandpa curse like this. Three grandpas, the battle has just begun. Long Xiaofeng lightly said. The three of them didn't have the slightest bit of worry or panic. Long Shihun's old face was incomparably gloomy as he fiercely said, with just the three of you? Great Grandpa, you have just stepped into the true immortal realm, so you don't understand the true immortal realm. You are not our match. I can't see through Feng Wuchen's strength, but he should be stronger than us. Long Xiaofeng confidently said. An unimaginably terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Long Xiaofeng's body. The terrifying degree of that aura far surpassed Long Shihun's peak strength. Moreover, it could completely crush him. What? The expressions of Long Shihun and the others changed greatly. Hiding his cultivation? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Moreover, Feng Wuchen actually didn't see through it. Long Xiaofeng's cultivation is actually at the true immortal realm, and it's even more terrifying than the great primogenitor. Long Qi's eyeballs almost fell out. How is this possible? In the last battle, weren't they 9-star holy masters? Long Jianfeng was dumbstruck. Did I see wrongly? How could Long Xiaofeng have such a terrifying cultivation? Long Qianya was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Long Xianfeng shook his head and said, I don't believe that Long Xiaofeng is stronger than the great primogenitor. I must have seen wrongly. Looking at the shocked Long Shihun and the others, Long Xiaofeng smiled indifferently and said, the true immortal realm is the same as the holy masters. It's divided into 9 stars. Great Grandpa, you guys are only 1-star true immortals now. Now that I have stepped into the 3-star true immortal realm, second brother and third brother are also 2-star true immortals. In terms of strength, we can indeed defeat you guys. The three of us are known as the top geniuses of the dragon gods, and we didn't embarrass the dragon gods. If I'm not wrong, the cultivation technique that you guys are cultivating is a top-grade immortal technique. The three of us also cultivate immortal techniques, but they are far from being as powerful as yours. 3-star true immortal? Top-grade immortal technique? Long Shirhan and the others were shocked again, and a huge wave of emotion surged in their hearts. This was the first time they had heard of an immortal technique. Great-grandpa, the great war that I was talking about is not the war between us. Long Xiaofeng continued with a serious expression. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. It seemed that Long Xiaofeng and the others knew quite a lot. Are you referring to the Almighty of the ancient times? Feng Wuchen asked. Long Xiaofeng nodded slightly and said, You're right. The Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple are nothing. There are many forces that are stronger than them in the Holy World. Moreover, this is not the real Holy World. Your cultivation will forever be stuck at the peak of 9-star Holy Master. Without powerful pills, no matter how hard you work, you won't be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Long Xiaoyan added, Only the real Holy World has powerful spiritual chi for cultivation. Without restrictions, it won't be difficult to break through to the true immortal realm. It won't even take 100,000 years. Not the real Holy World? Can't break through to the true immortal realm? Long Xiaoyang and the others were confused. They didn't know what was going on. Only Long Shirhan and the other two primogenitors knew. How do you know all this? Long Shirhan frowned and asked. Great-grandpa, take a look at this first. Long Xiaofeng waved his hand, and an item flew towards Long Shirhan. End of chapter. What flew out was half an exquisite jade pendant. A lifelike flying dragon was carved on the jade pendant. Dragon Soul Jade? Long Shirhan held the jade pendant with 2 fingers. After taking a look, his old face changed and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but exclaim. It's actually Dragon Soul Jade. Long Shiryun and Long Shirtian also exclaimed, their old faces shocked themselves. Dragon Soul Jade? Seeing the shocked expressions of the 3 ancestors, Feng Wuchen was also very curious. What's that? Long Xiaoyang was puzzled. The others had never seen this exquisite jade pendant before. Their curious gazes all fell on the Dragon Soul Jade. Long Shirhan looked at Long Xiaofeng in shock and asked excitedly, Long Xiaofeng, where did you get the Dragon Soul Jade? Who gave it to you? Where's the other half? Long Xiaofeng smiled faintly. It seems that the 3 grandfathers really do know about the existence of the Dragon Soul Jade. Grandfather, do you know about the mystery dragon guards? Dragon Emperor asked with a smile. Mystery dragon guards. Long Shirhan and the other two's faces changed again. Their old faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Mystery dragon guards? Long Xiaoyang and the others were puzzled again. They had never heard of it before. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, it seems that the dragon gods are not so simple. Could the person behind Long Xiaofeng be related to the dragon gods? Otherwise, how could they know so much? Great ancestor, what's the mystery dragon guards? Long Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Long Shihan's old face was filled with shock, the guardian of the dragon gods. What? The guardian of the divine dragon clan? Long Xiaoyang and the others were shocked, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. The dragon gods actually had guardian gods. As expected. Feng Wuchen was also extremely shocked. Great ancestor, it seems that the person who disappeared before is in the so-called real sacred world. Long Shirtian anxiously asked, Dragon Emperor, do the mystery dragon guards really exist? Dragon Emperor smiled, of course they exist. Otherwise, why did the almighty person who wanted to deal with us dragon gods not make a move? He even disappeared without a trace. This was all because the mystery dragon guards helped him in the dark. Big grandfather, father, and the others are still alive. Ling is also still alive. Long Xiaofeng chuckled. What? Are they still alive? How is this possible? Ling died so miserably, how could she still be alive? When Long Xiaofeng said this, Long Hun and the others trembled. Long Xiaoyang and the others were stunned. Ling Tears welled up in the eyes of the 3 progenitors. Are you telling the truth? Ling and the others are still alive? Long Shiryun asked in disbelief. After all, it had already been 100,000 years. Long Xiaofeng smiled faintly and said, 18 of them are still alive. They are in the northern region Infernal Court. Infernal World? Long Shiryun frowned deeply, and said solemnly, isn't that a forbidden ground of the holy world? No one has ever dared to step into the infernal court. The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Long Xiaofeng said. What happened back then? Why are the dead still alive? Feng Wuchen could not help but ask. Long Hun also asked, what's going on? Long Xiaofeng suddenly frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something, and said in a low voice, Big grandfather, this is not the place to talk, it's not too late to go back to the Dragon God Temple. Long Tian was about to say something, but Feng Wuchen hurriedly said in a low voice, someone is here, hiding in the dark, let's go back first. Reporting to Great Ancestor, the Sky Devil race in the Sky Devil region has been completely annihilated, the Divine Shadow Guards have already gone to chase after the fleeing Sky Devil race. Kuei respectfully reported. Go. Return to the Dragon God Temple. Long Hun shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The experts of the Dragon God Temple flashed and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Clean up the battlefield, return to the Dragon God Temple immediately. In the sky above the palace of the Sky Devil region, the Divine Shadow ordered, and then disappeared in a flash. After the experts of the Dragon God Temple left, a figure appeared in the sky above the Sky Devil region. It was the mysterious True Immortal. Why didn't the Dragon Gods kill Long Xiaofeng and the other two? The mysterious man frowned doubtfully. Looking at the large number of corpses below, the mysterious man coldly said, I didn't expect Long Shiyun and Long Tian to have also broken through the true immortal realm, and even have unimaginable top-level immortal techniques. Which loser is helping them? Even if it's the loser, it's impossible to have such a terrifying top-level immortal technique. After investigating for so long, we still haven't found out which loser it is, or maybe he's not the loser at all, otherwise it's impossible to not find out. A good plan, but it's all ruined by that brat Feng Wuchen. The more the mysterious man thought, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists, and his eyes narrowed into a straight line, filled with ruthless killing intent. Whoosh! The moment the mysterious man finished speaking, another figure suddenly flashed and appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a grave expression. Greetings, Lord. The mysterious man immediately knelt down respectfully. Don't get involved in the affairs of the holy world for the time being. This Feng Wuchen is indeed not simple, don't provoke him first. The middle-aged man expressionlessly said. Yes, Lord. The mysterious man respectfully replied. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to have any objections. The Dragon God Totem has already heavily injured the Mystery Dragon Guard. Find that old thing first, and find the Dragon Soul Jade as soon as possible. The middle-aged man coldly said, and his figure disappeared. Farewell, Lord. The mysterious man respectfully said. Dragon God's Sacred Palace. Long Shihun and the other upper echelons of the Dragon God's Sacred Palace appeared out of thin air in the palace. The experts of the various forces under the Dragon God's Sacred Palace had already returned home. Long Xiaofeng, speak clearly. What's going on? Long Shihun asked anxiously. Long Xiaofeng solemnly said, Grandfather, the three of us did not betray the Dragon Gods. During the battle back then, our sudden betrayal was the Mystery Dragon Guard's idea. As long as the Dragon Gods are not destroyed, the Almighty will not give up. That will be a situation where only one of them is dead. It's extremely disadvantageous to our Dragon Gods. The Mystery Dragon Guard's idea? Long Shihun and the other two progenitors were shocked. You did not betray the Dragon Gods? Long Xiaoyang and Long Jianfeng widened their eyes. Of course not. Long Xiaofeng continued, Father and Ling Er's deaths were all an illusion. That was a powerful immortal art. If it could not deceive even you, how could it deceive the Almighty? During the war back then, the Mystery Dragon Guards were being watched by the Almighties. They were unable to save all of us, only a portion of us. The destruction of the Dragon Gods prevented them from fighting to the death. Only then did the Dragon Gods have a chance to see the light of day again. If we did not make a prompt decision, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Almighty would have personally taken action. At that time, none of us would have survived. Bearing the infamy of being a traitor for 100,000 years in exchange for the Dragon Gods to see the light of day again. Truly admirable. Feng Wuchen said in admiration. Otherwise, why would you wait until you awakened the origin power of the dragon gods? The Dragon Emperor laughed. Why would the Almighty interfere in the grudge between the dragon gods and the Sky Devil clan? Why would they want to deal with the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen asked, puzzled. End of chapter. It's because of the dragon soul jade. Long Xiaofeng's expression turned serious. There's only half of the dragon soul jade. The other half was taken away by the Almighty. What does the dragon soul jade represent? Feng Wuchen asked. Long Shirhan said seriously, this is related to the mausoleum of the dragon god's ancestors. So this is the Almighty's goal. There's something they want in the mausoleum. Something that can catch the attention of the Almighty must be extraordinary. Feng Wuchen was very sure. Long Xiaoyan shook his head. But we don't know what it is. The mystery dragon guards didn't tell us much. The dragon soul jade is the key to unlocking great-grandfather's seal. However, it's not enough to just have the dragon soul jade. It also requires the dragon god's mark and the dragon god's totem. Only the power of the dragon god's mark can release the power of the dragon soul jade and unlock great-grandfather's seal. The mysterious person took the dragon god totem for one reason. Another reason was to suppress the mystery dragon guards. Long Xiaofeng said seriously. After the war ended, the mystery dragon guards released the news of the dragon soul jade to ensure the survival of the dragon gods. For 100,000 years, many wars broke out in order to seize the dragon soul jade. The experts in that world were all very powerful. In the end, the appearance of the dragon god totem attracted their attention. That's why they sent people to take action. Long Xiaofeng added. In order to not be suspected by them and for the future of the dragon gods, we could only watch as the dragon gods suffered and our two grandfathers were sealed. The Dragon Emperor continued. Young master. We've wronged you. Long Xiaoyang's face was full of self-blame as he knelt down. I didn't expect the young master to make such a huge sacrifice for us. We called the young master a traitor to the dragon gods. Long Jianfeng and the others' eyes were red. The three ancestors were already in tears. They were sad and self-blaming. Feng Er, Grandpa has wronged you and caused you to suffer for 100,000 years of pain and suffering. Long Shirhan blamed himself and felt extremely guilty in his heart. Our dragon god clan has wronged you. Long Shiyun cried in grief. For 100,000 years, Long Xiaofeng and the others had endured humiliation and were willing to bear the infamy of traitors. They were willing to live under someone else's roof just for the survival of the dragon gods. Who could imagine how much pain and pressure they had endured for 100,000 years? Long Xiaofeng shook his head. Of the dragon gods. Or Feng Wuchen. Of. Hearing this, the three primogenitors cried tears of joy and relief. Chu Tianshu, Jing Wushuang, and the other experts of the older generation bowed to Long Xiaofeng and the other two. You are the pride of our dragon gods. Long Shirtian was also very excited. Dragon Emperor's face was ice cold. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Big Brother said just now that the war has just begun. The dragon gods must pay with their lives. Long Xiaoyan said fiercely, the real enemy of our dragon gods is the supreme expert. They have already started to target the dragon gods. Snatching the dragon god totem is the beginning. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Long Xiaofeng nodded slightly and said solemnly, you are right. They have already started to target the dragon gods. When Big Grandfather summoned the dragon god totem for the first time, it had already attracted their attention. The Sky Devil race and Martial Spirit Temple are chess pieces that they used to deal with us. After 100,000 years, they still haven't found another piece of dragon soul jade. Because of the dragon god totem, they noticed the dragon gods and wanted to use the dragon gods to force the mysterious dragon guards to hand over the dragon soul jade. At first, we didn't know how strong the power in Feng Wuchen's body was. We didn't know if it could contend against the supreme expert. However, after the battle just now, Feng Wuchen's confidence and the top immortal technique you used made me realize that the power in his body is very terrifying. It should be able to contend against the supreme expert. Long Shirhan said solemnly, in that case, they will make a move soon. Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, they have been investigating the losers recently. They suspect that the power in Feng Wuchen's body belongs to one of the losers. Before they find out, they probably won't make a move. Losers? Long Xiaoyang and the others were puzzled. They didn't understand what he meant. The losers are the strongest experts in the sacred world. The reason they are called losers is because. Long Xiaofeng then told them about the losers. Losers from the ancient immortal world? After hearing this, everyone was shocked and even more puzzled. Are the supreme experts in the sacred world now? Long Jianfeng quickly asked. In a huge independent space, separated from the sacred world. It is located in the profound sacred world. That space is the real sacred world. We were able to break through to the true immortal realm because the spiritual energy in that space is very strong. Dragon Emperor explained. Big grandfather, this is the whole story. Now that they have targeted the dragon gods, their goal is to seize the dragon soul jade and the dragon god's rune. We can't let them succeed. Long Xiaofeng said solemnly. Long Shirhan nodded and said solemnly, the dragon soul jade must not fall into their hands. I really want to know what they want. Does the old primogenitor have some powerful treasure? Feng Wuchen really couldn't think of anything. Long Xiaoyan said helplessly, if the Xianlong guard doesn't say, we don't know either. No one could think of anything. Other than the three primogenitors, no one else knew about the existence of the old primogenitor. Feng when will you bring Ling and the others back? Long Shirhan quickly asked. He couldn't wait to see them. Grandfather, now is not the time. We are too weak. We are not their match at all. The strength of the Almighty and the defeated is very terrifying. Once they find out that the people who died back then are still alive, they will definitely suspect. They might even suspect that the Dragon Soul Jade is in the Dragon God clan. Long Xiaofeng shook his head and said. There are still many big forces in the sacred world. Their existence is very hidden. Their strength is above the martial spirit temple. We can't take the risk. We have to increase our strength. Long Xiaofeng continued. Feng is right. We can't take the risk for now. Long Shiyun nodded. Grandfathers, we can't stay for now. We have to find the Xianlong guard as soon as possible. We haven't heard from him for half a month. Long Xiaofeng said solemnly. He was worried that something had happened to the Xianlong guard. End of chapter. What? There's no news for half a month? Long Shirhan and the other two primogenitors' faces changed greatly, their hearts instantly hanging in the air. Could it be that something happened? There's no news for half a month, maybe they have already made their move. We are worried about the safety of the mysterious dragon guards. Long Xiaoyan said worriedly. 100,000 years to seize the dragon soul jade, the importance they place on the old primogenitor's tomb is beyond our imagination. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, when the dragon god totem was stolen, I'm afraid they have already made their move. Oh no. Long Shirtian said in shock, could it be that they are using the dragon god totem to suppress the mysterious dragon guards? Three grandfathers, let's go back immediately. Long Xiaofeng was burning with anxiety, the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Feng you must be careful. Long Shirshan warned with a face full of worry. Long Xiaofeng and the other two immediately disappeared. If Feng Wuchen did not remind them, they would not have thought of this. Great primogenitor, the three young masters won't be in danger, right? Long Xiaoyang asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, don't worry, Long Xiaofeng and the other two are traitors of the dragon gods, they won't suspect them so quickly. I hope so. Long Shirshan nodded, but he was still worried in his heart. After all, in the real sacred world, there were many true immortal experts, not to mention the terrifying almighty experts and the defeated. Feng Wuchen, the defeated and the almighty experts are very powerful, and the defeated are from the ancient immortal world. They have the power of the ancient immortal world, can Huang Yan Emperor deal with them? Long Shirtian quickly looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. With Long Shirtian's question, the upper echelons of the hall looked at Feng Wuchen. Huang Yan Emperor has already left. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. What? Left? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Left? What does that mean? Is he dead? Or did he leave? Everyone was shocked and worried at the same time. Without Huang Yan Emperor's power, How could they fight against the almighty experts and the defeated? After reaching the peak of the 9-star Saint realm, one's cultivation could no longer increase. This bit of strength was no match for the almighty experts and the defeated. The more they thought, the more they became worried. Long Shirtian anxiously asked, Feng Brat, what happened? Where did Desolate Flame Emperor go? He left the saint's world and went to where he should go, Feng Wuchen shrugged. Grand Primogenitor, now that the Dragon Soul Jade is with you, you must take good care of it. Do not leak the news, otherwise, the dragon gods will be in trouble. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Long Shirhan nodded his head and said solemnly, the Dragon Soul Jade must not fall into their hands. Grand Primogenitor, the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple have been destroyed. The experts and organizations that disappeared before you will probably slowly reappear in the Saints' world. The battle between true immortals will definitely alarm them. The powerful existences might use them to deal with us, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Long Shirhan said in a deep voice, I guessed it as well. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, I could sense that there were many mysterious spaces in the sacred world that were completely isolated from the sacred world. They might not be isolated. They might even be active in the sacred world. It's just that we don't know about it. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Jing Wushuang, Chu Tianshu, and the others' faces were filled with solemnity. Everyone, cultivate well. The Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple have been destroyed. We can finally relax for a while. I have to go back to find my wife. They must be worried. Let's go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then left in a flash. What powerful existences. What defeated? Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Feng Wuchen was just curious. Why did they want to open the tomb of the dragon god's old ancestor? What treasures were in this tomb? Can our cultivation still increase? Long Shiyun shook his head helplessly. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the 9-star Saint realm, one's cultivation could no longer increase. No matter how hard one cultivated, it was useless. Long Xiaoyang smiled helplessly and said, as an 8-star Saint realm, increasing my cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If there's no other way, my cultivation can't increase at all. I'll give you some cultivation treasures later to help you increase your cultivation. Feng Wuchen's voice rang out in the hall. That's great. Long Xiaoyang and the others were overjoyed. With Feng Wuchen's words, they were not worried about not being able to increase their cultivation. Long Shirhan and the other 2 ancestors breaking through to the true immortal realm was the best proof. Go back and cultivate. Long Shirhan waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. After the war ended, the news of the Sky Devil clan's destruction quickly spread from the western region. The news of Gu Xuanzuan and the upper echelons of the Martial Spirit Temple being killed also spread in the profound Saint world. Countless factions and cultivators were scared out of their wits by this shocking news. Countless people knew that a great war had broken out in the sacred world. However, they did not know that the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple had been defeated and that all their experts had been killed. The Sky Devil clan was even more miserable. Other than the people who had fled, the entire clan was destroyed. The Sky Devil clan's old patriarch and elder Wuji were all killed. How is this possible? Were all the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple killed? Even Lord Gu Xuanzuan was killed? The great ancestor Long Shirhan actually has such terrifying strength. Are the dragon gods really that terrifying? Both factions were no match for the dragon gods. After the news spread, the cultivators of the various regions in the sacred world were discussing in shock. However, no one dared to believe it without seeing it with their own eyes. The news of the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple being destroyed was too shocking. All the factions in the western region and the profound Saint world had holed up, not daring to come out. They were all afraid that they would be destroyed by the dragon gods because of their relationship with the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. After the war ended, the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple were destroyed. The dragon gods had undoubtedly become the strongest overlord in the sacred world. Temple of Rakshasa. Because of the war, everyone who was cultivating was alarmed. After Feng Wuchen returned, he explained the situation and the result of the war in a simple manner. The Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple, two transcendental forces, were no match for the dragon gods? Isn't that too powerful? Alliance Master, are the three great ancestors of the dragon gods really that terrifying? I can't believe it. The Sky Devil clan was destroyed, and the experts of the Martial Spirit Temple and the major factions under them were all killed. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were shocked. They could not imagine how terrifying the dragon gods were. Xiaoxiao, Qingyang, prepare well. Going to Spirit Beast Mountain is the best opportunity to cultivate. We can't miss it. Nidian, Gu Yuan, and the others have probably broken through to the Saint Emperor realm. We have to speed up. Those who just ascended to the sacred world, continue to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Great! This time, we are going to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Lu Qingyang and the others cheered excitedly. Feng Wuchen was now an 8-star Saint Lord. This trip to Spirit Beast Mountain was just right for him to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. End of this chapter. In a mysterious space. In the space, a majestic sacred mountain floated in the void, looking extremely domineering. In the grand hall, on the grand and magnificent main seat, an old man said indifferently, I really didn't expect that the unremarkable dragon gods would be able to destroy the Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple after experiencing the danger of their clan being exterminated. The Sky Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple are not weak. Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan even stepped into the true immortal realm recently. Even with such strength, they were still destroyed by the dragon gods. The growth of the dragon gods is indeed shocking. Another old man with white hair and beard said with a faint smile. The Kuanping beast was also destroyed because of this. A race that can sign a contract with an evil spirit, even if they have an immortal body, will not be able to escape death in the end. Another old man said indifferently. The old man on the main seat was puzzled. The Martial Spirit Temple and the Sky Devil clan have the backing of a powerful being, but why didn't the powerful being make a move? Could it be that they are afraid of Feng Wuchen's power? The power of the powerful being is comparable to the defeated. Even if they are not as strong as the defeated, they will not be much weaker. There is no reason for them to be afraid of Feng Wuchen. But what I don't understand is, why would the powerful being go against the dragon gods? The strength of the dragon gods is not a threat at all. An old man shook his head and said. Perhaps it is also because of Feng Wuchen. The old man on the main seat said indifferently, did you find out anything about Feng Wuchen? Reporting to the temple master, other than knowing that the power in Feng Wuchen's body came from a defeated person, the others are from the dragon gods. As for which defeated person it is, we can't find out. A young man respectfully reported. A middle-aged man guessed, Temple Master, the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body might not be the power of a defeated person at all. Perhaps it is a true immortal with a slightly higher cultivation. Otherwise, why can't we find out? The old man on the main seat nodded slightly and said, yes, it's very likely. But we can't underestimate Feng Wuchen. Hall Master, the Martial Spirit Temple and the Heaven Devil clan have already been destroyed. It's time for us to come out and let them know the strength of the Heavenly Void Temple. Moreover, we have to enter the immortal realm. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to increase our cultivation. An elder suggested. An elder added, the ancient Golden Crow clan and other organizations have already appeared in the Saints' world. The Golden Crow clan is our greatest enemy. The old man on the main seat frowned slightly and said solemnly, looks like the Golden Crow clan is determined to enter the immortal world. The Golden Crow clan leader's cultivation should have already reached the 8-star true immortal realm. Palace Master, are you confident in defeating him? An elder asked. The Golden Crow clan leader's strength is indeed terrifying. I don't have much confidence in defeating him. However, if we help them deal with Feng Wuchen, we might have a chance, the old man on the main seat said solemnly. Ancient Golden Crow clan. In an independent space, there was a majestic sacred mountain that looked like a castle. This was the territory of the ancient Golden Crow clan. In this battle, the powerful beings actually did not participate. Looks like they have already given up on the Heaven Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple. What an unjust death. A middle-aged man on the main seat smiled faintly. Clan leader, there's still a month before the immortal world opens. We will have a chance to qualify. Once we enter the immortal world, our cultivation realms will no longer be restricted. The space we are in now is really difficult to increase our cultivation. True immortal is already the limit. An elder smiled happily. His face was filled with anticipation. Grand Elder is right. With the strength of the Golden Crow clan, we will definitely be able to suppress the other organizations. Even the Heavenly Void Temple is no exception. The Heavenly Void Temple Master's strength is no match for the clan leader. Another elder smiled confidently. The clan leader smiled happily and said, as long as the Golden Crow clan can enter the immortal world, it won't be long before my strength will surpass the powerful beings and the defeated. When that time comes, I will let them have a taste of being ordered around. I will let them have a taste of being used as chess pieces. When he reached the end, the Golden Crow clan leader's face became extremely ferocious. A terrifying light flashed through his eyes. The clan leader is right. Haha. Everyone laughed excitedly. It was as if they could already see the scene of the Golden Crow clan dominating the immortal world. Although the ancient Golden Crow clan only had a few dozen people, every single one of them had reached the level of a true immortal. Such a terrifying formation was enough to sweep through the entire sacred world. However, such a terrifying formation still did not have the right to enter the immortal world. Only when the supreme organizations in the independent space reached a certain level of strength would they have the right to enter the immortal world. The so-called immortal world was the independent space where the defeated and powerful beings were. That place possessed the true spiritual chi of the sacred world. After all, it came from the ancient immortal world. Although it was not as good as the spiritual chi of the ancient immortal world, it was definitely 100 times more terrifying than the sacred world. Even true immortal experts could only cultivate by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth there. After many years of cultivation, the major organizations in the independent space were still stuck at the level of a true immortal. Even if the spiritual chi in the independent space was stronger than in the sacred world, it was still not as strong as the immortal world. A few days later, Feng Wuchen, Xianxia, and the others had arrived at Empty Spirit Beast. Roar! Roar, roar! In the huge Empty Spirit Beast, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard continuously. There are quite a lot of people who come to Empty Spirit Beast to cultivate. Most of them are itinerant cultivators, Bei Duyan said. I almost died in Empty Spirit Beast previously. Fortunately, I met shopkeeper Su and the others. I wonder how Yan Doyun is doing. I'll go and see if he's still an Empty Spirit Beast, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. These are the heaven-defying divine pearls for the Saint Emperor realm. There are also blood fiend spirit crystals and some elemental crystals that will help you in your cultivation. There are also the triplet yang elixirs for the Saint Lord and Saint Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen said as he distributed the various cultivation resources to everyone. You can only use the heaven-defying divine pearls to increase your cultivation after breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. All of you have 5 times the space rings. It shouldn't be difficult for you to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. This time, when you cultivate an Empty Spirit Beast, 3 people in a small group. You are not allowed to move alone, Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. You are not allowed to enter the depths of Empty Spirit Beast in the sacred world is much stronger than the demonic beasts in the divine world. Wild Leopard and the others should still be cultivating in Empty Spirit Beast. Go on, Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes. Everyone shouted respectfully. Then, they disappeared in a flash. Husband, let's set off as well, Xiaoxiao said with a soft smile. She could not wait to enter Empty Spirit Beast. You have been following us for a few days. Are you going to keep watching me like this? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Oh? You've already sensed my presence? A surprised voice sounded. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I already knew when you appeared in the Temple of Rakshasa. I also know that you came from an independent space. I just don't know which force you are from. Swoosh, a figure appeared in a flash. It was a young man. Boom. As soon as the man appeared, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out. He threw a punch at Feng Wuchen with the power to destroy the world. Heaven and earth collapsed instantly. Watch out, my husband. Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She had never felt such a terrifying pressure. Xiaoxiao's first thought was that this man was even more terrifying than the Dragon Soul Killer. However, Feng Wuchen did not move at all, nor did his expression change. In a flash, the young man's fist stopped half an inch away from Feng Wuchen's face. The terrifying force disappeared instantly. "Who are you?" Xiaoxiao heaved a sigh of relief and shouted coldly at the man. The man was surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Feng Wuchen, asking, "Why didn't you dodge?" The man was wearing a white brocade. He was handsome and gave off a righteous feeling. Feng Wuchen's first impression of him was that he was a gentleman. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "I can't feel any killing intent from you. It's been the same for the past few days. So, I can be sure that you won't attack me. Brother Feng is indeed powerful. I hid so well, but you still found out." The man smiled faintly. "I'm Mu Qingfeng. Just as Brother Feng guessed, I'm from the Ancient Force, the Heavenly Emperor's residence. I'm the young master of the Heavenly Emperor's residence." Mu Qingfeng did not deliberately hide his aura. He was already a 6-star true immortal. Mu Qingfeng's strength was even more terrifying than that mysterious true immortal. Feng Wuchen sized Mu Qingfeng up and asked with a smile, "Young master of the Heavenly Emperor's residence, what business do you have with me?" "Nothing. I just want to be friends with Brother Feng." Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly and slowly withdrew his fist. He looked at Xiaoxiao and smiled. "This must be Brother Feng's wife. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I wanted to test Brother Feng's strength." "Brother Feng, you're so lucky to have such a beautiful wife." It was obvious. The Celestial Arch residence was expressing goodwill to Feng Wuchen. "I'm curious. Before the Sky Devil race and the Martial Spirit Temple were destroyed, I didn't see you people from the mysterious forces. After they were destroyed, you people appeared," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Mu Qingfeng shrugged and said with a smile, "They are the people of powerful existences. They are the rulers of the sacred world. What's the point of us coming out? Even if we have the strength to crush them, we wouldn't dare to touch them. Moreover, the immortal world space will open in a month's time. All the ancient powers want to obtain the qualifications to enter the immortal world space." "The space of the immortal realm?" Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. "The cultivation grounds of the major powers and the defeated are gigantic spaces. Only by cultivating there can the cultivation bases of true immortals rise. Our space can only allow the cultivation bases of true immortals to rise to the level of 7 or 8-star true immortals. Any higher is impossible," Mu Qingfeng explained. "Brother Feng, Long Shihun and the other two were able to break through to the true immortal stage because of your help, right?" "It's impossible to break through in the sacred world," Mu Qingfeng guessed. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "Young master of the Heavenly Emperor residence, if there's nothing else, my wife and I still have to cultivate. Compared to a 6-star true immortal like you, our strength is far inferior." He was not surprised that Feng Wuchen could see Mu Qingfeng's cultivation base. "Brother Feng, you must be careful of the Heavenly Void Temple and the ancient Golden Crow tribe. Their strength is extremely terrifying, even stronger than the Heavenly Emperor residence. I won't disturb you any longer. If there's time, I'll find you for a few drinks." "Goodbye," Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly, clasped his fists and left in a flash. Since Feng Wuchen was unwilling to say, Mu Qingfeng did not force him. Perhaps he took it as Feng Wuchen's silent agreement. "Ancient Golden Crow tribe?" Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen had heard of this tribe from Long Shihun. "Husband, you know about the ancient Golden Crow tribe?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, "The great ancestor had mentioned the ancient Golden Crow tribe before, but he only knew of their existence. He had never seen them before. The ancient Golden Crow tribe's status was the same as Gu Xuanzuan's Kuanping beast. Isn't that stronger than the dragon gods?" Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Yes, stronger than the dragon gods. The Kuanping beast is also stronger than the dragon gods. It's just that I gave the great ancestor and the others a powerful spell to suppress Gu Xuanzuan. Let's go, we have to start cultivating too. Wild Leopard and the others have probably broken through to the Saint Emperor realm." After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered Spirit Beast Mountain, Mu Qingfeng appeared again. Mu Qingfeng crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned as he thought to himself, his eyes give me the feeling of an abyss. Even though I'm a 6-star true immortal, I still feel a mountain-toppling pressure when standing before him. This kind of terrifying pressure is something I don't even feel when facing powerful existences. I'm afraid that the mysterious energy in his body is even more terrifying than the defeated. Fortunately, Father and the elders agreed to my suggestion. Making an enemy out of such a terrifying person is simply courting death. Spirit Beast Mountain was filled with birds and flowers. It was beautiful and colorful. Husband, I've always been curious. What kind of spell did you give us to cultivate? Why can it explode with such terrifying power? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. As they traveled deeper into Spirit Beast Mountain, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, above the Saint World is the ancient immortal world. The spells of the ancient immortal world are called immortal spells. The spells I gave you are also considered immortal spells, but they are stronger than immortal spells. Because your cultivation is too weak, you can't unleash the true power of the spells. What? Such a terrifying spell, and we can't unleash its true power? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. Just how terrifying was this spell? What Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know was that these spells were created by the first batch of experts after the creation of the world. Even the most trashy spell was stronger than immortal spells. Feng Wuchen gave them the spells. If they didn't have the cultivation method and rich experience, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Wife, I have an even stronger spell, but it's not suitable for you to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Then what about husband's mysterious power? I feel that husband's mysterious power is even more terrifying than that loser. Husband's cultivation is only at the Saint Lord realm. How can your body withstand such immense power? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. She couldn't control her curiosity. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, this is the power of an ancient expert. There are some things that I don't know how to say now. When there is a chance in the future, I will tell wife. Roar. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a furious roar suddenly echoed. A huge spirit beast rushed up from the ground and opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. 1-star Saint Emperor. Wife, be careful. Feng Wuchen frowned and yelled out. End of this chapter. The spirit beast's attack came very suddenly and without any warning. It was as though the danger had always been there, causing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao to not notice it immediately. Feng Wuchen instinctively pushed Ling Xiaoxiao out. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, was swallowed by the huge spirit beast. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao was so frightened that her face turned pale. The dragon gods must taste very delicious. I didn't think that I would have such good luck. The spirit beast was extremely excited as its huge body rushed out of the mountain. At first glance, it was actually an enormous centipede. It was incomparably ugly and extremely frightening. But when the spirit beast's terrifying mouth closed, a tyrannical force burst out and forcefully opened the spirit beast's mouth. What? A 1-star Saint Emperor. The spirit beast was astonished. It won't be that easy to eat me. You know that I am from the dragon gods. Can your teeth bite through my flesh? Feng Wuchen sneered. The tyrannical force had already reached the level of a 1-star Saint Emperor. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Ling Xiaoxiao was relieved. Husband's cultivation has already broken through to the 8-star Saint Emperor. While Ling Xiaoxiao was relieved, she was also shocked by Feng Wuchen's cultivation. When did Feng Wuchen become an 8-star Saint Emperor? Previously, his cultivation hadn't even surpassed Ling Xiaoxiao's. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed 3-star and had the combat strength of a 1-star Saint Emperor. An 8-star Saint Emperor's cultivation, but you actually have the combat strength of a 1-star Saint Emperor. The giant centipede was extremely shocked. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't bite down. Your earth attribute power is rather powerful. It is fused with the mountain's aura. No wonder I couldn't detect it. Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately exerted his strength and rushed out from the giant centipede's mouth. Boom! Feng Wuchen activated the power of the Ice Soul Ancestor and swooped down from the sky again. He punched the giant centipede's head. With a loud explosion, the overbearing power smashed the giant centipede's head into the mountain, creating a huge crater and causing the ground to shake violently. The giant centipede fainted on the spot. Its huge body stopped moving and turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. He was deader than dead. Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbstruck by his tyrannical strength. A single punch was enough to knock down a one-star Saint Emperor's centipede. Just how strong was this person? Feng Wuchen glanced at the giant centipede and smirked. Too weak. Madam, let's go. We will find an 8-star Saint Spirit Beast for you to fight properly. It will help your cultivation increase very quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At the same time, Lu Qingyang and the others were already fighting with all kinds of spirit beasts, and the spirit beasts were all stronger than them. They wanted to improve their cultivation through fighting. The stronger they met, the stronger they became. Feng Wuchen's aura. Did they come to MT Spirit Beast too? On a mountain peak of MT Spirit Beast, Wild Leopard, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed Feng Wuchen's aura and was shocked. That's right. This is Feng Wuchen's aura. An 8-star Saint Emperor and that kid Qingyang are all here. The three-eyed demon ape also opened its eyes. You guys continue to cultivate. I will go take a look. Wild Leopard's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Martial Soul Temple. Lord Gu Xuanzuan and the upper echelons had already fallen. The remaining people were extremely terrified and fled, worried that the dragon gods would come to take revenge. But just as they were fleeing, a mysterious person appeared. A world-destroying pressure spread out, scaring the people of Martial Soul Temple out of their wits. They knelt down and begged for mercy. The mysterious person's terrifying aura was much stronger than Lord Gu Xuanzuan's. Don't be afraid. I will not kill you. I am only here to take over Martial Soul Temple. From today onwards, Martial Soul Temple will be called Heavenly Void Temple. If you submit to the Heavenly Void Temple, I will ensure your safety. The mysterious person laughed proudly. We are willing to submit. We are willing to submit. Everyone cowed out and submitted. They had no choice. Pass down the order. Heavenly Void Temple will take over Profound Saint World. All forces must submit, or else they will be killed. There will be true immortal experts in the dark. Just pass down the order. The mysterious man said forcefully. Yes. Sir. Everyone replied respectfully. Sir, the Temple of Rakshasa is Feng Wuchen's force. A Saint Emperor expert said fearfully. Don't touch them for now. There will be plenty of chances in the future. The mysterious man laughed coldly. After the order was passed down, the forces of Profound Saint World fell into panic again. Under the suppression of true immortal experts, all forces that resisted were instantly annihilated. In less than 2 hours, all the major forces in the Profound Saint World that had a bit of strength either surrendered or were destroyed. Even many powerful independent Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables were willing to submit. The terror of Heavenly Void Temple instantly established a force that was stronger than Martial Soul Temple. Pale Soul Tower. Its strength was second only to Martial Soul Temple. Because of the resistance, many experts died. Including Xianxia and the elders, all of them were severely injured. All of you better think carefully. Those who don't submit will only die. Submitting to the Heavenly Void Holy Hall is your honor. The true immortal said coldly and arrogantly with a domineering attitude. Xianxia asked coldly, Who are you? Heavenly Void Temple. The true immortal expert said proudly. Elder Chu, something has happened to the Pale Soul Tower. Several true immortal realm experts have appeared in the Profound Saint World, and they are forcing the Pale Soul Tower to submit to them. I beseech the 3 primogenitors to intervene. The severely injured Gong Sun Wuqing immediately sent a message to Chu Tianshu for help. Worried about the safety of the Temple of Rakshasa, Gong Sun Wuqing sent another message, something might have happened to the Temple of Rakshasa too. Mysterious people? Chu Tianshu frowned and reported this to the 3 elders. True immortal experts? Could it be them? Long Shirhun frowned. The 3 elders immediately rushed to Pale Soul Tower in Profound Saint World. At the same time, Western Region, Heaven Demon Region. The ancient Golden Crow tribe had already sent people to take over Heaven Demon Region and forced all the forces in Western Region to submit. Their methods were even more vicious than Heavenly Void Temple. Now, the experts of all the forces in Western Region, including those under Heaven Demon Tribe, had gathered in Heaven Demon Region's palace and were all kneeling in the square. The number of experts in Western Region had reached hundreds of thousands, and these were only Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables. With all these experts submitting, they had become a huge force. Who are they? Their auras are even more terrifying than the old tribe leader. Since when did the Holy World have so many terrifying experts? What do they want? They gathered us in Heaven Demon Region. Don't tell me they want to kill us all? Haven't we already submitted? The experts of all the forces were terrified. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. From today onwards, Western Region will be ruled by Golden Crow Tribe. Heaven Demon Region will be renamed Golden Crow Temple. Anyone who objects will be killed without mercy. A true immortal expert said forcefully. End of chapter. Pale Soul Tower. Tower Master, save me. Elder, save me. A disciple cried out in panic. Xianxia, this is the 8th genius disciple of the Pale Soul Tower. Are you sure you don't want to submit? The true immortal expert sneered as he sucked the disciple into the sky. You're a crazy bastard. Kill old man if you have the guts. Xianxia gritted his teeth and cursed. His old face was ferocious as if he wanted to tear the true immortal expert into pieces. Tower Master, save me. I don't want to. The disciple begged for mercy. But before he could finish, he could no longer speak. Boom. The true immortal expert grabbed the air and the disciple who was sucked into the sky exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He turned into ashes. The true immortal expert was cold-blooded and merciless. Jiang Han, Xianxia, Qing Su, and the others cried out in grief and anger. Junior brother Jiang. Xianxia was also furious. Another disciple was killed mercilessly. The entire Pale Soul Tower was filled with grief and anger. Everyone gritted their teeth and wanted to tear the true immortal apart. Xianxia, if the Pale Soul Tower doesn't submit, the 9th disciple will die. The true immortal expert sneered. Why don't we change the elder? The true immortal expert suddenly sneered as his gaze fell on Gongsun Wuqing. As soon as he finished speaking, the true immortal expert grabbed the air and a terrifying invisible force grabbed Gongsun Wuqing and pulled him into the sky. 4th elder. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Gongsun Wuqing was the only elder in the Pale Soul Tower who could create a spatial treasure. If he died, it would be a huge loss to the Pale Soul Tower. You bastard! Qing Su roared angrily. Xianxia shouted, stop it. Seems like this elder is very important to the Pale Soul Tower. Should the Pale Soul Tower submit? The true immortal expert sneered as if he would kill Gongsun Wuqing if Xianxia didn't agree. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Above the Pale Spirit Tower, Long Shishir and Hun Shun teleported over. I dare you to touch him. Long Shuling's voice was filled with unparalleled majesty as he glared fiercely at the true immortal, his terrifying killing intent locking onto him. Dragon Ancestor. Xianxia was overjoyed, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Great! The 3 primogenitors of the dragon gods are here. Qing Su shouted excitedly. Everyone in the Pale Spirit Tower relaxed when the 3 primogenitors appeared. He finally made it. So it's the 3 primogenitors of the dragon gods. The male true immortal smiled faintly. His expression did not change at all, but he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. My lord, the dragon gods are stopping us from subduing the Pale Spirit Pagoda. Should we take action? The true immortal male asked. Dragon gods? Is it Long Hun and the others? An aged voice sounded. They are the 3 primogenitors of Long Shur and Hun. The true immortal male transmitted. Because of Feng Wuchen, the true immortal male did not dare to act rashly against the dragon gods. If anything happened, he could not bear the responsibility. Staring at the true immortal male fiercely, Long Shur asked coldly, who are you? The true immortal male laughed proudly, the 3 primogenitors should know about the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. The dragon gods were only a third-rate force back then, but the Heavenly Void Holy Hall was already a transcendent force during the Antiquity Age. I am from the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. What? Heavenly Void Holy Hall? The three primogenitors' faces changed drastically. They were extremely shocked and could not believe it. The three of them were all too familiar with the existence of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. Before the rise of the dragon gods, the Heavenly Void Holy Hall was definitely an existence that the dragon gods looked up to. It seems like the ancient Golden Crow tribe and a few other great forces are still alive. Those mysterious spaces in the holy world must be them. Long Shirhan was very certain. Looking at the shocked expressions of the three primogenitors, the male's face became even more proud. He laughed. It seems like the three primogenitors still remember and know about the strength of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. Don't think that you can dominate the holy world just because you destroyed the Heavenly Devil tribe, the Martial Spirit Temple, and the Dragon Gods. Your strength is far from enough. The male continued to say coldly, as if he did not care about the three primogenitors at all. Long Shirhan frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" "Rest assured, primogenitors. The Heavenly Void Holy Hall only wants to take over the profound sage world. There are no other intentions. All forces in the profound sage world must submit to them, so I hope the three primogenitors will not interfere." The true immortal male laughed coldly. "What if I don't agree?" Long Shirhan said coldly, his face turning uglier. "This is not up to the dragon gods to decide." The true immortal male laughed coldly. "What the Heavenly Void Holy Hall wants to do is also not up to the dragon gods, because you are not qualified. The dragon gods will definitely interfere with the Pale Spirit Tower. If you want to fight, then do it." Long Shirhan said coldly, not backing down at all. The true immortal male shook his head and said, "Long Shirhan, are you challenging the Heavenly Void Holy Hall? Do you know what it means to fight the Heavenly Void Holy Hall? Feng Wuchen may not be able to save you, but it will be easy for the Heavenly Void Holy Hall to destroy the dragon gods." Long Shirhan said stubbornly, "I don't care what it means, and I don't care about you taking over the profound sage world. However, the Pale Spirit Tower will not do. If you want to fight, I will fight you at any time. The dragon gods have never been afraid of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. Leave. Don't worry about the Pale Spirit Tower for now. Don't fight with the dragon gods for now. That Feng Wuchen is not simple. Everything will be decided after a month, when the immortal world opens." The true immortal male's old and majestic voice said. "Yes, sir." The true immortal male said respectfully. "Long Shirhan, since you have decided, don't regret it. I don't want to see the dragon gods kneeling in front of us and begging for mercy." The true immortal male laughed coldly and left. The terrifying power that trapped Gongsun Wuching also disappeared. "This person's power is very terrifying. He is above us," Long Shiyun said seriously. "I didn't expect it to be the Heavenly Void Holy Hall." Long Shitian frowned and said worriedly, "Thank you for saving us." Gongsun Wuching clasped his fist and thanked them gratefully. "Thank you for saving the Pale Spirit Tower." Tian Xianxia and the others also thanked them respectfully. Long Shirhan said seriously, "Tower Master is too polite. Great Ancestor, is the Temple of Rakshasa in danger?" Gongsun Wuching asked worriedly. Long Shitian shook his head and smiled, "The Temple of Rakshasa is very safe. The Heavenly Void Holy Hall probably won't dare to provoke Feng Wuchen." "That's good." Gongsun Wuching heaved a sigh of relief. "Have all the major forces in the profound saint world submitted?" Long Shirhan asked seriously. Tian Xianxi sighed helplessly and said, "They have all submitted. Their methods are very cruel, including the major forces under the Martial Spirit Temple. And the forces that didn't submit have already been destroyed." End of chapter. The Heavenly Void Temple is insane. They're worse than animals. Long Shirtian cursed as his face twitched violently. "Tower Master, how are your injuries?" Long Shirhan asked. "Don't worry, I'll recover in half a month." Tian Xianxi shook his head. His injuries were not serious. The Heavenly Devil Clan and the Martial Spirit Temple have just been destroyed, and they're in a hurry to take control of the profound sage world, forcing the major forces to submit. What are they trying to do? Long Shiyun frowned, puzzled. Since the Heavenly Void Temple had always existed, why hadn't they appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, why did they appear at this time and subdue the major forces of the profound sage world, with the terrifying strength of the heavenly void temple? There was no need for them to swallow the major forces, right? The heavenly void temple must be up to something for them to appear at this time. Longsher Tian said with certainty, but no one knew what they were up to. Ancestors, what kind of force is the heavenly void temple? Tian Xianxia asked curiously. It's a force from the ancient times, a force even earlier than the dragon gods. Its strength is terrifying. Now that hundreds of thousands of years have passed, it's unimaginable how strong they are now. Longsher Tian said solemnly. The space they're in might be able to increase their cultivation. Otherwise, that true immortal's cultivation wouldn't be above ours. Longsher Han guessed. Gongsun Wuqing's expression changed slightly as he said in shock, then wouldn't the dragon gods be in danger? Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared without a sound. Longsher Han, long time no see. A faint laughter was heard. The sudden voice shocked Longsher Han and the others. As true immortal experts, they did not notice it at all. This voice is... Longsher Han and the other two ancestors' expressions changed again. The voice was very familiar, and they looked over. The person who came was the Heavenly Emperor Residence's young master, Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng. After seeing the person who came, the three of them were stunned for a moment before they exclaimed at the same time. They would never forget that familiar face. Mu Qingfeng? Tian Xianxia and the others sized up Mu Qingfeng. They had never seen him before. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "So you still remember me? It's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to change so much. If I didn't know that you were the dragon gods, I wouldn't have recognized you. The dragon gods are now existences that can shake the holy world. It's you who hasn't changed at all." Longsher Yun laughed. "Primogenitors, who is he?" Tian Xianxia asked. Longsher Han suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "The young master of the Heavenly Emperor Mansion is injured. Although he is young, his seniority is higher than ours. His appearance hasn't changed at all." Mu Qingfeng looked like a young man in his early 30s, but he was already a monster who was over 100,000 years old. "I see." Tian Xianxia nodded and smiled. "This isn't the place to talk. Please come to the main hall. Primogenitors, young lord of the Heavenly Monarch Mansion, this way please." "Thank you." Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. In the main hall, Tian Xianxia warmly welcomed them. "Even the Heavenly Emperor Mansion has appeared. It seems that the ancient Golden Crow clan that we have never seen before has also appeared?" Longsher Tian asked. Mu Qingfeng nodded and smiled. "In the Sky Devil region, they have already controlled all the major forces in the western region. The other forces don't plan to occupy the holy world." Mu Qingfeng, do you know their purpose? Longsher Han frowned and asked with a solemn expression. "In order to enter the immortal world space, we have disappeared for many years. Other than wanting to enter the immortal world space, we were also restricted by the Almighty. After all, the Sky Devil clan and Martial Spirit Temple are the Almighty's people. It's useless for us to stay." Mu Qingfeng explained. Immortal world space? Longsher Han and the others obviously didn't know about the existence of the immortal world space, but they could guess where it was. The place where the Almighty and the defeated were. Mu Qingfeng nodded and said, "There's still a month before the immortal world space opens. The strongest will be qualified to enter the immortal world space. The reason why we disappeared is because we know about the existence of the immortal world space. Although we haven't appeared for many years, we still have some understanding of the holy world." "The strongest? Doesn't that mean we have to fight?" Qin Shuzi frowned and asked. "Of course we have to fight. That's why they occupied the Sky Devil region and the profound saint world." Mu Qingfeng smiled. "I see." Longsher Han nodded. "It seems like you already know that once one's cultivation reaches the peak of the 9-star Holy Venerable Realm, there's no way to increase it." Longsher Yun said. "That's right. In the space we are in, our cultivation can only increase. After hundreds of thousands of years, we have our current cultivation. Only the immortal world space is suitable for true immortals to cultivate. Back then, because we weren't strong enough, we didn't qualify to enter the immortal world space. Mu Qingfeng said. The strongest is the ancient Golden Crow clan, followed by the Heavenly Void Temple. You must be careful of these two forces. The Almighty might use them to deal with the dragon gods. The Heavenly Void Temple doesn't dare to make a move now, maybe because of Feng Wuchen. Mu Qingfeng warned. You know Feng Wuchen? Long Shirhan asked in shock. Mu Qingfeng nodded and smiled. I've seen them at Spirit Beast Mountain. They're cultivating there. The Heavenly Emperor Mansion is not as strong as the Golden Crow clan. Does that mean your Heavenly Emperor Mansion can't enter the immortal world space? Long Shirtian asked. Mu Qingfeng spread out his hands and smiled indifferently. Let nature take its course. In a world where strength is respected, we can't do anything. Also, entering the immortal world space may not be a good thing. The other forces haven't appeared yet, maybe they've already given up. Is the ancient Golden Crow clan really that strong? Long Shirtian frowned. He couldn't imagine it. The Golden Crow Palace Master's cultivation should have reached the 8-star true immortal realm. His strength is much stronger than the other forces. The Heavenly Void Temple Master may be able to fight with him, but he definitely can't win. The Golden Crow clan's bloodline is too special. Mu Qingfeng shook his head. Okay, I should go back. I'm here to remind you to be careful of the Golden Crow clan and the Heavenly Void Temple. With Feng Wuchen, the dragon gods shouldn't be in any danger. Before the immortal world space opens, they won't make a move. Mu Qingfeng smiled and then got up to leave. Long Shirhan and the other two ancestors also left. Feng Wuchen and the others who were in Spirit Beast Mountain didn't know what happened in the Holy World. The Holy World is going to change. Tian Xianxia said solemnly. The Heavenly Void Temple's strength is terrifying. Today, they have a grudge with the dragon gods. I'm afraid they won't let it go easily. We've implicated the dragon gods. Qin Shuzi said worriedly. That's not necessarily true. No one knows how strong Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is. It's just a guess. This pagoda master has a lot of faith in Feng Wuchen. Tian Xianxia said. Qin Shuzi sighed. We can only believe in Feng Wuchen now. End of chapter. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating an empty spirit beast, used the 5-time spatial ring to cultivate while battling with powerful spirit beasts. His cultivation had already broken through to the 1-star Saint Emperor realm. Ling Xiaoxiao had also increased by 2 stars and reached the 7-star Saint Emperor realm. Increasing by 2 stars in half a month was already a terrifying cultivation speed. No matter how powerful a top-notch genius was, it was impossible to do so. Within the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen had already consolidated his 1-star Saint Emperor realm. After half a month of battling, my cultivation level has already been consolidated. It is time to try the Saint Emperor realm heaven-defying Divine Pearl. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself and smiled. He couldn't wait to use the heaven-defying Divine Pearl to increase his cultivation. The Saint Emperor Realm Heaven-Defying Divine Pearl was something that Feng Wuchen had used up a large amount of natural treasures to refine. It was just to increase the Heaven-Defying Divine Pearl's terrifying effects. Buzz. Buzz, just as Feng Wuchen was planning to use the Heaven-Defying Divine Pearl to increase his cultivation, the massive reincarnation pagoda behind him suddenly shook. There is movement. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and immediately turned to look. There was finally movement on the 6th floor of the Reincarnation Pagoda. The 6th floor of the Reincarnation Pagoda suddenly exploded with terrifying lightning-attributed energy. A large number of terrifying white lightning dragons burst out and filled the entire Divine Ring space. The scene was spectacular and breathtaking. It was extremely visually impactful. Such terrifying lightning-attributed energy. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. He felt that his entire body was paralyzed by the lightning and couldn't move. Master, it looks like this is definitely the first bolt of lightning since the creation of heaven and earth. It is too domineering and seems to be able to break through any defense. The Divine Eye's shocked voice came. I have never felt such terrifying lightning-attributed energy. Could this lightning-attributed energy be able to control the Heaven Tribulation's heaven lightning? Long Shenjian sent a message in fear. If it could really control the heaven tribulation's heaven lightning, how terrifying would it be? It was exciting just thinking about it. This terrifying lightning attributed energy was even more terrifying and domineering than the previous expert's energy. The degree of terror was beyond imagination. Master, it seems like you can possess this terrifying lightning attribute power. You can even cultivate this expert's lightning attribute technique, the sacred armor transmitted. Feng Wuchen stared unblinkingly at the 6th floor, his heart filled with ecstasy and anticipation. Master, this thunder attribute energy has a trace of evil aura, the blood seether said. There is indeed an evil intent. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Qi. In the next second, a bolt of white lightning flashed and instantly condensed into a figure that appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. The speed was so terrifying that Feng Wuchen did not even have time to react. Even teleportation wasn't that terrifying, right? The person who appeared was a young man. He was not like the several old men before him. The young man was dressed in a gorgeous white brocade and had an extraordinary temperament. He was handsome and had the demeanor of a gentleman. He was definitely an existence that could charm thousands of girls. He was so handsome. The man looked at Feng Wuchen expressionlessly. He was incomparably cold. Feng Wuchen stared at the man with his mouth agape. He was extremely shocked. Why? Are you shocked that I have such powerful strength at such a young age? The man said coldly with a hint of arrogance. Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart and said, You are indeed different from what I imagined. I feel that you are younger than me. I am the Thunder Heaven Emperor. You should have guessed it already. My lightning attribute is the first bolt of lightning since the creation of the world. I am known as the ancestor of all lightning, the Thunder Heaven Emperor said proudly. Thunder Heaven Emperor? The ancestor of all lightning? Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. After all, the ancestor of all lightning was extremely terrifying. Looking at Feng Wuchen's excited look, the Thunder Heaven Emperor said coldly, I am different from the previous few. I am an evil person. If you want to obtain my inheritance, you have to complete my mission. Otherwise, you are not qualified. What mission? Feng Wuchen frowned as his heart sank. It was good enough that he had time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen did not want to waste time on other things. I'll tell you when I think of it. The Thunder Heaven Emperor grinned. Feng Wuchen's expression instantly changed. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After being happy for such a long time, he still had to complete a mission, and it was a mission that he hadn't thought of yet. Master, this bastard is obviously teasing you. Long Xinjian scolded through sound transmission. Then take your time to think about it. I don't have time to waste with you. Just wait to disappear. I don't care about your inheritance. Feng Wuchen turned around and left. Seeing Feng Wuchen turn around, the Thunder Heaven Emperor smiled and said, Feng Wuchen, you have quite the backbone. Do you really not care? There are still many people up there. Do you think I care? Feng Wuchen pointed to the top of the reincarnation pagoda. Then, he took out the heaven-defying god bead and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The Thunder Heaven Emperor smiled proudly and said, My ancestor of 10,000 lightning can control the heavenly tribulation and heavenly lightning of all realms. It can control any lightning-attributed energy. It can temper your physical body and allow your physical body to break through to the next level. It can also break through all restrictions, including the restrictions in the sacred world. Even if your ancestor of 10,000 lightning can instantly turn me into a true immortal expert, I don't care about it. Feng Wuchen shrugged indifferently and sneered, Don't think that your ancestor of 10,000 lightning is very powerful. You can give it to me or not. This brat. The Thunder Heaven Emperor frowned and disappeared in a flash of white lightning. Master, he disappeared. Long Xinjian transmitted through sound transmission. This bastard really doesn't intend to give his inheritance to Master? The holy armor was in disbelief. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. He immediately circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and condensed his primordial spirit clone. He began to absorb the pure and huge energy of the heaven-defying God bead. As he absorbed the energy crazily, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared at a terrifying speed. 2-star Holy Emperor. 3-star Holy Emperor. 4-star Holy Emperor. 5-star Holy Emperor. He broke through 4 stars in one go and directly reached the realm of a 5-star holy emperor. The entire process did not take more than 10 seconds. This kind of terrifying increase would definitely cause countless people's jaws to drop. Is this brat a monster? His cultivation actually rose by 4 stars in an instant. What is that treasure in his hand? On the 6th floor, the Thunder Heaven Emperor widened his eyes in shock. Even if he was an expert who created the world, he had never seen such a mystical treasure. 5-star Holy Emperor. Such a shocking increase. Congratulations to Master for breaking through to 5-star Holy Emperor. Long Xianxia's ecstatic laughter could be heard. The heaven-defying god bead of the Holy Emperor realm is so powerful. My strength and fleshly body have both increased. Feng Wuchen was also ecstatic. The increase in strength in his body was very obvious. After cultivating for another half a month, I will definitely be able to break through to 6-star Holy Emperor, or even 7-star. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He clenched his fist and felt this incomparably domineering energy. Buzz. Buzz, right at this moment, there was a commotion in the reincarnation pagoda and it started to shake violently. Master, the seal on the 7th floor of the reincarnation pagoda has been undone. The Divine Eye's excited voice could be heard. End of this chapter, haha. That's great. The 7th seal has been unlocked. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He was looking forward to it and was extremely excited. This brat actually used his cultivation breakthrough to unlock the 7th seal. Thunder Heaven Emperor was stunned. Glancing at Thunder Heaven Emperor on the 6th floor, Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. No matter how strong your lightning attribute is, can it be stronger than the expert on the 7th floor? This slap in the face felt so good, it felt so good that he flew to the sky. This brat is so pleased with himself. Seeing Feng Wuchen's proud expression, Thunder Heaven Emperor was furious. His face twitched violently, but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was now the owner of the reincarnation pagoda. No matter how terrifying Thunder Heaven Emperor's strength was, he couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Even if the expert on the 7th floor doesn't give me the inheritance, I still have the 8th and 9th floor. There are so many experts. Any few of them can give me the inheritance. I don't want to obtain everyone's inheritance. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. Buzz buzz. The 7th floor shook even more violently. Soon after, an immeasurable tyrannical power surged out. Bright and dazzling golden light burst out and covered the entire divine ring space. The tyrannical power swept out like a tsunami, causing the divine ring space to shake violently. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Long Xianxia's terrified voice sounded. It's even more tyrannical than Thunder Heaven Emperor's lightning attribute. This isn't elemental power. Divine Eyes also exclaimed. The tyrannical power of the purest yang. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic because this power was very suitable for him. Soon, the immeasurable tyrannical power disappeared. It was as if this terrifying power didn't exist. He couldn't sense any aura. Swish, a black shadow flashed out from the 7th floor of the reincarnation pagoda, leaving behind a long afterimage. In an instant, an old man in a black robe appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and his face was full of wrinkles. His shriveled old face carried a benevolent smile. The old man did not emit any aura. If it were not for the fact that one could see him with their eyes, one would not be able to tell that he was there. Emperor Xianxia. Lei Tiandi frowned as a tinge of fear flashed across his eyes. Junior Feng Wuchen greets Senior. Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and politely cupped his fists in greeting. The old man nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Feng Wuchen, I know you. Emperor Peerless and I are good friends. Even though he's still sealed, I know a thing or two about you. It seems that you already know that I've taken Emperor Peerless as my master, Senior. Feng Wuchen smiled. The old man stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. Of course. Feng Wuchen glanced at Lei Tiandi proudly and asked with a smile, Senior, how should I address you? Emperor Xianxia. The old man smiled faintly. Emperor Peerless must have taken you in as his disciple because you are extremely talented and intelligent, especially in the field of alchemy. Senior Xianxia, you must be joking. I'm not that good. Feng Wuchen smiled modestly. Oh right, senior. What kind of power did you use just now? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Emperor Yuanshi condensed a wisp of golden energy in his palm and smiled faintly. This is the first power born from the creation of heaven and earth. It is called the primeval ancestor. It is the foundation of all power. The primeval ancestor? The foundation of all power? Feng Wuchen's head buzzed. It was too shocking. The primeval ancestor was simply too awesome. Senior Yuanshi, shouldn't you be the strongest with such a terrifying power? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. The primeval ancestor possessed the first power of creation. It was the purest and most terrifying power, second to none. Logically speaking, Emperor Yuanshi should be the strongest. But why was he only on the 7th level? Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly. The strength of the powerhouses sealed in the reincarnation tower is actually about the same. I was originally on the highest level, but because of you, I was moved to the 7th level. Because of me? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. Emperor Yuanshi smiled. That's right. The primeval ancestor is very suitable for you. My techniques and spells are also very suitable for you. They will be of great help to your growth. The primeval ancestor is so terrifying. Senior, you can't beat him? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. That person's power is not ordinary. I'm also not his match. You will know in the future. Emperor Yuanshi shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen nodded. He was extremely shocked. Just how powerful was that person? Emperor Yuanshi smiled happily. Feng Wuchen, you are the only hope of us old guys. I will not allow anyone to destroy our hope. Thunder Heaven Thearch's expression changed slightly. He was the person Emperor Yuanshi was talking about. Thunder Heaven the Arch, do you want to come over yourself, or do you want me to do it? Myself? Emperor Yuanshi asked coldly. Thunder Heaven the Arch did not dare to speak. He obediently turned into white lightning and flashed over. Thunder Heaven the Arch, is your primeval ancestor or the primeval ancestor stronger? Feng Wuchen smiled and asked proudly. Thunder Heaven the Arch did not dare to fart. He was extremely aggrieved. What? Do you still need me to teach you? If you don't want to live, I can turn you into ashes right now. Emperor Yuanshi said coldly. Thunder Heaven the Arch cursed inwardly. Whoosh, Thunder Heaven the Arch flicked his finger, and a white lightning flashed into Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of inheritance information flowed into Feng Wuchen's brain. The huge amount of information made Feng Wuchen's head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode. The primeval ancestor of thunder, as well as its horrifying lightning attribute cultivation techniques and other inheritances, all appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. Give me the Thunder Soul Pearl. Emperor Yuanshi ordered. Primeval ancestor. Don't go too far. Don't forget that you are also sealed. Thunder Heaven the Arch said angrily as he clenched his fist. What? So what if I'm going too far? Do you want to fight? Are you worthy? Emperor Yuanshi said forcefully. He released a horrifying aura and forced Thunder Heaven the Arch to kneel down. He was powerless to resist. Humph. Emperor Yuanshi snorted coldly. He grabbed the air and forcefully sucked Thunder Heaven Thearch's Thunder Soul Pearl out. The Thunder Soul Pearl can help Feng Wuchen refine his body. If you want to break the seal quickly, the Thunder Soul Pearl must be given to Feng Wuchen. Don't forget that I'm the one who allowed you to live. Emperor Yuanshi said coldly. The Thunder Heaven Emperor fell silent. Half an hour later, Feng Wuchen digested the huge amount of information. His body was surrounded by white lightning and looked like it was filled with horrifying power. I can actually feel the power of the heavenly tribulations from different realms. Feng Wuchen opened his eyes in shock. The primeval ancestor of thunder is indeed terrifying. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Emperor Yuanshi smiled happily and said, Your physique is very special. It can accommodate all elemental powers. Relax and accept my inheritance. End of chapter. Thank you, Senior Primeval. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He was extremely happy. Looking at the excited Feng Wuchen, the Thunder Tiandi was so angry that he doubted his life. He had failed to act cool and got tricked instead. The area of the shadow was enough to cover the entire sacred world. Swish, Emperor Yuanshi flicked his finger, and a golden light flashed into Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of information gushed into Feng Wuchen's brain like a volcanic eruption. It was even more than the information from the Thunder Tiandi's inheritance. The intense pain in his head made Feng Wuchen's face contort. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. Is this the most powerful force from the creation of heaven and earth? It's too scary. Feng Wuchen was terrified. That level of fear wasn't something that the current Feng Wuchen could imagine. The strength of Emperor Yuanshi's cultivation techniques and spells were far more powerful than the previous 6 emperors. Feng Wuchen didn't know how to describe how terrifying the cultivation techniques and spells were. Elemental cultivation techniques and spells are ultimately inferior to Emperor Yuanshi's cultivation techniques and spells. I've finally found a suitable cultivation technique and spell for me, Feng Wuchen said excitedly as he endured the pain in his head. Pain and happiness. Wait, my cultivation level has increased. Emperor Yuanshi's primeval ancestor's power can actually increase my cultivation level. Feng Wuchen was elated as he felt his cultivation level increasing at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's cultivation level broke through to the 6-star Holy Emperor realm. And it was still increasing rapidly. He was filled with happiness. Emperor Yuanshi, do you trust this kid that much? The Thunder Tiandi asked. The reincarnation pagoda chose him, so we can only trust him. Do you have any other ideas? Emperor Yuanshi glanced at the Thunder Tiandi coldly. I just feel that this kid is unreliable, the Thunder Tiandi said coldly. You? Emperor Yuanshi said in disdain, are you blind? What can you see? Lei Tiandi was speechless. About half an hour later, Feng Wuchen had digested most of Emperor Yuanshi's legacy and gradually recovered from the intense pain in his head. Feng Wuchen let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if he had been reborn. It was very comfortable. Receiving the legacies of 2 terrifying powerhouses in one day was really too much for Feng Wuchen. His head was buzzing non-stop. Even after he had recovered, he still felt a little dizzy. However, this did not affect Feng Wuchen much. 8-star Saint Emperor. You've actually broken through to 8-star Saint Emperor. Feng Wuchen was incomparably overjoyed. Within a single day, his cultivation had risen by 8 stars. How could Feng Wuchen not be ecstatic? If others knew about this, they would definitely be angered to death. Looking at the excited Feng Wuchen, Lei Tiandi could not help but give him a blow. If you increase your cultivation too quickly, it might affect your foundation. If that happens, it will be difficult for you to increase your cultivation in the ancient immortal world. You don't have to worry about that. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He did not care at all. Lei Tiandi exploded in anger again. He could not wait to tear out Feng Wuchen's tendons and skin him alive. However, with Emperor Yuanshi here, Lei Tiandi did not dare to say a word. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen, don't force yourself too much. You can slowly feel the legacies in the future. You don't have to be too anxious about the techniques and skills. I will follow Senior Yuanshi's teachings. Feng Wuchen nodded. Biting off more than you can chew, Lei Tiandi said sarcastically. I have to be greedy in order to become stronger. If there are too few things, my cultivation will not be able to increase at all. Feng Wuchen glanced at Lei Tiandi. His face was full of pride, as if saying, what can you do to me? No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. Emperor Yuanshi glared at Lei Tiandi. Lei Tiandi was speechless. Feng Wuchen ignored Lei Tiandi and asked, by the way, Senior Yuanshi, once one's cultivation reaches the peak of the 9-star Holy Venerable Realm, one will not be able to increase any further. This is related to the ancient immortal world. Can you restore the original spiritual qi in the sacred world? More than half of the spiritual qi in the sacred world has been sucked away. There is also a powerful seal that restricts the cultivator's cultivation. Emperor Yuanshi nodded. This great emperor's ancestor of all lightning can break this seal, the Thunder Heavenly Emperor said. I'm so lucky to be able to speak like a human from your mouth. Feng Wuchen smiled and glanced at Lei Tiandi from the corner of his eyes. You. Lei Tiandi was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling. Emperor Xianxia smiled and said, "It's not difficult to restore the spiritual qi in the sacred world, and it's also not difficult to break the seal. However, this means that the sacred world will become more dangerous. Those powerful forces and experts will definitely take over the sacred world and start a war. This is very disadvantageous for you." Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "The Almighty in the sacred world and the defeated in the ancient immortal world think that they are superior and only care about themselves. The spiritual qi in the immortal world is suitable for true immortals to cultivate. Only they can enjoy such treatment. The others are not qualified at all. You can set up a small formation and recover the spiritual qi of the holy world in this formation. This is not difficult for me." The primeval emperor smiled faintly. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? That's great." Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with passion. Feng Wuchen only needed to set up a large formation in the Dragon God Temple, the Temple of Rakshasa, and the Dragon's Soul to restore the spiritual qi. Then, everyone's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. How terrifying would it be to restore the original spiritual qi in the sacred world? It would increase their cultivation speed by at least 10 times. Dragon's Soul and the others even had the chance to surpass the cultivation of the Almighty and the defeated. "Seeing your primeval origin, how long can you exist?" Feng Wuchen quickly asked. Emperor Xianxia shook his head and smiled, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Feng Wuchen was stunned. He then pointed at Lei Tiandi and asked, "What about him?" 3 days. Lei Tiandi glared at Feng Wuchen. "That's good." Feng Wuchen nodded and curled his lips so that I won't be annoyed. "Stinking brat." Lei Tiandi's face turned green with anger. Feng Wuchen was targeting him, but Lei Tiandi couldn't do anything about it. The anger in his heart was boiling, and he was about to suffer internal injuries. "Alright, consolidate your cultivation first. We won't disturb you." Emperor Xianxia smiled and disappeared into thin air. Lei Tiandi snorted and turned into a bolt of white lightning and disappeared. Feng Wuchen didn't mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and cultivated. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation as soon as possible. In 4 hours, Feng Wuchen was done. "I'm not far from the sacred emperor realm," Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The power in his body made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. As expected of the primeval origin, this power completely suppressed the other elemental powers. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. Glancing at the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Wuchen exited the divine ring with a thought. "Husband, you're finally out." Qingqing just sent a voice transmission. Something happened at Qingyang's side. When Feng Wuchen appeared, Ling Xiaoxiao said anxiously. "End of chapter, Qingyang? Did something happen?" Feng Wuchen asked with a frown when he saw how anxious Ling Xiaoxiao was. He did not even have time to be happy about the sudden increase in his cultivation before something happened. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "I heard from Qingqing that there was a conflict with someone from a certain faction. Wild Leopard has already rushed over. I sensed Qingyang's aura." Feng Wuchen immediately brought Ling Xiaoxiao over. After a few teleportations, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already arrived. However, they were still a step too late. The battle had already ended. Lu Qingyang, Wild Leopard, and a dozen others were all injured. It was obvious that the person who attacked them was ruthless. "Big brother Feng." Lin Yu was overjoyed when he saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appear. "What happened? Who injured you?" Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. His expression was extremely ugly. Tianqing shook his head and said, "I don't know which faction they are from. The 4 of them are Saint Emperors. We are no match for them." "Big brother Feng." "Holy Spirit Stone. Chase them. They stole our Holy Spirit Stone." Lu Qingyang hurriedly shouted. Bai Duyan endured his injuries and said angrily, "Alliance Master, the Holy Spirit Stone was discovered by Lan Yu. Don't let them take it." "Holy Spirit Stone?" Feng Wuchen looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Lan Yu, are you sure it's a Holy Spirit Stone?" "It's absolutely true. I've seen it in the St. Pil Pavilion. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Stone that Lan Yu found is of an age that I've never seen before. It's a very large Holy Spirit stone, Mu Honglian said with certainty. Master, that Holy Spirit stone can be used to refine at least 10 saint artifacts, or even more. I've never seen such a large Holy Spirit stone before, Zhang Junlan added. Lu Qingyang said anxiously, Big Brother Feng, quickly chase after them. Otherwise, they will run far away. There's no rush. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Heal your injuries and cultivate first. Before you break through to the Saint Emperor realm, you are not allowed to leave Spirit Beast Mountain. It won't be too late to settle the score with them after that, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The alliance leader is right. When the time comes, we will take revenge ourselves. Yi Tianwei gritted his teeth and said angrily. Mo Xintian agreed, Master is right. Revenge is a dish best served cold. What we should do now is to increase our cultivation. What about the Holy Spirit stone? Wouldn't this be giving it to them for nothing? Lin Yu said unwillingly. No one can take away our things. One day, they will regret taking away our things. Feng Wuchen sneered. That's right, Alliance Master. They also said that the Heavenly Void Holy Temple is a subordinate force. I wonder what kind of force this Heavenly Void Holy Temple is. Beidou Yan hurriedly said. Oh? Heavenly Void Holy Temple? No wonder they are so arrogant. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He immediately thought of what Mu Qingfeng had said before. Zhang Junlan asked, Master, you know about the Heavenly Void Holy Temple? Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I heard about it not long ago. Husband, the force that Mu Qingfeng mentioned, it seems like they have already made their move. Ling Xiaoxiao also recalled. Mu Qingfeng? Everyone was confused. Big Brother Feng, what kind of force is that? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. Everyone's gaze also turned to Feng Wuchen. A great force that came before the dragon gods. An ancient great force that only appeared recently. Feng Wuchen said seriously. A great force that came before? Isn't that even more terrifying than the dragon gods? Lin Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock. Their strength is far above the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, all right, don't ask so many questions. Everyone, continue to cultivate and raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Everyone then dispersed. Those who needed to heal their injuries healed their injuries, and those who needed to cultivate cultivated. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Qingyang and the others' cultivation had increased greatly. They were not far from breaking through to the Holy Emperor stage. Grand Primogenitor, did something happen in the Holy World? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Yes, something has indeed happened. The Heavenly Void Holy Temple has taken control of the profound sage world. Other than the Pill Spirit Tower and the Temple of Rakshasa, almost all the other forces have submitted. The dragon gods have also offended the Heavenly Void Holy Temple by helping the Pill Spirit Tower. The ancient Golden Crow tribe controls the western region, and all the other great forces have been forced to submit to them. Long Shihun said telepathically. Feng Wuchen already knew about this, and Long Shihun was much more relieved. I know. Feng Wuchen replied telepathically. It was as he had guessed. Feng Wuchen, the Heavenly Void Holy Temple and the Golden Crow tribe are very powerful. You must be careful. Long Shihun warned. Now, the only one who could go against the Heavenly Void Holy Temple was Feng Wuchen. If anything happened to Feng Wuchen, the dragon gods would not be able to bear the anger of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. Don't worry, Grand Primogenitor. I will be careful. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, that's right, Grand Primogenitor, find a place in the Dragon God Temple. When I return from Spirit Beast Mountain, I will set up a suitable array for you guys to cultivate. Suitable for us to cultivate? In the Dragon God Temple, Long Shihun's old face was shocked. He froze on the spot. What? Long Shiyun and Long Shitian's eyes widened to their maximum. Long Shihun suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, Feng Wuchen, is what you said true? Suitable for true immortals to cultivate? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to Grand Primogenitor? When I return, you will know. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. He wanted to cheer them up in advance. There is a huge natural cave behind the Dragon God Temple. You can set up the array there. Long Shirhan said. "Half a month, then I will return." Feng Wuchen smiled and said. In the Dragon God Temple, Long Shirhan and the other two laughed excitedly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiaoxiao successfully broke through to the Holy Emperor realm, but Lu Qingyang and the rest had not. They still needed some time. The most terrifying one was still Feng Wuchen. After cultivating like crazy, Feng Wuchen finally stepped into the Saint Emperor realm as he wished. Haha. 1-star Holy Emperor, I finally broke through. The power of the Holy Emperor is indeed powerful. In the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. He was very satisfied and could not help but laugh. In a month, Feng Wuchen stepped into the Holy Emperor realm from the Holy Emperor realm, directly crossing a big realm. Such a terrifying speed of improvement, there was no second one in the entire Holy World. And Feng Wuchen was definitely the fastest cultivator to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm, the seal on the 8th floor of the Reincarnation Pagoda was unsealed. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying power erupted from the 8th floor. The aura was incomparable, and the space in the Divine Ring shook violently. Although this terrifying power was not as strong as Yuancher's, it was still very terrifying. Would attribute power, Senior Yuancher, who is the expert on the 8th floor? Feng Wuchen asked curiously, looking at the 8th floor excitedly. Emperor Yuancher stroked his white beard and said with a smile, the 8th floor is Great Emperor Mu Xian. End of chapter. Shouldn't Great Emperor Mu Xian be ranked at the top since the fire element can counter the wood element? How could Great Emperor Mu Xian defeat Desolate Flame Emperor under such circumstances? Feng Wuchen asked doubtfully. Emperor Yuancher smiled faintly and said, Great Emperor Mu Xian's wood element power is a mutated attribute and can't be countered. Furthermore, Great Emperor Mu Xian's wood element has a powerful control ability. Mutated attribute? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard of it. The primeval emperor stroked his white beard and smiled. Although the Desolate Flame Emperor's ancestor of all flames is powerful, it will be difficult for him to defeat the Wood Mystic Emperor without being restrained. The speed at which the wood elemental power is unleashed through his mind will definitely catch his opponent off guard. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. The terrifying power that erupted instantly disappeared without a trace as the door to the 8th level of the Reincarnation Pagoda opened. Swish! A black figure suddenly appeared. It was a gray-robed elder. The terrifying aura from before had completely disappeared. It was Great Emperor Mu Xian. Greetings, Emperor Yuancher. Great Emperor Mu Xian cupped his fists respectfully. Great Emperor Mu Xian, there's no need for such formalities. Emperor Yuancher smiled happily and didn't care about such formalities. Great Emperor Mu Xian looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled faintly. This should be Feng Wuchen. Junior Feng Wuchen greets Great Emperor Mu Xian. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. As a junior, he had to be polite. Great Emperor Mu Xian nodded with satisfaction and laughed. Very good. Haha, the person chosen by the Reincarnation Pagoda is indeed extraordinary. Swish. Great Emperor Mu Xian didn't hesitate and flicked his finger. A purple energy flashed into Feng Wuchen's forehead, and a large amount of inheritance information entered Feng Wuchen's brain. It could be seen that Great Emperor Mu Xian was a straightforward person. Feng Wuchen didn't even have time to react before his head started to hurt. Great Emperor Mu Xian's ancestor of all wood is so terrifying. It's not countered by any element. Extremely tenacious. On the ground, I have the absolute upper hand. By controlling the ancestor of all trees with my mind, I can activate it in an instant. Feng Wuchen's heart was in turmoil. Once controlled by the myriad wood ancestor, unless one is suppressed by absolute power, it is impossible to escape. With its toughness, without a sufficiently terrifying weapon, it is impossible to destroy it. The ancestor of all trees can even produce deadly poison. The moment you touch it, it will turn into ashes. Feng Wuchen was shocked once again. He simply could not imagine how terrifying the poison was. In Feng Wuchen's understanding of elemental powers, he felt that the wood element was the weakest. When Feng Wuchen saw the myriad wood ancestor, he realized that the wood attribute could be so terrifying. What terrified Feng Wuchen even more was the scene that appeared in his mind. The Wood Ancestor controlled by Emperor Mu Xian trapped millions of experts in an instant. Then, he used the Wood Ancestor to form an indestructible weapon that pierced through the bodies of millions of experts. With a single thought, he had killed millions of experts. How terrifying was that? Once controlled by the myriad Wood Ancestor, it is undoubtedly a dead end. Feng Wuchen slowly recovered. The strength and methods of the experts in the reincarnation pagoda were enough to shock Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had recovered, Emperor Mu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen, although my cultivation techniques and skills are not suitable for you to cultivate, the myriad Wood Ancestor is very important to you. When I passed on my inheritance to you, I saw your previous battles. Most of the time, you won with brute force, and a few of you won with speed. When fighting with experts, control plays a crucial role. Fighting not only relies on strength, but also on brains and various techniques. This is what a true expert should possess. With the ability to control, your combat strength will greatly increase. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor Mu Xian. I will remember it." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. "Feng Wuchen, during this period, your cultivation has increased too quickly. You must strengthen your foundation. Don't rush for success." Emperor Yuanzhi reminded him. "Senior Yuanzhi, don't worry. I value my foundation the most. I won't be like what Lei Tiandi said." Feng Wuchen smiled. Emperor Yuanzhi nodded. He was very confident in Feng Wuchen. "I won't disturb the two seniors. I have something to do." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He cupped his fists and left the divine ring. After leaving the divine ring, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left MT Spirit Beast first. Lu Qingyang and the others continued to cultivate in MT Spirit Beast. Before they broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, none of them were allowed to leave. On the way back to the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen handed Ling Xiaoxiao a powerful heaven-defying divine pearl. "Wife, quickly use the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase your cultivation. This heaven-defying divine pearl should be able to help you reach the 5-star Saint Emperor realm." "Husband, what is your current cultivation level?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. 1-star Saint Emperor." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He didn't hide anything. "What? 1-star Saint Emperor?" Ling Xiaoxiao's face changed. She was stunned. She thought she heard wrongly. Wasn't this cultivation? Speed too fast? Due to some special reasons, I was able to break through to the 1-star Saint Emperor realm. Quickly absorb it." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded in a daze. After absorbing the power of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation level instantly soared to the 5-star Saint Emperor realm. The heaven-defying divine pearl was just that terrifying. It consumed a huge amount of natural treasures. "Not bad, 5-star Saint Emperor." Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Such powerful strength. Ling Xiaoxiao was ecstatic. She said excitedly, "Husband, with my current strength, if I give it my all, I might be able to fight with an 8-star Saint Emperor." "Haha, of course. My wife is definitely powerful." Feng Wuchen laughed happily. "Master." Hu Lingtian's respectful voice suddenly sounded. "What is it?" Feng Wuchen asked. "A mysterious faction has appeared in the North region recently. I don't know what faction it is and can't find out. They swept through all the factions in the North region in 2 hours. Their aura is even more terrifying than the Dragon Ancestor." Hu Lingtian transmitted a message. "Mysterious faction? Didn't Mu Qingfeng say that the other ancient factions had no intention of occupying the sacred world?" Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. "How are Senior Annihilator and the rest?" Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. "At first, the Sacred Tower and the Sovereign Spirit Clan were peaceful. But recently, they suddenly made a move. Although the Dragon Soul has become much stronger, it can't contend against them." Hu Lingtian transmitted a message respectfully. "Order everyone in the Dragon Soul to go to the Temple of Rakshasa and wait for me in the sea below the temple." Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. "Yes. Master." Hu Lingtian transmitted a message respectfully and immediately gave the order. It was time to increase the strength of the Dragon Soul. Husband, did something happen? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, Ling Tian just transmitted a message. The North region is controlled by a mysterious faction. End of chapter. What? The North region is under their control? Doesn't that mean Senior Han and the others are in danger? Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked and worried. They've already made their move, Feng Wuchen said seriously. He was also worried. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said, Husband, let's go immediately. Let the great primogenitor and the others go. We're too slow. Let's see what kind of force it is. Let's go back to the Temple of Rakshasa first, Feng Wuchen said seriously, then sent a message to Long Hun. Long Hun and the other two primogenitors immediately headed to the North region. Temple of Rakshasa. Today, the Temple of Rakshasa was facing an unprecedented crisis. 3 true immortals had arrived. It seemed like they were taking special care of Feng Wuchen. However, someone from the Temple of Rakshasa came to help. It was the young master of the Heavenly Emperor's residence, Mu Qingfeng. Who is he? Is he Lord Feng's friend? We've never seen him before. He's unfamiliar. I can't tell what his cultivation is. Ji Xiao? You don't know him either? No. Maybe Big Brother knows him. Otherwise, why would he help us? No one from the Temple of Rakshasa knew Mu Qingfeng. So it's the young master of the Heavenly Emperor's residence. I didn't expect to see you here. You seem to want to stop us, a true immortal said with a cold smile. The young master of the Heavenly Emperor's residence? Everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa was confused. They had never heard of him. The Heavenly Void Holy Temple still likes to bully the weak, Mu Qingfeng said with a light smile. His sarcasm was obvious. Mu Qingfeng, the Heavenly Void Holy Temple has already taken control of the profound sage world. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The Heavenly Emperor's residence can't win against the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. Why are you courting death? A middle-aged man said coldly. Even though they knew Mu Qingfeng's identity, they were not afraid. Mu Qingfeng showed no fear on his face. He chuckled and said, I'm just a 6-star true immortal. The 3 of you are saying that I'm courting death. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Mu Qingfeng, a 6-star true immortal, is indeed very strong. However, this is the profound sage world, the territory of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. If you want to fight, we can report to our young master at any time. Our young master is very willing to fight with you. The leading true immortal sneered mockingly. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, Don't you know that if I wanted to kill you, I could have done it before your young master arrived? The young lord of the Heavenly Imperial Residence is truly bold. If so, why don't you give it a try? The leading true immortal grew increasingly arrogant. He simply did not view Mu Qingfeng as a threat. Mu Qingfeng, why don't we make a bet? Let's see if you are faster and kill the 3 of us first, or if our young master is faster and will come to stop you and kill you. Another true immortal sneered, looking so despicable that one would want to slap him. Is your young master very strong? A cold voice sounded. Alliance Master is back. Everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen. A smile appeared on Mu Qingfeng's handsome face as he thought to himself, let me see this power of yours. Feng Wuchen. The 3 true immortals' faces turned serious. Feng Wuchen's mysterious power was no longer a secret to the Antiquity Age forces. Whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen appeared with Ling Xiaoxiao in a flash. Welcome Alliance Master. Madam Alliance Master. The people from the Temple of Rakshasa all knelt down respectfully to welcome them. Mu Qingfeng, why are you here? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise, ignoring the 3 true immortals. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, Of course I'm here to see you display your prowess. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him. He could tell that Mu Qingfeng was here to help. Brother Tianming, is anyone hurt? Feng Wuchen looked at Tianming and asked. Without waiting for Tianming to speak, Longqing immediately jumped out and said seriously, Young master, they bullied the weak and scared us. Our young hearts are hurt. That's right. Our hearts are hurt. Everyone started to shout, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Mu Qingfeng's face instantly froze. What kind of people were the people from the temple of Rakshasa? The three true immortals from the heavenly void temple were stunned. That counted? Yes. Of course it counted. The three of you have guts to bully my wife and the people from the temple of Rakshasa. You hurt their hearts. How do you want to settle this? Feng Wuchen laughed coldly and looked at the three true immortals coldly. Pfft. Ling Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh. Mu Qingfeng was stunned. Feng Wuchen actually took it seriously. Our young hearts are hurt. How embarrassing. However, we would like to see your heartbroken faces. The leader of the true immortals said viciously. Heartbroken? That's a good suggestion. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. He looked at everyone and asked, do you want to see? Yes. Long Qing and the rest shouted excitedly. Alright, since you all want to see, I'll let you see. Feng Wuchen grinned. With Feng Wuchen's words, the three true immortals started to panic. Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly and stared at Feng Wuchen, afraid that he would miss something. Seeing your primeval origin, let me borrow your power. Feng Wuchen said telepathically. You still can't control my power. Not even a little bit. Great Emperor Mu Xian will give you power. Emperor Yuanzhi chuckled. In the next second, Feng Wuchen felt an incomparably terrifying power surging into his body. Only he could sense it. No one else could see any changes. Feng Wuchen activated his time godly power and waved his hand. The three true immortals were instantly trapped by the time godly power. Their movements slowed and they could not resist. The flow of time was extremely slow. It was impossible for them to send a voice transmission for help. The flow of time around the three of them is extremely slow. This is time godly power. The power of the god realm, Mu Qingfeng thought to himself. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air, and the leader of the true immortals was sucked over. This terrifying technique shocked the people of the temple of Rakshasa. Had Feng Wuchen become so terrifying? Long Qing, come up. Feng Wuchen smiled. Okay. Long Qing was overjoyed and teleported over. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of all flames. His soul power also activated, and dozens of refining materials appeared out of thin air. With a flip of his palm, a powerful top-grade holy spear was refined. Artifact creation with a thought. Feng Wuchen is also a refiner. A top-grade holy artifact. An extremely powerful aura. Even the great elder can't refine it. Mu Qingfeng was shocked. His handsome face was extremely stiff. Holy artifact. Young master, is this for me? Long Qing asked excitedly. Let them see the pain in their hearts. The holy spear is yours. Just make your move. Feng Wuchen smiled. Haha. Thank you, young master. Long Qing was extremely excited. He took the holy spear and immediately attacked. The holy spear pierced the true immortal's heart without hesitation. The ancestor of soul power was activated. Feng Wuchen forcefully extracted the soul of the leader of the true immortals. Forcefully extracting the soul of a true immortal. How is this possible? Mu Qingfeng's eyes widened. His body trembled a few times, and his soul almost left his body. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen had only taken out half of the true immortal's soul, leaving the other half in his body. Ah! The true immortal screamed as the holy spear pierced through his heart. Long Qing laughed mockingly. Does it feel good? Long Qing. Well done. The people of the temple of Rakshasa cheered. Feng Wuchen. How dare you attack? Aren't you afraid of the heavenly void holy hall's revenge? The true immortal roared. I should be the one saying that to the heavenly void holy hall. How dare you bully the temple of Rakshasa? Aren't you afraid of my revenge? Feng Wuchen said coldly. It's fine if the heavenly void holy hall controls the profound sage world, I can't be bothered. But you wanted to touch the temple of Rakshasa and the pill spirit tower. If I don't teach the heavenly void holy hall a lesson, do you really think that I, Feng Wuchen, am afraid of you? Feng Wuchen continued in a domineering manner. Feng Wuchen is so fearless. It seems like he really isn't afraid of the heavenly void holy hall. What's more frightening is that I can't sense his power at all. Mu Qingfeng was shocked. Long Qing, the heart feels like it's being stabbed. What's that? Is this considered a stabbing? Feng Wuchen said unhappily. Young master, there's a process for the heart to feel like it's being stabbed. This is just the beginning. Since it's a stabbing, I have to stab a few more times. The first saber immortal broke his heart. The next step is the stabbing, Long Qing said seriously. You're right. Feng Wuchen nodded. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, could not help but laugh out loud. She smiled sweetly. Tsk tisk. Ah. Long Qing pulled out his holy spear and stabbed a few more times. Fresh blood spurted out and the true immortal screamed. Sorry, I missed, Long Qing said with an embarrassed smile. Mu Qing Feng. The true immortal was so regretful that his intestines turned green. The other two true immortals were scared out of their wits. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to attack them. Yes. That's it. While he is still alive, let him have a good look at the pain in his heart. Let him experience it and satisfy his wish, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Mu Qingfeng was dumbfounded by what he saw. His heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. Furthermore, the true immortal who had said that he felt as if his heart was being pierced by a knife had personally witnessed his own heart being pierced, with his heart crushed by Long Qing. The true immortal's fleshly body could be considered destroyed. Feng Wuchen. The heavenly void holy hall will definitely not let you off. The true immortal in spiritual form roared madly, but his heart was filled with extreme fear. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen was not threatened at all. He laughed coldly. I, Feng Wuchen, will be waiting. However, in order for the heavenly void holy hall to find me faster, I plan to kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the true immortal's soul body exploded into nothingness. The true immortal expert was reduced to ashes. The true immortal, who was even more terrifying than Lord Gu Xuanzuan, could not even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. The other two true immortals were so scared that their souls seemed to have left their bodies. After the divine power of time disappeared, they were still so frightened that they could not move. As expected, no matter how powerful the organization behind them was, in the face of death, everyone would be afraid. Hey! Feng Wuchen shouted at the two terrified true immortals. Instantly, they were so frightened that they trembled violently and almost lost their balance and fell. Seeing the two true immortals embarrassed themselves due to fear, the people of the Temple of Rakshasa laughed mockingly. Go back and tell your temple master that this is only a warning. If he really wants to deal with the Temple of Rakshasa and the Pill Soul Tower, he must think carefully before he acts. I'm only giving him one chance. Don't wait until it's too late to regret it. Get lost, Feng Wuchen said coldly, his words filled with dominance. The two true immortals did not dare to say anything. They immediately fled, afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. All hail the Alliance Master. The people of the Temple of Rakshasa cheered excitedly. Feng Wuchen, are you really not afraid of the Heavenly Void Temple? Mu Qingfeng looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said nonchalantly, didn't you see it? Seeing Feng Wuchen's nonchalance, Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, Brother Feng, today is the opening of the Immortal Realm. What does the opening of the Immortal Realm have to do with me? If they want to go, they can go. If they want to fight, they can fight. I didn't stop them. I didn't offend them. Why do they have to deal with the Temple of Rakshasa? Aren't they just looking for trouble? Feng Wuchen said confidently, as if he was not afraid at all. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Mu Qingfeng did not know why, but he suddenly felt relieved. Even the worry in his heart disappeared. The Immortal Realm is about to open. There should be another 2 hours. The Heavenly Emperor's residents will also go and watch the show. We won't disturb you, Mu Qingfeng smiled and left. Whoosh! As soon as Mu Qingfeng left, Hualing Tian appeared in a flash. Master, Dragon Soul's people are all waiting in the sea below, Hualing Tian reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, let them wait first. Yes. Hualing Tian disappeared in a flash. Great Ancestor, what's the force in the North region? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Feng Wuchen was worried that Long Shihun and the others had not heard from them for a long time. The Heavenly Void Temple's people. They haven't made a move yet. They're waiting for the opening of the Immortal Realm, Long Shirhan replied telepathically. The Heavenly Void Temple again. Can't they behave like the Golden Crow tribe? Feng Wuchen frowned and could not help but feel angry. The Heavenly Void Temples. Arrogance had already made Feng Wuchen very unhappy. How are the Sovereign Spirit Tribe and the Holy Tower? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. There are some casualties in the Sovereign Spirit Tribe. The Holy Tower is fine. Fortunately, we came in time, Long Shirhan replied. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. If anything happened to the Holy Tower, Feng Wuchen did not mind wiping out the Heavenly Void Temple completely. Feng Wuchen did not go to the North region because the Immortal Realm would open in 2 hours. The opening of the Immortal Realm meant that the Heavenly Void Temple would fight. The Temple of Rakshasa would not let it go. Therefore, Feng Wuchen had to stay. Wife, go back and rest. I have something to do below. Feng Wuchen smiled and dived into the sea below. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, the hundreds of Dragon Soul experts knelt down respectfully. They were very excited. They had always known that Feng Wuchen was the owner of the Dragon Soul. They also knew that Feng Wuchen was the leader of the Dragon Gods. They knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Holy Emperor. Not bad. You did not disappoint me. Feng Wuchen smiled in satisfaction when he saw the cultivation of Gu Yuan and the others. Oh? There are 3 holy venerables? Feng Wuchen looked at the 3 holy venerables in surprise and smiled happily. Hualing Tian, well done. The Dragon Soul is growing stronger very quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Next, I will make your cultivation increase even faster than you can imagine. End of chapter. Faster than you can imagine? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Fairy Yu Yan, and the others were shocked. Master, we have the heaven-defying divine orb and the 5-time space ring. We even have a large amount of natural treasures. Our cultivation speed is already terrifying. Even the top geniuses are not as good as us. Is there anything faster? Xiao Wutian asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the Saint Emperor and Saint Sovereign realms do not have the heaven-defying divine orb. Their cultivation speed is too slow. Master, have you become a Saint Emperor alchemist? Hualing Tian asked. How can it be so easy to become a Saint Emperor alchemist? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Although he had not become a Saint Emperor yet, his soul power had increased rapidly after cultivating Emperor Peerless technique. He was not far away from breaking through. You will know soon. Wait for me here. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously and entered the sea. Master, what are you going to do? Fairy Yu Yan was curious and confused. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others shook their heads. In the sea, Feng Wuchen activated his space-time divine power and created a huge space under the sea. Seeing your primeval origin, it is up to you now. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. Emperor Yuancher's figure appeared out of thin air and smiled faintly. A piece of cake. With that, Emperor Yuancher waved his hand. The huge space was instantly filled with a huge amount of spiritual qi as if it had changed into another space. It was just a moment. Feng Wuchen did not even notice it. He only felt that the spiritual qi had increased by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. Is this the original spiritual qi of the holy world? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. He was shocked beyond words. In Feng Wuchen's imagination, the spiritual qi of the holy world was not as terrifying as this. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Feng Wuchen would not have believed it. Emperor Yuancher smiled faintly. In my memory, the spiritual qi of the ancient immortal world was weaker than this. What? The spiritual qi of the ancient immortal world is not as strong as the space? Feng Wuchen was shocked and overjoyed. Yes, if I remember correctly, it should be. The heavenly emperor of Yuancher nodded slightly, and then his figure disappeared. Feng Wuchen said excitedly as he sensed the vast amount of spiritual energy, if I cultivate in this space for a month, even a saint emperor should be able to break through in half a month with the help of natural treasures, right? Seeing your primordial origin, can such a terrifying amount of world energy be absorbed into a space ring? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. As long as you stay in this space, the spirit chi in the interspatial ring will naturally increase. You don't have to worry about the interspatial ring losing its function. You will know once you enter the divine ring. Emperor Yuanchi smiled faintly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the divine ring. Sure enough, it's as vast as the spiritual chi outside. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he almost couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Primordial spirit doppelganger. Feng Wuchen immediately formed dozens of doppelgangers and began to frantically absorb and refine this enormous amount of spiritual chi. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring and swam to the surface of the sea. On the surface of the sea, Feng Wuchen revealed his head and said to Hualing Tian and the rest, "Everyone, come down. Let's go." Hualing Tian shouted. Hundreds of people dove into the sea. In the sea, they could see a blue energy whirlpool deep in the sea. That was the entrance to the space. Hualing Tian and the rest entered the space one after another. This spirit chi is so vast. Hualing Tian was shocked. His eyeballs almost popped out. "Master, what's with the spirit chi in this space? It's 10 times stronger than outside." "No, it's 100 times stronger." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster couldn't help but ask in shock. Fairy Yu Yan was dumbfounded. Master can actually create such a terrifying space. How is this possible? What's with this space? Where did such a terrifying amount of spirit chi come from? Heartless was extremely confused. It's unbelievable. I've never seen such a terrifying amount of spirit chi. Even if I'm not cultivating, I can feel my cultivation rising just by standing here. It's definitely not an illusion, a holy venerable said in shock. His face was extremely stiff. The hundreds of dragon soul experts were all shocked by the spirit chi in this space. From now on, all of you will cultivate in this space. Here, your space rings also have such an enormous amount of spirit chi. I hope that you can raise your cultivation in the shortest time possible. From the Holy Emperor realm to the Holy Emperor realm, from the Holy Emperor realm to the Holy Venerable realm. This space must be kept a secret, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes. Master, the hundreds of people replied respectfully. Looking at Xiao Wutian, Feng Wuchen said again, especially Xiao Wutian. Your physique is very special. You cultivate a water attribute cultivation method. With such a powerful amount of spirit chi, you can quickly break through to the Holy Emperor realm. Yes. Master. Xiao Wutian said respectfully. Work hard in your cultivation, but also pay attention to your foundation. I will provide you with cultivation resources. Don't let me down, and don't betray me, because the consequences will be serious. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes. Master, the crowd shouted respectfully. Cultivate. I'll come back to see your cultivation in half a month. Hualing Tian, protect this space well and continue to strengthen the dragon soul, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, and then disappeared in a flash. With such a space, the dragon soul's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. And it would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Feng Wuchen then set up a space in every palace of the Temple of Rakshasa to ensure that everyone could enjoy 100 times more spirit chi. Everyone in the Temple of Rakshasa was shocked. Even Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot. What kind of terrifying power was needed to create such an unimaginable space, cultivating with 100 times more spirit chi? How terrifying would one's cultivation speed be? In a moment, everyone in the Temple of Rakshasa tried to cultivate. Every palace has a space set up, and the outside world can't feel it at all. Next is the Dragon God Temple, but time doesn't seem to allow it, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. As expected. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the peaceful space of the sacred world suddenly shook violently, and the tremors were very intense. Especially in the profound saint world, it was as if a violent tremor had descended from the sky. The immortal world space has opened, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and looked at the void. The violent tremors quickly disappeared, and there was no movement in the sacred world space, as if it had returned to peace. Heavenly Void Temple. The immortal world space has opened. The Almighty is about to descend, immediately follow me to welcome him. The Heavenly Void Temple Master's dignified voice resounded in the Heavenly Void Temple. Ancient Golden Crow Tribe. It's finally opened. The hope of our Golden Crow Tribe has arrived. Our Golden Crow Tribe will definitely be able to enter the immortal world space. Haha. The Golden Crow Tribe leader laughed excitedly. The Golden Crow Tribe will win. The Golden Crow Tribe members all cheered. Heavenly Emperor Residence. Mu Qingfeng looked at the sky and said, "It has begun. The immortal world space has opened, let's go take a look," the palace master said calmly. In a moment, all the forces in the mysterious space rushed to the profound saint world. The immortal world space was there. End of chapter. In the sky above the profound saint world, a white light flashed and an old man appeared. The old man had his hands behind his back as if he was above everything. The old man wore a black robe and his hair was white. He looked like a sage. The old man came from the immortal world and was one of the Almighties. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the old man appeared, a large number of experts arrived in a flash. Terrifying presences permeated the surroundings, enveloping the entire saints' world in a single instance. These experts were the major forces of the mysterious space. There were dozens of experts from the Heavenly Void Temple, the ancient Golden Crow Tribe, the Heavenly Emperor's Mansion and other major forces. Such powerful auras. In the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen felt the terrifying auras. Feng Wuchen frowned and muttered, 8-star true immortal. The strongest aura should be the Golden Crow Tribe's leader. The slightly weaker one should be the Temple Master of the Heavenly Void Temple. What auras are these? Why are there so many terrifying experts? The cultivators of the Temple of Rakshasa rushed out in fear and looked at the source of the auras. Not only the Temple of Rakshasa, but countless experts in the sacred world also felt it. These auras are far more terrifying than us. In the sky above the sovereign spirit tribe, Longsherhun frowned. His old eyes flashed with intense fear. They are all true immortals. Longsheryun was dumbfounded and shocked. Longshertian said in shock, the Heavenly Void Temple, the Golden Crow Tribe, the Heavenly Emperor's Mansion, are they all so powerful? Longsherhun, do you feel it? Any one of us is more powerful than all of you. Only death awaits you if you make an enemy out of us. An expert from the Heavenly Void Holy Hall laughed mockingly. Longsherhun, we only need an order from the Temple Master to kill you. Don't expect Feng Wuchen to save you. If our Temple Master attacks, Feng Wuchen will also die. Another true immortal sneered arrogantly. Long Shihan's face darkened. He said coldly, is that so? Greetings, Almighty. The dozens of terrifying true immortals all bowed respectfully. The old man's face was full of smiles as he said proudly, the 8 major forces are all here. It seems like you are all prepared. However, there is only one spot. The Golden Crow clan is determined to obtain the Almighty, said the Golden Crow clan leader confidently. Almighty, we've spent hundreds of thousands of years just to enter the immortal realm to cultivate, but there's only one spot. Wouldn't our hundreds of thousands of years be wasted? We don't even know if the immortal realm will open up again in the future, one of the leaders of the major forces said. Almighty, can't you make an exception? Although our strength is not as strong as the Golden Crow clan, it is not much weaker. We should have the qualifications to enter the immortal world space. The leader of another force continued. The almighty figure's expression did not change as he smiled faintly, rules are rules. No one can break them. Moreover, the 8 major forces all have a chance. Even so, out of the 8 forces, the most powerful were the Golden Crow Tribe and the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. It was impossible for them to win. The Lord of the Heavenly Emperor Residence frowned slightly as he asked, Almighty, won't it take hundreds of thousands of years for the immortal realm space to open again? Our space is unable to increase our cultivation. Hundreds of thousands of years will be the end of our lifespan. There is a reason for the existence of the Heaven and Earth Order. I can't go against the Heaven and Earth Order. The almighty figure shook his head slightly. What bullshit T Heaven and Earth Order? Isn't it set by you? The immortal realm space belongs to the holy world. Mu Qingfeng cursed in his heart as his expression darkened. Almighty, other than fighting for a spot, is there any other way to enter the immortal realm space? For example, eliminating the dragon gods. The Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall asked. The almighty figure glanced at the Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall and smiled faintly. Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall, this suggestion is not bad. However, I don't know if you have the ability to eliminate the dragon gods. If you can do it, I will agree to it. All right. A smile appeared on the Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall's old face. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall were overjoyed. You all have a chance too. Whoever can find the Dragon Soul Jade or eliminate the dragon gods, I will make an exception and allow their forces to enter the immortal realm space. However, the Dragon Soul Jade might not be with the dragon gods. Don't hold too much hope. It is most likely with the mystery dragon guards. The almighty figure smiled faintly. The almighty figure undoubtedly wanted to use these forces to deal with the dragon gods while searching for the Dragon Soul Jade's whereabouts. The great elder of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall smiled faintly. Leave this to us. No matter how strong the dragon gods are, they only have one Feng Wuchen. The Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall said coldly, Feng Wuchen just killed one of my people. With the Almighty's words, I am confident that I can kill him and eliminate the dragon gods to force out the Dragon Soul Jade. The Heavenly Emperor's mansion and the other forces fell silent. Although Feng Wuchen's cultivation was trash, the power in Feng Wuchen's body made them very wary. They did not have the strength of the Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall, so naturally, they did not have the confidence to be arrogant. Not bad, not bad. The almighty figure nodded with a face full of smiles. So, no one will fight with the Golden Crow tribe? The leader of the Golden Crow tribe smiled faintly as he looked arrogantly at the other forces. The Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall smiled faintly. The Heavenly Void Holy Hall can enter the immortal realm after eliminating the dragon gods. Why would we need to fight with the Golden Crow tribe? The Heavenly Emperor's mansion and the other forces fell silent again. They were no match for the Golden Crow tribe. Fighting with the Golden Crow tribe for the slot was undoubtedly seeking death. Since the Heavenly Emperor's mansion chose to be friendly with Feng Wuchen, they would definitely not attack. Since no one is willing to fight with the Golden Crow tribe, the slot belongs to the Golden Crow tribe. The almighty figure smiled faintly. We are not fated with the immortal realm. Let's go. The Lord of the Heavenly Emperor's mansion said helplessly. He had completely given up. Brother Feng, the almighty figure has already given the order. Whoever can eliminate the dragon gods or obtain the Dragon Soul Jade will have a chance to enter the immortal realm. Since the Golden Crow tribe has already obtained the slot, the other forces will not dare to attack. Mu Qingfeng immediately transmitted a message to Feng Wuchen. Got it. Feng Wuchen replied simply. After the Heavenly Emperor's mansion left, the other 6 forces also sighed and shook their heads as they left. Humph. You want to enter the immortal realm if you don't have the ability? Wishful thinking. After the 6 forces left, the almighty figure's indifferent expression turned into one of disdain. Almighty figure, the Heavenly Void Holy Hall will quickly eliminate the dragon gods. I will give you good news as soon as possible. The Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall smiled confidently. Then, he left with the other Heavenly Void Holy Hall experts. Leader of the Golden Crow tribe, the Golden Crow tribe has already obtained the slot and can enter the immortal realm anytime. However, before you go, I hope that you can lend the Heavenly Void Holy Hall a hand. The almighty figure said seriously. Almighty figure, are you worried that the Lord of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall cannot defeat Feng Wuchen? The leader of the Golden Crow tribe asked. The almighty figure said indifferently, yes, I cannot see through this person. I cannot underestimate him. I do not want to attack personally until the last moment. Do you understand what I mean? End of chapter. The power in Feng Wuchen's body is indeed very strong. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe nodded and said, but no one knows how strong it is. There's no energy wave and I can't tell at all. The Almighty is not worried about this kid. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe did not agree. To him, Feng Wuchen was at most a 5-star true immortal. There was nothing to be afraid of. I hope so. But we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's best if the Heavenly Void Temple can deal with him. The Almighty said. With that, the Almighty waved his hand and a green energy whirlpool appeared in the void. Leader of the Golden Crow tribe, this is the entrance to the immortal realm. I opened it for the Golden Crow tribe. After the dragon gods were destroyed, you can go to the immortal realm anytime. Other than you, no one else can see this entrance. The Almighty smiled. Thank you, Almighty. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe thanked him gratefully. The Golden Crow tribe was very excited. Secretly find out more about the Dragon Soul Jade, the Almighty said, and flew into the green whirlpool. Clan leader, since the Almighty values Feng Wuchen so highly, this brat might not be as simple as we think. Otherwise, the Almighty wouldn't have given up on the Heaven Devil clan and the Martial Spirit Temple, an elder said solemnly. The Almighty has the aura of the Candle Demon and Lord Guxuanzuan. Their souls and bloodlines have been devoured by the Almighty. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe frowned. The great elder nodded and said, I can feel it too. I thought that my strength was not far from the Almighty. But after seeing it today, I feel a very terrifying pressure. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe was unwilling to give up. Leader, with the power of the Golden Crow tribe's bloodline, once we enter the immortal realm, it's only a matter of time before you surpass the Almighty. An expert smiled. That's right. The spiritual energy in the immortal realm is enough for me to surpass the Almighty. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe smiled confidently. A fierce look flashed in his dark eyes. Heavenly Void Temple. In the Great Hall, the Heavenly Void Hall Master had a happy smile on his old face. The elders and upper echelons were all overjoyed. As far as they were concerned, the destruction of the dragon gods and the killing of Feng Wuchen was already a fact, and they would definitely be able to enter the immortal realm. Patriarch, give the order. Feng Wuchen killed one of our men. We cannot let him go. Destroy the dragon gods and Feng Wuchen and we can head to the immortal plane as soon as possible, a true immortal said impatiently. Patriarch, Long Shirhun and the other two are still in the Sovereign Spirit clan of the northern region. Our men are still waiting for orders. Feng Wuchen is not there. We'll send men to deal with Feng Wuchen while our men interrogate the Dragon Soul Jade. If that doesn't work, we'll just kill Long Shirhun and the other two, another true immortal suggested. Yes. The Heavenly Void Hall Master nodded and ordered, give the order. Interrogate the Dragon Soul Jade and send men to kill Feng Wuchen. I'd like to see how powerful this kid's mysterious power is. After the order was given, several powerful true immortals from the Heavenly Void Temple headed to the Temple of Rakshasa, Sovereign Spirit clan of the northern region. The three of them had also received the order, and they all sneered at the same time. Sensing the change in their expressions, Long Shirhun and the other two primogenitors immediately became alert and were ready to fight. The order is finally here. The leader of the true immortals sneered, and then an immeasurable destructive power burst out. Buzz buzz. An unimaginable aura suddenly burst out, and an unparalleled destructive power swept out. It instantly spread to every corner of the sacred world, and the space turned into nothingness. The people of the Sovereign Spirit clan were all pressed to the ground. They could not move, and their faces were filled with pain. If Long Shirhun and the other two primogenitors were not here, they would have been crushed to death. 3-star true immortal. Long Shirhun and the other two primogenitors' faces twisted as they were mercilessly suppressed by this terrifying aura. The leader of the true immortals sneered, Long Shirhun, no one can save you today. Feng Wuchen won't be able to come. Long Shirhun, hand over the Dragon Soul Jade obediently, and perhaps we'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you'll regret being born in this world, another true immortal sneered. Dragon Soul Jade? Long Shirhun and the other two primogenitors were stunned. They looked at each other, as if they had never heard of this before. Long Shirhun said coldly, I don't know what the Dragon Soul Jade you're talking about is, but the dragon gods have Dragon Soul Jade. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. If you want to suffer, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll make you say it yourself and slowly play with you. I hope you can hold on a little longer. The leader of the true immortals sneered, and a terrifying aura locked onto Long Shirhun and the other two primogenitors. Be careful. This person is much stronger than us. Long Shirhun frowned. He did not dare to be careless or underestimate the enemy. Long Shihun's face turned serious, and he said coldly, attack with all your might. Buzz buzz. The three primogenitors activated their origin energy and fire elemental energy, and took out their ancient sacred artifacts. A soul-stirring aura and energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. 9 Suns Fire Universe. The 3 primogenitors roared at the same time, and their aura surged again. Buzz buzz. The space raged wildly, and the 3 primogenitors combat. Power surged rapidly, and their strength became even more domineering. In the blink of an eye, the 3 primogenitors' combat power rose to the peak of a 1-star true immortal. Dragon God's Tattoo. Long Shirhan shouted, and activated the power of the Dragon God's Tattoo. Long Shihan's combat power broke through to the 2-star true immortal realm. Oh? What a domineering power, to reach the 2-star true immortal realm. The 3 true immortals of the Heavenly Void Temple were shocked. Long Shirhan squinted his old eyes, and his killing intent surged. He stared fiercely at the true immortal leader, and said fiercely, "Are you sure you want to fight the 3 of us alone?" At that moment, the true immortal leader was stunned by Long Shihan's aura. Long Shirhan, we have underestimated your strength, but your arrogance ends here. The true immortal leader said darkly, and his cold and bloodthirsty killing intent exploded. Attack! Long Shirhan roared, and the 3 true immortals shot out at the same time. Humph! The true immortal leader harumphed coldly, and rushed out as fast as lightning, unwilling to be outdone. The battle between the true immortals erupted. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Long Shirhan and the other 2 joined hands and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 3-star true immortal. Earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the destructive energy from the collision swept out wildly. In the intense battle, Long Shirhan and the other 2 used all their strength, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. At the same time, in the sky above the Temple of Rakshasa, the Heavenly Void Temple sent an extremely powerful true immortal. This person was the great guardian of the Heavenly Void Temple, and he was a 5-star true immortal. His strength was absolutely terrifying. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly, and sighed softly. Looks like the Heavenly Void Temple ignored my words. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen. The Great Protector shouted coldly. His unparalleled aura swept through the Luosha Temple, shocking everyone's souls. Puff puff puff. In the Luosha Temple, many of the people who were cultivating spat out blood from the shock of this terrifying aura. They collapsed to the ground in extreme pain. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly. The Great Guardian's terrifying aura dissipated. What a domineering aura. The Great Guardian frowned. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures flashed over and said respectfully, "Greetings, Great Guardian." Great Guardian, the Temple Master said to destroy everything related to the Dragon Gods. We must satisfy the Almighty. One of them said respectfully. Another person said respectfully, destroy the Temple of Rakshasa first, then the Pale Spirit Tower. Whoosh! A figure flashed out from the main hall. It was Feng Wuchen. Whoosh! Ling Xiaoxiao followed and said with a frown, husband, Mingyu, and the rest are injured. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely cold. He stared at the Great Guardian of the Heavenly Void Temple and said coldly, Heavenly Void Temple, right? Since you want to die, don't blame me. The Great Guardian also stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, Feng Wuchen, you killed the people of the Heavenly Void Temple. Are you prepared? Do you think the Temple of Rakshasa is easy to bully, or do you think I'm easy to bully? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His body floated into the void and his cold killing intent locked onto the Great Guardian. Humph. Feng Wuchen, the Almighty has personally given the order to destroy the Dragon Gods. In order to enter the immortal realm, you have to suffer. A true immortal sneered. Another true immortal mocked, Feng Wuchen, your Dragon Gods are done for, just accept your death obediently. Feng Wuchen, your wife is quite good. After you die, I will help you take good care of your wife. Another true immortal licked his lips, his unbridled gaze roaming over Ling Xiaoxiao's body. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was extremely cold. She was so angry that her internal organs were churning. Almighty, is it? I, Feng Wuchen, will remember this debt. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word of his carried a terrifying killing intent. Feng Wuchen rose to the same height as the Great Guardian and said expressionlessly, I like to give others a chance. Originally, it had nothing to do with me if you want to go to the immortal realm. I didn't offend you, but you just had to provoke me. The heavenly void temple dared to touch my people. I only killed a person as a warning. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The price for touching my people is very high. The bone-chilling voice sent chills down everyone's spine. Is that so? Let us see. The three true immortals' faces were full of mockery and disdain. You want to see fear, right? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The monstrous anger in his heart suddenly exploded. The great guardian frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "Careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh. Chi. Ah. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying. In a flash, he appeared and stabbed 2 fingers into the eyes of the true immortal who disrespected Ling Xiaoxiao. He suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. The other 2 true immortals were scared out of their wits. What terrifying speed! I didn't even notice it. The great guardian was shocked. He looked at the vicious Feng Wuchen in shock. You dared to disrespect my wife. Do you know the consequences? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He stared at the man as if he was looking at a dead man. Feng Wuchen slowly pulled out 2 fingers. Then, he covered the man's mouth. What are you doing? The man was extremely terrified. Your mouth stinks. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He tore the man's mouth apart. Ah! The true immortal man screamed again. Husband, kill him. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Great guardian, save me. Kill him. The man endured the pain and shouted. Even his voice changed. Boom! The man shouted. Suddenly, there was an explosion and he turned into a cloud of blood. You should be glad that my wife wants to kill you. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead, Feng Wuchen said coldly. He looked at the great guardian and the other 2 true immortals with a fierce gaze. You've injured the people of the Temple of Rakshasa. Nobody can save you today. Feng Wuchen judged the great guardian directly. That'll depend on your abilities, the great guardian said fiercely. He unleashed the full power of a 5-star true immortal and charged toward Feng Wuchen. Boom, boom. The instant the great guardian shot out, 2 explosions were heard. The great guardian's expression changed greatly. He turned his head with great difficulty. What kind of speed is this? The great guardian could not imagine it. He felt extremely uneasy. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was controlling the souls of the 2 true immortals. Their bodies had been destroyed. Bam! Ah! With a thought, the ancestor of all flames and the ancestor of souls were activated. They sealed and burned the 2 souls. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rang out. Feel the fear and pain well. Let's see if the heavenly void holy temple that you think is very powerful can save you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw the 2 souls into the square of the Temple of Rakshasa. It's your turn. Feng Wuchen looked at the great guardian coldly and attacked again. Humph. Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant, the great guardian snorted fiercely. His face was frighteningly ferocious. He stepped on the void and shot out. Whoosh. Suddenly, Feng Wuchen disappeared in a flash. The great guardian frowned. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. He could not detect him at all. HM? On the left. The great guardian suddenly sensed something. He threw a punch forward. His attack was fierce and violent. It carried with it the power to destroy the world. Feng Wuchen eyed. Like to see if your strength is enough for you to be so arrogant, the great guardian shouted angrily. His fist flashed with brilliant blue light. Boom. Crack. Poof. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He threw a punch forward. With a boom, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The great guardian's face twitched. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a flash of black lightning and shot out. How is this possible? What kind of strength is this? He can injure me with 1 punch. The great guardian was extremely frightened. He could not feel the strength of Feng Wuchen's strength at all. However, he could easily injure him. How can he have such strength? The great guardian was filled with regret. Whoosh. Boom. Poof. Feng Wuchen teleported over and kicked out. With a boom, the great guardian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a flash of black lightning and shot out again. A 5-star true immortal could not withstand a single blow. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen instantly grabbed the great guardian's throat and lifted him up. Feng Wuchen looked at the great guardian ferociously. He said coldly, "You are just a piece of trash. How dare you try to kill me? Are you worthy?" End of chapter. Grand Guardian has actually been defeated. He couldn't fight back at all. The two true immortals who had been tortured by the ancestor of all fires and the ancestor of souls were so terrified that they forgot about their pain. Wind. Feng Wuchen, what kind of power is this? The heavily injured and terrified Grand Guardian asked. He could not believe that he could not even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen despite being a 5-star true immortal. Was Grand Guardian too weak? Of course not. Feng Wuchen's power was too strong. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to know? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. He brought the heavily injured Grand Guardian to the square of the Temple of Rakshasa. Grand Guardian was speechless. Feng Wuchen threw the heavily injured Grand Guardian on the square and said coldly, "Kneel here. I want to see who from the Heavenly Void Temple will save you. Whoever comes, kneel." Feng Wuchen's words were domineering. With that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a terrifying power trapped Grand Guardian, forcing him to kneel. "Feng Wuchen, our temple master will not let you off." A true immortal in soul form roared. "If he dares to come, I dare to kill him," Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. He did not care about the temple master at all. "Wife, are you all right?" Feng Wuchen asked with concern. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and smiled sweetly, "With my husband here, of course I won't." "Young master, we have something to do." Long Qing and the others dragged their heavily injured bodies out of the palace. Because of Grand Guardian's terrifying pressure, they were all heavily injured. Fortunately, they were still alive. Looking at the heavily injured people, Feng Wuchen said, "Don't worry, the Heavenly Void Temple will pay the price." Feng Wuchen did not offend the Heavenly Void Holy Hall, but the Heavenly Void Holy Hall came to target Feng Wuchen. They even wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. This had already crossed Feng Wuchen's bottom line. Brother Feng's strength is truly terrifying. Mu Qingfeng's laughter rang out as his silhouette appeared out of nowhere. Feng Wuchen glanced at Mu Qingfeng and asked, "The Heavenly Emperor's residence is not as powerful as the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Void Holy Hall will accuse you of forming an alliance with me? The immortal plane space is not fated to belong to us. No one knows when it will open up again. Perhaps it might not even open up until the day our lifespans reach their end. In the end, we will die. What is there to be afraid of?" Mu Qingfeng said with a faint smile. "You are quite optimistic," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Mu Qingfeng shrugged and smiled faintly. "Do you think I'll cry if I'm not optimistic?" Mu Qingfeng. You actually dare to ally with Feng Wuchen. The Heavenly Void Temple will definitely not let your Heavenly Emperor mansion off. A true immortal roared. "Do you need me to send a message to the Heavenly Void Temple Master?" Mu Qingfeng asked with a faint smile. "Wife, stay here and take care of them. I'll go to the north region. I'm worried about the great ancestor and the others." Feng Wuchen said with a gentle smile. "Husband, be careful. I'll wait for your return." Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled. "Emissary, look after the Temple of Rakshasa." Feng Wuchen sent a telepathic message. "Master, don't worry." The emissary replied respectfully. Teleporting, Feng Wuchen disappeared in a flash. Mu Qingfeng also disappeared as if he had never appeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already above the sovereign spirit tribe. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The intense battle of life and death continued. Lan Shihun and the other two joined forces and were evenly matched with the 3-star true immortal. The clash of immortal spells was earth-shattering and the space shook violently. In the intense battle, Lan Shihun and the other two, as well as the true immortal, were all injured to varying degrees. Why are their immortal spells so overbearing and powerful? The 3-star true immortal was furious. He had thought that he could easily crush Lan Shihun and the other two. Unexpectedly, not only was he unable to do so, but he was also injured by their terrifying immortal spells. In this battle, if Long Shirhan and the other two did not have the upper hand in their immortal spells, they would not have been able to defeat the 3-star true immortal. Continue with your immortal spells. He can't hold on any longer. Long Shirhan shouted as if his life depended on it. Holy technique. Hellfire Tempest. Holy technique. Might shakes the heavens. Holy technique. Hellfire Demon Destroying Finger. Long Shirhan and the other two shouted at the same time. They formed a mysterious seal with their hands and used their immortal spells with all their might. A fiery tempest that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet swept out and engulfed the 3-star true immortal. Oh no! This is sound wave. The 3-star true immortal was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The 3-star true immortal was just about to face the hellfire tempest head-on, but he did not have the chance. Roar! Ah! The terrifying sound wave of the dragon's roar exploded, and the 3-star true immortal's eardrums burst. Swish! Pissed! Finally, a golden energy beam that carried the might of heaven and earth shot out like a bolt of lightning. It instantly pierced through the 3-star true immortal's chest. The 3 progenitors' cooperation was perfect. The intense aura of death caused the 3-star true immortal to despair. Long Shirtian smirked coldly and said, 3-star true immortal is nothing much. This is the consequence of being arrogant and underestimating the enemy. How can this be? I can't believe I'm going to die in their hands. The 3-star true immortal was filled with despair and indignation. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not figure out where Long Shirhan and the others had obtained such a terrifying immortal spell. It would have been better if it was a one-on-one battle. He could have crushed the 3 progenitors, but he just had to act tough and fight the 3 of them alone. Are you regretting it now? Are you in despair now? How's this possible? The 2 spectating true immortals were dumbfounded. They could not believe that Long Shirhan and the other 2 possessed such a terrifying immortal spell. They were so shocked that they forgot to attack and save the others. The Grand Progenitor and the other 2 are indeed not weak. They're evenly matched with a 3-star true immortal, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. They're indeed very powerful. Especially their immortal spells. They're top-notch immortal spells, Mu Qingfeng said with a smile as he looked meaningfully at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled and didn't say anything. The 3-star true immortal's aura gradually dissipated, and he fell from the sky. The 3 progenitors had killed a 3-star true immortal expert. Long Shirhan and the other 2 progenitors had fought with all their might, but they were already at the end of their rope. Boom! At this moment, a true immortal suddenly launched a ferocious attack. His violent aura was unparalleled, and with a loud boom, boundless killing intent spread rapidly. Oh no! Long Shihan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked over. Long Shiryun said anxiously, we're almost out of strength. We can't stop his power. Long Shirtian said gloomily, shameless scum. To be able to kill a 3-star true immortal, you're indeed powerful, but this is as far as you go. Hand over your life. That true immortal roared furiously, and his speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Long Shirhan. His fist, which contained the power to destroy the world, smashed toward Long Shirhan mercilessly. He intended to kill him in one blow. Taking advantage of my perilous state? Have you asked for my permission? Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice rang out, carrying with it an icy killing intent. Swish! Boom! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched out. There was nothing fancy about it, and with a loud boom, the true immortal expert was reduced to ashes on the spot. Feng Wuchen had arrived. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen. Long Shirhan was overjoyed. Haha! This kid is finally here. Long Shirtian laughed excitedly. That kind of excitement was too blissful. He killed him with one punch. Long Shiryun was surprised and happy. This punch was too shocking. Feng Wuchen. The last true immortal was scared out of his wits. He almost knelt down. Gulp. The true immortal swallowed his saliva with difficulty and immediately fled. Killing a 3-star true immortal with one punch was too terrifying. If he didn't run, he would definitely die, but could he run? Those who provoke me won't be able to live. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Activating his space-time divine power, Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and forcefully pulled the escaping true immortal back. What? The true immortal expert was extremely frightened and panicked. He didn't know what was going on. Haha, this is space-time divine power. Long Tian laughed, this kid has so many tricks up his sleeve. Can you run? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, staring at the true immortal as if he was looking at a dead man. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me, don't kill me. The true immortal begged for mercy in fear. At the same time as he begged for mercy, the true immortal expert sent a voice transmission for help. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully, a true immortal of the Heavenly Void Temple is actually afraid of death and even knows how to beg for mercy. Feng Wuchen, if you kill me, the Heavenly Void Temple will definitely not let you off. The true immortal expert immediately mentioned the Heavenly Void Temple, his expression extremely terrified. If he knew that the great guardian of the Heavenly Void Temple was seriously injured and kneeling in the Temple of Rakshasa, who knew what kind of expression he would have? I've heard this sentence too many times, and too many people have threatened me, but I'm still alive and well. Feng Wuchen shook his head and was about to twist the man's head. Stop. An angry roar suddenly sounded, and an unparalleled aura swept out wildly. Lord Lieutenant! Save me! The true immortal man seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and shouted loudly. Crack! Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate at all. With a forceful twist, the true immortal expert's head was broken. Sorry, you're late. With a swing of his hand, Feng Wuchen tossed the true immortal's corpse away like a piece of trash. Feng Wuchen. The person who came was furious. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent soared to the heavens as he madly rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at him, and an invisible and terrifying energy burst out. Boom! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, there was a loud explosion. The man coughed up blood and was sent flying. What? The man was scared out of his wits. In that instant, he felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. What frightening strength! Long Shirhan and the other two were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Feng Wuchen display such terrifying strength. With such strength, he could turn Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan into ashes with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and said in shock, How is this possible? How can he injure me with just his qi? How frightening is his strength? It was unimaginable. The great lieutenant of the Heavenly Void Temple was a 5-star true immortal, and was extremely terrifying. But even with such terrifying strength, he was still heavily injured by Feng Wuchen's qi. Feng Wuchen didn't even use his full strength. Injuring a 5-star true immortal was like playing with him. What realm has his strength reached? Mu Qingfeng, who was hiding in the dark, became more and more curious. Mu Qingfeng didn't have the strength to injure a 5-star true immortal with a wave of his hand. The great lieutenant looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if he was looking at a demon. The more he looked, the more afraid he became. A 5-star true immortal isn't much. You want to save him? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Before I came, I already took care of the great protector of the Heavenly Void Temple. He's still kneeling in the Temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen sneered. What? The great lieutenant was shocked again. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and sucked the heavily injured great lieutenant over. The great lieutenant was powerless to resist. Feng Wuchen clearly used his strength, but I can't feel anything. What kind of strength is this? Mu Qingfeng was shocked and curious. Feng Wuchen, what are you doing? The great lieutenant was completely flustered. He asked in a trembling voice and struggled with all his might. It was no use. Don't be afraid. Feng Wuchen patted the great lieutenant's shoulder and sneered, I won't kill you for now. Go back and tell your temple master that the consequences of offending me, Feng Wuchen, are very serious. Your Heavenly Void Temple took the initiative to provoke me. I heard that it was an order from an almighty being, right? You can provoke me, but you have to be prepared to bear my wrath. I'll kill whoever I see. Scram, don't forget to pass my words to your temple master, Feng Wuchen continued to sneer. The great lieutenant did not dare to fart and left with his heavy injuries. If he did not leave, he would probably lose his life here. Hearing Feng Wuchen's tone, he's not afraid of an almighty being at all, Mu Qingfeng thought to himself, and became more and more certain of his decision. Three ancestors, are you all right? Feng Wuchen flashed over and asked with a smile. Long Shihun smiled faintly, it's just a small injury. It's just that I used too much energy. Haha, with you here, it's hard for anything to happen to us. Long Shitian laughed happily. Feng Wuchen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, us three old monsters would be finished. Long Shiyun laughed. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, even if you die, I can revive you. Haha. That's true. Long Shitian laughed happily. In the Sovereign Spirit Clan's palace, everyone was already cheering excitedly. Feng Wuchen, my father wants to see you. I wonder if you can do him the honor. Mu Qingfeng's voice was heard. Okay. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. Immortal world space, don't go back to the sacred world when the time comes, Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. Three ancestors, go back and heal your injuries first. I'll go to the sacred tower and return to the Dragon God Temple in 2 hours. Feng Wuchen laughed, and then flashed towards the north mysterious world. Heavenly Void Temple. The main hall was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was cold and bloodthirsty, terrifying to the core. A few true immortals had already been killed in the Heavenly Void Temple, and the Great Protector was still kneeling in the Temple of Rakshasa. The Heavenly Void Temple Master was filled with anger. His old face was extremely ferocious, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Especially when the Great Commander repeated Feng Wuchen's words word for word, it made the Heavenly Void Temple Master explode in anger. Temple Master, Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is very terrifying. Just his chi alone can heavily injure me. The Great Commander reported in fear. Arrogant brat. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with mysterious power? The Great Elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. Bang! The Heavenly Void Temple Master smashed the throne with his palm. He stood up and shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen. I'll never forgive you. Temple Master, what do we do now? Do we save the Great Protector? The Great Commander asked in fear. Is Feng Wuchen really that strong? An arrogant and confident voice sounded. Young Master, it's true. He can heavily injure me with just his chi. I'm not weak either, but I can't do anything to him, the Great Leader answered respectfully. I didn't expect there to be such an expert in the holy world. How surprising. A young man appeared in the palace out of nowhere. He was the young master of the Heavenly Void Temple, Wang Tianzhong. Wang Tianzhong wore a luxurious white brocade. He was handsome and had long white hair. He gave off the aura of a king and gave off a demonic feeling. An extremely terrifying aura radiated from Wang Tianzhong. This person was extremely powerful. Young Master, Feng Wuchen can heavily injure the Great Leader and detain the Great Protector in the Temple of Rakshasa. His strength can't be underestimated, an elder said solemnly. Wang Tianzhong said proudly, if Feng Wuchen can do it, I can do it too. I don't believe there's such a person in the holy world. Even if the power in his body belongs to someone who lost, how strong can he be in his soul form? How much power can Feng Wuchen take? Tianzhong, don't underestimate Feng Wuchen. The Temple Lord's soul shook his head and said seriously, although I'm extremely furious and want to cut Feng Wuchen into pieces, someone who can make a powerful being take him seriously is definitely not simple. Wang Tianzhong frowned and said coldly, Feng Wuchen killed our people and heavily injured the Great Leader and Great Protector. He's still kneeling in the Temple of Rakshasa. Are we going to ignore him? When has the Heavenly Void Temple been so cowardly? The soul of the dead said, wait for Yuan Hong's news. Yuan Hong? Wang Tianzhong frowned and thought, Yuan Hong is stronger than me. She should be able to deal with Feng Wuchen. Yuan Hong was a reverend of the Heavenly Void Temple. She was a peak 7-star true immortal and was only second to the soul of the dead. The people who were killed in the Temple of Rakshasa sent back news that Mu Qingfeng and Feng Wuchen seemed to have a good relationship. I'm afraid that the Heaven Emperor residence has already formed an alliance with Feng Wuchen, an elder said solemnly. The soul of the dead squinted his eyes and said in a cold voice, "The Heavenly Emperor's mansion is openly going against us. That old bastard Mu Tianqi is courting death." Swish, in the hall, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yuan Hong. "Where's the great guardian?" Seeing that Yuan Hong had returned alone, the soul frowned and asked. Yuan Hong shook her head slightly and said, "The power that trapped the great protector is extremely terrifying. Even I am powerless to break it, but there is no danger to my life. There are also 2 souls trapped by Feng Wuchen." "What? Even you can't break it? Is Feng Wuchen that strong?" Wang Tianzhong's expression changed drastically. His arrogance and confidence turned into shock and disbelief. "Yuan Hong, have you done your best?" the great elder asked with a frown. Yuan Hong nodded and said, "I even took out the saint weapon. I can't break it at all." The soul of the dead's face was also filled with shock. He said in shock, "How is this possible? Could it be that Feng Wuchen's strength is on par with mine? Perhaps even above mine? Palace Lord, I'm afraid we're in big trouble this time." Yuan Hong said solemnly, "Feng Wuchen's power is beyond our imagination. It's not unreasonable for the Almighties to pay attention to him. He dared to make the great protector kneel in the temple of Rakshasa, so he must be very confident in his own power. We offended Feng Wuchen this time, which angered him." Yuan Hong's words made sense. The soul of the dead and the upper echelons fell into deep thought. Their expressions were grave. That's not his power. Even if the owner of the power in his body is the one who lost, he can't use his peak power as a soul body. "We're not afraid that we can't even deal with him," Wang Tianzhong said coldly. He couldn't bear to see others with superpower. "What if we can't deal with him?" Yuan Hong looked at Wang Tianzhong and asked, "Young master, do you know what it means if we can't even deal with Feng Wuchen? It's not too late to stop now." "Yuan Hong, you're boosting his morale and destroying our own. Feng Wuchen is clearly humiliating the Heavenly Void Temple." "I can't take this lying down," Wang Tianzhong shouted coldly. Yuan Hong shook her head and said, "Young master, you're wrong. I'm thinking about the survival of the Heavenly Void Temple. Whether or not the owner of Feng Wuchen's power is the one who lost is only our guess. What if it isn't? Once we offend Feng Wuchen, we'll all die. I don't think the Almighties will help us. If the Almighties can give up the Heaven Devil race and the Martial Spirit Temple, they can also give up on us. In their eyes, we're just ants. There can't be anyone stronger than the one who lost in the Saints' world." Wang Tianzhong said with certainty. Yuan Hong frowned and said, "Before I left, I wanted to capture someone from Luosha Temple. But when I wanted to make a move, there was a mysterious power that stopped me. There was no aura, and I couldn't sense anything. But this mysterious power was there. This mysterious power gave me a feeling that it was even more terrifying than an almighty. This mysterious power came from the Heaven and Earth Order controller." "Mysterious power?" Wang Hun frowned. "Looks like Feng Wuchen isn't as simple as we thought. Or perhaps the Temple of Rakshasa has another terrifying expert," the Grand Elder said solemnly. "Hall leader, I'm afraid we have to give up on going to the immortal world this time. We also have to think of a way to deal with Feng Wuchen's fury." Yuan Hong sighed and shook her head. She felt despair. "Impossible." Wang Tianzhong said furiously, "We've waited for hundreds of thousands of years for this chance. Once we enter the immortal world, our cultivation can increase. If we miss this chance, we'll die. We have no way out." The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. Wang Hun's face was solemn and he said in a low voice, "The Grand Elder is right. We have no way out. We have to destroy the dragon gods and Feng Wuchen. We have to enter the immortal world or our Heavenly Void Temple will disappear forever. If we have to attack, I have an idea, but it's risky," Yuan Hong frowned and said. "What idea?" Wang Hun asked. "Start from the Heavenly Emperor residence. Send someone to spy on the Heavenly Emperor residence. It's best if it's Mu Qingfeng. He's not simple." "Since the hall leader and Grand Elder said there's no way out, leave this to me," Yuan Hong said. After Feng Wuchen left the Saint Tower, he went to the Saint Pill Pavilion and took away large amounts of Heavenly Void Soul Stones. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen immediately set up a space in a huge cave in the Dragon God Temple for Emperor Xianxia to recover the spiritual qi. Feeling the spiritual qi that was 100 times stronger than the outside world, Long Shihun and the other two were stunned. 3 ancestors, the spiritual qi here is the original spiritual qi of the holy world. It's even stronger. You just need to cultivate here and your cultivation will increase. Feng Wuchen smiled. This can't be real, right? Long Shitian was dumbfounded. He felt like he was dreaming. End of chapter. 3 Primogenitors, this is all true. 100 times spiritual energy is enough to make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, not to mention there is also 5 times space ring. Feng Wuchen happily laughed, his face is filled with pride. Feng Wuchen, is this also the work of Desolate Flame Emperor? Long Shihun asked in shock, his old face is stiff, his heart is already surging with monstrous waves. Of course. Feng Wuchen said with smile, as for how to distribute the cultivation resources, 3 primogenitors can arrange it yourselves. Such enormous spiritual energy, even if we don't have powerful cultivation resources, I'm afraid 2 months is enough for us to break through to 2-star true immortal. Long Shiyun said in shock. Absolutely. With the help of 5 times space ring, we only need 1 month to cultivate and maybe we can break through to 3-star true immortal. Long Shitian excitedly said, the more he thought about it, the more excited he is, he can't wait to cultivate. Looking at the excited Long Shitian, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, whether you can break through or not, you'll know once you try. I won't disturb your cultivation. I'm going to the Heavenly Emperor Mansion. The Mansion Lord wants to see me. Heavenly Emperor Mansion? Long Shihun was stunned for a moment, then said, seems like Heavenly Emperor Mansion is very smart, they know to express goodwill to you. Feng Brat, Heavenly Emperor Mansion is not weak, you can try to rope them in. Long Shiyun suggested. Let's see. Feng Wuchen said with smile, Mu Qingfeng helped Temple of Rakshasa, we owe him a favor. At that time Mu Qingfeng arrived at Temple of Rakshasa 1 step earlier than Feng Wuchen. If not for Mu Qingfeng, Temple of Rakshasa would have suffered disastrous casualties. Long Shihun said with smile, Feng Wuchen, other forces can also rope in you, your powerful space is even more tempting to them than immortal world space, the spiritual energy of immortal world space should not be as strong as this space. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders, then disappeared in a flash. With this powerful space, Dragon God Temple's strength can finally advance by leaps and bounds. Long Shihun is incomparably excited, he has the impulse to look up to the sky and roar. Dragon God Temple's elders, protectors, saint experts, immediately go to the Dragon Cave. Long Shihun immediately ordered the experts of Dragon God Temple to cultivate immediately. After a month of cultivation, the strength of Dragon God Temple would definitely undergo an earth-shaking transformation. The changes in the Luosha Temple were definitely even more shocking, especially for Mingyu and the others who had just ascended. Their cultivation speed was definitely at a tremendous pace. Mu Qingfeng. After leaving the Dragon God Sacred Palace, Feng Wuchen sent a message to Mu Qingfeng and calmly looked in a certain direction. Mu Qingfeng immediately appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and smiled faintly. Brother Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I also want to see the space you're in, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Mu Qingfeng waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen and Mu Qingfeng seemed to have a good relationship. Just as the two disappeared, Yuan Hong's figure appeared out of thin air, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Yuan Hong glanced at the Dragon God Sacred Palace and muttered, destroying the Dragon God Sacred Palace now is as easy as flipping one's hand. However, it is not the time yet. We have to get rid of Feng Wuchen first. With that, Yuan Hong's figure disappeared again, as if she had never appeared. Heavenly Emperor Residence. Mu Qingfeng appeared with Feng Wuchen in a flash, the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura. The Heavenly Emperor Residence was huge, other than the floating Saint Mountain Palace, it was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges. As expected of an ancient force, it's really different. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, his first impression was that the spiritual energy here was stronger than in the Holy World. Brother Feng, this is the space where our Heavenly Emperor Residence is located, the spiritual energy here is much stronger than in the Holy World. It took us more than 100,000 years to reach our current level of cultivation, but the spiritual energy here isn't enough for cultivation, so our cultivation progress is very slow. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. If it weren't for the powerful spiritual energy here, even if they cultivated for another 100,000 years, their cultivation wouldn't have improved at all. Mu Qingfeng and Feng Wuchen descended on the square of the Heavenly Emperor Residence's Grand Palace. Welcome, young lord. Welcome, Supreme Dragon Gods. Everyone in the Heavenly Emperor Residence knelt on one knee, their loud voices resounding throughout the Heavenly Emperor Residence. The Heavenly Emperor Residence's strength was terrifying, but there were only a few hundred of them. After more than 100,000 years, because of the difficulty in breaking through and the lack of cultivation resources, many people couldn't extend their lives. Now, there are only a few hundred people left. Mu Qingfeng said helplessly. In the main hall, the Heavenly Emperor Residence's Lord Mu Tianqi, elders, and higher-ups came out to welcome them. Seeing such a grand scene, Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a need to be so ostentatious? A group of experts from the older generation coming to welcome a junior like me, I'm flattered." Mu Qingfeng shrugged and chuckled, "Who asked your identity to be different? Moreover, this is how the Heavenly Emperor Residence treats its guests." Feng Wuchen's identity was indeed not simple, and this identity didn't refer to his identity as a venerable, but as a terrifying expert. "Welcome, Supreme Dragon Gods, to the Heavenly Emperor Residence." Mu Tianqi smiled courteously, and the elders and higher-ups were also very courteous. Feng Wuchen smiled courteously and said, "Feng Wuchen greets the Heavenly Emperor Residence's Lord, elders, and seniors. Brother Feng, this is my father, Mu Tianqi, the Heavenly Emperor Residence's Lord. This is Grand Elder Qi Feng, this is Second Elder Han Xian, and this is Guardian Jiuli." Mu Qingfeng introduced them one by one to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was also very courteous and didn't put on airs. "Brother Feng, please come in." Mu Tianqi smiled courteously and personally received him. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and went straight to the point, "Lord Mu, why have you called me here?" Hearing that, Mu Tianqi smiled faintly. Although the Heavenly Emperor's mansion doesn't appear in the Saints' world often, we do know a little about the Saints' world. We obviously know about Brother Feng. We invited Brother Feng here because we want to be friends. Now that the Great Beings and the Heavenly Void Temple want to kill me and destroy the Dragon Gods, I'm now a dangerous person. Aren't you afraid that you'll be killed? Feng Wuchen smiled and asked. With Brother Feng's strength, you don't have to be afraid of the Heavenly Void Temple. Our Heavenly Emperor Residence has no fate to go to the immortal realm. Instead of waiting for our lifespan to run out and die, why don't we team up with Brother Feng to fight against the Great Beings? Maybe we'll have a chance to win. If we win, we can go to the immortal realm. If we lose, we won't lose anything. Mu Tianqi smiled faintly. Lord Mu, you're quite open-minded. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. We have no other choice. This space is no longer enough to help us increase our cultivation. If we run out of lifespan, we can only wait for death. Great Elder Qi Feng smiled bitterly and helplessly. They're selfish and don't care about our lives. In order to survive, we can only fight back. Mu Qingfeng said faintly. Brother Feng, what do you think? Mu Tianqi asked. The higher-ups all looked at Feng Wuchen. Then let's form an alliance. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It didn't matter whether they formed an alliance or not. End of chapter. That's great. We've been waiting for you to say that. Mu Tianqi smiled happily. With our current strength, we can't fight against the powerful beings. But with Brother Feng, we might have a chance. That's right. In order to survive, what's wrong with fighting against the powerful beings? Second Elder Han Xian said excitedly. We'd rather die in battle than sit and wait for our deaths. Nine-Leaf Guardian shouted. Feng Wuchen's agreement to form an alliance filled Mu Tianqi and the other higher-ups with hope and fighting spirit. At least they had a chance to win. In the future, Mu Tianqi and the others would know that forming an alliance with Feng Wuchen was a wise decision. Thank you, Brother Feng. The survival of the Celestial Emperor's mansion depends on Brother Feng. If there is anything you need, I, Mu Qingfeng, will not refuse. Mu Qingfeng quickly cupped his fist and bowed. Clearly, the survival of the Celestial Emperor's mansion depended entirely on Feng Wuchen. Brother Qingfeng, you don't have to be so polite. If you didn't appear in time, the Temple of Rakshasa would have been destroyed. Also, forming an alliance is beneficial to me. Feng Wuchen smiled. To Feng Wuchen, forming an alliance was indeed beneficial. After all, the true immortals of the Heavenly Emperor residence were not weak. Brother Feng, the Heavenly Void Temple has already requested to destroy the dragon gods in order to enter the immortal realm. Although you're powerful, there will always be times when you're careless. Since you're in such a hurry, the Heavenly Emperor residence has the responsibility to send experts to help you secretly. Mu Tianqi smiled. Thank you, Palace Master Mu. Feng Wuchen bowed. After all, Mu Tianqi's words made sense. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't need it, he couldn't refuse. Brother Feng, the Heavenly Emperor residence has many cultivation resources. There are powerful treasures of heaven and earth and the pills made by the old man. These are all things we don't need, but they can help the Dragon God Temple increase their cultivation. Qi Feng smiled politely. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was immediately overjoyed. He smiled happily and said, "Then I thank Great Elder. It just so happens that I am in need of powerful treasures." Feng Wuchen was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. The heavenly treasures required to refine the Saint Emperor realm heaven-defying divine bead were much stronger and in greater quantities. The sacred elixir pavilion was simply unable to provide such a large number of heavenly treasures. Without a doubt, Great Elder Qi Feng had helped Feng Wuchen solve the problem of treasures of heaven and earth. The other ancient factions should have quite a lot of natural treasures. If I can get them all, I won't have to worry about Saint Emperors and Holy Exalts anymore, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Elder Qi Feng smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng is too polite. Brother Feng, let's go. I'll take you there." Mu Qingfeng smiled. "Headmaster Mu, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and left the hall with Mu Qingfeng. "Great Elder, what do you think?" Mu Tianqi asked. Qi Feng shook his head slightly and smiled. "To be honest, I can't see through the old man. He's hidden very well. I can't feel any fluctuation. I can't even sense his soul power." Mu Tianqi nodded slightly and said, "I can't feel any energy fluctuation either." "Headmaster, can Feng Wuchen defeat departed soul?" a true immortal asked. Mu Tianqi said seriously, "I heard from Feng'er that Feng Wuchen heavily injured a 5-star true immortal with just a wave of his hand. And he didn't even use his full strength. With such strength, he might really be able to fight departed soul. But Feng'er also said that Feng Wuchen gave him a terrifying pressure. I'm afraid that Feng Wuchen's strength is even stronger than a great being. But it's just a guess. I don't know the specifics. Even if Feng Wuchen activates his power, I can't see the realm of his power." Feng Wuchen dared to touch the people of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. He even dared to make the great guardian of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall kneel in the Temple of Rakshasa. It's enough to show that Feng Wuchen isn't afraid of the Heavenly Void Holy Hall. Elder Qi Feng nodded and smiled. "No matter what, since we've chosen to ally with Feng Wuchen's strength is worthy of our trust. The fact that a great being values him is enough to prove everything. I hope we've made the right bet." If they made the right bet, they would soar. If they made the wrong bet, they would be reduced to ashes. On the other side, Mu Qingfeng brought Feng Wuchen to the treasure room of the Heavenly Emperor's residence. The treasure room of the Heavenly Emperor's residence was originally only used to store ancient books, cultivation methods, and spells. As time passed, too many cultivation resources that we don't need were slowly stored in the treasure room. I haven't been here for many years. The people of the Heavenly Emperor's residence basically don't come here. Mu Qingfeng smiled gently. After entering the treasure room, Feng Wuchen was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. There were many wooden shelves in the huge treasure room. The shelves were filled with storage rings, which completely covered the ancient books and cultivation methods. There were even many natural treasures placed outside. It was a dazzling sight. As expected of an ancient great force, the cultivation resources were terrifying. Rainbow Chaos Stone. Feng Wuchen glanced over and saw an extremely rare and precious treasure. Yang Xuani was the only one in the entire Dragon God Temple who had a rainbow chaos stone. However, there were a lot of them outside the treasure room of the Heavenly Emperor's residence. They were no different from trash. Heavenly Void Soul Stone. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. The Heavenly Void Soul Stone was piled up like a mountain. The storage rings were all refined by the Grand Elder to store all kinds of natural treasures, pills, alchemists' herbs, materials, and so on. They are all here. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. What? The storage rings are all natural treasures? Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock. His heart was beating wildly. Looking at Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, "That's right. The treasure room has 9 floors. The storage rings are all natural treasures and all kinds of materials that we don't need. Brother Feng, you can take as many as you want. As for the divine weapons and low-grade sacred weapons, they are all in the treasure room. There are tens of thousands of them. There are also many spatial treasures that are useful for cultivation." Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. The amount of cultivation resources was completely beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. The number was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen picked up a storage ring casually. After checking it, he was so shocked that he had a heart attack. All kinds of powerful natural treasures and rare medicinal herbs that were extremely rare in the holy world were all trash in the Heavenly Emperor's mansion. Feng Wuchen picked up the second storage ring and checked it. Holy Spirit Stones, Regeneration Saint Xian Jades, flowing light crystals, and other refining materials were piled up like sand. There was no need to worry about the heaven-defying divine beads and soul crystals. You really want to take as many as you want? Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart and asked excitedly. Of course, these things are not useful. Brother Feng, you can take as many as you want. You can also take the holy incantation. Mu Qingfeng smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. Next, the devils would enter the village. Feng Wuchen swept through the first floor of the treasure room crazily. Other than the ancient books and cultivation method scrolls, he took all the storage rings and natural treasures that were placed outside. In the blink of an eye, the first floor became empty. End of chapter. Mu Qingfeng's expression didn't change at all as he watched Feng Wuchen sweep through the items. These items were nothing but trash to Mu Qingfeng and the Celestial Emperor residence. All the treasures and materials were suitable for Saint Emperors and Saint Sovereigns. True immortals had no use for them at all. Feng Wuchen, Emperor Peerless storage ring doesn't lack these treasures, does it? The cultivation resources of the Celestial Emperor residence are far inferior to Emperor Peerless. Emperor Yuancher's voice suddenly sounded. Senior Yuancher, I have to keep my master's treasures for when I go to the ancient world of immortals or even the Panga realm. The cultivation resources of the Celestial Emperor residence are just right for me. There's no need to waste my master's treasures. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. I won't take the treasures of the Celestial Emperor residence for free. I'll give you a spatial ring with 5 times the capacity. Feng Wuchen smiled. He refined a spatial ring with 5 times the capacity on the spot. 5 times the capacity? Mu Qingfeng's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Feng Wuchen could refine a spatial ring with 5 times the capacity. What kind of joke was this? Great Elder Qifeng was a true immortal realm alchemist, but he could only refine treasures with 3 times the capacity at most. Most of the treasures of the Celestial Emperor residence only had 2 times the capacity. But Feng Wuchen said he would give him a spatial ring with 5 times the capacity. How could Mu Qingfeng believe that? Under Mu Qingfeng's astonished gaze, spatial rings with 5 times the capacity were refined one after another like magic. Tools with a thought. Feng Wuchen had made more than 10 of them. These are 5 times the capacity. They may not be of use now, but they will be in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled. These spatial rings with 5 times the capacity were trash in Feng Wuchen's eyes. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret giving them away. Brother Feng, are you really refining 5 times the capacity? Mu Qingfeng asked in shock. He still couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. Of course. I've taken so many treasures from the Celestial Emperor residence and we're allies. Why would I lie to you? Isn't this too much? Mu Qingfeng's face was still full of shock. Mu Qingfeng was well aware of the value of a spatial ring. A magic treasure with 3 times the space was absolutely priceless, let alone 5 times. What was even more frightening was that Feng Wuchen had given him dozens of magic treasures. The value of these treasures far exceeded that of Feng Wuchen's. What I want is trash to you, and these 5x space rings are also trash to me. Many people in the Dragon God Temple and the Temple of Rakshasa have them, Feng Wuchen shrugged proudly. Okay, I'm leaving. Feng Wuchen smiled and left in a flash. Is it really a 5-time space ring? Mu Qingfeng was shocked and immediately rushed towards the hall. Mu Qingfeng immediately checked on Elder Qifeng. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. 5-time space ring. There was absolutely no mistake. Feng Wuchen can actually refine a 5-time spatial ring. Elder Qifeng exclaimed. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and appeared in the sacred world. With so many void heavenly soul stones, it's enough for me to refine a large number of soul crystals. Becoming a sacred emperor alchemist is just around the corner. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. I've gained a lot from the trip to the heavenly emperor's residence. These treasures are enough for me to use until I ascend to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen became more excited the more he thought about it. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to get other powerful treasures, but now it seemed like he didn't need them at all. With so many treasures, along with the heaven-defying divine bead, 100 times spiritual qi, and a 5-time space ring, I, Feng Wuchen, will let all the forces in the sacred world, ancient forces, and immortal world space see what a terrifying cultivation speed is. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Buzz buzz. Just as Feng Wuchen was ecstatic, a domineering force suddenly erupted from Feng Wuchen's body, causing the void to shake violently. Feng Wuchen's cultivation suddenly broke through to the 2-star sacred emperor realm for no reason. I broke through? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Your divine ring also has 100 times spiritual qi. Your primordial spirit avatar has been cultivating, so it broke through. Emperor Mu Xian chuckled. I see. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen was extremely happy with the endless surprises today. At this moment, Feng Wuchen wanted nothing more than to go into seclusion and cultivate immediately. Feng Wuchen immediately sent a large number of treasures to the Dragon God Temple, including the Rainbow Chaos Stone. Zhu Tianshu and Long Xiaoyang were dumbfounded by the large amount of rare and precious treasures. With 100 times spiritual qi, a large number of powerful treasures, and a 5-time space ring, no matter how trashy one's talent was, it would still be faster than a top genius. After returning to the Supreme Pavilion, Feng Wuchen entered the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen chatted with Emperor Xianxia and Emperor Mu Xian for a while before he started to refine the soul crystals. After refining one, he immediately absorbed it. His soul power surged crazily, and he directly broke through to the sacred emperor realm. I've broken through to the sacred emperor realm. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he started to refine the sacred emperor realm divine pearls. Feng Wuchen used a huge amount of heavenly treasures, exhausted his soul power, recovered his soul power, exhausted his soul power, and recovered his soul power again to create a large number of Saint Emperor realm heaven-defying divine pearls. 3 days and 3 nights. Feng Wuchen's entire body collapsed. He was physically and mentally exhausted. This kid really doesn't want to live anymore. Emperor Xianxia shook his head slightly. He values his companions more than anything else. Such a junior is indeed worthy of our trust. The Reincarnation Pagoda was right to choose him. Emperor Mu Xian chuckled. Emperor Xianxia smiled happily. You're right. After his body recovered, Feng Wuchen rushed back to the Temple of Rakshasa and sent a large number of treasures and sacred Emperor realm divine pearls to the Dragon Soul. In half a month, the Dragon God Temple, the Temple of Rakshasa, and the Dragon Soul's cultivation level broke through again and again. Cheating was just SOSO. Feng Wuchen went into seclusion for half a month, and his cultivation level directly broke through from the 2-star Sacred Emperor realm to the 6-star Sacred Emperor realm. This was only with the help of treasures and not the Sacred Emperor realm divine pearls. Ling Xiaoxiao, Qi Xiao, and the others also broke through to the Sacred Emperor realm. Lu Qingyang and the others who came back from the Spirit Beast Mountain also broke through to the Sacred Emperor realm. In just half a month, the Temple of Rakshasa went through an earth-shattering change. Frenzied and excited cheers soared into the sky from the Luosha Temple, straight into the 9 heavens. The dragon's soul had more than 200 sacred venerables in half a month. Gu Yuan and the others also successfully broke through to the Sacred Emperor realm. The most terrifying ones were the 3 ancestors of the Dragon God Temple and Long Shirhun. They broke through to the 2-star true immortal realm with just the 100-fold spirit chi and 5-fold spatial rings. Long Xiaoyang, Jing Wushuang, and Shu Tianshu all broke through to the 1-star true immortal realm. Long Jianfeng and the others were only half a step away from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Hundreds of divine shadow guards turned into sacred venerables. What was a terrifying cultivation speed, what was a terrifying improvement, this was it, reigning supreme throughout the ages. End of this chapter. The 100-fold spiritual energy is too scary. After breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm at MT Spirit Beast, I used the heaven-defying godly pearl to become a 5-star Saint Emperor. After cultivating for half a month, I became a 2-star Saint Emperor. This is too exciting. I hope it's not a dream. If it's a dream, I hope I never wake up. The increase in cultivation is too scary. I feel like I'm the #1 genius. If I cultivate in seclusion for another half a month, I'll definitely become a 5-star Saint Emperor. Everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa cheered excitedly. It was as if they had taken stimulants. After breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm and using the heaven-defying godly pearl, they only needed to cultivate in seclusion for another month to become a Saint Martial Saint. However, the heaven-defying godly pearl could not be used within this period of time. Everyone's cultivation had already increased at a terrifying rate. In order not to affect their foundations, they had to cultivate step by step. The great guardian of the heavenly void holy hall and the 2 true immortals who were kneeling in the square of the Temple of Rakshasa had already become vegetative. They did not know what had happened. In half a month, everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa had such a terrifying increase in cultivation. It felt as if the top geniuses were worthless. Brother Feng, thank you for your heaven-defying godly pearl and the 100-fold spiritual energy. I've already become a Saint Martial Saint. Haha. Shan Tong laughed excitedly. Brother Xiaoyang should have become a true immortal, right? Feng Wuchen asked. I've already become a true immortal. Guardian Jing Wushuang and Great Elder have also become true immortals. The 3 ancestors have also become 2-star true immortals. They're still cultivating. I'll continue to cultivate too. Shan Tong replied. As expected. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. It was the same as what he expected. Husband, I've become a 3-star Saint Emperor. Ling Xiaoxiao said excitedly. She was like an excited kitten. You're so powerful. You're even stronger than Qing Qing and the rest. My wife's talent is really great. You'll be able to become a Saint Martial Saint soon. Feng Wuchen praised happily. He smiled warmly. Ling Xiaoxiao raised her chin proudly. She was charming and elegant. Looking at his enchanting wife, Feng Wuchen was instantly captivated. He couldn't help but kiss Ling Xiaoxiao's delicate face, feeling incomparably blissful. Husband, what about your cultivation? You must be much taller than me, right? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. 6 stars. Feng Wuchen chuckled. Wow. It's already a 6-star. Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. Big brother Feng, have you found out who stole our holy spirit stones? Lu Qingyang suddenly asked. He was planning to take revenge. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Feng Wuchen was taken aback. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Divine Shadow and asked, Divine Shadow Protector, have you found the faction I asked you to investigate last time? Lord Supreme, I've found it. It's the disciple of the celestial sect of wonders under the Luohan Holy Temple, Shening, who was cultivating, said respectfully in the Temple of Rakshasa. Everyone could hear him. I got it. Continue cultivating, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Brothers, did you hear that? They're the disciple of the celestial sect of wonders, and they're under the Luohan Holy Temple, Lu Qingyang mocked. Qingyang, Yan Doyun has left Spirit Beast Mountain. We can settle the score with him and test our current strength, Beta Yan laughed coldly. He couldn't wait to test the strength of a holy emperor. Xingyang. Let's go. I'm going to tear them into pieces. The three-eyed demon ape shouted angrily. A bloodthirsty murderous aura surged out. Feng Wuchen hasn't given the order yet. He's now our highest leader. The glory we have today is all thanks to him. You better behave. Wild Leopard stopped the three-eyed demon ape and glared at it. The three-eyed demon ape immediately behaved. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flashed in front of the great guardian of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple and laughed coldly. The Heavenly Void Holy Temple controls the Xian Holy World. The Celestial Sect of Wonders said that they had the support of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. It's been half a month, but the Heavenly Void Holy Temple hasn't sent anyone to save you. I'm really curious. Don't tell me the Heavenly Void Holy Temple doesn't know? The Heavenly Void Holy Temple asked the Almighty to destroy us, but there's been no news for half a month. Do you want me to help you pass the news to the Heavenly Void Holy Temple? The Great Guardian and the other two didn't dare to say anything. Even Yuan Hong couldn't do anything. They were completely terrified. Alliance Master, when you went to the North region, someone came to the Temple of Rakshasa to save them, but he failed, Cold Twilight said hurriedly. That's right. Alliance Master, we saw it. He wanted to touch us, but he was stopped by a mysterious force, Saber Soul and the others said. Feng Wuchen looked at the void and laughed coldly. Is it you? What? He actually sensed my existence. Yuan Hong's heart shook violently and she was incomparably shocked. Yuan Hong didn't move at all. He didn't create any ripples in the air. He held his breath and hid his aura. It was as if he didn't exist. However, even though he hid himself well, Feng Wuchen still sensed him. He was even able to pinpoint his exact location. Stop hiding. I know you're there. Show yourself, Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Feng Wuchen could sense Yuan Hong's presence because of the terrifying elemental power of the Ice Soul ancestor. I hid myself so well, but you still sensed me. Feng Wuchen, you're really powerful. Yuan Hong's figure appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Feng Wuchen seriously. A 7-star true immortal. You're not weak. You don't have much time left. Cherish it, Feng Wuchen laughed coldly and glanced at him. Let's go to the Xian sect holy temple, Feng Wuchen ordered, ignoring Yuan Hong's presence. A 7-star true immortal was nothing to Feng Wuchen. Yuan Hong's face turned green with anger. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest flew towards the Xian sect holy temple. They didn't care about Yuan Hong at all. Feng Wuchen's power is just as I expected. Even if I joined forces with the temple master and young master, we might not be his match. Otherwise, why would he dare to ignore me? Yuan Hong frowned and thought. Stop looking. Go do what you're supposed to do. Tian Ming waved his hand and gestured for the rest to return to their cultivation. No matter how powerful Yuan Hong was, he couldn't enter the temple of Rakshasa. The rest didn't have to worry. It seems like the Almighty's worries are not groundless, a cold voice sounded. An old man in a white robe with white hair and beard appeared without a sound. The great elder of the Golden Crow tribe. Yuan Hong turned his head in shock. Feng Wuchen's power is indeed terrifying. The Heavenly Void Holy Temple alone can't deal with him, the great elder of the Golden Crow tribe said. Great elder, can you tell his cultivation? Yuan Hong asked. The great elder's face turned serious and he shook his head slightly. I can't tell. The Almighty wants the Golden Crow tribe to help secretly. He hopes to destroy the dragon gods and Feng Wuchen. But Feng Wuchen gives me a very dangerous feeling. He's not easy to deal with, the great elder continued. If the Heavenly Void Holy Temple and the Golden Crow tribe join forces, they might be able to kill Feng Wuchen. But that might not be the case. The Almighty wants to use us to test Feng Wuchen's power. End of chapter. He's using us to test Feng Wuchen's power? Yuan Hong frowned and said, Elder, are you saying that the Almighty is indirectly rejecting our entry into the celestial realm? Rather than rejecting, it's more like borrowing someone else's knife to kill. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said. What? Borrowing someone else's knife to kill? Yuan Hong's expression changed. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said, I hope we can kill Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the Almighty is sending us to our deaths. Go back and tell the leader of the departed soul temple that the Golden Crow tribe will act when necessary. Although they had guessed the Almighty's intention, the Golden Crow tribe could not disobey the order unless they did not want to go to the celestial realm. From the words of the elder of the Golden Crow tribe, one could tell that he did not have much confidence in killing Feng Wuchen. Elder, what do you think of Feng Wuchen's power? Yuan Hong asked. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe looked at the great guardian on the square of the temple of Rakshasa and said, "Your power can fight with me, but you can't break the power that's trapping the great guardian." Naturally, I can't do it either. This power must be the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Although I don't know what it is, it's very scary. Tribe leader may not be able to defeat him. I have to admit that the Golden Crow tribe underestimated Feng Wuchen. If not for the Almighty's order, I wouldn't have been able to observe the power that's trapping the great guardian. My guess is the same as yours. We are only guessing about Feng Wuchen's power. No one knows his real power. If not for the fact that we have to enter the celestial realm, I don't agree with the heavenly void holy hall going against him. Yuan Hong said seriously. However, with the help of the Golden Crow tribe, our chances of winning will be much higher. I'll go back and report to the temple leader. Yuan Hong clasped his fist and disappeared. No matter what the Almighty's intention was, and no matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, with the help of the Golden Crow tribe, it was good news for the heavenly void holy hall. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe was very serious and thought, I hope so. Celestial Sect of Wonders Holy Hall. Swish. Swish. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and dozens of others flew over and landed on the square of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. A powerful aura instantly shrouded the Celestial Sect of Wonders. A Saint Emperor. The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were scared witless as they looked at Feng Wuchen's group in horror. After all, there were dozens of holy emperors. 1 or 2 Saint Emperors would not be a problem, but dozens of them would be very serious. Half a month ago, who was the Holy Emperor of the Celestial Sect of Wonders that went to Mount Spirit Beast? Come out now, Lu Qingyang said coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Half a month ago? Isn't that eldest senior brother and the others? That's right, it's eldest senior brother and the others. They even brought back a huge Holy Spirit stone. Why are they looking for eldest senior brother? Did eldest senior brother get into trouble? Could it be that the Holy Spirit stones were stolen? The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders made all sorts of guesses. Hurry up and get eldest senior brother and the others to come over. Several disciples quickly ran over. In the main hall, the hallmaster and the elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders immediately sensed it. Who dares to barge into the Celestial Sect of Wonders' holy palace? The hallmaster of the Celestial Sect of Wonders frowned deeply as his old face darkened. Not long after, the hallmaster of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the elders walked out of the main hall. Hallmaster, they are here to look for eldest senior brother, a disciple reported respectfully. Zhao Ming? The hallmaster of the Celestial Sect of Wonders frowned slightly as he looked at Feng Wuchen's group and asked, Who are you people? Why are you looking for Zhao Ming? You'll know when you get them out, Lu Qingyang said coldly. Hallmaster, these young people are not simple. They are all Saint Emperors. That girl is already a 3-star Saint Emperor and is stronger than you. She must be from some big faction. It seems like Zhao Ming is in trouble, an elder said in a low voice. The hallmaster of the Celestial Sect of Wonders nodded slightly. He could naturally see it too. In one of the palaces, a disciple ran over and shouted, Eldest senior brother, something has happened. Someone is here to look for you. It's a Saint Emperor. A Saint Emperor? Zhao Ming frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, Look for me? I don't know any Saint Emperors. Do you know who they are? I don't know. But it seems like they are here to look for trouble, the disciple shook his head and said. Look for trouble? Zhao Ming's face was filled with disdain as he laughed coldly, they are quite bold. They dare to look for trouble in the Celestial Sect of Wonders Holy Palace? Don't they know that there is the Luohan Holy Palace above the Celestial Sect of Wonders? Don't they know that there is the Heavenly Void Holy Palace behind them? They don't know what's good for them. Oh yes, eldest senior brother, they said that they are the people who went to Mount Spirit Beast half a month ago, the disciple added. Mount Spirit Beast? Could it be them? That's not right. They are only 8-star saints and a few saint emperors. How can they be saint emperors? It seems like they are the people behind them, Zhao Ming guessed secretly. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Ming guessed that it was Lu Qingyang and the others. Then, he quickly walked out of the palace. After a while, Zhao Ming and the other 3 disciples came over. They were the 4 saint emperors who fought for the Holy Spirit stones. It is indeed them, Zhao Ming recognized Lu Qingyang and the others at a glance. His lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Oh? Their auras. Saint emperors. How is that possible? Another disciple opened his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. They have all broken through to the Saint Emperor realm? That leopard is actually a 3-star Saint Emperor. Another disciple was scared out of his wits. Zhao Ming also saw it at this moment. The disdainful sneer on his face had already stiffened. What replaced it was disbelief and shock. Is it them? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes, it is the 4 of them. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. His eyes squinted and flashed with a murderous aura. These 4 bastards must have had a good time recently, right? Beta Yen said viciously. He stared at Zhao Ming and the others like a vicious wolf. Lu Qingyang took a step forward and said coldly, "We meet again. You should still remember, right?" Zhao Ming looked at Lu Qingyang as if he was looking at a monster. He was speechless. Why? Are you scared? You don't believe that we have broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, right? Lu Qingyang asked with a sneer. His cold murderous aura locked onto Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, what happened? The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders asked coldly. It seems like the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders still doesn't know. Half a month ago, the 4 of them stole our Holy Spirit stones at MT Spirit Beast and injured many of our people. Today, we are here to seek revenge, Lu Qingyang said coldly. Swish. Boom. Pfft. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang suddenly made his move. His figure suddenly flashed out. Then, there was a loud explosion. A disciple's chest caved in and he spat out blood. His body flew out and broke a huge stone pillar in the plaza. His body finally pierced through a palace. How dare you? How dare you hurt the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders suddenly shouted. End of chapter. Lu Qingyang's terrifying punch stunned all the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Their faces were filled with fear. He dared to attack in front of the leader and elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. How arrogant was he? Injured? Do you believe that I dare to kill you? Lu Qingyang said coldly as he glanced at the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Lu Qingyang had broken through to the Holy Emperor level. Even if he was only a 1-star Holy Emperor, he was not afraid of the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders' face was twisted as his flesh twitched violently. He said angrily, "Then you can try. Old thing, scram. You better not interfere. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too." Wild Leopard said fiercely as his terrifying aura locked onto the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It was a blatant threat. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was suppressed to the point that he did not dare to attack. His face was twisted as he was so angry that his organs were churning violently. Leader, Second Senior's injuries are very serious. A disciple shouted in fear as he brought the severely injured Second Senior out of the collapsed palace. Save him. The Great Elder shouted anxiously. Preposterous. You're going too far. Do you really think that the Celestial Sect of Wonders is afraid of you? The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders said angrily as he unleashed his full power as a 2-star Holy Emperor. Bang! The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders stomped on the ground and his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he shot out. His attacks were fierce and merciless. Wild Leopard's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as his body turned into a flash of light and flashed out. Chi! The shadow of the leopard's claws flashed and with a chi sound, blood spurted out as an arm flew out. Ah! The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders suddenly screamed. Leader! The elders and disciples of the celestial sect of wonders were shocked as they shouted in fear. Zhao Ming and the other two holy emperors were so scared that they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale. Wild Leopard was expressionless as he said coldly, "Do you think I'm talking nonsense? How dare you cut off my arm?" The leader of the celestial sect of wonders roared as he endured the pain. "Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you?" The mad leopard coldly spoke, his words filled with killing intent. "Luohan Temple Lord. Come and save the Xianxia's holy palace. Come and save my Xianmen holy palace." The palace master of the Xianmen holy palace anxiously sent a voice transmission to Yan Shuihan, the palace master of the Luohan holy palace. "Something has happened in the Xian sect holy temple." Yan Shuihan frowned in the main hall of the Luohan holy temple. "Something happened? Who was so bold? Don't you know about the existence of the Heavenly Void Temple? The Heavenly Void Holy Temple has our back. Even if it's someone from the Dragon God Temple, we won't be afraid. Who dares to touch the Celestial Sect of Wonders Holy Temple? He doesn't know what's good for him." Yan Doyun was slightly shocked as he laughed disdainfully. One of the elders frowned and said, "Perhaps they are not from the profound saint territory. Otherwise, why would they dare to make a move? Let's go and take a look." After all, the Celestial Sect of Wonders is a subordinate force of the Luohan Holy Temple. "We can't just ignore them," Yan Shuihan said in a low voice and disappeared in a flash. Yan Doyun and the other elders also followed him to the Celestial Sect of Wonders. "Humph. I have already sent a message to the Luohan Temple Lord. I don't care who you are or what powers you have behind you. Don't even think about leaving alive." The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders roared. "Oh? Is that so? We'll wait." Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Feng Wuchen was anticipating the arrival of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple's experts. Staring coldly at Zhao Ming, Lu Qingyang extended his hand and asked coldly, "Where are the Holy Spirit stones? Hand them over. I'll give you a quick death." Zhao Ming was shocked and furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that you're so great just because you've reached the Holy Emperor level. We have the Luohan Holy Temple and the Heavenly Void Holy Temple behind us. You dare to behave so atrociously here? You must be tired of living." "Pa. Puff." Lu Qingyang slapped him. With a crisp sound, the terrifying force caused Zhao Ming to spit out blood and a few of his teeth flew out. "Big Senior." The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were extremely worried and terrified. Lu Qingyang's slap stunned Zhao Ming. His anger erupted as he bellowed with a ferocious expression, "How dare you hit me? Are you tired of living? Pa. Puff." Lu Qingyang slapped him again. This time, the force was even more terrifying and sent Zhao Ming flying a few meters away. He spat out blood again and his face was deformed. Lu Qingyang said coldly, "So what if I hit you? Is the Luohan Holy Temple that great? Is the Heavenly Void Holy Temple that great? How dare you insult the Heavenly Void Holy Temple? You don't know what's good for you." The Grand Elder roared angrily. "Arrogant. Do you know what kind of power the Heavenly Void Holy Temple is? It's an ancient power. It's even more powerful than the Dragon God Temple." The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders roared. He had never seen such an arrogant junior. "Arrogant?" Lu Qingyang glanced coldly at the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Grand Elder. He said coldly, "The four of them stole our Holy Spirit stones at Mount Spirit Beast and even injured us. They even said that they have the support of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple and can do whatever they want. Is that not arrogant? Qingyang, leave the remaining two to me." Beta Yan laughed mockingly and walked over step by step. The two Holy Emperor disciples retreated in fear. They did not expect that in just half a month, these people would become Holy Emperors. Whoosh! Boom! Puff! Beta Yan suddenly flashed. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The violent force sent one of the disciples flying. He spat out blood and his body flew towards the green stone stairs leading to the main hall. He blew a huge hole in the stairs. That disciple died on the spot. "One hit, one kill," Lin Yu yelled, venting his anger. "Well done. So comfortable. So satisfying. Yi Tianwei roared. Senior Zhang has been killed. The disciples were scared out of their wits. They were terrified beyond words. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders roared madly. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared. Beta Yan laughed disdainfully. So what if I killed him? When they dared to make a move on Mount Spirit Beast, they should have expected today's outcome. It's your turn. Beta Yan glanced coldly at the other disciple. A terrifying force gathered in his fist. His terrifying gaze caused the disciple to collapse to the ground. He was so terrified that he could not even speak. Do you regret it? Even your leader can't save you. Do you feel despair? Beta Yan laughed coldly. Don't kill me. The disciple retreated in fear and despair. Beta Yan laughed coldly. Do you think that's possible? Bastard Jr. Stop it. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders roared. He wanted to attack but was stopped by Wild Leopard. If you move again, I'll kill you. Wild Leopard said coldly. His words were bone-chilling and did not contain any human emotions. Boom. Puff. Beta Yan showed no mercy. He punched the disciple's chest. The terrifying force caused the disciple's chest to collapse. His bones shattered and he spat out blood. His body flew out and pierced through a palace. Another one-hit kill. End of chapter. The Celestial Sect of Wonders fell silent. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the elders were powerless to stop it. They could only watch as their disciples were killed mercilessly. Even if they used the Luohan Holy Temple and the Heavenly Void Holy Temple as a threat, it was useless. Were Feng Wuchen and the rest afraid of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple? No, not only were they not afraid, they even wanted the Heavenly Void Holy Temple to send more powerful cultivators over. Everyone from the Celestial Sect of Wonders could tell that Feng Wuchen and the rest were not afraid of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple at all. Otherwise, why would Beta Yan dare to kill so arrogantly? The power of a holy emperor is indeed frightening. If only there was a decent opponent. Beta Yan laughed coldly. Beta Yan glanced at the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and laughed coldly. Don't you have the Luohan Holy Temple and the Heavenly Void Holy Temple behind you? Why aren't they here yet? My brothers are itching for a fight. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the Holy Spirit Stone? Lu Qingyang asked coldly. His cold and murderous gaze never left Zhao Ming. It's with the second elder. Zhao Ming replied fearfully. He could not be tough anymore. Second elder? Lu Qingyang glanced at the few elders coldly and asked, who is the second elder? Hand over the Holy Spirit Stone. Humph. You killed the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and you still want the Holy Spirit Stone back? The second elder shouted angrily. Is that so? Lu Qingyang laughed coldly. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. He summoned the terrifying power of a one-star holy emperor. His murderous aura multiplied instantly. Don't kill me. I know my mistake. Zhao Ming was so frightened that he knelt down immediately. His psychological barrier had completely collapsed. Boom. Lu Qingyang punched out mercilessly. With a boom, Zhao Ming's head was blown to smithereens. Fresh blood spurted out and his corpse fell to the ground. Seeing this brutal scene, the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were so terrified that their scalps went numb. Their hearts were pounding and their faces were full of despair. Lu Qingyang walked towards the second elder and said coldly, it's one thing to snatch our Saint Spirit stones, it's one thing to injure us, but they just had to injure my lover and Lan Yu, this is unforgivable. Swish, boom, swish, the moment he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang suddenly flashed out and punched the heavily injured disciple into a bloody mist. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of the second elder. The sudden appearance of Lu Qingyang was like a ghost. The second elder was so frightened that he retreated a few steps and almost fell to the ground. They were both one-star sacred emperors, but the gap between them was so huge. Lu Qingyang's speed was so terrifying that even the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders could not react in time. The four disciples had all died tragically. If you don't hand it over, I can take it back myself, Lu Qingyang said coldly. A terrifying power gathered in his palm and he did not hesitate to hit the second elder. Realizing that he had made a fool of himself, the second elder was enraged. He suddenly exploded with a terrifying power and roared, "Brat! You're courting death!" Boom! Crack! Poof! The second elder met the attack with his full strength. With a loud explosion, the second elder's face twitched and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Swish, boom, buzz. Buzz, the second elder flew out a few meters and Lu Qingyang had already arrived. He grabbed the second elder's head and slammed it on the ground. With a loud explosion, a huge pit was created. Large cracks tore open and the celestial sect of Wonders temple trembled. The one-star sacred emperor second elder was heavily injured and only had half a breath left. Second elder. The great elder was furious. Second elder. The disciples of the celestial sect of Wonders temple were completely dumbfounded. They were both one-star sacred emperors but the second elder was so weak. How strong was Lu Qingyang to be able to injure a one-star sacred emperor second elder in the blink of an eye? He was completely crushing someone of a higher level. You want to kill me with this little power? Lu Qingyang said disdainfully. He lifted his foot and was about to stomp down. Stop! The leader of the celestial sect of Wonders temple roared in panic. I won't forgive you. The furious great elder exploded with a violent power. He shot out like lightning and his attacks were fierce and majestic. The great elder's cultivation had already reached the two-star sacred emperor level. His power was even more terrifying than the second elder's. Old thing, are you here to die too? Lu Qingyang glanced at him coldly. Swish, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Then, a fiery light flashed and disappeared. A dozen fists instantly bombarded the great elder's body. The great elder was severely injured and vomited blood on the spot. He directly knelt down. How is this possible? The great elder's eyes were about to fall out. He was terrified. He couldn't believe that a one-star sacred emperor had such terrifying power. A one-star sacred emperor crushing a two-star sacred emperor? The disciples of the celestial sect of Wonders temple were all stunned. Their faces were filled with fear and disbelief. Great elder! Brat! I won't forgive you! The leader of the celestial sect of Wonders temple roared. He was so angry that he had lost his mind. Lu Qingyang ignored the leader of the celestial sect of Wonders temple. Qingyang's teleportation has reached such a level? Not bad at all, Feng Wuchen praised with a smile on his face. Brother Feng is praising him? The sun must have risen from the west. Brother Lu's praise is like the sky. Miao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Qingyang is standing up for you. Can't you give him some face? Feng Wuchen chuckled. Miao Qingqing sighed softly and said with a look of shame, Sigh, does Big Brother Lu still have any dignity left? Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Two-star sacred emperor? Someone like you? Can't even take a hit. Lu Qingyang said with disdain. Then, he lifted his leg and swept it out. Stop. At this moment, an angry roar that was filled with majesty suddenly came from the void, and a terrifying aura pressed down on them. He's here. Wild Leopard sneered. Five-star sacred emperor. Seems like he's from the Luohan temple, Zhang Junlan said as he looked at the void. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the leader of the Luohan temple, Yan Shuihan. Boom. Buzz buzz. Lu Qingyang swept his leg out. With a boom, the great elder flew into the main hall. The main hall shook violently. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Even if he wasn't dead, he would be crippled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky above the Xian sect holy palace, Yan Shuihan, the three elders, and Yan Doyun appeared. Not just anyone can take our things. Lu Qingyang walked towards the severely injured second elder, ignoring Yan Shuihan and the others. Luohan Temple. Save us! The leader of the Xian sect holy palace was overjoyed. They finally had reinforcements. The disciples of the Xian sect holy palace were relieved. they finally saw hope. Yan Shuihan, we meet again. Feng Wuchen raised his head slightly. Feng Wuchen. Yan Shuihan and the others were scared out of their wits when they saw Feng Wuchen. The Supreme Dragon God. The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were all dumbfounded. Despair filled their hearts. Zhao Ming actually offended the Supreme Dragon God. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was speechless. The Luohan Holy Temple dared to go against the Dragon God Holy Temple? The Heavenly Void Holy Temple dared to go against the Dragon God Holy Temple for a mere Celestial Sect of Wonders? Palace Master, what should we do? An elder asked in fear. He was completely out of his wits. Yan Shuihan's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He was also panicking. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yan Shuihan, do you still remember what I said before? Yan Shuihan was speechless. One-star Holy Emperor? How is this possible? He actually broke through to the Holy Emperor level. Yan Doyun stared at Lu Qingyang with his eyes wide open. His expression was stiff and filled with disbelief. When did Lu Qingyang become a Holy Emperor? Yan Doyun's strength was enough to crush Lu Qingyang back then. How long had it been since then? Lu Qingyang had surpassed him and reached the Holy Emperor level first, leaving Yan Doyun in the dust. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? Yan Doyun could not imagine it. Seeing Lu Qingyang walk over, the second elder was in complete despair. He was filled with regret. He should have handed it over earlier. Old thing, since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself, Lu Qingyang said coldly. He lifted his foot and stomped down. His method was ruthless and merciless. Boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying foot stomped down on the second elder's back. With a boom, his spine shattered. The palace shook violently and cracks appeared everywhere. It was about to collapse. The second elder died on the spot. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the other disciples did not dare to speak. Other than fear, they were also in despair. You asked for it, Lu Qingyang said coldly. Then, he took the second elder's storage ring. After checking, he found that the Holy Spirit Stone was indeed in the second elder's storage ring. Big brother Feng, I found it. This is the Holy Spirit Stone that Lan Yu found. Lu Qingyang raised a Holy Spirit Stone the size of a bucket and laughed excitedly at Feng Wuchen before throwing it out. There's actually such a big piece of Holy Spirit Stone? It must be at least tens of thousands of years old, right? Feng Wuchen made a grabbing motion in the air and sucked the Holy Spirit Stone over. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was the first time he had seen such a huge Holy Spirit Stone. Oh my god, this is a dozen times bigger than an ordinary Holy Spirit Stone. Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Alliance Master, this is the one. Lan Yu confirmed. Very good. I'll craft you a top-grade sacred artifact bracelet later. It's both defensive and offensive. Feng Wuchen smiled happily as he put the large piece of sacred spirit stone into his storage ring. Thank you, Alliance Master. Lan Yu thanked him gratefully. A sweet smile of anticipation appeared on her beautiful face. Yan Doyun, do you still remember me? Lu Qingyang looked at Yan Doyun in the sky and asked with a smile. He looked like he was greeting a good friend. Yan Doyun furrowed his eyebrows and his face darkened. Yan Doyun, if I didn't remember wrongly, you should have been punished to stay in MT Spirit Beast for 10 years and not be allowed to leave. But it hasn't even been half a year and you are already back. Lu Qingyang smiled and said with a very happy smile. Lu Qingyang, Luohan Temple is now under the Heavenly Void Temple. Don't you know how powerful the Heavenly Void Temple is? I don't believe that you dare to touch me. Yan Doyun said coldly as he used the Heavenly Void Temple as a threat. Yan Shuihan and the three elders immediately reacted after hearing Yan Doyun's words. Luohan Temple was backed by the Heavenly Void Temple. Even if Longshi and the other two elders came, they would not be afraid, let alone Feng Wuchen. The strength of the Heavenly Void Temple was terrifying. Going against them was courting death. Feng Wuchen, the profound sage world is now under the control of the Heavenly Void Temple. If you want to do anything, you better think carefully. Yan Shuihan said coldly. The fear in his eyes had disappeared. Yan Shuihan was indeed afraid of the Dragon God Temple, but not of Feng Wuchen's strength. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Yan Shuihan, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. Yan Doyun laughed coldly and said, Feng Wuchen, you're the ones who don't understand the situation, right? Have you seen the experts of the Heavenly Void Temple? The 3 elders of the dragon gods are just ants in front of them. Lu Qingyang shrugged and laughed, the Heavenly Void Temple is indeed terrifying. They are all true immortal experts and are much stronger than us. However, this does not mean that I don't dare to touch you. Don't forget, there are no experts of the Heavenly Void Temple here. Whoosh! Boom! Pfft! The moment he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a loud explosion. Yan Doyun spat out blood and was sent flying. Lu Qingyang's attack was fierce. He severely injured Yan Doyun with one punch. Yuner! Yan Shuihan's face changed. He immediately dashed out and shouted, Great Elder, kill Lu Qingyang. Brat! Give me your life. Great Elder shouted angrily. The terrifying power of a 4-star Holy Emperor burst out like a flood. His power condensed into a terrifying storm. Then, he stepped on the void and shot out. The speed of a 4-star Holy Emperor was terrifying. Great Elder arrived in the blink of an eye. His terrifying aura locked onto Lu Qingyang. He slammed his palm forward ruthlessly. Great Elder, kill him. The severely injured Yan Doyun roared furiously. He looked very crazy. Wild leopard. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Whoosh! Wild leopard dashed out immediately. His violent power was like a volcanic eruption. He instantly broke through the 4-star Holy Emperor level. His aura was monstrous. Wild leopard had been maintaining his advanced state. Once he unleashed his power, it instantly increased by a few times. So powerful. His power has broken through the 4-star Holy Emperor level. Beidou Yan and the others were very excited. The 3-eyed demon ape smiled and said, This is not Wild Leopard's true power. Boom! Buzz buzz! Wild Leopard appeared in a flash and slammed his palm forward. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The power of the collision swept out wildly. The space within a radius of 10,000 feet shook violently and collapsed. What terrifying speed! He is not inferior to me. A 3-star Holy Emperor actually has such power. Great Elder frowned. His face was very serious. Old thing, let me be your opponent, Wild Leopard said coldly. As expected of a 4-star Holy Emperor. His speed is really terrifying. Fortunately, Wild Leopard made a move. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Lu Qingyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Qingyang, step back first, Wild Leopard said. Hee, I'll leave it to you. Lu Qingyang chuckled. He then flew to Feng Wuchen's side. Boom! Wild Leopard pushed fiercely. There was an explosion and the Great Elder was pushed back. He displayed his overwhelming power. Wild Leopard said coldly, Show me your true strength. I will kill you with all my strength. Great Elder stared at Wild Leopard fiercely and said, I didn't expect you to have such powerful strength. End of chapter. Wild Leopard. Don't hold back. Kill this old thing with all your might. The 3-eyed demon ape roared furiously, appearing to be extremely excited. Wild Leopard. Let us see the results of your cultivation. Yi Tianqing and the others roared excitedly. Among them, other than Feng Wuchen, only Ling Xiaoxiao and the Wild Leopard had reached the 3-star Holy Emperor realm. As an ancient beast, the Wild Leopard had a strong physical body and fierce combat power. They were all looking forward to the Wild Leopard's strength. Yan Shuihan and Yan Doyun's faces were extremely gloomy. Attack, I won't use any spells. The Wild Leopard said coldly. Its 2 claws were already condensed with violent power, and its body was full of bloodthirsty aura. Shameless boasting. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and roared. He directly took out his divine weapon, and his combat power sword. Boom! The Great Elder stepped into the void, and with an ear-piercing boom, his body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and shot out. His attack was even more terrifying and ferocious than before. Too slow. The Wild Leopard said coldly. The Wild Leopard was famous for its speed. Opponents of the same level would definitely be crushed by its speed. As soon as it finished speaking, the wild leopard's figure disappeared into thin air. So fast. The Great Elder frowned and had to stop attacking. He looked around vigilantly. Whoosh! In an instant, a black light flashed, and the wild leopard's sharp claws were already on the Great Elder's head. Its speed was so fast that no one could detect it. The sudden dangerous aura scared the Great Elder, and he didn't dare to move at all. The wild leopard's speed was too terrifying. What a terrifying speed, I almost saw it clearly. Xianxia frowned, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. One had to know that Xianxia was a 5-star holy emperor. If it could make him feel fear, it was enough to show that the wild leopard's speed was abnormal. As expected of an ancient beast, the wild leopard's speed is too terrifying. It's comparable to teleportation. Xianxia was extremely excited. Crush that old thing in terms of speed. Such terrifying speed, I'm afraid only the Alliance Master can compare to the wild leopard. The Crimson Emperor was shocked and ecstatic. We can't teleport as fast as the wild leopard, right? I can't see it at all. Yang Meier was shocked. With the terrifying speed of the wild leopard, if its sharp claws were to pierce down, the Great Elder would definitely die. Is this your full strength? Wild Leopard coldly asked. His ice-cold voice sounded like it came from the 18th level of hell, causing people who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. However, the wild leopard did not stab down. Grand Elder began to panic as his confidence crumbled. Mad Leopard slowly stepped back and said coldly, "Use your spell, you only have one chance." "You're even crazier than me." "Haha. I like it." Xianxia laughed excitedly. "Wild Leopard learned this from you, right?" Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianxia. "I learned it from Dong Zhantian." Xianxia pointed at Dong Zhantian. "What does this have to do with me? When Brother Lu unleashes his power, I can only watch the show." Dong Zhantian looked innocent. "You're asking for a beating." Xianxia glared at Dong Zhantian as he raised his fist and was about to attack. "Old teacher, save me." Dong Zhantian immediately hid behind Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Xianxia was still in the mood to mess around, Yan Doyun was about to go crazy. "Your arrogance will make you pay the price," the Great Elder said darkly as he channeled his power with all his might. His murderous aura surged as violent winds blew in the air. Buzz buzz. A terrifying aura erupted as an even more powerful force surged out, causing the air to tremble violently. Sensing the Great Elder's terrifying aura and power, the wild leopard was expressionless and did not take it to heart. Holy technique. Heaven's Wrath Seal. The Great Elder formed a seal with his hands and put his palms together. Then, with a roar, a huge blue energy seal condensed. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the Great Elder waved his hand as the huge and terrifying energy seal smashed towards the wild leopard with an unstoppable force. The air trembled violently as a large number of cracks appeared. "This elder wants to see if you can block it," the Great Elder shouted angrily. He was very confident in his own strength. As expected, it's only at this level. The wild leopard shook his head with a disappointed expression. How arrogant was this? Extremely violent energy gathered on his claws as a dazzling black light burst out. The shocking aura swept across like a landslide. The wild leopard's strength continued to rise. It reached the peak in an instant and almost broke through to the 5-star Holy Emperor realm. Is this the true strength of the wild leopard? Xianxia and the rest were getting more and more excited. Its strength increased by so much. Yan Shuihan and the other 2 elders were extremely shocked. How is this possible? The Great Elder was dumbfounded. Swish, the wild leopard stepped on the void as his body turned into a black lightning bolt as he charged towards the huge energy seal. Chi. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, when it was still a few dozen meters away from the energy seal, Wild Leopard suddenly waved its hand. The terrifying and unparalleled black light leopard claw slashed across the energy seal, forcibly splitting the huge energy seal into 5 parts, which then exploded. So powerful. It actually split such a powerful force into 5. The wild leopard's claws are so domineering. Even the holy art's power can't block it. This is too crazy. I can't believe it. Seeing this terrifying scene, Lu Qingyang and the rest were shocked and shocked. They were all stunned by the wild leopard. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. The wild leopard is indeed very strong. It should be able to fight with Madame. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded her head as she acknowledged the wild leopard's strength. How is this possible? This elder's holy art actually. The great elder was dumbfounded on the spot as he became a vegetable. He looked at the wild leopard as if he was looking at a monster. This was the holy art that he used all his strength to perform. The wild leopard's claws actually destroyed the holy art's power with a wave of his hand. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no need to deal such a blow, right? Even Yan Shuihan and the rest were taken aback. A 3-star holy emperor crushing a 4-star holy emperor. What kind of strength was this? Old thing, your strength is too weak. Too disappointing. I'll send you on your way now, the wild leopard said coldly. His figure immediately turned into a black lightning and charged towards the great elder. Be careful, great elder. Yan Shuihan's old face changed drastically. As he roared, he flashed out. Yan Shuihan's speed was terrifying. He suddenly flashed over and blasted a palm at the wild leopard, carrying the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. It was full of oppression. Boom, buzz, buzz, the wild leopard was not to be outdone and welcomed the palm. With a loud bang, the terrifying power directly blasted the wild leopard flying out. The power of a 5-star holy emperor was temporarily not what the wild leopard could contend with. Worthy of being a 5-star holy emperor. What a powerful force. The wild leopard furrowed his brows slightly. A piercing pain came from his arm, but that was all. Yan Shuihan frowned and thought to himself, he can actually withstand this Hall Lord's power. Wild leopard, back off. Let me do it, Feng Wuchen opened his mouth and said. Whoosh. Feng Wuchen teleported over. Feng Wuchen, you've become a 5-star holy emperor? Wild leopard asked curiously as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen grinned, 6-star. Wild leopard was secretly shocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. Lu Qingyang has already become a holy emperor. Feng Wuchen should also be a holy emperor, and he's even scarier than wild leopard. Yan Shuihan frowned as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Yan Shuihan, I've given the Luohan Sacred Palace a chance. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. Feng Wuchen smiled as an undetectable killing intent flashed across his black eyes. Feng Wuchen, who do you think you are? So what if you're the supreme dragon god? Aren't you just an ant in front of the heavenly void sacred palace? You want to trap me for 10 years? Dream on. The heavily injured Yan Doyun shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at Yan Doyun. His terrifying gaze made Yan Doyun tremble as if he was being stared at by a demon. Yan Doyun, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. You better be mentally prepared. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Yan Doyun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said arrogantly, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. If you see the experts of the Heavenly Void Sacred Palace, you'll be scared out of your wits. Don't think that the Dragon God's Sacred Palace can't protect you just because the Dragon Soul Killer is strong. You're hopelessly stupid. Lu Qingyang shook his head. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, Qingyang, I'll let you deal with this bastard later. If Yan Doyun knew that Feng Wuchen had killed a few true immortals of the Heavenly Void Sacred Palace and severely injured 2 5-star true immortals, what kind of expression would he have? Grand Elder, you can leave first. Yan Shuihan said seriously. Palace Master, you must be careful. Feng Wuchen's strength is not simple. Grand Elder warned before leaving in a flash. Buzz. Yan Shuihan's aura suddenly exploded as he pushed all of his power. His whole body started to shine with a bright cyan light. With a thought, he took out his divine armor. His aura started to increase crazily. Then, he put his palms together and pulled them apart. A huge silver axe appeared out of nowhere. His horrifying battling power started to increase rapidly. His terrifying battle prowess had soared to the level of a 6-star holy emperor. Yan Shuihan was at his peak. Obviously, Yan Shuihan did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen gestured with his finger and smiled. Make your move. Boom, Yan Shuihan snorted angrily and shot out explosively. With an ear-piercing boom, he turned into a bolt of green lightning and charged towards Feng Wuchen. His aura was monstrous, and the space around him shook violently. Feng Wuchen, let this hall master see your strength. Yan Shuihan said angrily and viciously, attacking fiercely. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc as he sneered, you'll see it very soon. In the blink of an eye, Yan Shuihan shot forward. His palm bent into a claw and fiercely clawed at Feng Wuchen's eyes. His move was ruthless. Feng Wuchen did not move. His expression did not change, but his figure took half a step back. It was that half step that narrowly and perfectly avoided Yan Shuihan's attack. How is this possible? Did Feng Wuchen move? Yan Shuihan was shocked. He did not detect any movement from Feng Wuchen, but his attack missed. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Yan Shuihan immediately launched a fierce attack. His speed was terrifying. But what shocked him was that every time he was about to hit Feng Wuchen, he would strangely miss by a little bit. And Feng Wuchen did not seem to move at all. What's going on? Why can't this hall master detect Feng Wuchen dodging? He dodged all of this hall master's attacks. Yan Shuihan's heart was filled with shock. So powerful. Big brother Feng doesn't seem to have moved at all. Lu Qingyang opened his eyes wide, unable to see what was going on. Lin Yu said with a face full of shock, what's going on with Yan Shuihan's attacks? Big brother Feng doesn't move at all. I can't hit him? This is spatial divine power. Husband's control of spatial divine power has already reached the realm of being able to do as he pleases. All of Yan Shuihan's attacks have changed space. Even if husband doesn't move, Yan Shuihan can't hit him either, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. The Alliance Master's strength is getting more and more terrifying. If my guess is right, the Alliance Master must be a 6-star Holy Emperor. That's right. Definitely a 6-star Holy Emperor. Yan Shuihan is going to suffer. Yi Tianwei and the rest were all shocked and excited. Those who did not know would think that Feng Wuchen's speed was fast to the extreme, unable to be detected. No matter how Yan Shuihan attacked, no matter from which angle, no matter how ruthless and tricky the moves were, he could not hit Feng Wuchen. What the hell is going on? Why is it always a little bit off? Is it an illusion? The more Yan Shuihan fought, the more shocked he became. He did not know what was going on at all. Yan Doyun and the 3 elders were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen just stood there without moving, and Yan Shuihan could not hit him. This was too strange, wasn't it? It was really strange. Yan Shuihan, I'm standing right in front of you, and you can't hit me. Looks like you don't have the right to see my strength, Feng Wuchen said with a mocking sneer. Yan Shuihan was even more terrified. The Feng Wuchen in front of him was real. It was definitely not an illusion or an illusion. Why did you stop? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Are you a human or a ghost? Yan Shuihan asked in horror, his voice trembling. The person was right in front of him, and he could not hit him no matter how hard he tried. If this was not a ghost, then what was? What do you think? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. Boom, poof, Feng Wuchen's attack speed was very scary. Yan Shuihan could not dodge it in time. There was an explosion, and the overbearing power made Yan Shuihan spit out blood. His body became a black line and flew away. So fast. I did not notice it at all. What kind of power is this? What is Feng Wuchen's cultivation level? Yan Shuihan was extremely terrified. Just one punch could make Yan Shuihan, who was a 6-star Holy Emperor, spit out blood. Father! Yan Doyun was shocked. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Yan Doyun could not believe that Feng Wuchen's strength had reached such a crazy level. Hall leader, the 3 elders shouted in fear. You can't even take one punch from me. You really don't have the right, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. So strong. With just the power of his body, he can hurt Yan Shuihan with one punch. Mad Leopard frowned. He was shocked. Wanchen said seriously, Alliance leader's strength and speed are beyond our imagination. With my husband's true fighting power, no one below the Holy Master level is his match. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. Teacher has many tricks up his sleeve. Even though I have followed teacher for many years, I still can't see through his tricks, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. Yan Shuihan forcefully stabilized his body. The pain in his chest was unbearable. Yan Doyun, didn't you say that the experts of the Heavenly Void Temple were very strong? I will give you a chance. Call them over, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. End of chapter. This is the Luohan Holy Temple's last chance. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. If you call the Heavenly Void Holy Temple over, you may still have a chance of survival. If you don't, I don't need to tell you the consequences, right? Yan Doyun gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. It's best if you call Long Shihun and the others over as well, in case you regret it. Feng Wuchen is so confident? Seeing how fearless Feng Wuchen was, Yan Shuihan couldn't help but worry. However, thinking about the terrifying power of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple, Yan Shuihan was relieved. Father, send a message to the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. Let them open their eyes and see what a true expert is. Yan Doyun said proudly, as if he could already see the tragic death of Feng Wuchen and the others. Luohan Temple Lord, send a message to the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. The leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders shouted. Yan Shuihan didn't think much and immediately sent a message to a true immortal from the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. My lord, the Celestial Sect of Wonders has met a strong enemy. Please come and save us. Strong enemy? In one of the palaces of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple, a true immortal expert slowly opened his eyes and smiled mockingly. The news of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple controlling the profound sage world should have spread throughout the holy world, right? There are still people who dare to behave so atrociously in the profound sage world. They really don't give the Heavenly Void Holy Temple any face. The true immortal expert laughed coldly and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. My lord, they said that the Heavenly Void Holy Temple is nothing special. Even if you come, we won't be able to survive. Yan Shuihan added fuel to the fire. He had to lure the Heavenly Void Holy Temple out. How dare you? The true immortal expert shouted angrily, whoever dares to insult the Heavenly Void Holy Temple, no matter who it is, must die, including everyone he knows. Hearing the true immortal's shout, Yan Shuihan was elated. Whoosh! The enraged true immortal expert appeared above the Heavenly Void Holy Temple in a flash. His terrifying aura and murderous aura swept across the area. From this terrifying aura, one could tell that he was a 3-star true immortal. He's here. They're here. Yan Shuihan and Yan Doyun were extremely excited. Greetings, my lord. Yan Shuihan and the rest of the people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders knelt down respectfully. Who dares to insult the Heavenly Void Temple? Get the hell out here. The true immortal expert roared angrily, his fierce gaze sweeping over the crowd below. My lord, it's them. Yan Doyun hurriedly pointed at Feng Wuchen with a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Feng Wuchen. The true immortal realm expert looked in the direction Yan Doyun was pointing, and he looked as if he wanted to eat someone alive. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. The moment he saw it, the true immortal expert was so scared that he peed his pants. His entire body trembled and his expression was filled with terror as if he had seen a ghost. My lord, they are from the Temple of Rakshasa. This person is the supreme one of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen. Yan Shuihan added. They did not seem to notice the true immortal's horrified expression. Lu Qingyang and the others saw it clearly, and they couldn't help but smile. Feng Wuchen, do you see this? This is the Heavenly Void Temple expert, he is even stronger than the Dragon Soul Killer. You have insulted the Heavenly Void Temple, none of you shall live. Yan Doyun sneered proudly, his chin almost reaching the sky. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. They actually dared to offend Feng Wuchen. Are they trying to get me killed? This bunch of bastards. The true immortal expert was extremely terrified. He wanted to run away immediately, but he did not dare to move. The true immortal expert wanted to tear Yan Shuihan and the others into pieces. Feng Wuchen, you will soon see the terrifying power of a true immortal. Yan Doyun sneered, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Qing Yang, Yan Doyun is yours. Feng Wuchen sneered. Whoosh! Lu Qingyang immediately appeared in front of Yan Doyun. His speed was extremely terrifying, and Yan Doyun was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Yuner, be careful! Yan Shuihan shouted in panic. Yan Shuihan could not believe that Lu Qingyang dared to attack in front of a true immortal. Pa! Pft! Lu Qingyang directly slapped Yan Doyun. The terrifying power caused Yan Doyun to spit out blood, and his injuries worsened. The first elder shouted angrily, "Stinking brat, you're courting death." The three elders wanted to attack, but they found that they could not move at all. They were controlled by an invisible force. What's going on? We can't move. The first elder was shocked. I'm also being controlled. I can't move. I don't know what kind of power it is. The second elder said in fear. The third elder shouted in panic, "True immortal, kill this stinking brat. Quickly kill them all." The true immortal did not dare to speak or move. Young master, I'm in trouble. Young master, save me. It's Feng Wuchen. The true immortal sent a message to Wang Tianzhong for help. Feng Wuchen? Wang Tianzhong suddenly opened his eyes in a palace in the Heavenly Void Temple. Lu Qingyang's slap stunned Yan Doyun. Yan Shuihan also opened his eyes wide and was dumbfounded. Was Lu Qingyang blind? Did he not see the true immortal in the Heavenly Void Temple? Lu Qingyang dared to attack in front of a true immortal. How arrogant was he? Yan Doyun looked at Lu Qingyang in disbelief. You dare to attack? Aren't you afraid that the true immortal will kill you? Why wouldn't I? Lu Qingyang sneered as he looked playfully at the flustered and exasperated Yan Doyun. Pa pa pa. Pft pft. Lu Qingyang slapped Yan Doyun's face, causing him to spit out blood. His entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Yan Shuihan, Yan Doyun, open your dog eyes and look at the expression of your so-called true immortal. See if he dares to attack, Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. What? Yan Doyun's heart pounded. Only then did he realize that the true immortal was already silent. The terrifying aura and killing intent from before had disappeared without a trace. Yan Shuihan sensed this and his heart skipped a beat. Only then did he look up at the true immortal. The true immortal that they were relying on now had a face full of fear and was trembling. It was too real. In that instant, Yan Shuihan and the others felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar and the 18 levels of hell. It was filled with endless fear and darkness. Intense despair filled their hearts. How did this happen? Yan Doyun was in complete despair. He actually saw the true immortal's face full of fear. Only now did Yan Doyun realize how stupid he was. He finally realized who was the frog at the bottom of the well. It's over. The palace lord of the celestial sect of wonders collapsed to the ground. Yan Shuihan, is he the terrifying expert you were talking about? A 3-star true immortal is not weak. But I don't know if he dares to attack, Feng Wuchen sneered. Yan Doyun, be on your way, Lu Qingyang sneered. End of chapter. True immortal. Save me. Save me. Seeing the killing intent in Lu Qingyang's eyes, Yan Doyun screamed in fear. Save you? Does he dare to? Yan Doyun, you shouldn't have left Spirit Beast Mountain. Lu Qingyang laughed coldly. He gathered a violent force in his palm and slammed it towards Yan Doyun's head. The 3-star true immortal did not dare to move. It was good enough that he could survive. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lu Qingyang, stop. Yan Doyun screamed in despair. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. They did not expect that the Heavenly Void Holy Hall cultivators did not dare to attack. Was the Heavenly Void Holy Hall afraid of the Dragon God Temple? The Heavenly Void Holy Hall was not afraid of the Dragon God Temple, but of Feng Wuchen. Lu Qingyang, stop. Yan Shuihan screamed in fear. He endured his injuries and tried to stop Lu Qingyang. But the severely injured Yan Shuihan could not stop Lu Qingyang. True immortal, save my son. Yan Shuihan screamed anxiously. The true immortal did not dare to fart. Boom. Poof. Lu Qingyang slammed his palm down mercilessly. With a loud explosion, the terrifying force caused Yan Doyun to spit out blood. His neck shrank and his body turned into a black line as he fell. Boom. Yan Doyun's corpse created a huge hole in the square of the Xian sect holy hall. Yan Doyun was already severely injured. He could not withstand Lu Qingyang's terrifying palm. Yan Doyun died on the spot. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. Brother Feng has killed countless heavenly void holy hall cultivators. There is an even stronger one kneeling in our Luohan holy hall. Lu Qingyang laughed coldly. Unfortunately, Yan Doyun could not hear him. If Yan Doyun was still alive, he would have been scared to death. Yuner! Yan Shuihan screamed in anger. His eyes were wet as he looked at the true immortal. Yan Shuihan screamed in anger, why? Why? Because I am no match for Feng Wuchen. The true immortal suppressed the fear in his heart and said. A 3-star true immortal was no match for Feng Wuchen, who are you trying to fool? The 3 elders and the leader of the celestial sect of wonders were all dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that they realized how wrong they were. Yan Shuihan, don't be so sad. You'll be able to see your son soon. Everyone in the Luohan temple will be able to see him. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen. Yan Shuihan roared in grief and indignation. His bloodshot eyes stared at Feng Wuchen, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, don't shout so loudly. No matter how loudly you shout, it won't change anything. Yan Shuihan, the people who supported you were useless. They gave you a chance, but it was useless. If you had known your place, you wouldn't have ended up like this. The true immortal expert was speechless. Qingyang, kill him. Feng Wuchen said mercilessly. Feng Wuchen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yan Shuihan roared in indignation. You think you're worthy? Yan Shuihan, you don't even have the right to be a ghost. Lu Qingyang flashed over and sneered. His eyes flashed with a murderous aura. Boom. Puff. Lu Qingyang punched out and hit Yan Shuihan's chest. With a boom, the violent force caused Yan Shuihan to spit out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. Yan Shuihan was severely injured and couldn't dodge at all. He also couldn't withstand Lu Qingyang's strength. Luohan Temple Lord, go and see your son. Lu Qingyang sneered and condensed a terrifying energy sword with one hand. Whoosh. Buzz. As Lu Qingyang waved his hand, the energy sword shot out like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. Wherever it passed, the void violently shook and exploded. The 3 elders of the Luohan temple panicked. They couldn't do anything but watch. Rumble. Buzz. The moment the terrifying energy sword pierced through Yan Shuihan, it exploded. The violent energy ripples swallowed Yan Shuihan. After a while, Yan Shuihan's body fell from the terrifying energy ripples. There was a big hole in his chest. His life force had completely dissipated. He couldn't be more dead. The Luohan Temple Lord had fallen. The 3 elders of the Luohan Temple were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't move or speak. It was worse than death. Qingyang, good job. Yi Tianqing shouted excitedly. Beidou Yan shook his head and sneered. Why did you have to do this when you could have lived? You asked for it. Miao Qingqing didn't have the slightest sympathy. The Luohan Temple Lord has been killed. The Temple Lord was so scared that he forgot the pain of losing his arm. His eyes were full of despair. Are we going to die too? This has nothing to do with us. It's the Temple Lord and senior brother who provoked Feng Wuchen. Even if it has nothing to do with us, will Feng Wuchen let us go? I don't want to die yet. My wife is still waiting for me at home. The disciples of the Xian sect panicked. They were scared out of their wits. It was as if the aura of death had already surrounded them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Qingyang flashed in front of the 3 elders of the Luohan temple. Without saying a word, he took out the holy sword and swept it across. The moment the sword flashed, the 3 elders who couldn't move had their throats slit. Whoosh! After killing the 3 elders, Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly flashed in front of the temple lord of the Xian sect. Don't kill me. The temple lord begged in fear and knelt down. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. I only wanted to kill the 4 of them and take back the Holy Spirit stones that belong to us. But you guys just had to interfere. You even wanted to use the Heavenly Void Temple to kill us. This is a capital offense. Whoosh. Before the leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders could speak, Lu Qingyang had already pierced his throat with his sword. All enemies must die, including you guys. If you have any last words, say them quickly. Lu Qingyang walked over with the holy sword in his hand. His cold and murderous gaze swept across the disciples of the Xian sect. With one look, the disciples of the Xian sect were so scared that they felt as if they had stepped into the gates of hell. Their faces turned pale and their bodies stiffened. This has nothing to do with us. We didn't even know that the Holy Spirit stones were stolen by Zhao Ming. Sir, please spare our lives. We are innocent. They did something wrong and offended all of you. Why do we have to bear the consequences? This isn't fair to us. Sir Supreme, please spare our lives. The disciples of the Xian sect begged in fear. Are these your last words? Lu Qingyang said coldly. With the holy sword in his hand, he shot out. The cold murderous aura swept out like a tsunami. At this moment, the disciples of the Xian sect were in complete despair. Qingyang, forget it. They are right. This has nothing to do with them. Don't kill the innocent. Ling Xiaoxiao stopped him. Our enemy is the Heavenly Void Temple. Ling Xiaoxiao's cold gaze swept across the true immortal. End of chapter. With Ling Xiaoxiao's words, the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders regained their hope. The fear and despair in their hearts instantly vanished. At this moment, they felt extremely blessed. Consider yourselves lucky. Since Xiaoxiao has spoken, I'll spare your lives. Lu Qingyang had already arrived in front of a holy emperor disciple. Just as his holy sword was about to strike, he stopped. If Ling Xiaoxiao had not spoken, Lu Qingyang would not have stopped. The holy sword was placed on the disciple's neck, scaring him out of his wits. He shut his eyes tightly. Lu Qingyang kept his holy sword and waved his hand with a smile. All right, disperse. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Thank you, Madame Jizun. Thank you, Madame Jizun. The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders all kowtowed to express their gratitude. They were ecstatic. It was like returning to heaven from hell. The disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders all fled for their lives. They were afraid that Ling Xiaoxiao would change her mind. In less than a minute, all the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders had disappeared. Only Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were left. In the sky above the Celestial Sect of Wonders, Feng Wuchen looked at the Heavenly Void Holy Hall True Immortal and smiled coldly. Your great leader should have told you that I'll kill anyone from the Heavenly Void Holy Hall I see. Alliance leader, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him, Yi Tianwei shouted angrily. Lin Yu shouted, that's right. Brother Feng, just kill him. We still need to go back and cultivate. The true immortal's face darkened. He glared at Feng Wuchen and gritted his teeth. Feng Wuchen, I know that the mysterious power in your body is terrifying. Even the great guardian and great leader were defeated by you. But it's not that easy for you to kill me. Oh? How so? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. He did not know where the true immortal's confidence came from. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure had already appeared on the left side of the true immortal. His speed was terrifying. The true immortal's body shook and his eyes widened. If I want to kill you, I can do it in an instant. Who do you think can save you? Is it your hall master? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His words were filled with cold killing intent. Feng Wuchen doesn't have any aura on him at all. Why do I suddenly feel such a destructive pressure? The true immortal expert felt extreme fear in his heart. Young master, hurry up and save me. The true immortal expert sent a voice transmission in terror. Within the Heavenly Void Holy Hall, cries for help were heard again. Wang Tianzhong said anxiously, Father, are we just going to watch our people get killed by Feng Wuchen? Now that we have the help of the Golden Crow clan, why should we be afraid of Feng Wuchen? The soul of the dead had an extremely unsightly expression as he said angrily, even if I go myself, I might not be a match for Feng Wuchen, let alone you. Now, we must wait for news from the Golden Crow tribe's chief. Young master, don't act rashly. The power that's trapping the Great Guardian is too terrifying. Feng Wuchen is stronger than we thought, Yuan Hong added. Wang Tianzhong clenched his fists and tried to control his anger. He glared at Yuan Hong viciously. If Yuan Hong hadn't stopped him, Wang Tianzhong would already be in the Xianxia's holy hall. It was also because of Yuan Hong that the soul of the dead didn't dare to act rashly. You should all know how strong the Golden Crow tribe's Grand Elder is. Even he can't break through the power that's controlling the Great Guardian. Even if I act, I might not be able to break through that power. We've underestimated Feng Wuchen, the soul of the dead said seriously. Father, you haven't even acted yet. How do you know that you can't beat Feng Wuchen? The mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body is just the power of his soul, Wang Tianzhong said unhappily. Say no more. The soul of the dead shook his head. Damn it. Wang Tianzhong was furious. Back at the Xianxia's holy hall. Wang Tianzhong didn't appear for a long time. The true immortal started to panic. Wang Tianzhong definitely heard his voice, but why didn't he appear? Young master, save me. Elder, save me. The true immortal kept asking for help. Even the soul of the dead was asking for help. But no one appeared. He had already been abandoned. Have I already been abandoned? The true immortal already guessed it. His eyes were filled with despair. Your eyes tell me that you're afraid and in despair. Am I right? Feng Wuchen snickered coldly. He could tell that the true immortal was in despair. The true immortal couldn't help but tremble. His heart was filled with fear. He didn't want to fight back at all. The Great Guardian and the Domain Commander were easily injured by Feng Wuchen. He was just a 3-star true immortal. He couldn't fight back at all. Don't worry. I'll let you die without any pain. Feng Wuchen snickered coldly. He activated the Void Destruction Divine Power. Sensing Feng Wuchen's murderous intent, the true immortal said in terror, No, don't kill me. Destroy. Feng Wuchen said softly. The true immortal's body turned into countless specks of light and disappeared. Only a storage ring and a saint weapon spear were left. They turned into dust. There was indeed no pain. Even a 3-star true immortal couldn't fight back against Feng Wuchen. Yan Shuihan wanted to use the Heavenly Void Temple to kill Feng Wuchen. He was tired of living. Alliance leader, the storage ring and saint weapon. Huan Yang said respectfully. Give it to whoever needs it. Feng Wuchen didn't want it at all. Even a 3-star true immortal doesn't dare to fight back? Feng Wuchen, where did this mysterious power come from? Wild Leopard frowned. He was very curious. Big brother Feng, looks like the Heavenly Void Temple is very scared of you. No one came to save him. Lu Qingyang smiled. Yi Tianqing smiled proudly. Alliance leader is so powerful. Who would dare to come? Isn't that asking for death? Wild Leopard, Three-Eyed Demon Ape, Sky-Devouring Tiger, Chaos God, Crimson Emperor, Lin Yu, Dong Zhantian, the 7 of you go to the Luohan Temple. Don't leave anyone behind. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Alliance leader. Crimson Emperor and the others accepted the order and disappeared. Big brother Feng, let's go too. Lu Qingyang said hurriedly. Qingyang, go to St. Azure City and check on shopkeeper Su's situation. The profound sage world is already under the control of the Heavenly Void Holy Temple. All the forces have already submitted. St. Azure City is probably no exception, Feng Wuchen said seriously. Oh right, and shopkeeper Su. Xiao Xiao, Qing, let's go to St. Azure City immediately. Lu Qingyang's expression changed. He immediately rushed to St. Azure City with Miao Qing and the others. Feng Wuchen looked into the void and said telepathically, Didn't the Heavenly Void Temple want to kill me? I heard that it was you who took the initiative to ask the Almighty to kill you. I killed so many of your people and the Great Guardian is still kneeling in the Temple of Rakshasa. None of you dare to do anything? Feng Wuchen. In the Heavenly Void Temple, the faces of the departed soul and the others changed. Do you think that if you don't do anything, I won't do anything to you? From the day you provoked me, your lives were already in my hands. Feng Wuchen's arrogant voice sounded again. End of chapter. No one can save you, including the powerful being behind you. Feng Wuchen's arrogant voice sounded again. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen dares to look down on the heavenly void temple. Wang Hun's face instantly darkened. He was furious and his killing intent swept through the hall. This brat dares to insult the heavenly void temple. He deserves to die. This Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. He dares to say that he can control our lives. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can control our lives? The elders and upper echelon of the heavenly void temple were all furious. Terrifying auras and killing intent exploded. You can watch your own people being killed by me and you can still do nothing. I really admire your cold-bloodedness. Let me remind you, I'll kill anyone from the heavenly void temple. I see. Feng Wuchen's voice sounded again. Wang Tianzhong was furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, Feng Wuchen, I won't let you go. Since you've offended me, I'll slowly let you know what fear is. I'll let you know how trash you are. Don't even think about going to the immortal world because none of you will be alive. Feng Wuchen's arrogant laughter sounded. Good, good, good. I'd like to see how you can boast so shamelessly. Wang Tianzhong couldn't take it anymore. He immediately disappeared. Chong-er. Wang Hun's face changed. Young master, please wait. Yuan Hong shouted, but it was too late to stop him. Oh no. Wang Hun was very anxious. He roared, Yuan Hong. Go and stop him. Yes. Temple Master. Yuan Hong said respectfully and was about to chase after Wang Hun. No need. The heavenly void temple young master isn't weak. Let him test Feng Wuchen's strength. I'll protect him secretly. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. It was as if it was above everything. Golden Crow Tribe Leader. Hearing the voice of the Golden Crow Tribe Leader, the group of deceased souls felt relieved. I have underestimated Feng Wuchen. Since the Almighties think so highly of him, it is enough to see that this child is not simple. The Golden Crow Tribe Leader's voice sounded again. The soul of the dead frowned slightly and asked, Chief of the Golden Crow Tribe, do you think we can defeat Feng Wuchen if we join forces? No one knows what level Feng Wuchen's strength has reached. It's just a guess. Before we make a move, we must understand his true strength and not act rashly, the Golden Crow Tribe Leader said with a solemn voice. Is the Golden Crow Patriarch not sure? What realm has Feng Wuchen's strength reached? Yuan Hong was secretly shocked. The Golden Crow Patriarch did not dare to be sure. It was clear that he did not have much confidence. The Revenant said solemnly, let's go and see Feng Wuchen's strength. Meanwhile, when Wang Tianzhong appeared again, he was already under the control of the Xianfeng Sacred Palace. The terrifying aura and murderous aura of a 7-star true immortal surged without restraint. Oh? Someone finally appeared. A 7-star true immortal is very strong. Feng Wuchen, who was just about to leave, looked at the furious Wang Tianzhong in shock. His lips curled up dangerously. Feng Wuchen. Wang Tianzhong roared in anger. He squinted his eyes and stared at Feng Wuchen like he was looking at a dead person. Sizing up Wang Tianzhong, Feng Wuchen snickered coldly. I just said that I'll kill whoever I see, and you're already rushing to your death. Wang Tianzhong used all his power and took out his sage armor and sage artifact. His combat power skyrocketed and the entire celestial world space started to crumble. Doomsday descended. Luohan's sacred palace was filled with corpses. Blood flowed like a river and the smell of blood was extremely thick. Seems like the Alliance leader has lured out the Heavenly Void Sacred Palace experts. Luanshen was extremely excited. The terrifying power made his blood boil. Huan Yang's face was filled with shock. This power is too terrifying. It's countless times stronger than the Great Ancestor and the others. Heavenly Emperor Residence. This is Wang Tianzhong's aura. Has the battle started? Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly. 8-star true immortal. Wang Tianzhong's power is indeed terrifying. This power is enough to fight me. Mu Tianqi was shocked. Among the 8 great ancient era's major powers, an 8-star true immortal was already an extremely frightening existence. Instantly, Wang Tianzhong's combat power reached the level of an 8-star true immortal. His destructive power made countless cultivators in the Saints' world despair. 8-star true immortal's combat power is indeed very strong, Feng Wuchen said calmly. He approved of Wang Tianzhong's power. Facing Wang Tianzhong's immeasurable power, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. There was no panic in his eyes either. Wang Tianzhong roared furiously. I want to see if you really have the power to control our lives. Don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll probably never have the chance to use your full power again. Feng Wuchen grinned and hooked his finger at Wang Tianzhong arrogantly. Feng Wuchen's arrogance and disregard for Wang Tianzhong infuriated Wang Tianzhong again. Whoosh, boom, Wang Tianzhong attacked decisively with overwhelming power. He suddenly flashed in front of Feng Wuchen. Then, there was an earth-shaking explosion. Destructive power that was dozens of times stronger swept out. It felt like it could destroy everything. However, Wang Tianzhong's instant attack didn't hit Feng Wuchen. It took less than a second. This showed how terrifying Wang Tianzhong's speed was. If it were anyone else, they would have been instantly killed by Wang Tianzhong. But even with such terrifying speed, he still didn't hit Feng Wuchen. He actually dodged it. So fast. Wang Tianzhong frowned. He still couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's location. Just a flash made Wang Tianzhong feel threatened. Whoosh, in the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared above Wang Tianzhong and slammed his palm down. Great! Wang Tianzhong shouted. He used his full power to meet the attack. Boom, wang. Wang, the 2 palms clashed and explosions resounded throughout the Saints' world. The destructive power and death storm almost destroyed the Saints' world. The space within hundreds of thousands of feet turned into nothingness. Countless sacred mountains in the profound Saint world were instantly turned into nothingness. The degree of destruction was unimaginable. The clash of palms shocked Wang Tianzhong greatly. At the same time, Wang Tianzhong saw a trace of hope. At least Wang Tianzhong could block Feng Wuchen's power. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't use his full power, he should only be slightly stronger than me. Father and the others overestimated Feng Wuchen, Wang Tianzhong thought. Palace Lord, it seems like we still have hope. An elder from the Heavenly Void Saint Hall laughed secretly. Young Master, being able to block Feng Wuchen's power doesn't mean anything. After all, we can't see Feng Wuchen's power, Yuan Hong said solemnly. The Grand Elder said solemnly, we can't sense Feng Wuchen's power at all. What do you think, Golden Crow tribe leader? Wan Hun asked. Unfathomable. The Golden Crow tribe leader shook his head. His expression was extremely serious. End of chapter, unfathomable? The soul's old face grew more serious. Feng Wuchen's speed seems to be only a bit faster than Heavenly Void Young Master, the Golden Crow leader continued. But he's actually on par with me. He's even scarier. Feng Wuchen's power is a kind of power that we can't feel any aura fluctuations from. This clan leader has never seen such power before. No one knows how strong this power is, let alone how much power he used. Feng Wuchen didn't feel any pressure at all when he clashed with Heavenly Void Young Master's punch. His eyes were also very calm. This is enough to show that he's far stronger than Heavenly Void Young Master. Hearing the Golden Crow leader's analysis, the soul and the other top cultivators grew more serious. Are you confident, Golden Crow leader? The soul asked seriously. It's hard to say. The Golden Crow leader shook his head. The more he couldn't see Feng Wuchen's power, the less confident he was. Who knew if Feng Wuchen's power was bottomless? Is Feng Wuchen's power really that terrifying? It seems that his power has indeed reached the level of a loser. Even his soul power is extremely strong, the soul thought with a frown. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat unfolded. Even if it was just a head-on collision of fists and feet, the power was still terrifying. Deafening explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Immeasurable energy ripples carried in unstoppable momentum as they swallowed everything. The two were evenly matched in the intense battle. Not bad, not bad. Using the opponent's power to refine your body isn't any weaker than using the Thunder Soul Pearl. Emperor Yuancher's chuckle sounded. Senior Yuancher, you saw through it, Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. Feng Wuchen didn't use super power to kill Wang Tianzhong because he wanted to strengthen his body through the battle. However, as the hand-to-hand combat went on, the high-intensity battle consumed a lot of power. Wang Tianzhong's aura started to weaken. Slowly, Wang Tianzhong started to fall into a disadvantage. He couldn't handle Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks. Feng Wuchen's punches landed on Wang Tianzhong's body, forcing him to retreat. Helplessly, Wang Tianzhong pulled away and gave up on fighting. Young master can't hold on any longer. Yuan Hong frowned. The Revenant said solemnly, with Feng Wuchen's strength, he should be able to easily defeat Zhong Er. The Golden Crow tribe leader said in a deep voice, if they really want to fight, Feng Wuchen will probably be able to defeat the Heavenly Oasis young master in one strike. The Golden Crow tribe leader wasn't saying that Wang Tianzhong was weak. It was just that Feng Wuchen was too strong. Feng Wuchen's strength and speed didn't decrease at all. On the other hand, I used up a lot of energy. His physical body is terrifying and my attacks don't affect him at all. Close combat is really disadvantageous for me. Wang Tianzhong thought. He was more and more shocked. The intense battle already caused Wang Tianzhong's limbs to feel piercing pain. Feng Wuchen's overbearing attacks seemed to be able to break through his defense. Giving up close combat is a wise choice. Feng Wuchen grinned. He didn't even pant. Feng Wuchen, you haven't used your full strength yet, right? Wang Tianzhong asked coldly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Didn't you guess it already? As expected. Wang Tianzhong frowned. I've already used my full strength. He hasn't. He's indeed stronger than me. Let me see how strong you are. Buzz buzz, thinking about this, Wang Tianzhong's eyes flashed with viciousness. He quickly formed a seal and exploded with all his power. The vast aura shot into the 9 heavens and shook one's soul. Ancient celestial technique. Chaos essence creation cut. Wang Tianzhong roared furiously and waved his hand. Whoosh, buzz buzz, hundreds of thousands of feet long energy slash shot out with the power to split the world. The power surged crazily with ear-piercing sounds. The attack was terrifying and unstoppable. One had to admit that the power of the celestial technique was terrifying. Feng Wuchen, let me see how much stronger you are than me. Wang Tianzhong stared at Feng Wuchen. He desperately wanted to know the difference between him and Feng Wuchen. Young master is testing Feng Wuchen's power. Yuan Hong also looked at Feng Wuchen. The Golden Crow tribe leader, Wang Hun, and the others also looked at Feng Wuchen. They also wanted to know how strong Feng Wuchen was. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all when he saw the destructive energy slash shooting over. He was still calm. Divine technique. Sky-burning dragon god fist. When the destructive energy slash was dozens of meters away, he activated the ancestor of all fires. Feng Wuchen roared. Terrifying power condensed in his fist and burned with white flames. White flames? Wang Tianzhong was very surprised. He stared at the white flames on Feng Wuchen's fist in shock. What a terrifying aura. What kind of flame is this? The white flame's aura is even more terrifying than ancient godly flames. To actually be able to make this Hall Master feel such intense fear. Even the Golden Crow tribe's clan fire isn't this terrifying. The appearance of the white flame shocked the Golden Crow tribe leader and Wang Hun. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make them feel intense danger. Rumble. Buzz buzz, with that, Feng Wuchen punched at the incoming energy slash. With a huge boom, the world shook and the space of the saint's world shook violently. Feng Wuchen's punch landed. Under the extremely shocked gazes of the Golden Crow tribe leader and the others, Wang Tianzhong's energy slash actually shattered. The 100,000-foot-long energy slash shattered. What? Wang Tianzhong's eyes popped out and he said in shock, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can shatter my immortal spell with one punch. How is that possible? Such terrifying power. Young Master's immortal spell is already at the level of an 8-star true immortal. Feng Wuchen can shatter it with one punch. I can't believe it. This kid is a monster. The Golden Crow tribe leader and Wang Hun were extremely shocked. Even the Golden Crow tribe leader might not be able to shatter such a terrifying immortal spell with one punch. Is Feng Wuchen's power really so terrifying? Wang Hun was filled with disbelief and fear. The Golden Crow tribe leader took a deep breath and thought, I'm definitely not his match in a one-on-one fight. The powerful figure actually wants us to deal with such a monster. Is he really using Feng Wuchen to destroy us? The power of one punch already had such a frightening effect. Feng Wuchen was only using a divine spell. He only used the ancestor of all fires, which was why he could erupt with unimaginable destructive power. What other powerful immortal spells do you have? Just use them. I can't wait to kill you, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, I know you're stronger than me, but you're not much stronger than me. Don't say it like you can kill me at any time. Wang Tianzhong said coldly with a dark expression. Feng Wuchen's words were a great humiliation to Wang Tianzhong. As the young master of Heavenly Void Sacred Palace and a top genius, he had been revered everywhere since the ancient times. When had he ever been looked down upon and humiliated like this? How do you know that I'm not much stronger than you? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Your power is indeed the power of the loser. You can obtain this power, but compared to the loser's spiritual body in your body, how much power can a mere spiritual body release? It's already not bad that you're an 8-star true immortal, Wang Tianzhong said coldly. Good analysis, but it's all wrong, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen had already appeared to the right of Wang Tianzhong. What? Wang Tianzhong's expression changed drastically as his heart raced. Feng Wuchen's speed was much more terrifying than before. Wang Tianzhong didn't sense it at all. If he didn't hear Feng Wuchen's voice, Wang Tianzhong wouldn't have known that Feng Wuchen had appeared to his right. Boom, poof, before Wang Tianzhong could turn around, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. With a boom, an invisible destructive power made Wang Tianzhong spit out blood and fly away in a black line. How is this possible? What's with his power? He can severely injure me with a wave of his hand. Wang Tianzhong was terrified and couldn't believe it. The power of an 8-star true immortal couldn't even take the power of a casual wave of Feng Wuchen's hand. The difference was too big. So fast. I can't sense it at all. There's no movement in the air at all. Even the dragon gods will create some air currents when they teleport. How can Feng Wuchen be so fast? The soul in the dark was shocked and his expression froze. Unbelievable. The elders' faces were filled with shock and fear. The Golden Crow chief frowned slightly and said, his speed instantly increased by several times and even more terrifying. I actually couldn't see it clearly. Feng Wuchen can control his strength and speed as he pleases. No one can detect it at all. Before Wang Tianzhong could stop flying, Feng Wuchen silently appeared behind him. The speed was too terrifying. It was as if Feng Wuchen had always been there. Boom. Pooh. Before Wang Tianzhong could react, Feng Wuchen's palm landed on him. With a loud explosion, Wang Tianzhong spat out blood again and was sent flying again. What kind of speed is this? Wang Tianzhong was even more terrified. He couldn't imagine how fast Feng Wuchen was. In just 2 attacks, Wang Tianzhong was heavily injured. His face was as pale as paper. How powerful was this power? Zhong. The soul of the dead was terrified and anxious. He couldn't believe that Wang Tianzhong was so easily injured. Feng Wuchen is actually so much stronger than the young master. The great elder was so shocked that his entire body trembled. Oh no! The young master is in danger. Yuan Hong hurriedly said. Her panicked face was filled with worry. Feng Wuchen's 2 attacks already heavily injured Wang Tianzhong. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill Wang Tianzhong at any time. Oh Lord, if you don't do anything, Feng Wuchen definitely won't let the young master go, an elder said anxiously. Feng Wuchen definitely wasn't joking when he said that he would kill anyone he saw. The soul of the dead looked at the Golden Crow chief anxiously. Golden Crow chief, do it. If you don't, Feng Wuchen will definitely kill Zhong. The Golden Crow chief shook his head and said solemnly, Feng Wuchen's power is probably on par with mine. We probably can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. I'll use the formation to save the heavenly void, young master. A solemn expression that had never been seen before appeared on the Golden Crow patriarch's face, and a strong sense of fear flashed across his eyes. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond their imagination and guesses. The Golden Crow chief didn't dare to do anything. The soul of the dead and the others were shocked. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen flashed over. Looking at the heavily injured Wang Tianzhong, he sneered. How is it? Can I kill you at any time? Wang Tianzhong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He looked like he had seen a ghost and couldn't speak at all. If Feng Wuchen wanted to, he could have killed Wang Tianzhong with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Wang Tianzhong finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen's power was. It was an existence that could kill him instantly. Wang Tianzhong even said that Feng Wuchen was only slightly stronger than him. What a joke. I've fought with you for so long. You should be satisfied now. Go on your way. Feng Wuchen sneered and raised his hand. His palm faced Wang Tianzhong. Wang Tianzhong was scared out of his wits. He was terrified to the extreme. Dad, Golden Crow Chief, save me. Wang Tianzhong sent a message in panic. He wasn't confident that he could escape from Feng Wuchen. Do you know how the last person from the Heavenly Void Sacred Hall died? He didn't feel any pain at all. Feng Wuchen sneered and activated the Void Destruction Divine Power. His hand shone with faint golden light. Dad, save me. Wang Tianzhong sent a message in terror. His eyes were filled with despair. Wang Tianzhong could clearly feel the powerful aura of death. It was too terrifying. Just at this moment, a green formation suddenly appeared under the terrified Wang Tianzhong's feet and sucked him in. A ray? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this. Wang Tianzhong's aura disappeared. Clearly, he was saved. The Golden Crow chief, Wang Hun, and the others all retreated. This aura is at the peak of an 8-star true immortal. The hidden expert has such a special aura. Looks like it's the Golden Crow chief. He indeed interfered. I hope you don't regret it. Feng Wuchen sneered. Among the ancient forces, the Golden Crow chief was the strongest. It wasn't hard to guess. I'll play with you in the future. After this, they probably won't dare to attack so easily. Dragon God Temple and Temple of Rakshasa can use this chance to increase their strength. The space of the sacred world can also increase the cultivation of true immortals. You'll definitely be shocked then, Feng Wuchen murmured to himself. Glancing at the space, Feng Wuchen said, Almighty, I'll find you soon. With that, Feng Wuchen disappeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already at Luo Hun's Sacred Hall. Alliance leader, we've killed everyone in Luo Hun's Sacred Hall, Huanyang reported respectfully. He was covered in blood. Corpses piled up in Luo Hun's Sacred Hall. Blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Good job. Go back and cultivate. Break through to the sacred sovereign realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen smiled and waved his hand. Luo Hun's Sacred Hall was instantly engulfed in flames. End of chapter. Heavenly Void Temple. The Golden Crow tribe leader, Wang Hun, and the others appeared. Everyone relaxed. That was close. Thank you for saving me, Golden Crow tribe leader. Wang Tianzhong let out a breath of relief and thanked him gratefully. Wang Hun glared at Wang Tianzhong and scolded, This is the consequence of underestimating your enemy. If it wasn't for the Golden Crow tribe leader, would you be able to come back alive? Wang Tianzhong didn't dare to retort. If he hadn't underestimated his enemy, Wang Tianzhong wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The Golden Crow tribe leader shook his head and said seriously, Feng Wuchen is stronger than we thought. We must report this to the powerful beings. With our strength, fighting against Feng Wuchen is suicide. Luckily, young Master Heavenly Void intervened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that Feng Wuchen was so strong. If we attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Golden Crow tribe leader is right. Even if we work together, we don't have a high chance of winning. If we weren't strong enough, how would Feng Wuchen dare to be so arrogant? Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Wang Tianzhong's pale face was twisted. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. With my power as an 8-star true immortal, I can't even take one hit from him. Feng Wuchen's power is definitely on par with powerful beings and those who lost. We can't deal with him. No matter how unwilling Wang Tianzhong was, he couldn't do anything. Feng Wuchen's strength wasn't something he could deal with. Thank goodness we didn't attack. The more Wang Han thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was secretly glad that he didn't attack Feng Wuchen immediately. Otherwise, the Heavenly Void Temple might have been destroyed already. I'll report this to the powerful beings. I hope the celestial world can send experts. If it doesn't work, we can use some tricks at the crucial moment, the Golden Crow tribe leader said seriously. Then, he disappeared. The Golden Crow tribe leader was reminding Wang Han and the others. Yuan Hong, continue to monitor the Heavenly Emperor residence. If there's a chance, attack as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen probably won't give us much time, Wang Han said seriously. Yes. Palace Lord. Yuan Hong said respectfully and immediately flashed away. Why aren't you going back to recuperate? The soul of the dead shouted at Wang Tianzhong, who then left the hall. Palace Master, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he is only one person. Dragon God Temple, Pale Spirit Tower, Sovereign Spirit Clan and Holy Tower are all related to Feng Wuchen. Instead of attacking the Heavenly Sovereign residence, why don't we find an opportunity to attack these forces? An elder reminded. The departed soul narrowed his old eyes and said coldly, in order to enter the divine world, we will eliminate the dragon gods and Feng Wuchen at all costs. However, now is not the time. Since the Golden Crow clan leader will report this to the Almighty, we will wait for the news first. Pass down the order. Send people to secretly monitor the forces related to Feng Wuchen. The Revenant ordered. Big Brother Feng, is the battle over? Shopkeeper Su is very safe here. If there's nothing else, we'll head back first, Lu Qingyang said via voice transmission. The Su family of St. Green City was not in danger. After all, it was only a small force. The Heavenly Void Temple did not care about it at all. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, it's good that you're fine. Go back and cultivate. Use the time to increase your cultivation. Brother Feng's strength is indeed as strong as I imagined. You were able to injure Wang Tianzhong in a few moves. Brother Feng's mysterious strength is not weaker than the Golden Crow clan leader. Mu Qingfeng's light laughter suddenly sounded. His figure appeared like a ghost. Feng Wuchen glanced at Mu Qingfeng and smiled faintly, the Golden Crow clan leader? He was here just now. He saved the person. That formation indeed belongs to the Golden Crow clan. The person who attacked is the Golden Crow clan leader, Golden Crow Kuei. The person you injured is the Heavenly Void Temple young master, Wang Tianzhong. Mu Qingfeng smiled. So it's the young master. No wonder he's so strong. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. The Golden Crow clan young master, Golden Crow Kuei, is even stronger. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Although the spiritual qi in your space is stronger than in the holy world, it's still extremely difficult for true immortals to cultivate. I'm surprised that you can still cultivate. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Mu Qingfeng smiled bitterly, there's nothing we can do about it. In order to survive, we can only cultivate. The powerful beings are too unfair to us. The experts in the immortal world space are not necessarily stronger than us. However, we don't have the right to go there. The immortal world space is not necessarily good either. Feng Wuchen shrugged. We don't care about whether it's good or not. We only care about increasing our cultivation. If we can curry favor with Brother Feng, we'll definitely have a chance to kill our way into the immortal world space. Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. He was very confident in Feng Wuchen. Maybe you won't want to go when the time comes. Alright, I'm going back to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Mu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly and sighed, Feng Wuchen, you haven't experienced that kind of despair. You won't understand. In order to survive, you're willing to devour the power of your loved ones to increase your cultivation. If you've experienced that kind of life that's worse than death, you won't say that. Mu Qingfeng, your relationship with Feng Wuchen seems to be pretty good. At this moment, Yuan Hong's cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, her figure appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a huge enchantment covered the profound holy world. She didn't come with good intentions. Mu Qingfeng's expression didn't change at all. He smiled faintly and said, "We're friends." Friends? So you're saying that Feng Wuchen will definitely care about your life and death? Yuan Hong asked coldly. A vicious killing intent flashed across her eyes. An unparalleled power spread out. Mu Qingfeng glanced coldly at Yuan Hong and sneered, "What? The Heavenly Void Holy Hall can't beat Feng Wuchen. You want to use me to threaten him? But this does seem like something the Heavenly Void Holy Hall would do. In order to survive, in order to head to the immortal world, you must destroy the dragon gods and Feng Wuchen at all costs. You can't escape today," Yuan Hong said coldly. Terrifying power erupted and she immediately launched a fierce attack. Yuan Hong's power was extremely terrifying. She was even stronger than Wang Tianzhong. In order to end this quickly, Yuan Hong unleashed her full power. Her terrifying power was much stronger than Wang Tianzhong's. "I've heard that you're even stronger than Wang Tianzhong. Seeing you today, it seems that it's true." Mu Qingfeng smiled faintly. There was no fear on his handsome face. Mu Qingfeng was only a 6-star true immortal. He wasn't Yuan Hong's match at all. Yuan Hong's speed was extremely terrifying. She arrived in an instant. Mu Qingfeng didn't move at all. There was still a faint smile on his handsome face. He didn't fear Yuan Hong's terrifying power at all. Boom, weng weng, Yuan Hong didn't hesitate at all. She punched mercilessly at Mu Qingfeng. With a boom, extremely destructive explosive energy swept out without restraint. Mu Qingfeng was instantly reduced to dust. "What?" Yuan Hong's expression changed drastically. She said in disbelief, "This is an illusion, true body. I didn't see it at all." End of chapter. Damn it. That cunning Mu Qingfeng. It's the Heavenly Emperor's residence's illusion. Yuan Hong's face darkened as he exploded in anger. Not only did they fail to capture Mu Qingfeng, but they also alerted Feng Wuchen. Not everyone can see through the Heavenly Emperor's residence's illusion. It won't be that easy for you to capture me. Mu Qingfeng's faint laughter rang out. Yuan Hong's face was ferocious as his killing intent soared. "Yuan Hong, do you want to come to the Heavenly Emperor's residence to capture me?" Mu Qingfeng's faint laughter rang out again. "Mu Qingfeng." Yuan Hong gritted his teeth and roared. Mu Qingfeng was so calm and fearless in front of him. Yuan Hong should have known. Unfortunately, he could not tell if Mu Qingfeng was real or fake, and he was in a hurry to attack, so he failed. Heavenly Emperor's residence. In a palace, Mu Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes and frowned. "Fortunately, Feng Wuchen reminded me. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Young master, there are Heavenly Void Temple experts secretly monitoring the Dragon God Temple." A Heavenly Emperor's residence expert said respectfully. "Young master, there are Heavenly Void Temple experts in the Pill Spirit Tower." Another person said respectfully. "Young master, there are Heavenly Void Temple experts in the Sovereign Spirit Tribe and the Sacred Tower." Another voice said respectfully. Mu Qingfeng frowned and muttered, "These forces are all related to Feng Wuchen. Looks like the Heavenly Void Temple doesn't just want to capture me. They want to control these forces to threaten Feng Wuchen. How despicable." Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor's residence has already sent people to guard them. There's nothing to worry about. If the Heavenly Void Temple wanted to enter the immortal world, they could not deal with Feng Wuchen directly. They could only resort to some underhanded methods. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them sense your presence. Attack when necessary. Don't alert them. Mu Qingfeng ordered. Feng Wuchen returned to the Temple of Rakshasa. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were cultivating in seclusion again. With 100 times the spiritual energy, one's cultivation speed was several dozen times faster than before. No one could resist cultivating, wanting to break through to Holy Venerate as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen was no exception. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the space of the Divine Ring. Boom, just as Feng Wuchen entered the Divine Ring space, he heard an explosion coming from his body. His cultivation had broken through. 7-star Holy Emperor. My cultivation speed is truly terrifying. 100 times the amount of spiritual energy is truly amazing. Furthermore, with Senior Primeval Beginning's powerful cultivation technique, my cultivation speed has increased by several dozen times. I am one step closer to breaking through to the Holy Venerate stage. Haha. Feng Wuchen could not help laughing out loud in ecstasy. The dozens of primordial spirit clones had been cultivating in the divine ring. Even if Feng Wuchen's original body wasn't cultivating, his cultivation level would still rise rapidly. Feng Wuchen, your foundation is very solid. A quick increase in cultivation won't affect you much. Emperor Xianxia said with a faint smile. A solid foundation is also a result of battles, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, you now have my ancestor of all earths. In addition to your powerful physical body, even a 1-star Holy Venerate won't be able to hurt you with your current strength, the Earth Mystic Emperor said with a smile. The Earth Mystic Emperor was a top-notch expert that had been unsealed when Feng Wuchen was in seclusion. The Wood Mystic Emperor had already disappeared. Feng Wuchen was already used to it. Feeling the power of the 7-star Holy Emperor, Feng Wuchen said excitedly, with my current strength, a 1-star Holy Venerate won't be able to hurt me. I should be able to fight a 1-star Holy Venerate. Senior Primeval Beginning's cultivation technique is too powerful. Needless to say, his cultivation technique is even more powerful. After Xianxia is unsealed, you will obtain all the elemental powers. At that time you will be able to cultivate the strongest physical body since the creation of the world. That will be the true immortality, Emperor Xianxia said with a smile. The strongest physical body since the creation of the world. Feng Wuchen's blood boiled as he listened. He became more and more excited. Feng Wuchen couldn't imagine how terrifying the strongest physical body would be. Although Feng Wuchen now had an immortal physical body, there was still the possibility of death in front of an absolutely terrifying power. Emperor Xianxia said with a smile, that's right. No one knows what kind of terrifying power will be born from the fusion of 8 elemental powers. Has no one tried it before? Feng Wuchen asked. Emperor Xianxia shook his head slightly and said, since the creation of the world, only you can accommodate all the elemental powers. No one else can. Even the one from the Panga realm can't. This might be the reason why the reincarnation pagoda chose you. The 8 elemental powers are the first powers born from the creation of the world. They are the ancestors of all elemental powers. If the 8 elemental powers are fused, you can imagine how terrifying it will be, the Earth Mystic Emperor said with a smile. He looked very expectant. Now, all that's left is the metal elemental power, Feng Wuchen said. When you become a supreme saint, Xianxia should be able to be unsealed. Hurry up and cultivate. The sooner you become a supreme saint, the sooner you can cultivate the strongest physical body, Emperor Xianxia said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, I don't have much time left. All of our hopes are on you. Don't let us down, the Earth Mystic Emperor said. Don't worry, Earth Mystic Emperor. I won't let you down. Wait for my good news, Feng Wuchen said with a confident smile. Good. 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 The Earth Mystic Emperor was very happy. Just as Feng Wuchen sat down to cultivate, the Earth Mystic Emperor's figure slowly turned illusory and finally disappeared. Don't worry. I, Feng Wuchen, won't take your inheritance for free. I will definitely save you, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Western Region Golden Crow Tribe. The Western region had become hell on earth. It was dark without a trace of light. The entire space was shrouded in a sinister aura. The air was filled with a terrifying aura of resentment, which made one's hair stand on end. Countless forces in the Western region had suffered devastating attacks. Their palaces were destroyed, and blood flowed like rivers. There were casualties everywhere, as if they had encountered a terrifying plague. No one knew how many people had died in the Western region. Cries for help, cries, and screams filled the entire space. The people outside had no idea what was going on in the Western region. Golden Crow Temple. The temple was filled with a sinister aura and resentment. The Golden Crow tribe's leader, Golden Crow Kuei, was devouring something to cultivate. Father, you haven't broken through yet? A young man asked. This person was the Golden Crow tribe's young master, Golden Crow Mia. He was an 8-star true immortal. His strength was terrifying, far above Yuan Hong's. Just a little more. Golden Crow Kuwei slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. A terrifying aura spread out from Golden Crow Kuwei's body. It gave off a feeling that he was above all things. Bring them in. Golden Crow Mia shouted. Outside the temple, an expert-led demon shadow, Old Ghost Yan Ming, and the other saint venerables of the major forces in the western region into the temple. You devil! You rely on absorbing our blood essence to raise your cultivation base. You'll die a horrible death. Demon Shadow cursed. You beast! You're insane. Old Ghost Yan Ming and the other experts cursed. End of chapter. The Golden Crow Sacred Hall was filled with angry curses. It turned out that for the sake of breaking through to the 9-star true immortal realm, the Golden Crow Kuwei had madly devoured the blood essence of countless experts from various factions in the western region. It was all thanks to the Golden Crow Chief that the western domain had become a living hell. Breaking through to the 9-star true immortal realm required an enormous amount of energy. If the Golden Crow Chief wanted to break through, how much blood essence would it need? In order to increase his cultivation, the Golden Crow Kuwei had gone to such an extent. Disregarding human life. The devil of devils. Are you done? Golden Crow Meeson said coldly, it's your honor to be a part of your father's power. You should be grateful. Grateful? Bah. A holy venerate scolded angrily, you are even worse than beasts. You make it sound so dignified, but you are still worse than beasts. Shadow Demon Lord's eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth and cursed, what bullsh** T ancient great force, what Golden Crow race, is this how you got your power? In the end, you guys aren't as humane as the Heaven Fiend race. Calling you beasts is already praising you guys. Old thing, your mouth is quite powerful. Golden Crow Mia sneered. Swish. Bang bang. The Golden Crow Chief flashed over and struck the Shadow Demon Venerable and the other Saint Venerable's heads, forcefully devouring their essence blood. Ah! The two Saint Venerables screamed miserably. They struggled with all their might, but to no avail. A moment later, the Shadow Demon Elder and Demon Elder fell to the ground. Their old faces were pale and withered, and they seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Although he wasn't dead yet, he only had half his life left and wouldn't live for long. Devil Shadow Supremacy. Old Ghost Yan Ming and the others were filled with grief and indignation. Bastard. He was worse than a beast. All of you will die a horrible death. Even if we die, we won't let your Golden Crow clan off. Come on. Devour my blood essence. Let's see how strong you can become. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will seek revenge on your Golden Crow clan. The group of cultivators roared crazily. They were completely enraged, and none of them were afraid of death. Not bad, the Golden Crow Kuwei said with a faint smile. Then, he grabbed the air and swallowed the blood essence of hundreds of experts at the same time. The hall was filled with heart-wrenching screams. A few seconds later, all of the powerful beings, including Old Ghost Yan Ming, collapsed to the ground. All of their faces were dry and withered, and they looked as if they had aged several decades. After devouring everyone's essence blood, the aura of the Golden Crow Chief had clearly increased a little. Father, there are still thousands of people outside the palace. There is also a large amount of essence blood that our clansmen have taken, said the Golden Crow. Very good. The day when I break through to the 9-star true immortal realm is just around the corner. Haha. The Golden Crow Chief laughed maniacally. Then, he flashed out of the hall. Everywhere he passed, miserable screams rang out. The Golden Crow Chief devoured the blood essence crazily, and thousands of experts fell down one after another. It was extremely miserable. Devouring life essence to increase one's cultivation. The Life Spirit Temple's cultivation technique is quite good, Kuwei Jinwu laughed excitedly. Not only did the Chief Golden Crow devour their blood essence, it also devoured their life essence. After a short while, the Golden Crow Chief's aura became much stronger. During this period of time, the Golden Crow chief had devoured the blood essence and life origin of countless people to increase its cultivation. The space of the western regions had become hell on earth. At least millions of people had been devoured by the Golden Crow. It's about time. Give the blood essence you've seized to this clan chief. After devouring the blood essence, I'll be able to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm, Chief Golden Crow said with an excited smile. He was filled with anticipation. Golden Crow Mia smiled happily and said, "Father, if you break through to the 9-star true immortal realm, you should be able to fight against a powerful existence." "Yes, that's enough," Chief Golden Crow said with a confident smile. "Mia, there are still many people in the western regions. Without spirit chi to cultivate, life essence and blood essence are good cultivation resources," Chief Golden Crow said with a smile. "I understand," Golden Crow Mia said with a smile. "How are the Grand Elder and the others?" Chief Golden Crow asked. "They're still in seclusion. Their cultivation has increased a lot," Golden Crow Mia said. Chief Golden Crow nodded and said, "Before I come out of seclusion, no one is allowed to provoke Feng Wuchen." "Father, don't worry," Golden Crow Mia said with a smile. Chief Golden Crow looked into the void and said with a voice transmission, "Lord Almighty. Feng Wuchen is very powerful. I've already confirmed that the power in Feng Wuchen's body belongs to the defeated. I'm not his match. Even if I join forces with Si Hun and the others, we won't have a chance of winning. I hope that Lord Almighty can send experts to help." In the space of the celestial realm, in a majestic palace, the Almighty slowly opened his eyes and thought to himself, as expected, Feng Wuchen's strength is not simple. The Almighty had clearly expected this. He just did not know how strong Feng Wuchen was. Who exactly is the loser? Why is he helping Feng Wuchen? The Almighty was very curious, but he could not find out who the defeated one was. "Chief Golden Crow, I have a way to deal with the dragon gods. Don't make a move for now. Wait for my orders," the Almighty said with a voice transmission. "Orders?" Chief Golden Crow said with disdain, "Wait until I enter the space of the celestial realm. Let's see if you still dare to order me around. Mia, go and cultivate. I'm going into seclusion to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm," Chief Golden Crow said calmly and entered the palace in a flash. "I wish Father a smooth breakthrough to the 9-star true immortal realm," Golden Crow Mia said with a smile. Temple of Rakshasa. The palace was very quiet. There were only a few guards guarding the mountain gate. The others were all in seclusion to cultivate. The peaceful palace was suddenly broken by someone. "Lord Supreme! Lord Supreme Being!" A panicked and weak cry suddenly rang out. "Who's there?" the guard leader shouted. Dozens of guards flew over at top speed. Outside the mountain gate of the Temple of Rakshasa, a severely injured man descended. Because of his injuries, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. He rolled 7 to 8 meters away and crashed into a huge rock. The man crawled up weakly. His face was filled with pain. "I've never seen this person before. He looks unfamiliar. Could he be an enemy? He called out Lord Supreme just now. Perhaps he knows Lord Supreme. This person's injuries are very serious. Bring him to the alchemy pavilion to heal first," the guard leader said with a frown. The leader of the guards frowned. They did not recognize the man, but they hurriedly brought him to the alchemy pavilion. I want to see Lord Supreme. Quick. Quick, help me," the man said weakly. He was very anxious. "Lord Supreme and the others are in seclusion to cultivate. Your injuries are serious. Heal first." "The alchemy pavilion has pills," the guard leader said. "Seclusion to cultivate?" When the man heard that, he was in complete despair. He looked as if he had given up on treatment. "Who are you? What's happened? Why are you looking for Lord Supreme?" the guard leader asked. "Something big has happened in the west region. There are countless casualties. Quick. Quick, report to Lord Supreme. If we don't hurry, everyone in the west region will die," the man said anxiously. "Everyone will die?" The guards were scared out of their wits. They had no idea what was going on. However, Feng Wuchen and the others were in seclusion. Who could they tell? End of chapter. Everyone is going to die. Is it that serious? The Heaven Devil race is already annihilated. Who else would be so savage? The West region is a faction under the Heaven Devil race. Their life and death has nothing to do with us, right? That's right. They deserve to die. They don't deserve pity. I think he is also from the West region. There's no need to save him. Some of the guards were obviously disgusted by the West region factions. The guard leader frowned and glared at the guards. He rebuked, "If you say so, what's the difference between them and the Heaven Devil race? Other than the factions under the Heaven Devil race, there are many other factions that are innocent. The itinerant cultivators of the West region are also innocent. What are you waiting for? Bring him to the Elixir Refinery Pavilion. You guys, don't bother about me first. Hurry and think of a way to inform Lord Supreme," the man said anxiously. A few guards immediately brought the severely injured man to the Elixir Refinery Pavilion. The guard leader looked at the man and asked in confusion, "You don't look old. Why does your face look so old?" The Golden Crow clan is deranged. Millions of people have already died tragically. They crazily devoured the essence, blood and life source of cultivators to increase their cultivation. My life source has been devoured," the man said anxiously. The man was Supremacy Azura. If Feng Wuchen was here, he might not recognize Supremacy Azura. After all, his face looked so old. What? Devouring blood essence and life essence to cultivate? The guards were shocked once again, their bodies trembling. What is the Golden Crow race? Are they scary? Isn't devouring life essence something that only the Life Spirit Mystic Hall can do? A guard asked in horror. The Golden Crow race is even scarier than the Heaven Devil race. Now, the West region can only be entered but not exited. The teleportation gate is already controlled by them. Hurry and think of a way to inform Lord Supreme. Only Lord Supreme can save the West region, Supremacy Azura said anxiously. His aura was getting weaker. Scarier than the Heaven Devil race? The guards were shocked again. Leader, what should we do? A guard asked in a panic. They all realized the seriousness of the matter. Lord Supreme and the others have just entered closed-door cultivation. We don't know when they will come out. We also don't know what's going on in the Western domain. First, send someone to report to the Sacred Dragon Palace. The guard leader said solemnly. I'll head to the Dragon God Sacred Hall right away. A Saint King took the initiative and flew towards the teleportation gate. You should recuperate first. Lord Supreme and the others shouldn't be in seclusion for too long. With our strength, there's nothing we can do to change anything. The guard leader said to Venerable Azura. They could only send people to the Dragon God Temple. Venerable Shura didn't say anything else. There was no point in being anxious. All he could do now was wait. He didn't know how long the Western region could last. What Reverend Shura didn't know was that Reverend Shadow Devil, Old Ghost Yan Ming, and the others had already had their blood essence devoured. Now, they only had half a breath left and weren't far from death. The Chief Golden Crow had devoured enough blood essence and life origin, but the experts of the Golden Crow tribe also needed to increase their cultivation. They needed more blood essence and life origin. Therefore, the Golden Crow clan's madness did not stop. They were like the incarnation of the devil. Countless forces and cultivators in the Western region had become the prey of the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe's ferocious methods were absolutely hair-raising. 2 days passed. The Temple of Rakshasa was very peaceful. In the entire holy world, only the Western region had become a living hell. In comparison, the profound Saint world was simply a paradise. The guards who went to the Dragon God Sacred Hall brought back news that the experts of the Dragon God Sacred Hall were also in seclusion. Why hasn't Lord Supreme come out of seclusion? The Western region can't hold on much longer. Venerable Azura was beginning to despair. His old face was filled with grief and tears kept falling. Venerable Azura knew that the Shadow Devil Sacred Hall and the Life Spirit Mysterious Hall were finished. The Golden Crow tribe's main target was the powerful experts. Although only 2 days had passed, with the Golden Crow tribe's terrifying speed, who knew how many people had been killed? The number of casualties in the western region was very terrifying. The Golden Crow tribe's madness had already devoured tens of millions of cultivators in the western region. They either died tragically from losing their blood essence or became old and powerless from having their life essence devoured. The faces of everyone in the western region were filled with endless grief and fear. Their eyes were incomparably empty, as if they were dominated by fear. But now, they were living a life worse than death. They were like walking corpses. Even the 18 layers of hell were not so terrifying. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The peaceful temple of Rakshasa finally welcomed some movement. Lord Supreme has come out of seclusion. Lord Supreme is cultivating in this palace. The guard leader was overjoyed. He looked at the palace where Feng Wuchen was. Lord Supreme. Venerable Azura was overjoyed. Hope was ignited in his heart. Within the palace, Feng Wuchen had indeed come out of seclusion. The primeval heaven-defying art is truly terrifying. The supreme dragon god art is far inferior. Breaking through to the holy light stage is as easy as flipping my hand. Given my current speed, I will not need long to break through to true immortal, Feng Wuchen thought excitedly. The strength of a holy venerate made Feng Wuchen feel like he had been reborn. 7 days passed outside. However, Feng Wuchen had already cultivated for more than a month in the divine ring. With the help of his essence soul clone and the 100-fold increase in spirit chi, Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to the 1-star holy venerate realm. He had also obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Xianxia, the ancestor of all gold. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had not come out of seclusion yet. They all wanted to use the horrifying spiritual energy and natural treasures to break through to holy venerate. Breaking through to holy venerate required some time, even with the 100-fold spiritual energy. Lord Supreme. Something big happened, the guard leader reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen rushed out of the palace and immediately saw the Azura venerate. However, he did not recognize the Azura venerate. So, he asked, what happened? Lord Supreme, it's me. I am the Azura venerate. While we were at the Holy Pill Pavilion, this subordinate helped Lord Supreme remove the life-soul curse, the Azura venerate said anxiously, appearing very excited. You are the Azura venerate? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. He simply could not believe it. The Azura venerate then recounted what happened. Devouring essence blood and life force? To think that there is such a thing. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He had not expected the Golden Crow race to be so deranged and inhumane. Lord Supreme, at that time, you were all in closed-door cultivation. This subordinate did not dare to disturb you. The experts of the Dragon God Temple were also in closed-door cultivation. We could only wait, the guard leader explained. Lord Supreme, quickly save the Western region. Right now, only Lord Supreme can save the Western region's cultivators. Countless people have already been harmed during this period. There is no time to waste, the Azura venerate pleaded anxiously. There is not enough spiritual energy to raise cultivation. The Golden Crow Kuei and the others are truly unscrupulous. They are even worse than beasts, Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of chapter. There's a powerful barrier in the space of the Western region. This is the aura of the Golden Crow clan's leader. No wonder no one in the holy world noticed such a huge incident. Feng Wuchen sensed that the space of the Western region was covered by a barrier. Lord Supreme being, the Western region teleportation gate only allows entry and exit. It has already been controlled by the Golden Crow clan, Venerable Azura said respectfully. It's good that you're allowed to enter. Let's go and take a look at the Western region, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He waved his hand and brought Supremacy Shura to the portal of the profound sage world. Lord Supreme, just the two of us? The strength of the Golden Crow clan is terrifying. Every true immortal expert is stronger than the dragon ancestor and the others, Supremacy Shura asked in shock as he looked at Feng Wuchen with a stiff expression. Although Supremacy Shura knew that the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body was terrifying, he felt that it was only slightly stronger than Long Xinghun and the others. It was impossible for him to defeat the Golden Crow clan. Feng Wuchen had once given Supremacy Shura a chance to live. How could he harm Feng Wuchen? Let's go. Feng Wuchen smiled and didn't mind. After entering the portal, Feng Wuchen and Supremacy Shura arrived at the portal of the western region in a few seconds. A gloomy aura filled with resentment hit them head-on. The space of the western region was dark as if they had arrived in hell. The aura has completely changed. The gloomy aura and the thick smell of blood. Has the western region become like this? Feng Wuchen frowned. It was a completely different world. Supremacy Shura said with grief and indignation, Lord Supreme, the western region has become hell. Welcome to the territory of the Golden Crow clan. A true immortal expert guarding the portal of the western region sneered. Lord Supreme, he's a true immortal expert of the Golden Crow clan. Supremacy Shura said in horror. His face was pale and his body trembled. Feng Wuchen glanced at him coldly and didn't take it to heart. Don't even think about leaving the territory of the Golden Crow clan. The true immortal of the Golden Crow clan sneered arrogantly. Destroy. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and pointed his palm at the Golden Crow tribe elite. With a low shout, the Golden Crow tribe elite instantly turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. He was reduced to ashes. The Venerable Shura was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He was scared out of his wits. What kind of terrifying power was this, a true immortal expert that was even more terrifying than the Dragon Soul Killer? With a single shout from Feng Wuchen, he could turn this person into ashes. Just how terrifying is Lord Supreme's strength? Venerable Shura's heart was filled with extreme fear. His teeth were chattering non-stop. Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes and sensed the entire space of the western domain. All kinds of cries for help, screams, cries, and so on. Countless people were terrified and desperate. Countless Xianxia were injured and old. The Golden Crow clan could be said to have fully displayed their cold-bloodedness and heartlessness. Just to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm? Feng Wuchen's heart was filled with rage. The auras of the Shadow Devil Lord and Old Ghost Yan Ming have disappeared. The holy venerables of the Western Domain are almost wiped out. There aren't many Saint Emperors left. Countless Xianxia were killed. They either had their blood essence devoured, their life essence devoured, or both, Feng Wuchen said as he sensed. His face was getting more and more unpleasant. The Venerable Shura was dumbfounded. The factions of the Western Domain, even the third-rate ones, have suffered a devastating blow. It's too late. Feng Wuchen shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen and the others were too late. It was that the Golden Crow clan was too fast. The factions of the Western Domain and countless Xianxia were powerless against the Golden Crow true immortal experts. Devouring blood essence and life essence was as easy as flipping a hand for a true immortal. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and brought the Venerable Shura to the dark palace of the life spirit. The majestic palace had been razed to the ground. The elites of the dark palace of the life spirit had all disappeared, leaving behind a large number of corpses and injured. Whether it was the corpses or the injured, their blood essence and life essence had all been devoured. Their faces were all old. Venerable Shura, the palace lord and the elders have all been captured, a severely injured Saint Emperor said with difficulty. His pale and old face was filled with fear. The supreme of the dragon gods. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, everyone in the dark palace of the life spirit was shocked. A glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Lord Supreme, please save us. We don't want to die yet. Lord Paragon, our blood essence and life essence have been devoured. Lord Paragon, please save us. Lord Supreme, please save us. Everyone knelt and begged. Lord Supreme, can they still be saved? Looking at the severely injured people, the Venerable Shura suppressed his grief and anger and asked. The moment he asked, the Venerable Shura realized something. Feng Wuchen did not answer. Even if they could be saved, Feng Wuchen did not want to waste time and soul power. After all, they had nothing to do with Feng Wuchen. Moreover, the dark palace of the life spirit was a force under the Sky Devil tribe. Since they were enemies, Feng Wuchen naturally did not care if they lived or died. Stay here and take care of them. I'll go take a look elsewhere, Feng Wuchen said lightly and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen looked around. The outcome of any force was the same. Even the children were not spared. The 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. The Golden Crow tribe was ruthless and cruel. It was beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. Are they still fighting? Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned. He looked to the left and immediately flashed out. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in the sky above a city. In the city, 3 true immortal experts were wantonly seizing a large number of cultivators' blood essence and life origin, ignoring the pleas of the cultivators. Miserable screams were endless. A large number of cultivators fell one after another. Their faces were aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. They're simply inhumane. They can even absorb life origin. Have they all cultivated the dark palace of the life spirit's cultivation technique? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen could not stand it anymore. He immediately shouted angrily, "Stop!" Feng Wuchen's angry shout resounded through the city. It carried a terrifying aura and pressure, giving people a feeling of invincibility. The sudden roar instantly silenced the city. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void. Oh? There's actually someone who dares to ask us to stop? A true immortal sneered mockingly. He looked at the sky above the city with cold and fierce eyes. You've got guts. How dare you interfere with the matters of the Golden Crow tribe? Another true immortal sneered disdainfully. However, when they looked up and saw Feng Wuchen, they were suddenly scared out of their wits. Their mocking and disdainful expressions disappeared instantly and were replaced by endless fear. Feng Wuchen. The 3 true immortal experts trembled and broke out in cold sweat. End of chapter. The Supreme of the Dragon Gods. The people in the city were stunned. They stared at Feng Wuchen with disbelief. Is he really the Supreme of the Dragon Gods, Feng Wuchen? Why would Feng Wuchen come to the western region? At this moment, they were very afraid that it was an illusion. It's really the Supreme of the Dragon Gods, Feng Wuchen. This isn't an illusion. It's not an illusion. We're saved. We're saved. The Supreme of the Dragon Gods is here to save us. Lord Supreme, please save us. The deathly silent city exploded in an instant. Everyone screamed crazily and knelt down. From their violent reactions, it was clear how painful their lives had been. It was also clear that they had a strong desire to live. They were already in complete despair. At this moment, they were undoubtedly the most excited because they saw hope. They saw a chance to live. It was the feeling of returning to heaven from hell. Feng Wuchen. The 3 true immortal experts were even more terrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The name Feng Wuchen seemed to have become a divine power that made people tremble in fear. Clan leader, Feng Wuchen has come to the western region. One of the true immortals immediately sent a voice transmission back. He was so terrified that he could not move and was trembling violently. What? Feng Wuchen? The Golden Crow chief, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. I've already set up a barrier. The other realms can't know. Why did Feng Wuchen suddenly come to the western region? The Golden Crow chief's face turned ferocious. His eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. The Golden Crow chief suppressed his anger and sent a voice transmission. Come back immediately. Clan leader, Feng Wuchen has already seen us devouring the essence, blood and life source. I'm afraid he won't let us go. The true immortal sent a voice transmission in fear. His heart was about to jump out. Even the Golden Crow chief did not dare to say that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. It was even more impossible for the 3 of them. Was it possible to escape under Feng Wuchen's nose? It was impossible. Idiot. Do you still need Feng Wuchen's permission to come back? The Golden Crow Kuei scolded angrily. Meow, pass down the order. Tell the clansmen to come back immediately. Feng Wuchen has come to the western regions. Father is now at the crux of my breakthrough. If Feng Wuchen comes, stop him with all your might. Kuei Jin immediately transmitted a message to his son. Kuei Golden Crow was currently at the critical juncture of breaking through to become a 9-star true immortal. He could not come out, nor could he give up. What? Feng Wuchen came to the western regions? Golden Crow Mia's expression changed drastically. Of all the people who came, it had to be Feng Wuchen. What is Feng Wuchen doing in the western regions? Golden Crow Meow was flustered. He didn't have time to think and immediately ordered, "All clansmen, come back immediately. This is an order." The Golden Crow clansmen who received the order immediately retreated. However, there were 3 clansmen who did not dare to move. Feng Wuchen slowly descended into the air above the city. He stared coldly at the 3 true immortals and said, "I didn't expect the Golden Crow clan to be so deranged and inhumane. In order to raise their cultivation bases, they actually devoured other people's blood essence and life origin, killing countless cultivators in the western regions." His bone-chilling voice seemed to have sentenced the 3 true immortals to death. Aren't the lives of the western region's spatial cultivators their lives? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold-killing intent spread out. Gulp, the 3 of them swallowed their saliva in extreme shock and fear. Fear and despair that they had never felt before welled up in their hearts. "The clan leader wants us to go back." "Run," one of them said fearfully. "Quick, run!" Someone suddenly shouted. The 3 of them were in extreme panic. If they did not run, they would definitely die. If they ran, there was still a chance of survival. The 3 true immortal experts wanted to use their movement techniques to escape before Feng Wuchen made his move. However, the moment they used their movement techniques, they were shocked to find that their bodies had become very slow. They were controlled by a very terrifying force. Why did our bodies become so slow? What's going on? We can't use our movement techniques. We're trapped. It must be Feng Wuchen. It's over. We can't run away. The clan leader and the elders are in seclusion. Young master is not a match for Feng Wuchen. We're dead meat. When they found that they could not use their movement techniques to escape, and that their movements had become very slow, like a turtle, the fear of the 3 of them instantly soared to the highest point. The feeling of despair and death enveloping their bodies. This feeling was too real. Feng Wuchen looked at the 3 of them expressionlessly, as if he was looking at corpses. "Lord Supreme Being. Kill them. The Golden Crow clan is deranged. They devoured our blood essence and life origin crazily. They didn't even let children go. My poor daughter is only 16 years old. She just had her coming-of-age ceremony, and her lifespan was mercilessly devoured by them. Lord Supreme Being, save my daughter. Lord Supreme Being, the Golden Crow clan deserves to die. Kill them. Destroy the Golden Crow clan." The cultivators in the city roared in grief and indignation, venting all the resentment and hatred in their hearts. They all knew that Feng Wuchen had a very terrifying power. In addition, the 3 true immortals were unable to move. They were even more convinced that Feng Wuchen had the terrifying strength to kill the 3 of them. "Feng Wuchen, what do you want to do?" A true immortal asked in fear, his voice trembling. He asked the obvious. "Feng Wuchen, if you kill us, our clan leader will definitely not let you go. Our Golden Crow clan has the support of the Almighty in the celestial world." Another true immortal threatened. He even mentioned the Almighty. "Are you done?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was not threatened at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of a true immortal expert silently. It was very sudden, and no one could detect it. Swish, swish, Feng Wuchen pointed his finger across the air, and an immeasurably terrifying golden beam of light instantly pierced through the true immortal expert's forehead. He died on the spot. Killing a true immortal with a finger. The terrifying strength was filled with endless deterrence. Seeing this scene, the other 2 true immortals were completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen pointed his index finger at another true immortal expert. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me, don't kill me. This is the order of the clan leader. It has nothing to do with us. A true immortal begged in fear. Swish, swish, a beam of golden light shot out from Feng Wuchen's index finger and disappeared in a flash, piercing through the true immortal expert's forehead. His head exploded as if he had been hit by a sniper. The terrifying power had already destroyed his soul. Swish, swish, before the last true immortal expert could say anything, Feng Wuchen had already ruthlessly attacked. The terrifying golden beam of light pierced through his heart. His frightened eyes were filled with unwillingness. Unfortunately, it was all too late. 3 true immortals of the Golden Crow clan were dead. If Lord Shura was here, he would definitely be shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. Clan leader of the Golden Crow clan, in order to become a 9-star true immortal, you killed so many innocent people. I, Feng Wuchen, will take your life. Feng Wuchen's cold and murderous voice resounded in the Golden Crow Sacred Hall. End of chapter. Damn it. How dare you say you want my father's life? How arrogant. Do you really think you can deal with the Golden Crow tribe just because you have the strength of a loser? Golden Crow Mia's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't underestimate the Golden Crow tribe's strength. Too arrogant. If Feng Wuchen dares to come, I'll be the first to fight him. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you really think the Golden Crow tribe is afraid of Feng Wuchen? If you force us into a corner, we'll just die together. That's right. The Golden Crow tribe has never been afraid of anyone. The Golden Crow tribe members shouted angrily. Waves of terrifying killing intent swept through the palace. Young master, 3 of our tribesmen have been killed by Feng Wuchen, one of the tribesmen said respectfully. I know, Golden Crow Mia said gloomily. Everyone, prepare for battle. Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely terrifying. Even Golden Crow Kuei didn't think he could defeat Feng Wuchen, let alone Golden Crow Mia. Everyone had to prepare for battle. Golden Crow Kuei was cultivating in seclusion. He planned to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm and definitely couldn't fight. Golden Crow Mia and the others had to stop Feng Wuchen with all their strength. Otherwise, Golden Crow Kuei wouldn't have a chance to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm. At this moment, everyone in the city cheered excitedly. They saw light in the darkness and hope in the despair. I can reabsorb your blood essence, but I don't have the ability to return your life origin to you, Feng Wuchen said as he looked at the excited crowd. Feng Wuchen didn't have any knowledge about life origin, nor did he have any ability to recover life origin. Master, time power might be able to do it, the divine I suddenly said. Time reversal? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, forget it. Although time power can be recovered, the city is too big. It will consume a lot of time power. It might not be a good thing to use too much time power to control time. Feng Wuchen slowly descended into the city below. He arrived in front of a woman and looked at the young girl in her arms. Feng Wuchen couldn't bear to see her like this. He slowly activated his time god power and reversed the flow of time around the girl. The scene of the girl being devoured by the true immortal didn't appear. How miraculous! She's recovered. She's recovered her looks. The woman was both surprised and delighted. In an instant, the girl had returned to her original appearance. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Many thanks, Lord Supreme. The woman kowtowed to express her gratitude, crying tears of joy. The young girl was full of joy as she thanked him. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing that the girl had regained her original appearance, everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if they had been petrified. Amazing, he actually recovered. Lord Supreme actually has such a terrifying divine ability. What kind of power is that? Can life essence be restored after being devoured? Everyone was extremely shocked. They all saw hope, and the ecstasy in their hearts was self-evident. But Feng Wuchen's next words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on them. My ability is limited. I really can't help you. This isn't restoring life essence. I'm just giving her my lifespan. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. If it weren't for the girl's pitiful state, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have helped. Everyone was extremely disappointed. But being able to survive already made them feel satisfied. If it weren't for Feng Wuchen's appearance, all of them would either be dead or living a life worse than death. Feng Wuchen's appearance not only saved the people in the city, but also saved the many cultivators in the western region who were about to be devoured. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and directly broke the barrier set up by the Golden Crow chief. The first ray of light appeared in the dim space. Immediately after, the dim space recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The appearance of the light seemed to have eliminated the source of all evil in the world, allowing everyone to see the dawn of victory. The feeling of being reborn. The long-awaited light made everyone extremely excited and happy. The barrier has been broken. Everyone, run for your lives. Spread the news and let everyone in the western region leave temporarily, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Thank you for saving our lives, Lord Supreme. While everyone was running, they didn't forget to thank Feng Wuchen. While they were running, they spread the news. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. A large number of cultivators in the western region fled. It was definitely the largest escape in the history of the Holy World. Seeing your primeval beginning, I could have used the divine power of time to save them, but I didn't. I feel like I didn't save them, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Feng Wuchen, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. They're not strong enough and can't control their own fates. They're destined to face this calamity. Just as you said, using the divine power of time to change things isn't necessarily a good thing. Emperor Xianxia chuckled. Seeing your primeval beginning, is it true that the divine power of time can't be used at will? Feng Wuchen asked. The divine power of time is a kind of law of heaven and earth, but it's not as powerful as the law of time. The divine power of time can be used at will, but it can't change the past and future too much. It has a great impact on the law of time. Emperor Xianxia explained telepathically. It seems like it's better to use the time reversal less. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Brat, you've now gathered 8 attributes. It's time to find time to cultivate the strongest physical body. This way, no one can kill you. We can rest assured. Xianxia said. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Feng Wuchen smiled. With a thought, Feng Wuchen used teleportation and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the Sky Demon region. It was now the Golden Crow Temple. Feng Wuchen. Young master. Feng Wuchen is here. The clansmen who were already prepared for battle instantly became serious as they stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. The Golden Crow Annihilation appeared and stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. He said coldly, Feng Wuchen, you really came. Has the Sky Demon region become the Golden Crow Temple? Feng Wuchen glanced at him coldly. Lord Supreme. Lord Supreme of the Dragon Gods. Lord Supreme. Save us. The Golden Crow clan wants to devour our blood essence and life origin. Lord Supreme. Save us. Save us. In the square of the Golden Crow Temple, a large group of experts cried out for help in horror. Feng Wuchen's appearance allowed them to see the hope of survival. Everyone, run for your lives. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as his figure flashed to the square. Everyone, run. Let's go. Someone shouted excitedly. A large group of experts fled one after another. Like ants in a pot, they fled in all directions. No one from the Golden Crow clan dared to stop them. Originally, I didn't intend to make a move against your Sun Crow clan and just fuck off to the immortal dimension. Unfortunately, all of you interfered in my affairs and even did such a deranged and inhumane thing. It's truly infuriating, said Feng Wuchen in a ghastly tone. End of chapter. Gu Madong. Feng Wuchen growled as his eyes flashed with purple light. It was extremely strange. Anyone who met Feng Wuchen's purple eyes would feel as if they were being seen through. It was very scary and unsettling. Purple eyes. What kind of technique is that? What is he trying to do? Golden Crow Mia frowned as he felt a strong sense of fear. Golden Crow Mia had been alive for so long, and Feng Wuchen was the first person to give him such a feeling. He had never felt this way even when facing an almighty. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the color of space became colorless. Everything that could not be seen by the naked eye could be seen by Feng Wuchen like never before. Although it was called clairvoyance, it was more terrifying than clairvoyance. Cultivating in seclusion? Feng Wuchen sneered. Golden Crow Kuei, who was cultivating in the palace, suddenly felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him. It felt very real. Feng Wuchen. Golden Crow Kuei's face instantly darkened. Golden Crow Kuei, do you think they can stop me before you break through? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Golden Crow Kuei gritted his teeth and said angrily, Brat. When I break through to the 9-star true immortal realm, I want to see if you are stronger than the loser. Golden Crow Kuei devoured the blood essence and life origin energy that he had seized, and his cultivation kept increasing. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the 9-star true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen, I know you are very powerful, but the Golden Crow tribe is not as weak as you think. Golden Crow Mia said coldly as the terrifying power of an 8-star true immortal burst out. The power of the Golden Crow tribe's bloodline. Buzz buzz. The space of the sacred world shook and collapsed. Heaven and earth changed color as an unparalleled aura swept out like a storm of death. Is this the power of the Golden Crow tribe's bloodline? As expected of an ancient demonic beast, it is indeed very powerful. Feng Wuchen was expressionless and showed no fear. After taking out the ancient sacred artifact, Golden Crow Mia's aura soared again and reached the peak of the 8-star true immortal realm. This was the most powerful form of the Golden Crow. The aura of the Golden Crow extermination. Is Feng Wuchen going to make a move? Mu Qingfeng immediately disappeared. Has the power of the Golden Crow increased to such a level? Mu Tianqi frowned deeply, his old eyes flashing with intense fear. At the same time, in the heavenly void holy hall, the vengeful spirit, the first elder, and the others were aware of the terrifying force. Hall Master, Feng Wuchen has appeared in the Golden Crow Sacred Hall, an elder exclaimed. The departed soul's old face was incomparably gloomy as he said, Does Feng Wuchen plan to deal with the Golden Crow clan first? The annihilation of the Golden Crows is not his match. Yuanhong, pass down the order. Tell them to get ready. Si Hun ordered. Countless forces and cultivators in the holy world sensed it. The destructive power and terrifying pressure filled the countless cultivators of the saints' world with endless despair. You're not much stronger than Wang Tianzhong. Do you think you're my match? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He didn't take the annihilation of the Golden Crow seriously at all. It's not just the young master. It's the entire Golden Crow clan, a 6-star true immortal yelled. Buzz. Buzz, dozens of true immortals erupted with terrifying power. The space of the saints' world shook violently as if it had been struck by a star. Countless cultivators shook along with it. In the western region, countless sacred mountains collapsed, and countless palaces were destroyed. It was like the end of the world. An unimaginable destructive aura covered the saints' world, making countless cultivators feel suffocated. The power of dozens of true immortals was absolute destruction. The dozens of true immortals planned to deal with Feng Wuchen together. Even if they couldn't deal with him, they had to buy time for the Golden Crow Kuei to break through. Together? Then bring it on. Feng Wuchen sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. Attack, the annihilation of the Golden Crow yelled furiously. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight to the death. Brother Feng, do you need help? Mu Qingfeng chuckled lightly as he appeared silently. Mu Qingfeng. The annihilation of the Golden Crow frowned and yelled furiously, the heavenly the Arch Mansion has indeed allied with Feng Wuchen. Mu Qingfeng, if you want to die, just try it, a 7-star true immortal yelled furiously as his terrifying aura locked onto Mu Qingfeng. As a 6-star true immortal, Mu Qingfeng's true combat power was definitely comparable to a 7-star true immortal. Among the dozens of true immortals, only 3 could match him. No need. Just watch. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he slowly rose into the sky. Mu Qingfeng shrugged. He wasn't worried that Feng Wuchen would be in any danger. What happened in the western region? Why do I feel like there are so many experts missing? There's also a sinister aura and resentment aura. There's also a thick smell of blood in the air. Mu Qingfeng was confused. Boom. 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 The annihilation of the Golden Crow and dozens of other experts soared into the sky at the same time. They brought along a loud, ear-piercing sound and an intense pressure that made people despair. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. The dozens of true immortals flashed and surrounded Feng Wuchen, launching fierce attacks at the same time. Boom, however, when the annihilation of the Golden Crow got close to Feng Wuchen, a formless, terrifying aura suddenly exploded and sent the dozens of true immortals flying. How terrifying. Mu Qingfeng watched with trepidation. He can send us flying with just his aura. The annihilation of the Golden Crow was shocked. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. How terrifying. His strength is indeed above the clan leaders, the 7-star true immortal said in horror as cold sweat broke out on his back. The other true immortals with weaker cultivation were pale and felt that they couldn't exert any strength. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The moment the dozens of true immortals were sent flying, Feng Wuchen made his move. His figure flashed and a series of explosions sounded. The dozens of true immortals spat out blood and turned into black lines as they were sent flying. They were severely injured and couldn't get up. More than half of the dozens of true immortals were severely injured in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying. It was so fast that they couldn't detect it. Undetectable speed. Mu Qingfeng thought and was shocked again. He's too powerful. We can't get close to him at all, one of the true immortals said in horror. The high fighting spirit from before disappeared without a trace. The 7-star true immortal was shocked and said in horror, he injured so many people in the blink of an eye. Can we stop him? Feng Wuchen. The annihilation of the golden crow's face was ferocious and murderous. He wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Your strength is trash. It's the same no matter how many of you there are. Feng Wuchen sneered. Boom, the moment he said that, there was a sudden explosion. A 6-star true immortal was turned into a cloud of blood mist. He killed a 6-star true immortal in one strike. Golden Crow Xian. The annihilation of the Golden Crow shouted in panic. This move scared the annihilation of the Golden Crow and the others out of their wits. They couldn't stop such terrifying strength at all. You have killed so many people in the western region. You have to pay the price, right? Killing you can be considered as avenging them, Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of chapter. Young master, what should we do now? We are no match for him at all, one of the tribesmen asked in horror. He had lost all his fighting spirit. He can force us back with just a gust of qi. His strength is indeed not something we can compete with. He dares to kill our tribesmen without any scruples. This means that he has the strength to do so, the 7-star Golden Crow Qing said solemnly. His body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was trying his best to restrain himself. Golden Crow Mia's face was gloomy and ferocious. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clenched his fists tightly. He had never felt so aggrieved before. When had the Golden Crow tribe ever been so cowardly? When had they ever been bullied by others? In the past, the Golden Crow tribe only bullied others. When had they ever been bullied by others? However, facing Feng Wuchen, they all felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as if he was a terrifying mountain that could not be crossed. It was as if Feng Wuchen was an invincible being. They could not defeat him at all. Golden Crow Mia gritted his teeth and said angrily, no matter what, we must stop Feng Wuchen. I hope father can become a 9-star true immortal as soon as possible. If Golden Crow Kuei became a 9-star true immortal, he might have the strength to fight with Feng Wuchen. Use the celestial technique. Golden Crow Qing suddenly shouted. A powerful aura burst out. He formed a seal with his hands and gathered the power to destroy the world. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the dark space, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The wind was raging. Endless power surged out continuously. Golden Crow Qing's body was full of electricity. He was full of deterrence. Thunder attribute and bloodline power fused together, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Celestial technique. Thunder breaking sky. Golden Crow Qing shouted angrily. He waved his hand and dozens of extremely terrifying lightning bolts struck down. Feng Wuchen, my thunder attribute power has the effect of making you dizzy. No matter how strong you are, you have no defense when you are in a dizzy state. Golden Crow Qing shouted angrily. Oh? So powerful? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. How dare he play with lightning in front of the ancestor of all lightning? Ridiculous. The next scene shocked Golden Crow Mia and the others. Boom. Boom. Buzz. Dozens of terrifying lightning bolts struck down, but Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He allowed the lightning to bombard him, one after another. An unimaginable world-destroying power crazily swept out. However, every bolt of lightning that struck Feng Wuchen's body disappeared into thin air as if it had been separated from the power of the Golden Crow race's bloodline. Without the lightning attribute, the power of the attack was greatly reduced. When it landed on Feng Wuchen's body, it did not cause him any pain. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a gale swept out, forcibly dispersing the energy ripples from the explosion. Stun effect? Why didn't I feel it? Did you make a mistake? Feng Wuchen sneered. The Golden Crow Whip's attack was completely useless. The lightning attribute has disappeared. How is this possible? Has it been absorbed? Jin Wuqing was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. The Golden Crow Mia and the others were all dumbfounded. No one could see what was going on, but they guessed that Feng Wuchen had used an even stronger power to destroy it. How did Feng Wuchen do it? Mu Qingfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never heard of such a thing before. Such a terrifying lightning attribute power disappeared from the celestial technique and weakened the power of the celestial technique. Only Feng Wuchen knew that Jin Wuqing's lightning attribute had betrayed him in front of the ancestor of all lightning. Immortal Art. Tai Black Soul Seal. Golden Crow Mia put his hands together and gathered all the power in his body. An intimidating aura burst out as he roared. Buzz. A huge blue energy seal was formed. An unimaginable power destroyed the space of the sacred world mercilessly. The energy seal was like a star, frightening everyone. Feng Wuchen. Die. Golden Crow Mia roared and waved his hand. The terrifying energy seal blasted towards Feng Wuchen. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire sacred world. This power is not bad. As expected of the young master of the Golden Crow clan. You are indeed very strong. Feng Wuchen grinned. He was still fearless. Immortal Art. Heaven-destroying sword. Jin Wuqing roared again and formed a terrifying energy sword. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. It was unstoppable. Immortal Art. Meteor sword. Another true immortal shouted and he condensed out tens of thousands of devastating energy swords. Like a meteor shower, the energy swords shot forward, bringing with them a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. They were absolutely capable of shattering one's eardrums. The other true immortals also used their immortal arts. Surges of unimaginable immortal arts were released. The scene was spectacular. The destructive power had already changed the space of the western region. Everything within hundreds of thousands of feet was turned into nothingness. In the face of such a destructive attack, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. It was as if the immortal arts did not exist. A 5-star true immortal stared at Feng Wuchen. When the immortal arts approached, he attacked. Immortal Art. Thousand Burial Ice Soul. The 5-star true immortal roared and put his palms together. A fierce ice-based power instantly sealed Feng Wuchen's body and froze him. Feng Wuchen, my ice-based power can paralyze you. It can also freeze your meridians and Sea of Qi. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist it for a while. The 5-star true immortal saw the opportunity to attack. Golden Crow Mia, well done. Golden Crow Mia roared. Paralyzed? Mu Qingfeng frowned and seemed to be worried. However, Mu Qingfeng was obviously overthinking. Paralyzed? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a playful smile. What could the ice-based power do in front of the Ice Soul ancestor? Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying immortal arts bombarded Feng Wuchen's body one after another. A series of explosions sounded like dozens of atomic bombs exploding. It was deafening and shook heaven and earth. The destructive energy ripples of the explosion spread 1,000,000 feet away in an instant. The space of the western region was already beyond recognition. There was nothing that could be destroyed now. Mu Qingfeng, who was watching the battle from afar, had no choice but to form an energy shield to resist the terrifying energy ripples. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, you should be injured if you don't die when you're caught off guard, right? Golden Crow Mia sneered proudly. Young master, it seems that we can kill Feng Wuchen without the help of the patriarch. No matter how strong he is, it's a pity that he can't use it. Golden Crow Mia sneered proudly. Golden Chromia frowned and said, "Don't be happy yet. Feng Wuchen won't be defeated so easily." Golden Chromia sneered and said, "I know he won't be defeated so easily. However, we are not weak either. We can hurt him." "Hurt me? How do you know that your power can hurt me?" Feng Wuchen's scornful laughter suddenly came from the destructive energy ripples. End of chapter. I knew it. Hearing Feng Wuchen's scornful sneer, the smug faces of Jin Wumia and the others instantly darkened as they stared fiercely at the center of the energy ripples. "Looks like I was overthinking. Feng Wuchen is powerful. There's no need to worry." Mu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. No matter how powerful Jin Wumia and the others were, they were not as powerful as Jin Wu Kuei. Even if they attacked together, they could not defeat Feng Wuchen. A gust of wind swept across and dispersed the destructive energy ripples. In the dark void, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of Jin Wumia and the others. "What? He's unharmed? How? How is this possible? Weren't his meridians and Sea of Qi frozen?" Jin Wumia could not help but exclaim when he saw Feng Wuchen. He was dumbfounded. My ice element power had frozen his meridians and there was no power to resist it. How can he be unharmed? Jin Wumia was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Your ice elemental power can't freeze his meridians and Sea of Qi. Our attacks are completely useless. He took it all with his physical body. Jin Wuqing's face was filled with terror. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a demon. He blocked our attacks with his body? Jin Wumia was completely dumbfounded. The attacks of more than a dozen perfected Immortal Realm experts could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. This level of power was not something they could imagine. Mu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. "Can't you pretend to be injured? You didn't even consider my feelings. This is too much." Looking at the extremely shocked Jin Wumia and the others, Feng Wuchen sneered. "You are indeed powerful, but you are still far from being able to hurt me. Do you think you can defeat Jin Wu Kuei with this little power? Even Jin Wu Kuei did not dare to attack and you want to hurt me?" Jin Wumia and the other perfected Immortal Realm experts looked as if they had seen a ghost. To be able to defeat Feng Wuchen in a combo was simply a daydream. "Next, it's my turn to attack. You guys better get ready." Feng Wuchen sneered as his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Golden Chromia and the others trembled as they became extremely nervous and terrified. Swish. Pooh. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. With a flash, there was an explosion. Golden Chroming spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Golden Crow Cry had no idea what was going on. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying, and no one could react in time. Seeing Golden Chroming fly out while vomiting blood, Golden Chromia and the others immediately reacted. Their faces were filled with fear. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. With another flash, over 10 true immortals were sent flying like cannonballs. All of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and it was unknown if they were still alive. In an instant, the dozen or so terrifying auras suddenly disappeared. In just the blink of an eye, tens of true immortals were grievously wounded. As for Feng Wuchen, he had already appeared before the Golden Crow. The terrifying extent of his speed was unimaginable. The Golden Chromia was so scared that he became a vegetable. He stopped moving and looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in his eyes. "Golden Chromia, you're the only one left. Do you think you can defeat me?" Feng Wuchen looked coldly at the terrified Golden Chromia. Golden Chromia's mind went blank. His soul had already flown to the solar system. Feng Wuchen glanced at the palace and grinned. Golden Crow Kuei is really patient. You don't care about your son's life just to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm? Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped Golden Chromia's face. He used so much force that Golden Chromia's face instantly swelled up. This slap stunned Golden Chromia. As the young master of the Golden Crow tribe, when had he ever been slapped? When had he ever been humiliated like this? Golden Chromia was furious. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. He had already gone berserk. Feng Wuchen. How dare you humiliate me? Golden Crow Mia roared as if he had lost his mind. Smack. Poof. However, at this moment, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The powerful force made Golden Crow Mia spit out a mouthful of blood. A few of his front teeth flew out and his face was deformed. Humiliate? Are you worthy? So what if I humiliate you? Do you believe that I dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His eyes were cold as if he was looking at a corpse. After the second slap, Golden Crow Mia was completely enraged and lost his mind. Ah! Golden Crow Mia roared. An earth-shattering force and murderous intent surged out uncontrollably. Smack. Poof. Golden Crow Mia roared. Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The force was even more terrifying and sent Golden Crow Mia flying. He spat out blood and his face was completely deformed. Of course, this injury was nothing to the Golden Crow annihilation. Don't you know that it's very noisy? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were bone-chilling and made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Boom. Poof. Feng Wuchen flashed and punched Golden Crow Mia's abdomen. The terrifying force made Golden Crow Mia spit out blood. He felt as if his internal organs were about to come out. His body was bent like a shrimp. Feng Wuchen's speed was terrifying. Golden Crow Mia did not have time to react. Just one punch was enough to seriously injure the 8-star true immortal Golden Crow Mia. With my strength, I can't even take a punch from him. He even injured me so badly. How can Feng Wuchen have such terrifying strength? Golden Crow Mia was terrified. After experiencing it personally, Golden Crow Mia knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. Golden Crow Mia covered his abdomen with both hands and endured the pain. His body was trembling and he could not breathe for a long time. He almost suffocated to death. What's wrong? You can't even take a punch? Didn't you just say that you'll die? Is that all you've got? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Golden Crow Mia was speechless. Looks like your father doesn't care about your life or death. He's not willing to come out and save you just to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A terrifying force was gathering in his palm. Golden Crow Mia's terrified eyes turned into despair. If Golden Crow Chief did not come out of seclusion, he would really be killed by Feng Wuchen. The Golden Crow tribe has killed countless cultivators in the western region. Killing you can be considered as avenging them, Feng Wuchen said coldly. A cold killing intent spread out. Stop. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to make a move, an aged and furious voice suddenly sounded from below the palace. Grand Elder. Golden Crow Mia was overjoyed. 3 extremely majestic auras burst out and shot into the sky. Swish swish swish. 3 figures shot up into the sky from the palace. They were the 3 Grand Elders of the Golden Crow tribe. Their terrifying auras locked onto Feng Wuchen. 8-star true immortal. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He sized up the 3 old men. The Grand Elder Golden Crow Soul said coldly, Feng Wuchen, don't get carried away. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, don't you think it's funny to hear those words coming out of your mouth? Brother Feng, this is the Golden Crow Soul, the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan, Mu Qingfeng said softly. Mu Qingfeng said softly, the 2 behind him are the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder. Other than the Golden Crow Kuei and the Golden Crow Mia, the 3 of them are the strongest. However, it seems that their strength has surpassed the Golden Crow Mia. So it's the 3 Grand Elders. You must have swallowed a large amount of blood essence and life origin to increase your cultivation, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Only a large amount of blood essence and life origin could help the 3 Grand Elders increase their cultivation in a short time. The 3 Grand Elders' auras were indeed stronger than Golden Crow Mia. They were close to the peak of the 8-star true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Golden Crow Soul and thought, this old thing's soul power is very terrifying. It seems that he is a true immortal realm alchemist. However, I have the ancestor of soul power, so I don't fear his soul power. So what? Don't you understand that the weak are prey to the strong? The 2nd Elder said gloomily, Feng Wuchen, you are able to injure dozens of experts of the Golden Crow clan by yourself. The power in your body is indeed very strong. However, our clan leader is about to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm. When we join forces, you may not win. The weak are prey to the strong? He said it so confidently. Feng Wuchen was so angry that he laughed. Golden Crow Mia, you attacked because you wanted to buy time for Golden Crow Kuei to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm. Do you think I don't know that? However, do you think that he can defeat me after breaking through to the 9-star true immortal realm? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Golden Crow Mia endured his injuries and shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen, although the loser's strength is more terrifying than a 9-star true immortal realm, the owner of your power is just a soul body. No matter how strong you are only comparable to an almighty. How do you know that my power is comparable to an almighty? Have you ever seen my true strength? Feng Wuchen asked playfully. Feng Wuchen almost laughed out loud when he heard that the Golden Crow Annihilation was comparing the defeated and powerful figures to Emperor Yuanshi. In front of Emperor Yuanshi's power, the defeated and the powerful were nothing. The Golden Crow Wuji said angrily, shameless boasting. They did not believe that there would be an expert more terrifying than the defeated in the saints' world. Since you are so confident in Kuei Jinwu, I will give you a chance. Wait for Kuei Jinwu to come out of seclusion, Feng Wuchen said with a confident sneer. In fact, Feng Wuchen was also waiting for the Golden Crow Chief to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, he would have already charged into the Golden Crow Sacred Hall. Why would he waste time? Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly and thought to himself, the power in Feng Wuchen's body is indeed the power of a loser. Heavenly Void Hall Master, do you want to attack together? It will save me the trouble of going to the Heavenly Void Hall to find you personally. Feng Wuchen turned his head to the north and said with a sneer. Are Si-hun and the others here? Mu Qingfeng's expression changed drastically as he looked to the north. You have indeed sensed me long ago, Si-hun's cold and confident voice sounded. In the north, Si-hun and the Heavenly Void Hall's Great Elder Heya, Second Elder Guyunshan, Yuan Hong and the others appeared out of thin air. It was obvious that they had arrived long ago. With such a huge commotion, it would be hard not to be noticed. Feng Wuchen shrugged and his lips curled into a dangerous smile. With such a huge commotion, there was no commotion at all right? Mu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Lazy to listen, the faces of Si-hun and the others immediately darkened. Feng Wuchen was mocking them. How could the Si-hun and the others not know? The Si-hun's face was ferocious as his flesh twitched violently. He stared at Feng Wuchen and said viciously, Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. You won't be happy for long. What can you do to me? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer as he glanced at Si-hun with disdain. Si-hun said coldly, you will know very soon. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen laughed coldly in surprise. From your tone, it seems like you have the ability to kill me. I am looking forward to it. Don't disappoint me. Are the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Hall trying to bully me with numbers? I won't agree to it. Mu Tianqi's calm laughter rang out. Father? Mu Qingfeng was stunned. Palace Master Mu? Feng Wuchen turned his head in surprise. In the void to the east, Mu Tianqi and Elder Qi Feng of the Heavenly Emperor's residence appeared out of thin air. Surges of vast aura swept over like an avalanche. Mu Tianqi looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled happily. Brother Feng, if you don't mind, the Heavenly Emperor's residence can help. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, of course I don't mind. Mu Tianqi, your Heavenly Emperor's residence has indeed allied with Feng Wuchen. Have you not thought about the consequences? Si-hun asked coldly as he glared at Mu Tianqi. Mu Tianqi looked at Si-hun calmly and smiled, of course I have. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Emperor's residence is not as lucky as the Golden Crow tribe to enter the immortal realm. But in order to survive, the Heavenly Emperor's residence can only choose to resist. Since we are not fated to enter the immortal realm, the Heavenly Emperor's residence does not have the ability to do so. Instead of waiting for death, why not find another way out and ally with Brother Feng? Perhaps we can survive. Mu Tianqi knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's power was and was confident in Feng Wuchen. He was not afraid of the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple at all. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to provoke them. Survive? The Golden Crow soul's face was full of disdain. Mu Tianqi, do you think the Heavenly Emperor's residence can survive? Elder Qi Feng smiled faintly. If we win, of course we can survive. If we lose, the Heavenly Emperor's residence will not lose anything. The Almighty did not give us a chance to live, and you want us to wait for death? Not to mention the Almighty, even if we lose, we will still resist. Is that so? I hope you can still laugh later. Si Hun sneered as if he had everything under control. Feng Wuchen and the others did not waste any more words and just waited quietly for the Golden Crow chief to come out. Feng Wuchen originally planned to slowly play with the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple until the Dragon God Temple and the Temple of Rakshasa became stronger. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen could not tolerate the Golden Crow tribe's crazy actions. Since the Golden Crow tribe was courting death and the Heavenly Void Temple was also involved, then he might as well kill them all together. Is Feng Wuchen that confident? Seeing Feng Wuchen's fearless and calm face, the Golden Crow's soul started to feel uneasy. It could not see through Feng Wuchen and did not know the strength of Feng Wuchen's power. Everything was unknown. The space was dead silent as everyone waited quietly. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden movement in the dead silent space. Buzz buzz. The Golden Crow Sacred Hall was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The soul-stirring aura of destruction made everyone present feel as if they could destroy the world. It was an invincible power. The aura of this power was the most terrifying existence that had ever appeared in the holy world. A 9-star true immortal. Father is out. A 9-star true immortal. Haha. Feng Wuchen, wait for your death. The severely injured Golden Crow Mia laughed wildly. Feng Wuchen looked calm and ignored the Golden Crow Mia. Our leader has broken through to a 9-star true immortal. That's great. That's great. The Golden Crow Soul Elder was ecstatic. Our leader has broken through. He has finally broken through. The severely injured Golden Crow Qing and the rest of the Golden Crow clan were excited as if they had seen victory. What a terrifying aura. A 9-star true immortal is many times more powerful than an 8-star true immortal. The Soul Elder looked at the destroyed Sacred Hall in horror. A 9-star true immortal is indeed terrifying. With the Golden Crow clan leader's cultivation, his real combat power is probably comparable to an almighty, the great Elder Heya said in horror as his body trembled. This terrifying power should be able to contend with Feng Wuchen. With us, the chances of winning will be greater, Yuan Hong said excitedly. Is this the power of a 9-star true immortal? Mu Qingfeng was stunned by this unimaginable power. Mu Tianqi's face was filled with horror. After glancing at Feng Wuchen, the fear in his heart lessened. Feng Wuchen is so calm. He is not bluffing. The power in his body is definitely not weaker than a 9-star true immortal, Mu Tianqi said to himself. He did not know if this was self-consolation. The Golden Crow Kuei's terrifying power was indeed beyond imagination, but it was not enough to scare Feng Wuchen. It was just a 9-star true immortal. Feng Wuchen did not take it seriously at all. It has been more than 100,000 years. I have finally broken through to a 9-star true immortal. The Golden Crow Kuei's excited voice came from the palace below. That's enough. What's there to be happy about after devouring so many people's blood essence and life origin? Come and accept your death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen did not know how much power was needed to break through to the 9-star true immortal realm, but he knew that many people had suffered. Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant words, the Golden Crow Soul and the others were instantly enraged. Their cannibalistic gazes swept towards Feng Wuchen. Didn't you see that Chief Golden Crow had already broken through to the 9-star true immortal realm? Don't you know that a 9-star true immortal is dozens of times more terrifying than an 8-star true immortal? Feng Wuchen actually dared to be so arrogant. He was simply courting death. Feng Wuchen, watch your mouth. Golden Crow Mia shouted angrily, I will personally torture you to death and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Pa. Pooh. Feng Wuchen waved his hand in the air, and with a loud bang, Jin Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. This slap made Jin Wu Mia dizzy. How could he, who was already seriously injured, withstand it? With one slap, Jin Wu Mia was already half dead. Jin Wu Mia could not believe that Feng Wuchen dared to touch him when Jin Wu Kuei broke through to the 9-star true immortal realm. Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Everyone present was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. How arrogant was Feng Wuchen? Young master. Golden Crow Soul immediately flashed out and took out an elixir for Jinwu Mia to consume. Whoosh! Jinwu Kuei flashed over and stared at Feng Wuchen with cold and ruthless eyes, like a fierce tiger staring at a rabbit. Feng Wuchen, I have to admire your courage. I have already broken through to the 9-star true immortal realm, and you still dare to be arrogant, Jinwu Kuei said coldly. At this moment, he wished he could eat Feng Wuchen alive. Patriarch, the young master is fine. His injuries have been stabilized, Golden Crow Soul said. With his true immortal realm and alchemist realm, it was not difficult to save Jinwu Mia. Hearing this, Jinwu Kuei was relieved. Don't talk nonsense. I wasted a lot of time waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Do it, Feng Wuchen said. Impatiently. Seeing Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude and not taking him seriously, Jinwu Kuei was furious. Buzz. The aura and power of a 9-star true immortal burst out and instantly covered the space of the holy world. The space of the holy world trembled like never before. At this moment, countless cultivators in the holy world were scared out of their wits. Many people were shaking and could not maintain their balance. Devastating scenes appeared in the various regions of the saints' world. Sacred mountains collapsed, palaces collapsed, and large numbers of weaker people vomited blood from the devastating presence that reigned supreme over everything. A 9-star true immortal realm was so terrifying, it was not over yet. Feng Wuchen. I will show you my true power. Jinwu Kuei shouted angrily and his aura rose crazily. With a thought, he took out the ancient armor, ancient battle axe, and other sacred artifacts. His combat power rose crazily. Our clan leader's power has increased. It's too scary. This is only the upgrade of the sacred artifacts. Our clan leader can still increase his power. With such terrifying power, I'm afraid our clan leader can kill Feng Wuchen alone. The elders of the Golden Crow tribe and Jinwu Kuei retreated in fear. At the same time, they were overjoyed. With such terrifying power, we don't need to do anything. Back off. Wang Hun shouted. Mu Qingfeng and the powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor's mansion also retreated far away. Only Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He was not affected at all. Ancient immortal technique. Mysterious Golden Crow heavenly change. Jinwu Kuei shouted and his unimaginable power rose again. His aura became more terrifying and the space trembled even more violently. The Golden Crow tribe's immortal technique. It can greatly increase our combat power. Wang Hun exclaimed. This power has reached the level of an almighty. Jinwu Kuei's soul was excited. As expected of an ancient demonic beast. Its power is really terrifying. Mu Tianqi frowned and his eyes were full of fear. Can Brother Feng win? Mu Qingfeng was a little worried. Jinwu Kuei's power was too terrifying. Father. You just have to severely injure Feng Wuchen. I want to torture him with my own hands and make him wish he was dead. Jinwu Kuei shouted excitedly. You will definitely wish you were dead. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. Feng Wuchen, you are the first person in history to make me use my full power. I don't care if the power in your body is the loser. You will die today. Jinwu Kuei shouted angrily. He was very confident in his power. You talk too much. Feng Wuchen glanced at him disdainfully. You are courting death. Jinwu Kuei was furious and murderous. Boom. Buzz. Jinwu Kuei shouted angrily. He stepped on the void and shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. He was so fast that he arrived in a flash. In less than half a second, Jinwu Kuei appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He smiled coldly and mercilessly hit Feng Wuchen's chest with his palm. This palm was not fancy, but its power could definitely kill an 8-star true immortal. End of chapter. Boom. Buzz. The Golden Crow Kuei's ruthless palm landed squarely on Feng Wuchen's chest. It seemed to be too fast for Feng Wuchen to react at all. With a boom, the saint's world shook. Feng Wuchen was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away like a cannonball. It was like a black pop. The power of the palm was so terrifying that even the mysterious space was shaken. Brother Feng. Mu Qingfeng's face changed. Oh no. Mu Tianqi and Qi Feng were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen could not even block one palm? Mu Tianqi, did you see that? It's too late for you to regret now. The spirit of the dead sneered. Feng Wuchen can't block such a powerful attack from Kuei Jin, First Elder Heya said excitedly. Mu Tianqi and the others' faces darkened, but they had no choice but to believe in Feng Wuchen. Kuei Jin is already so powerful when he's a 9-star true immortal? The other ancient superpowers experts were all scared out of their wits by Kuei Jin's power. The top echelons of the 5 ancient superpowers immediately went to watch the battle. It was only a single palm strike, yet it possessed such power. From this, one could see how terrifying the Golden Crow was. Haha. Feng Wuchen, did you see that? That's the power of an almighty. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Kuei Jin laughed excitedly when he saw Feng Wuchen being sent flying by Kuei Jin. Amazing. Amazing. He sent Feng Wuchen flying with one palm. Feng Wuchen didn't even have a chance to dodge. Kuei Jin is going to win. Kuei Jin was overjoyed. He did not have the aura of an elder anymore. Expressions of ecstasy appeared on the pale faces of Golden Crow Qing and the others, who were severely injured. Kuei Jin had never disappointed them. That was true in the past, present, and future. After sending Feng Wuchen flying with a palm strike, a proud smile appeared on the Golden Crow Kuei's face. He felt even more confident. Originally, there was still a trace of worry in his heart, but now it had disappeared. Feng Wuchen, it looks like your strength is at most at the level of an almighty being. I even deliberately held back a portion of my strength. The Golden Crow Kuei sneered complacently, as if he was certain of his victory. Feng Wuchen's face was expressionless as he thought to himself, the more terrifying the opponent is, the more beneficial it will be for me to refine my body. It will help me cultivate the strongest body possible. The Golden Crow Kuei's palm could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen deliberately did not dodge, ignoring the Golden Crow Chief's attack. If the Golden Crow Kuei knew that Feng Wuchen was using him to temper his body, he would probably vomit blood and die. Feng Wuchen, are you so scared that you don't dare to speak? Golden Crow Annihilation mocked. His appearance was as arrogant as one could imagine. Feng Wuchen is not injured, but he can withstand such a terrifying force. The soul of the dead thought. He still did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Mu Tianqi, Mu Qingfeng, and the others had all noticed this, so they were relieved. Boom. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not speak, Kuei Jin snorted coldly and shot out again. His speed was even more terrifying, and the roar was still sharp and ear-piercing. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately shot out. He seemed to have no aura at all, but he gave off an invisible and terrifying pressure. Boom. Buzz. Their fists were as fast as lightning, and the explosion was deafening. The force of the collision rolled out with an unstoppable force, and a death storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire space. Mu Tianqi and the others who were watching from afar were all pushed back by the terrifying airwaves. Feng Wuchen, I know that you are not weak, but you'd better show me your true strength, Kuei Jin said arrogantly, as if he was sure that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen almost laughed when he heard Kuei Jin's words. Show my true strength? He could probably destroy Kuei Jin with a sneeze. Show my true strength? Are you worthy? Feng Wuchen sneered, and his contempt was obvious. Kuei Jin's face became ferocious, and he said coldly, you are the first junior who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Boom. 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 Buzz. Kuei Jin attacked fiercely, but Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone. A fierce battle of life and death broke out. The deafening explosion was endless, and the terrifying force of the collision was like a tsunami, wave after wave. Kuei Jin kept increasing his strength in the battle, but he could not suppress Feng Wuchen. In the end, he used his full strength. However, Kuei Jin's increase in strength did not change anything, and Feng Wuchen could still fight with him. He was not at a disadvantage. The two of them were evenly matched in the high-intensity battle of life and death. Brother Feng can indeed fight with Kuei Jin. Mu Tianqi and the others were hopeful. The Golden Crow clan leader can't suppress Feng Wuchen even with his full strength? The soul of the dead frowned. I still can't see Feng Wuchen's strength, and I don't know if Feng Wuchen used his full strength, Yuan Hong said seriously. If he did not use his full strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Golden Crow soul and Golden Crow exterminating Feng Wuchen and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Their previous ecstasy and excitement had disappeared when Feng Wuchen was able to fight the Golden Crow chief. The more they watched, the more serious they became. In the end, they began to worry. Kuei Jin finally came out of seclusion, and they thought that he could suppress Feng Wuchen, but he could not do it. What's going on with Feng Wuchen's strength? I've already used my full strength, but I still can't suppress him. All my attacks were blocked. My strength and speed increased, so did he. Kuei Jin was extremely shocked. The feeling that Feng Wuchen gave him was that the more he fought, the stronger he became. He saw through all of my attacks. He can even predict my next move. The most terrifying thing is that his physical body is ridiculously strong, the Golden Crow Kuei said in shock. Golden Crow clan leader, where did the confidence and arrogance on your face go? Is that all you've done? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. You're talking big. Kuei Jin's old face was red. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, you don't have this kind of power. How long can your body withstand this power? Should be very long, Feng Wuchen smiled and said. He was not worried that his body could not withstand Emperor Yuanshir's power at all. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The high-intensity bloody battle was so fast that it could not be seen. One could only feel the terrifying power of the battle. The high-intensity hand-to-hand combat lasted for almost 10 minutes. No one had the upper hand. They were evenly matched. Kuei Jin grabbed the air and the floating ancient axe flew over. He said coldly, Feng Wuchen, take out your sacred artifact. Kuei Jin held the axe and looked majestic. He was like the war god of the 9 heavens. There's no need. You're not qualified. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Your arrogance ends here, Kuei Jin said coldly as the murderous intent in his eyes increased. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, you bastard. How dare you look down on my father? The Golden Crow extermination clenched his fists and roared. He was furious. The Golden Crow spirit squinted his eyes, flashing with murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, arrogant brat, how dare you say that the leader is not qualified? If he did not have this mysterious power, he would be nothing. Humph. He will soon know the consequences of being arrogant in front of the leader. The Golden Crow Wuji said fiercely. Isn't Feng Wuchen too arrogant? Is he that confident? The departed spirit frowned and started to worry. Gu Yunshan said seriously, this brat always acts like he is invincible and does not take the leader of the Golden Crow tribe seriously. I wonder if he really has this power. Yuan Hong, give the order to attack. We cannot make any mistakes. The departed spirit ordered. In order to enter the celestial realm, they had to be prepared. The more powerful Feng Wuchen was, the more worried the departed spirit was. The Heavenly Void Temple could not miss this opportunity. If they missed it, they would be waiting for death. Yes. Temple Master. Yuan Hong immediately gave the order attack. At the same time, Feng Wuchen's arrogance had completely angered the Golden Crow leader. Feng Wuchen's words, you're not qualified, was the greatest humiliation to the Golden Crow chief. Even a powerful being would not dare to look down on the Golden Crow leader. Feng Wuchen was just a junior. How could the Golden Crow leader tolerate such arrogance? Boom. The Golden Crow leader held his battle axe and shot out, bringing with it an ear-piercing sound. Like a bolt of purple lightning, he arrived in an instant. The battle axe in his hand fiercely chopped towards Feng Wuchen, bringing with it a terrifying power that could split Mount Hua. Looking at the Golden Crow leader's terrifying stance, if the axe chopped down, Feng Wuchen would definitely be split into 2. Anyone who dares to be arrogant in front of me will only end up dead. The Golden Crow leader shouted angrily. The battle axe flashed with a bright purple light, containing an unimaginable destructive power. Not including me. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. The fact that Feng Wuchen could remain so calm in the face of the Golden Crow Kuei's ferocious attacks meant that he was either a madman or even stronger than the Golden Crow Kuei. Obviously, Feng Wuchen belonged to the latter. Boom. Buzz. The Golden Crow Kuei fiercely chopped down with his battle axe. Feng Wuchen's claw met the attack head-on. A loud explosion resounded, shaking the heavens and deafening. The Golden Crow Mia and the others all covered their ears. A resplendent light shrouded the dusky space, and the destructive power of the collision swept through the area with a ferocious aura. The ferocious energy destroyed everything in its path. The spectators in the distance felt as if they had been struck by 1,000,000 times more terrifying force when faced with this terrifying energy. They were once again forced to retreat. How could an ordinary axe be so powerful? Feng Wuchen blocked it with his bare hands. The departed spirit was shocked to the extreme, and his old eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can he have such power? The Golden Crow Mia exclaimed in disbelief, and the fear in his heart appeared again. He blocked the clan leader's battle axe attack with his bare hands. The Golden Crow Soul and the others were stunned. This was the Golden Crow Kuei's peak form, and the battle axe attack was even more terrifying. Yet, Feng Wuchen blocked it with his bare hands. Although he didn't use any immortal art, the power of the axe is still terrifying. But Feng Wuchen blocked the full power of the Golden Crow Kuei with his bare hands, and he couldn't even move Feng Wuchen. What kind of power is this? Mu Tianqi and the other Heavenly Emperor Residence's elites were stunned. The Golden Crow Sacred Axe is known as the most powerful sacred weapon of the ancient times. Mu Qingfeng's face was full of confusion, and his expression was extremely stiff. The Golden Crow Sacred Axe was the main reason why the Golden Crow Kuei's combat power could reach the level of a mighty being. How is this possible? The Golden Crow Kuei couldn't believe it himself, and said in shock, "You blocked my full power attack with your bare hands, Golden Crow Kuei, you're not qualified for me to use my sacred weapon. You think you're very powerful, but in my eyes, you're just average. Even if your power has reached the level of a mighty being, it's still trash in my eyes." Feng Wuchen sneered. Blocking the Golden Crow Kuei's axe was effortless for Feng Wuchen. The power of a mighty being was trash. How dare he say such arrogant words? The departed spirit and the Golden Crow Soul were stunned. He didn't even care about a mighty being? Brat, don't think you're great just because you can block my Golden Crow Sacred Axe attack. The Golden Crow Kuei shouted angrily, and launched another fierce attack. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The Golden Crow Kuei's figure flashed around Feng Wuchen, and the sacred axe slashed wildly, causing explosions. Feng Wuchen still blocked it with his bare hands. No matter where the Golden Crow Kuei attacked from, Feng Wuchen could always detect it immediately. All of the Golden Crow Kuei's attacks were useless. The more the Golden Crow Kuei fought, the more shocked he was. He used all his strength, but he couldn't even touch Feng Wuchen. The experts of the ancient factions who were watching the battle were all in a vegetative state. They couldn't move or speak. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. Feng Wuchen's terror was beyond their imagination. How can this be? My attacks are useless. Is the power of a mighty being inferior to the power of the soul of a loser? The Golden Crow Kuei was even more shocked, and he couldn't accept it. He had finally broken through to the 9-star true immortal level, and his power reached the level of a mighty being, but such power was useless in front of Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Feng Wuchen gave him the feeling that he was invincible. After the last fierce slash, Feng Wuchen caught the sacred axe with 2 fingers, and instantly neutralized the Golden Crow Kuei's terrifying power. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "The power of a mighty being is only SOSO. Moreover, you haven't even stabilized your 9-star true immortal level, so you can't unleash the true power of a mighty being. How can this be?" The Golden Crow Kuei was stunned. How big was the gap between them? Just how terrifying was it to be able to catch the destructive attack of the sacred axe with 2 fingers? Boom! Feng Wuchen snorted, and a terrifying chi burst out. With a boom, the Golden Crow Kuei was sent flying. He could send the Golden Crow Kuei flying with just a chi. One could only imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's power was. You can't block it anymore? Is this the power of a mighty being? Feng Wuchen sneered, and his contempt grew stronger. Arg! Feng Wuchen was humiliated again, and the golden crow Kuei was provoked again. The golden crow sacred axe slashed wildly. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish. Humph! Feng Wuchen sneered, and he didn't care at all. Immortal art. One axe shatters heaven and earth. The golden crow Kuei shouted, and the sacred axe gathered destructive power and swept out. End of chapter. Boom, 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 buzz, buzz. Over 100 terrifying energy axes shot out one after another, crazily and mercilessly bombarding Feng Wuchen. The terrifying energy ripples instantly engulfed Feng Wuchen. Mu Qingfeng frowned and said worriedly, "Brother Feng, are you not going to dodge? These powers are much more terrifying than the previous axe. The immortal technique that Chief Golden Crow used at the end is even more terrifying." Mu Tianqi shook his head and said seriously, "It's not that Feng Wuchen doesn't want to dodge, but that he doesn't take Chief Golden Crow's power seriously." Even the Golden Crow sacred axe and immortal technique were not taken seriously by Feng Wuchen. They have been underestimating Feng Wuchen and thinking too highly of themselves. Feng Wuchen's terrifying power might be more terrifying than we imagined. Mu Tianqi's words were not without reason. It was not that Feng Wuchen was arrogant, but that the Golden Crow tribe thought too highly of themselves. They always thought that others were weaker than them and that the Golden Crow tribe was invincible. Arrogant brat. You don't even take my attack seriously. The more Golden Crow Meow looked, the angrier he became. His face was ferocious and his anger was about to explode. He wanted to eat Feng Wuchen alive. The Golden Crow's soul and the other elders were not as angry as before. Now, they were more serious and worried. The power that Feng Wuchen displayed was too overbearing and terrifying. They were now worried that Chief Golden Crow would not be able to defeat Feng Wuchen. Once Chief Golden Crow was defeated, it would mean the destruction of the Golden Crow tribe. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, is the Golden Crow tribe's power so weak? The soul of the dead frowned and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Chief Golden Crow's power was really trash in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Seeing Feng Wuchen ignore his attack, Chief Golden Crow was furious again. He could not tolerate Feng Wuchen's humiliation. "I don't believe that you can ignore my immortal technique." Chief Golden Crow gritted his teeth and said angrily. He crazily activated his power and shot out the terrifying energy axe. Rumble. Buzz. Over 100 terrifying energy axes bombarded the Saints' world furiously. Several 100,000 meters in size and even more terrifying axes hurtled over, colliding viciously. Explosions rang through the entire Saints' world as unimaginable ripples of destructive energy immediately extended to a distance of 1,000,000 meters. "Humph, if you don't dodge, I'll see how you die." Extermination of the Golden Crow said fiercely. "I hope clan leader's immortal technique can injure Feng Wuchen." The Golden Crow soul frowned deeply, its old eyes staring at the center of the explosion. The power of the Golden Crow tribe leader's celestial technique is something that even powerful beings don't dare to underestimate. Feng Wuchen didn't dodge it, so maybe it can injure him. Golden Crow Wuji said solemnly. He couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen to be heavily injured. The Revenant said in a deep voice, "The Golden Crow Patriarch might not be able to hurt Feng Wuchen. We have all seen this brat's arrogance. If he doesn't have enough confidence and strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to do this. He could block the Golden Crow Patriarch's axe with his bare hands, but who knows if Feng Wuchen used his full strength." When the Revenant said that, the faces of the Golden Crow soul and the others became even more unsightly and worried. The Revenant's words were not without reason. "The power of my celestial technique is something that even powerful beings don't dare to underestimate. It should be enough to injure Feng Wuchen." Golden Crow Kuei frowned and thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. The destructive energy ripples were definitely the most terrifying existence in the history of the Holy World. The various regions of the Holy World had already suffered different degrees of destruction, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred. As time passed, the destructive energy ripples gradually dissipated, and the tremors in the space disappeared. The dark space also gradually regained some light. Extermination of the Golden Crow clenched his fists and said angrily through gritted teeth, "It's best if he's injured." That way, even if father can't defeat him, we can still kill him together. That was what everyone thought. At this moment, everyone became nervous. They stared in the direction of Feng Wuchen without blinking. Everyone couldn't wait to know Feng Wuchen's situation. Slowly, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, everyone's first reaction was as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces changed drastically, and they were dumbfounded. "Father, is this real?" Mu Qingfeng asked in a trembling voice. His face was filled with disbelief and fear. Mu Tianqi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Impossible." Extermination of the Golden Crow was the first to cry out in fear. He said in shock, "This is impossible. I don't believe that he's unharmed. Father's celestial technique is terrifying. He didn't have any defense. How can he be unharmed? How is this possible? Our clan leader's celestial technique can't even hurt him." Golden Crow Soul was dumbfounded and terrified to the extreme. Golden Crow Wuji's face was extremely pale. He said in despair, "It's over. Our clan leader can't even hurt him with all his strength. He's no match for him at all. Our Golden Crow clan is finished. He's not hurt at all. How can this happen? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Yuan Hong was scared out of her wits. The soul of the dead trembled. His old face was extremely pale. He said in a daze, "What level has Feng Wuchen's power reached? Even the power of a great being can't hurt him?" Golden Crow Kuei, who was holding the Golden Crow sacred axe, trembled. His expression was stiff and terrified. He couldn't even speak. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was unharmed. Shocking. Extremely shocking, a faint smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. He looked as if nothing had happened. "Golden Crow clan leader, the power of your celestial technique isn't that great. Was the attack just now already your strongest power?" Feng Wuchen said with a grin. The fear in Golden Crow Kuei's eyes grew stronger. His body couldn't help but retreat. His confidence had disappeared. He seemed to have lost his will to fight. Unleashing his full power, using the Golden Crow sacred axe, and using his celestial technique. This was already Golden Crow Kuei's peak power. He had definitely reached the level of a great being. However, even with such terrifying power, Golden Crow Kuei couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all even after using all his strength. Even if there was an even more terrifying celestial technique, the result would probably be the same. The reason why Feng Wuchen didn't dodge was to let Golden Crow Kuei feel intense fear and extreme despair. He wanted to let Golden Crow Kuei's psychological defense slowly collapse and eventually lose his will to fight. Looking at Golden Crow Kuei's extreme fear and despair, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Golden Crow clan leader, aren't you very confident in your own power? Don't you think I'm looking down on you? Why do I feel that you're very afraid? Where's your aura just now?" Fear, despair, unwillingness, humiliation, and other emotions surged in Golden Crow Kuei's heart, causing him to break down completely. His power is definitely more terrifying than a great being. It's even more terrifying than a defeated one. Golden Crow Kuei finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. "Golden Crow clan leader, do you feel fear and despair? Do you feel how laughable you are?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. He walked over in the air step by step. Every step Feng Wuchen took made Kuei Jin feel as if the ground was shaking and the mountains were shaking. End of chapter. How can he have such power? Who is the owner of this power? How can there be such a terrifying expert in the holy world? The Golden Crow chief had completely lost his will to fight. His mind was filled with fear and despair. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Feng Wuchen seemed to be walking in the air, but he appeared in front of the Golden Crow chief in the blink of an eye. So fast. The Golden Crow chief was shocked. A formless and terrifying pressure almost suffocated him. Smack. Feng Wuchen slapped him. With a crisp smack, a palm print appeared on the Golden Crow chief's face. A burning pain spread throughout his body. Feng Wuchen's slap stunned the Golden Crow chief. The Golden Crow chief could not believe that Feng Wuchen dared to slap him. This was a great humiliation to any cultivator, the Golden Crow tribe's leader, a 9-star true immortal with the combat power of an almighty, was slapped by Feng Wuchen. Is a 9-star true immortal very strong? Is an almighty very strong? It's not that I'm looking down on your power, but you're not worthy of my respect, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was bone-chilling. The Golden Crow chief relied on devouring countless cultivators' blood essence and life origin energy to increase his cultivation. He was so crazy that he was not worthy of Feng Wuchen's respect. Tribe leader. The Golden Crow soul and the others were shocked. Feng Wuchen. You bastard. How dare you humiliate my father? The Golden Crow Annihilation roared furiously. His killing intent soared. Feng Wuchen dares to humiliate the Golden Crow tribe's leader like this. The soul of the deceased, Elder Xianxia, and the others were scared out of their wits. The Golden Crow chief turned his head back with difficulty. His eyes that were filled with fear and despair were instantly filled with anger. A terrifying killing intent that could destroy the world spread wildly. An unimaginable destructive power surged out of the Golden Crow chief's body uncontrollably like a volcanic eruption. The Golden Crow chief had completely lost control. Chief Golden Crow's eyes flashed with blood-red light. His anger made his power soar once again. Dazzling purple light soared into the sky and condensed into a huge energy whirlpool. The scene was incomparably magnificent and breathtaking, causing one to feel boundless terror just by looking at it. Feng Wuchen. I won't forgive you. I won't spare you. The Golden Crow Kuwei roared madly. His furious roar resounded through the space of the saint's world. Unparalleled killing intent and a power that reigned supreme over all things enveloped the saint's world, making countless cultivators feel like they had arrived in hell. Pa. Pooh. Before Kuwei Jinwu could finish his roar, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The terrifying power caused Kuwei Jinwu to spit out a mouthful of blood and his body to fly away. What? What kind of power is this? The Golden Crow Kuwei was so shocked that he pissed himself. Golden Crow Kuwei had just stabilized himself when Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in a flash. He was so fast that Golden Crow Kuwei could not detect him. When he raised his head and saw Feng Wuchen, Golden Crow Kuwei was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Staring coldly at Golden Crow Kuwei, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Won't spare me? Why won't you spare me? With your furious roar, or with your power?" Golden Crow Kuwei was dumbfounded. Fear surged in his heart again. The monstrous anger and killing intent from before had disappeared at this moment. Facing such a terrifying Feng Wuchen, how could Golden Crow Kuwei have any intention to resist? Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror. They felt a burning pain on their faces. He made Golden Crow clan leader spit out blood with just one slap. The soul of the dead was so frightened that he almost fainted. His old face was extremely pale. Golden Crow Kuwei was so frightened that his body trembled. He said with his mouth agape, "Father has the power of a powerful being. How could he be injured by Feng Wuchen with just one slap? How is this possible?" Golden Crow's soul and the rest were so frightened that their organs were torn apart. They were extremely frightened. Mu Qingfeng's eyes widened. He said with a trembling voice, "This is overwhelming power." What kind of terrifying power was it to send Golden Crow Kuwei, who had the power of a powerful being, flying with just one slap? Smack. Pfft. Feng Wuchen slapped him again. With a crisp smack, the terrifying power once again made Golden Crow Kuwei spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and shot out. When the third slap landed, Golden Crow Kuwei's face was deformed. It was just like before Golden Crow Kuwei. This slap extinguished Golden Crow Kuwei's monstrous anger. Golden Crow Soul and Golden Crow Kuwei were also speechless. They were only frightened now. How dare you say that you won't spare me with just this little power of yours? Who do you think you are? In my eyes, you're no different from trash. If there's a difference, it's that trash is 100 times stronger than a beast like you, Feng Wuchen said with disdain. Golden Crow Kuwei was really scared. He didn't dare to speak at all. Even if Feng Wuchen was humiliating him, Golden Crow Kuwei didn't dare to refute, let alone get angry. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at Golden Crow Soul and departed soul. He said coldly, "Since I've given you a chance, I won't go back on my words. You can all attack together now." Use all your power. There's only one chance. In order to increase their cultivation, Golden Crow clan had devoured countless cultivators' blood essence and life origin. Feng Wuchen wouldn't let them off easily. No one dared to speak. What? No one dares to attack? Where's your prestige just now? Are the ancient great forces as cowardly as you? Seeing that no one dared to attack, Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's 3 slaps had deformed Golden Crow Kuei's face. With such terrifying power, who would dare to attack? That would be courting death. You're getting carried away. Brat, you won't be proud for long. Departed Soul gritted his teeth and said angrily. Master Yuan Hong, something's happened. We've been ambushed by the Heavenly Emperor's residence. They've been hiding in the shadows of the various great forces. When we attacked, they took the opportunity to ambush us. They've all been injured. At this moment, a terrified voice sounded in Yuan Hong's mind. What? The Heavenly Emperor's residence ambushed us? Yuan Hong's expression changed. Hall Master, something's happened. Our men have been ambushed by the Heavenly Emperor's residence's experts. Our mission has failed. We didn't manage to capture anyone. Yuan Hong hurriedly sent a message to Departed Soul. What? Departed Soul's expression changed. Departed Soul wanted to use this to threaten Feng Wuchen. Unexpectedly, his men were all injured. They didn't manage to capture anyone. Damn the Heavenly Emperor's residence. Departed Soul was furious. He wanted to skin everyone in the Heavenly Emperor's residence alive. Young Master, we've injured the Heavenly Void Holy Hall's experts. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's residence sent a message respectfully. Well done. Mu Qingfeng smiled and sent a message. He glanced at Departed Soul and his men in the distance and saw Departed Soul and his men glaring at him. Mu Qingfeng laughed coldly in his heart, looks like Departed Soul and his men know. I'll remind you one more time. You only have one chance. If you don't attack, I'll attack. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His terrifying gaze swept across the Golden Crow Soul and his men. End of chapter. First Elder, Second Elder, what should we do now? Should we make a move? The Golden Crow Mia asked in fear. It was out of its wits, and its mind was in chaos. In the beginning, Jinwu Mia was extremely excited, but in the blink of an eye, he was dominated by fear. The strong contrast made him unable to accept it. Even the clan leader couldn't fight back in front of Feng Wuchen. It's even more impossible for us, Jinwu Wuji said in fear. He didn't dare to attack at all. The Golden Crow Soul looked at Departed Soul and the others. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he asked, Heavenly Void Palace Master, should we attack? The soul didn't know how to respond. After failing the mission, he didn't have any trump cards left. How could he dare to make a move? Palace Master. Elder Haya and the others looked at Revenant. Heavenly Void Temple Master, what did you say just now? Mu Tianqi asked with a cold smile, gloating. Elder Qi Feng sneered, Manor Lord, they said that our Heavenly Monarch mansion is courting death. Oh? Really? Mu Tianqi pretended to be surprised and laughed. The Revenant and the others did not dare to fart. They were so angry that their faces turned green. This slap to the face felt really good. Palace Lord, even if we don't act, Feng Wuchen won't let us off. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well die in battle. It's too late to regret now, Yuan Hong said coldly. He was more optimistic. Yuan Hong is right. We have no way out. Even if we don't attack, Feng Wuchen will kill us. Elder Guyunshan gritted his teeth. Although he was terrified, he had no other choice but to fight. Hearing this, the Golden Crow Soul and the others seemed to have made up their minds. Patriarch, we have no way out. They could only fight to the death. Otherwise, our Golden Crow clan will definitely be annihilated, and it's even more impossible for us to head to the celestial world, the Golden Crow Soul said gloomily as it forcefully suppressed the fear in its heart. For the sake of survival, for the sake of tens of millions of immortal worlds, they had to go all out. The Golden Crow Soul's words immediately woke up the Golden Crow Kuei who had lost his will to fight. What great storms and waves had the Golden Crow clan not seen in the past 100,000 years? How could he give up so easily? Let's attack together. The Golden Crow Kuei's fighting spirit surged as he roared, kill Feng Wuchen at all costs. Very good. Bring it on. Feng Wuchen grinned. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Kill. The cultivators of the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Holy Hall all roared in anger. Their murderous auras filled the sky as their vast and boundless chi rolled and expanded like mountains and seas. Buzz. The chief of the Golden Crow clan, the three elders, the undead soul, the three elders, and Yuan Hong all exploded out with their full power and took out various powerful saint armors and saint artifacts. Waves of destructive power exploded out, and the space that had just recovered collapsed once again. The world changed color as the saints' world collapsed. The combined strength of 9 terrifying true immortals was absolutely terrifying. Come. Feng Wuchen sneered. Boom boom boom. The 9 true immortals shot out at the same time, bringing with them a powerful, ear-piercing boom. Their attacks were ferocious and ruthless. Mansion Master, should we make a move? Elder Scarlet Wind asked, as if he felt that watching the battle was beneath him. There's no need for us to do anything. Mu Tianqi shook his head. Mu Qingfeng smiled and said, if we make a move, we might be more of a hindrance. Feng Wuchen's power is beyond our imagination. Young Master is smart to choose to ally with Feng Wuchen, or else we would end up like them. The Yunshan smiled happily. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The 9 terrifying cultivators unleashed a frenzied and ferocious attack as they engaged in a battle of life and death with Feng Wuchen. Punches and kicks collided, and explosions rang out incessantly. The unimaginable power of the collision swept out with an unstoppable force. Feng Wuchen fought against 9 true immortals alone and faced all the ferocious attacks with ease. He didn't panic at all. Boom boom boom. Poof poof poof. Feng Wuchen didn't plan to show mercy. His attacks were overbearing and ferocious. Every clash caused his opponents to spit out blood and their bodies to fly back. The battle of life and death had just begun. The 9 true immortals were all injured by Feng Wuchen. It was completely overwhelming. The severely injured Golden Crow Mia's pale face was filled with fear and his body trembled. Let's fight. Golden Crow Kuei shouted and the 9 true immortals rushed forward again. Boom boom boom. Poof poof poof. Just as the 9 true immortals rushed forward, Feng Wuchen attacked at an even more terrifying speed and sent the 9 true immortals flying again in the blink of an eye. In less than 5 minutes, the 9 true immortals were already heavily injured. The elders with weaker cultivation were the most seriously injured and felt that their bodies were about to fall apart. They couldn't withstand a single blow. After a few rounds of attacks, they didn't dare to rush forward anymore. Feng Wuchen's attacks were more and more terrifying each time. No one knew if he would kill them directly next time. If Feng Wuchen had killed them from the beginning, Golden Crow Kuei and the others would have been dead by now. Even an idiot could see that Feng Wuchen was playing with them on purpose to make them feel despair and fear. Golden Crow Mia was already scared out of his wits. Damn it. I can't see his attacks at all. The dead spirit gritted his teeth and said angrily. This brat's speed is too scary. We can't stop him at all, Golden Crow Wuji said. Yuan Hong said seriously, he can see through all our attacks. They are useless. If this goes on, we won't be able to hurt him even if we exhaust all our energy. Then what should we do? An elder asked in panic. The 9 true immortals were unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. The difference in power was too great. Golden Crow Kuei said angrily, combine our power. I can't deal with Feng Wuchen. That's a good idea. I'll give you time to prepare, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. The Golden Crow chief glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and roared, give all your power to me. Swish swish swish. The 8 true immortals gathered all their power and injected it into Golden Crow Kuei's body. Buzz buzz. Golden Crow Kuei activated the power of the 8 true immortals. The overwhelming aura and power instantly surpassed that of an almighty. The sacred world was facing an unprecedented destruction. What a terrifying power. It's beyond Golden Crow Kuei's peak power. Mu Tianqi frowned. However, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen. You're the first person to force me to this point in hundreds of thousands of years. I'll kill you today even if I have to die. Golden Crow Kuwei roared and rushed into the sky. Three-legged Golden Crow. Transform. The chief Golden Crow let out a furious roar and turned into a gigantic black bird in the blink of an eye. Its roar shook the sky and the earth. The black bird looked like an eagle and a phoenix. Its aura was terrifying. Golden Crow true body. Mu Tianqi and the others exclaimed. Feng Wuchen looked at the huge three-legged Golden Crow and said, its power has increased a lot. Is this the Golden Crow true body? End of chapter. The Golden Crow transformed into the Golden Crow true body, and its power increased once again. It had definitely reached the level of a true almighty. As expected of an ancient demonic beast. Its bloodline power is even stronger than the original power of the dragon gods, and its aura is somewhat similar to that of the Phoenix clan, Feng Wuchen praised. Brother Feng, the three-legged Golden Crow has the power and fire attribute of the Undying Bird. The Undying Bird is a demonic beast, and it's even more terrifying than the Phoenix clan, Mu Qingfeng said loudly. The power of the Undying Bird? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard of such a demonic beast. Little Feng, the reincarnation tower seals a terrifying demonic beast from the beginning of the world. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll know that the three-legged Golden Crow is a trash race, the mysterious Earth Emperor said with a chuckle. Oh? There's a demonic beast sealed in the reincarnation tower? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Of course. It's the ancestor of all demonic beasts. All the demonic beasts in the Panga realm have to kneel down when they see him. Although there are few demonic beasts in the Panga realm, their strength is absolutely terrifying. If you obtain the inheritance of the demonic beast ancestor, all the demonic beasts in the world will have to submit to you, the mysterious Earth Emperor said with a chuckle. All of them will submit to me? Feng Wuchen was very excited just thinking about it. He wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and unseal the demonic beast ancestor. Demonic beasts were very powerful. Not only were their strength terrifying, but their bodies were also stronger than human cultivators. They had an absolute advantage. Of course, the demonic beast ancestor can also help you strengthen the bloodline power of the dragon gods. When the time comes, your dragon gods will be able to rule all the demonic beasts in the world, the mysterious Earth Emperor said with a chuckle. Strengthen the bloodline of the dragon gods? Feng Wuchen was stunned. How terrifying was the demonic beast ancestor? Don't get too excited. The demonic beast ancestor's strength is terrifying. If you want to unseal it, you'll have to ascend to the ancient immortal world, Emperor Xianxia said with a chuckle. With the 100-fold spiritual qi, 5-fold dimensional ring, and the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, I can ascend to the ancient immortal world in no time, Feng Wuchen said with confidence. At this moment, the Golden Crow had unleashed all its power. This power is even more terrifying than before. The Golden Crow soul said excitedly, as if it had seen hope. With the combined power of the 8 of us, the Patriarch will definitely win this time. Jinwu Wuji laughed in ecstasy. He couldn't wait to see Feng Wuchen get seriously injured. Yuan Hong frowned deeply and said, I hope we can deal with Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. They had given all their strength to the Golden Crow chief. If they were defeated, they would be powerless to resist and could only wait for death. Feng Wuchen. Give me your life. The huge Golden Crow roared and opened its mouth, condensing a huge purple energy ball. Its power was several times more terrifying than before. Fusing the power of 8 true immortals, his combat power was extraordinary. Swish. Buzz. The terrifying purple energy ball suddenly shot out, instantly becoming hundreds of thousands of feet in size. Its might was monstrous, and it gave off a feeling of invincibility. The destructive chi waves made people unable to open their eyes. The surging and invincible aura made people feel suffocated. The power of an almighty was just that terrifying. Brother Feng, be careful. Mu Qingfeng shouted. Feng brat, use some immortal techniques. Let them see how trashy their immortal techniques are. The Earth Mystic Emperor transmitted his voice and laughed. Okay. Feng Wuchen laughed. I realized that the more I talked to this brat, the more I talked to him, the word trashy is always on his lips. This brat is too evil. The Earth Mystic Emperor was secretly helpless. Fire elemental power? Feng Wuchen grinned and said, then I will use a water elemental immortal technique. The ancestor of water flame was activated, and a faint blue light appeared in his palm. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with one hand. Brother Feng is activating his power. Mu Qingfeng exclaimed. Everyone present also saw it. I don't know what kind of power it is, but I can't sense anything. Mu Tianqi frowned and shook his head. Feng Wuchen's aura seemed to be completely isolated. Even if he activated his power, no one could sense any energy fluctuation. Feng Wuchen is activating his power. Golden Crow Wuji exclaimed. We can't sense the strength of his power at all. However, since Feng Wuchen is activating his power, it means that the Patriarch's current power is enough to threaten him. The Golden Crow Soul's face was extremely solemn. The soul of the dead nodded and said, the Golden Crow Great Elder is right. Although we can't see the strength of Feng Wuchen's power, we can already guess it. A power without any aura. Golden Crow Kuei stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, it seems that my power is enough to threaten you. Let me see how powerful you are. Seeing Feng Wuchen activating his power, Golden Crow Kuei and the others thought that they could threaten Feng Wuchen. However, they didn't know that Feng Wuchen only wanted to let them know how trashy their immortal techniques were. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and shouted, Water Dragon. Roar. A soul-stirring dragon's roar resounded through the world. A gigantic water dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long formed above Feng Wuchen. This was not an immortal technique. It was just a water dragon condensed by Feng Wuchen using the water flame ancestor. Everyone shivered in fright when they saw the huge water dragon. Their scalps tingled as unimaginable destructive might instantly enveloped the entire saint's world. Compared to the three-legged golden crow, the water dragon was even more intimidating. Water element? You want to counter the phoenix's fire element? Mu Qingfeng frowned. Regular water elements could not counter the phoenix's fire element. Go. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the water dragon shot out fiercely. Feng Wuchen, my water element is the phoenix's power. Your water element can't counter it, Golden Crow Kuei shouted. Oh? Are you sure? Feng Wuchen sneered. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Golden Crow Kuei shouted angrily. However, right after Kuei Jin Wu Kuei finished speaking, what happened next stunned Kuei Jin Wu Kuei and the others once again. Before the gigantic water dragon could get close to the energy ball, the fire element of the energy ball dissipated instantly. Its terrifying power was reduced by more than half. What? Golden Crow Kuei's expression changed drastically. He said in extreme fear, the phoenix's fire element is countered? How is this possible? Golden Crow Soul and the others opened their eyes wide in shock. What happened to the Patriarch's power? The fire element disappeared. Golden Crow Wuji's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely terrified. What did Feng Wuchen do? The phoenix's fire element disappeared instantly. Mu Qingfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. What kind of immortal technique was this? It was so overbearing that it was terrifying. Rumble. Puff. In the next second, the water dragon opened its mouth and bit down viciously. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The unimaginably domineering power caused the Golden Crow to spit out blood. Patriarch. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe shouted in fear. Golden Crow Kuei gritted his teeth and said angrily, why is it like this? Why does his water element counter the phoenix's fire element? End of chapter. The fire element of the undying bird is more powerful than the ancient godly fire. Why can the water element restrain it? There is no water element in the world that can restrain the power of the undying bird. Why can Feng Wuchen restrain it? Why? The Golden Crow Kuei roared crazily. He had used all his strength but still lost. The Golden Crow Kuei could not accept this. The Golden Crow Kuei could not accept this fact. However, a loss was a loss. No one could change this fact. The Golden Crow Kuei had never thought that it was not as simple as the elemental restraint. It was because Feng Wuchen's power was too terrifying. Rather than restrain, it was more like suppression. Even without the restraint of the Water Flame Ancestor, the Water Flame Ancestor's power could still suppress the power of the Undying Bird. After combining our powers and transforming into the Golden Crow true form, it still could not defeat Feng Wuchen. What is with Feng Wuchen's power? This is too terrifying. The bloodline of the Golden Crow tribe combined with the power of the Undying Bird still could not defeat Feng Wuchen. Moreover, its power was completely restrained. The soul of the dead and the others could not believe that Feng Wuchen's power could be so powerful. At this moment, the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Holy Hall felt hopeless. Sigh, I was worried about him. It was unnecessary. Mu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. Mu Qingfeng was worried because he did not know how powerful Feng Wuchen was. On the other hand, the Golden Crow Kuei combined the power of the 8 true immortals and transformed into the Golden Crow true form. Its power was too terrifying. Mu Tianqi smiled happily and said, now we can rest assured. Every time everyone guessed Feng Wuchen's strength, their imaginations would be refreshed. The Golden Crow Kuei combined the power of the 8 true immortals, transformed into the true form and used the fire elemental power of the Undying Bird. With such a powerful combination, its power had reached the level of a powerful being. However, Feng Wuchen could easily destroy such a terrifying power. The Golden Crow Kuei was severely injured. Its huge Golden Crow true form disappeared and it transformed into a human. The Golden Crow Kuei was defeated and heavily injured. Spectre and the others had exhausted all their strength. They had no chance of winning. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you couldn't beat me. Don't go to the immortal world. Stay here and repent for the innocent people you've harmed. You should have a taste of their despair and pain. Feng Wuchen's cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. It was hair-raising. Feng Wuchen, you don't have the right to decide our life and death. The Golden Crow race devouring their essence, blood and life origin is their supreme honor. The weak exist for the sake of becoming the strong. The Golden Crow Kuei shouted angrily as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a murderous gaze. You can even say such arrogant and shameless words. Mu Qingfeng shook his head. What bullshit is supreme honor? Don't make it sound so dignified. The Golden Crow clan is nothing. They killed so many innocent people, and you still want them to be grateful? If I devour your powers, shouldn't you be grateful to me as well? Do you also think it's a supreme honor? Become the strong? In my eyes, you are all weak. Shouldn't you become the Temple of Rakshasa? Not only can I decide your life and death, I can also kill you right now. Your death will bring stability and prosperity to the sacred world. Also, I, Feng Wuchen, have the final say in the sacred world. Feng Wuchen's tone was forceful and domineering, sonorous and powerful. His words were extremely cold and carried a cold-killing intent, causing people's bodies to stiffen. Feng Wuchen, don't forget that we have the immortal world behind us. No matter how strong you are still at the level of a loser. You definitely won't be able to defeat the experts of the immortal world. The Golden Crow soul shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up in disdain as he sneered, is the immortal world very strong? If you don't hand over the Dragon Soul Jade, do you think the loser and the Almighty will let you go? You are enemies of the immortal world. Don't even think about entering the immortal world. Your cultivation won't be able to increase and you can only wait for death. The Golden Crow Kuei said angrily. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant as to not put the immortal world in his eyes. You don't have to worry about that. Go on your way and repent. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He waved his hand and dozens of terrifying golden energy swords instantly condensed. Feng Wuchen will go to the immortal world, don't joke around. Isn't 100 times more spiritual energy fragrant? If Feng Wuchen doesn't go to the immortal world, all the experts of the immortal world can forget about taking half a step into the sacred world. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to attack, the Golden Crow Kuei roared in panic, Almighty, why aren't you attacking? Do you want to watch us die? Almighty? Feng Wuchen sneered, he might not be able to save you even if he comes. You're boasting shamelessly. The Golden Crow soul roared, Feng Wuchen, don't think that you're amazing just because you have the power of a loser. There are many losers in the immortal world. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and dozens of terrifying energy swords shot out. They were as fast as lightning and unstoppable. Almighty! Why aren't you attacking? The golden crow Kuei roared in panic. Long Xiafeng and the other two dragon gods geniuses. Back then, they pretended to betray us and had the support of the mystery dragon guards. In order to protect the descendants of the dragon gods, the mystery dragon guards did not hesitate to become enemies with us. Unfortunately, they still fell into our hands in the end. Above the void, an old but authoritative voice sounded. With that said, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He waved his hand and the dozens of energy swords that shot out instantly disappeared. Almighty! The Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple were instantly overjoyed. The fear in their hearts finally disappeared. At the crucial moment, the Almighty still attacked. This is troublesome. Mu Qingfeng frowned deeply. The mystery dragon guards have fallen into their hands. This is equivalent to restraining Feng Wuchen. Mu Tianqi's old face darkened. Above the void, an old man appeared out of thin air. He was one of the Almighties who divided the realms back then. It seems like something has happened to Long Xiafeng and the rest. Feng Wuchen frowned and stared coldly at the Almighty. Feng Wuchen, old man, I really did not expect that the power in your body could reach the level of a defeated person. Moreover, it is definitely not an ordinary defeated person. The Almighty smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in front of the Almighty without anyone noticing. His face was cold. If Long Xiafeng and the rest lose a single hair, I guarantee that you and the defeated person behind you will not be able to live. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word contained a terrifying murderous aura. The Almighty's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, as long as you hand over the dragon's soul jade, nothing will happen to them. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now? Feng Wuchen said coldly. If you dare to kill me, you won't talk to me, right? The Almighty laughed coldly and ignored Feng Wuchen's threat. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen suddenly reached out and grabbed the powerful being's throat. The powerful being did not resist at all. Even if he sensed it, he did not dodge. You think I don't dare? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His eyes flashed with viciousness. The mystery dragon guards and Long Xiafeng are in my hands. Even if you have the power to kill me, you won't dare to touch me. Furthermore, whether you can kill me is another matter. You are indeed powerful, but I am not weak either. You may not be able to kill me. The powerful being smiled faintly. He was rather confident in his own strength. Indeed, the moment the powerful being finished his words, his body disappeared into thin air. Even if he was grabbed by Feng Wuchen, he could still escape. Vaporized? Feng Wuchen was slightly shocked. He could clearly feel that the powerful being's body had instantly vaporized and disappeared. It was also because of this that the powerful being was able to escape from Feng Wuchen's hands. You are indeed a powerful being who can divide the realms. You are indeed capable. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Feng Wuchen, you have such powerful strength. I don't want to be your enemy. All the losers are fighting for the holy world. As long as the dragon gods obediently hand over the dragon soul jade, we can turn enemies into friends. We can even allow the dragon gods to cultivate in the celestial realm. The powerful being laughed. Turn enemies into friends? Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. That's not impossible. You can kill them all first. Then everything will be easy. What's so difficult about that? As long as the dragon gods are willing to hand over the dragon soul jade, killing them will be a piece of cake for me. The powerful being laughed. He did not even care about the Golden Crow tribe and the people from the Heavenly Void Temple. Once the powerful being said that, the expressions of the Golden Crow tribe members changed. They were all stunned. Did they hear wrongly? The powerful being said such words. He did not even care about them. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the Golden Crow tribe members and laughed coldly. Do you see that? In the eyes of the powerful being, you are no different from ants. Powerful being. What do you mean? For the dragon soul jade, you will not hesitate to destroy us? The Golden Crow tribe leader roared ferociously. That's right. The Dragon Soul Jade is more important than you. The Almighty said without hesitation, of course, if the dragon gods can't hand over the Dragon Soul Jade, I'll take back my words. You. The Golden Crow chief exploded in anger. His pale face was frighteningly ferocious. That old bastard is using us, the vengeful spirit said angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were rolling violently. Mu Tianqi frowned deeply and said gloomily, this is outrageous. You don't care about other people's lives at all for your own selfish reasons. Experience. Nonsense. Mu Qingfeng roared. The powerful being glanced at Mu Qingfeng and laughed. Mu Qingfeng, didn't the Heavenly Emperor residents ally with Feng Wuchen to survive? Mu Qingfeng said coldly. At least the Heavenly Emperor residence is not like you. They are not like you. They are not like you. They are not as crazy as you say. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Heavenly Emperor residence has been through life and death situations. Didn't they kill each other to survive? Don't you understand? The powerful being laughed coldly. Mu Qingfeng wanted to refute but was stopped by Mu Tianqi. Feng it is useless to reason with inhumane animals. Don't waste your breath. The powerful being shook his head and looked at Feng Wuchen. He laughed. Feng Wuchen, hand over the Dragon Soul Jade and I will help you destroy the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple. No one can threaten me, including you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. If you want to use them to threaten me, you are wrong. Oh? So their life and death have nothing to do with you? The powerful being laughed coldly. I am not worried that they will die. I don't believe that you will dare to touch my people. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you want to play, I will slowly play with you. Take them to the immortal realm. Otherwise, I will kill every one of them I see, Feng Wuchen said confidently. Kill every one of them you see? The powerful being laughed. Feng Wuchen, don't forget that the Xian Dragon Guards and Long Xiaofeng are still in my hands. Even if you kill 3 of them, there is still 1 of them in our hands. If you want to try, go ahead. Squinting his eyes, Feng Wuchen said coldly, from today onwards, no one in the immortal realm is allowed to take half a step into the holy world. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Do not doubt my words. I do not care about your so-called immortal realm. If you want to try, send someone over. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen left in a flash. What arrogance! If you don't go to the immortal realm, your cultivation will never reach the true immortal realm. Even if you have the power of a loser, it will not help you break through to the true immortal realm, the powerful being sneered disdainfully. Feng let's go, Mu Tianqi said calmly and was about to fly away. Lord of the Celestial Emperor Mansion, I will give you a chance. Find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Soul Jade and let your Celestial Emperor Mansion go to the immortal realm, the powerful being said to Mu Tianqi. No need. Since I have formed an alliance with Feng Wuchen, I will not harm Feng Wuchen, Mu Tianqi rejected without hesitation and disappeared in a flash. Elder Chief Feng, Mu Qingfeng, and the others also left in a flash. Sooner or later, they would follow Feng Wuchen to the immortal realm. Why should they submit to the powerful being and live under someone else's roof? I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Don't regret it when the time comes. Feng Wuchen will not be able to protect you. The powerful being's old face darkened, and his deep old eyes flashed with a sinister light. Lord Almighty, Feng Wuchen never mentioned the Dragon Soul Jade. We can't get anything out of him. If we want to find out about the Dragon Soul Jade, I'm afraid we have to think of another way, the Golden Crow Kuei said with a deep frown. The powerful being said coldly, I have already guessed that Feng Wuchen will not agree. Feng Wuchen is very smart. It will not be easy to get anything out of him. The Black Dragon Guards, Long Xiaofeng, and the other 2 will not speak no matter what. It is still uncertain who has the Dragon Soul Jade. They were obviously acting just now. They wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Soul Jade from Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not fall for it. Lord Almighty, if we don't kill, how can Feng Wuchen submit? We have to let them know that we dare to kill. Only then will they obediently hand over the Dragon Soul Jade, the Soul of Death said. The temple master of the heavenly void temple is right, the golden crow Kuei nodded in agreement. We are not the ones who should be anxious. Go back and prepare. After an hour, we will go to the immortal realm, the powerful being said calmly. That's great. Thank you, Lord Almighty. The golden crow Kuei, the soul of death, and the others thanked him excitedly. End of chapter. At the temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen was the first to appear on the square. Mu Tianqi, Mu Qingfeng, and the three elders followed closely behind. Brother Feng, with your strength, you should be able to defeat the Almighty. Why don't you capture him? That way, they won't dare to touch the mystery dragon guards and Long Xiafeng, much less threaten you, Mu Qingfeng asked in confusion. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the Almighty's strength is far from the loser's. Even if I capture the Almighty, why would the loser care about the Almighty? Moreover, Long Xiafeng and the rest will be fine. As long as the Dragon Soul Jade is not in their hands, Long Xiafeng and the rest will not be in danger. Although I don't know why they want the Dragon Soul Jade, it must be very important. I also want to know the use of the Dragon Soul Jade. Since they want to play, I'll play with them slowly. If I have time, I'll cultivate and raise my cultivation. Don't worry about anything else for now. Seeing Feng Wuchen's nonchalance, Mu Qingfeng chuckled and said, Brother Feng is really optimistic. If he was not confident, Feng Wuchen would not be so calm. Brother Feng, are you really not worried that they will be killed? Mu Tianqi frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. There's nothing to worry about. The Almighty captured the mystery dragon guards and Long Xiafeng to threaten me and the dragon gods. They won't kill them easily. If they do, I can resurrect them. What? Resurrect? Mu Tianqi, Mu Qingfeng, and the rest were extremely shocked. They stared at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. That's right. Even if they turn into ashes, I can still condense their souls. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Condense their souls? Mu Tianqi was stunned. He asked in shock, you mean the heaven-defying reincarnation? What? Heaven-defying reincarnation? Brother Feng, you've comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation? Mu Qingfeng asked in shock again. His eyeballs were about to fall out. You really do know about the heaven-defying samsara. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I have indeed comprehended the heaven-defying samsara. Even if my soul is scattered, I can still reform my soul body. Although there were no powerful alchemists in the Celestial Emperor's residence, they knew about the existence of the defying samsara. Since ancient times, alchemists who could comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation were all terrifying powerhouses. However, they had never seen an alchemist who could comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation. They had only heard of legends. Only a 1 in a billion terrifying genius would have the luck to comprehend the heaven-defying samsara. One could imagine how harsh the conditions were. Now that Feng Wuchen actually comprehended heaven-defying samsara, how could they not be shocked? How is this possible? Mu Qingfeng could not believe it. His expression was stiff as if he had been petrified. The heaven-defying reincarnation technique is something we have only heard of in legends. We have never seen it before. Brother Feng has actually comprehended it. Elder Qifeng was incomparably shocked. His heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. However, when they thought of Feng Wuchen's 5-time space ring, they were more than half convinced. Since ancient times, there were many alchemists who could refine space rings. However, they could only refine space rings with 3 times the capacity. It was impossible for them to refine space rings with 5 times the capacity. Looking at the shocked Mu Tianqi and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. So, I am not worried about them killing anyone. If they do, I will bury the entire immortal realm with them. How terrifying. Brother Feng has actually comprehended heaven-defying reincarnation. You can control the life and death of others, and even control eternal life. The more Mu Qingfeng thought about it, the more shocked he was. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Mu Tianqi asked, Brother Feng, although you have terrifying power now, it is impossible for you to break through to the true immortal realm. Unless you go to the immortal realm, the spiritual qi in the holy world is too weak. The space of the celestial world is nothing. It's just a bunch of selfish people. I don't want to go there to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Come with me. I'll take you to a place. Feng Wuchen decided to show them a space with 100 times the spiritual qi. The Heavenly Emperor Mansion dared to stand on Feng Wuchen's side in front of the Almighty, so they had won Feng Wuchen's trust. Mu Tianqi and the others looked at each other in confusion and quickly followed. They were very curious about where this place was. Feng Wuchen brought Mu Tianqi and the others to the palace where he cultivated. Do we need to set up a barrier around the palace gate? What is so special about this palace? Mu Qingfeng asked. Mu Tianqi and the others also found it strange. This is the palace where my wife and I cultivate. My wife is cultivating in the space ring with 5 times the capacity. Don't worry about disturbing her. You will know once you enter. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took the lead to enter the palace. Mu Tianqi and the others followed. The moment they entered the palace, Mu Tianqi and Mu Qingfeng were stunned. They were completely petrified and became vegetative. How is it? The spiritual qi in my palace is not bad, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, and a smug look appeared on his face. This spiritual qi. Mu Qingfeng was so shocked that he could not speak clearly. How is this possible? The spiritual qi is so strong, it is 100 times more than the holy world. Mu Tianqi exclaimed in shock. Gu Yunshan's eyes bulged as he said in shock, that's right. It is 100 times more than the holy world's spiritual qi. Is this a dream? How can there be such terrifying spiritual qi? Feng Wuchen smiled proudly and said, it is indeed 100 times more spiritual qi, and it is inexhaustible. The spiritual qi can be regenerated. Inexhaustible? Regenerated? Mu Tianqi and the others exclaimed again, their hearts beating wildly. What a terrifying spiritual qi. Old man's bottleneck has been loosened. It has not been loosened for thousands of years. Grand Elder Qi Feng was shocked and overjoyed. The bottleneck of his cultivation had not changed for thousands of years. Now that the bottleneck had loosened as soon as he entered the palace, how could Grand Elder Qi Feng not be shocked? Mu Tianqi looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked, Brother Feng, what's with this spiritual qi? Even the immortal world does not have such terrifying spiritual qi, right? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, this is the original spiritual qi of the holy world. It is even stronger than before. The original spiritual qi of the holy world? Mu Tianqi and the others were shocked again, their hearts almost couldn't take it anymore. Feng Wuchen then told them about the defeated and the ancient immortal world. Only then did Mu Tianqi and the others know that the holy world space had been sealed, causing the spiritual qi to disappear. Brother Feng, old man's bottleneck has loosened. He can break through to the 7 stars true immortal realm at any time. Can he stay in your palace to cultivate? Grand Elder Qi Feng asked excitedly. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled generously and said, Manor Lord Mu, if you don't mind, you can cultivate in my palace. After you break through, your lifespan will be increased by a lot. You can use the 5 times spatial ring to cultivate. It will be enough to increase your cultivation. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Mu Tianqi and the others were overjoyed, as if they had won the lottery. 100 times the spiritual qi, 5 times the space ring, and a month of seclusion. I can definitely break through to the 7-star true immortal realm. 100 times the spiritual qi. It seems that I have hope of breaking through to the 8-star true immortal realm. Mu Tianqi was so excited that his eyes were wet. He had been waiting for this day for too many years. I didn't expect the Temple of Rakshasa to have such a blessed place. Our Heavenly Emperor Mansion's strength can finally be improved. Gu Yunshan laughed excitedly. Mu Qingfeng smiled confidently. It's only a matter of time before we surpass the Golden Crow clan. 100 times the spiritual qi undoubtedly gave them hope of survival. Mansion Master Mu, you guys go ahead and cultivate. I'm going to cultivate too. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With a thought, he entered the divine ring. Mu Tianqi and the others could not wait to enter the space ring with 5 times the space ring. After entering, they realized that the space ring with 5 times the space ring had 100 times the spiritual qi. With 5 times the cultivation time and 100 times the spiritual qi, They did not dare to imagine how terrifying the cultivation speed would be. Little Feng, your cultivation is about to break through. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, the mystic Earth Emperor's faint laughter sounded in his ears. Feng Wuchen glanced at the dozens of primordial spirit avatars and laughed happily. My cultivation is improving really fast. It won't be long before I can break through to the true immortal realm. It's a pity that I haven't become a supreme alchemist yet. Otherwise, I could refine a supreme alchemist's divine pearl and become a 5-star supreme alchemist. It took others 100,000 years to break through to the true immortal realm. Feng Wuchen would not even need a year to break through to the true immortal realm at this terrifying speed. Feng Wuchen, your primordial spirit avatars are cultivating. You can cultivate the strongest body now. Emperor Xianxia flashed over and smiled faintly. Fusing the 8 elements to cultivate the strongest body? It shouldn't be easy, right? Feng Wuchen could not help but feel excited as he thought about it. Feng Wuchen's current undying and indestructible body was already very terrifying. It could already be considered an immortal body. If he obtained an even more terrifying body, it would be even more terrifying. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It is indeed not easy. Even you would find it difficult to fuse the power of the 8 major elements. So, while you still have time, you should cultivate as soon as possible." The 8 elemental powers are the first elemental powers in the creation of the world. They are extremely arrogant, and no one has been able to fuse them together until now. However, since you are able to contain all 8 elemental powers at the same time, you might be able to succeed. The mysterious Earth Emperor added. Feng Wuchen nodded and said confidently, "Seniors, don't worry. I will definitely succeed. If I fail, these 8 elemental powers won't be qualified to follow me. I don't need disobedient powers." Before cultivating the strongest body, Feng Wuchen refined a Saint Emperor Soul Crystal and let his 3 primordial spirit clones absorb it. He hoped that he could become a Saint Venerable as soon as possible. As long as I can perfectly fuse the 8 elemental powers into my body, I will be able to achieve the strongest body. Fusing the 8 elemental powers into my body is equivalent to absorbing the 8 elemental powers. My cultivation should increase, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged. With a thought, he drew out the 8 elemental powers. Various colors of the 8 elemental powers floated around Feng Wuchen. The 8 terrifying elemental powers filled the space of the divine ring. Because of the 5 elements' mutual restraint, when the 8 elemental powers appeared at the same time, there was immediately a strong resistance. It was as if they had spirituality and their own consciousness. The strong resistance and mutual rejection made it difficult for Feng Wuchen to control. Before it even started, the strong resistance and rejection of the 8 elemental powers was already difficult for Feng Wuchen to control. How was he going to cultivate the strongest body? Feng Wuchen, you can contain the 8 elemental powers. This means that your body can allow them to coexist. You have to think of a way yourself. We can't help you, Emperor Xianxia said seriously. I don't know how to make them coexist. The 8 elemental powers are resisting each other. I can't control them at all. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth. He was very anxious. He was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. He broke out in cold sweat. The 8 elemental powers were the first powers born when the world was created. Feng Wuchen didn't have any other powers that could suppress them. Even if Emperor Xianxia could suppress them, Feng Wuchen didn't know how long he could last. Cultivating the strongest body is very difficult. Plus, we can't help you. You have to rely on yourself. The Earth Mystic Emperor smiled helplessly. God Fire, Origin Power, Ancient God Power, Sacred Artifact. These can't suppress the 8 elemental powers. What is it? Feng Wuchen was getting more and more anxious. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't think of a way. Buzz, buzz. The 8 elemental powers were resisting and repelling each other. The power was beyond imagination. The space in the divine ring was shaking more and more. It was as if it was going to collapse. Bastard! I can't hold on anymore. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth. His face was contorted in anger. If he knew this would happen, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been in such a hurry to cultivate the strongest body. He was simply playing with his life. Feng Wuchen didn't expect the 8 elemental powers to repel each other so strongly. But it was too late for regrets. He couldn't control the 8 elemental powers. Pfft. He tried his best to suppress them, but the repelling power made him spit out blood. Art of Oblivion! Feng Wuchen shouted and quickly recovered from his injuries. However, in the face of the 8 elemental powers, Feng Wuchen's injuries were getting worse. His recovery speed was slower than his injuries. Senior Primeval Origin, think of a way. Feng Wuchen said anxiously. He felt his body being crazily squeezed and torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Emperor Xianxia and the Earth Mystic Emperor were anxious, but they couldn't do anything. After all, no one had ever been able to fuse the 8 elemental powers. They had never seen it before, so how could they find a way? Pfft, pfft. Feng Wuchen, who had a strong body, could only hold on for a while even if he used the primeval origin to suppress them. In the end, he spat out blood and was seriously injured. Oh no! The 8 elemental powers are starting to fight back. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He panicked and couldn't calm down to think of a solution. Oh no! Feng can't hold on anymore. What should we do? The Earth Mystic Emperor was panicking. Feng Wuchen was their only hope. If Feng Wuchen was hit by the backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen! Hold on. Emperor Xianxia was very anxious. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and endured the pain of the backlash. Hold on. I can't hold on anymore. The 8 elemental powers were fighting back crazily. The more serious Feng Wuchen's injuries were, the faster the backlash. In a few breaths, Feng Wuchen couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Feng Wuchen! Feng Wuchen! Emperor Xianxia and the Earth Mystic Emperor were scared out of their wits. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen had fainted. The 8 elemental powers were attacking him mercilessly. The 8 elemental powers were too terrifying. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation level, he could not resist at all. Coupled with his serious injuries, he would probably die soon. Feng Wuchen's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He could not sense it at all. Emperor Xianxia, please think of something. Xianxia was panicking. It was a matter of urgency. Let's wait and see. Feng Wuchen can accommodate the 8 elemental powers. There must be a way for them to coexist. Emperor Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen anxiously. Emperor Xianxia was also anxious. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. Minutes and seconds passed. Feng Wuchen did not move. The 8 elemental powers were still attacking Feng Wuchen. Emperor Xianxia could not sit still anymore. He said worriedly, "Is it still not working?" With Feng Wuchen's physical strength, he should be able to cultivate the strongest physical body. Emperor Xianxia, don't hesitate. Suppress the 8 elemental powers. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen will die. It won't be too late to cultivate the strongest physical body later, Xianxia said anxiously. Cultivating the strongest physical body was important, but Feng Wuchen's life was more important. Emperor Xianxia did not hesitate anymore. He immediately urged his power to suppress the 8 elemental powers. However, just as Emperor Xianxia was about to act, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, the 8 elemental powers that were floating around Feng Wuchen suddenly began to spin. What's going on? Emperor Xianxia could not understand. Primeval Heavenly Emperor, hurry up and do it. If you don't do it now, it'll be too late. If Feng Wuchen dies, none of us will be able to live, Heavenly Emperor Xianxia roared anxiously. Xianxia was extremely anxious. Seeing that Emperor Xianxia was not doing anything, he could not help but make his move. Because if he was a step late, Feng Wuchen might be finished. Xianxia, stop. Emperor Xianxia hurriedly shouted, the 8 attributes are now protecting their master. What? Protect the master? Xianxia, who had raised his hand, was shocked. Emperor Xianxia stared at Feng Wuchen and said, that's right, the 8 attributes are protecting their master. Feng Wuchen has long since refined the 8 elemental powers. This is originally his power. Furthermore, the backlash has already disappeared. The elemental powers' rejection and resistance have also disappeared. That's really the case. Xianxia's eyes widened. He felt that it was very magical. Emperor Yuanshi and Xian did not know what was going on. This was the first time they had seen such a miraculous scene. Not long after, the 8 elemental powers that were floating around Feng Wuchen began to revolve. Soon after, they lifted Feng Wuchen up and suspended him in the air. What are the 8 elemental powers trying to do? Xian was shocked and puzzled. Emperor Yuanshi frowned deeply. He looked gravely at Feng Wuchen and the 8 elemental powers. Emperor Yuanshi said solemnly, Feng Wuchen is able to accommodate the 8 elemental powers. This means that his body exists to allow the elemental powers to coexist with each other. The 8 elemental powers were initially attacking Feng Wuchen, but now they are protecting their master. What is going on? Not long after, the 8 elemental powers began to turn into streaks of light and entered Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen's injuries are recovering. Emperor Yuanshi exclaimed. At this moment, Feng Wuchen, who was originally on the verge of death, recovered in a few blinks of an eye. It was as if he had been reborn. Emperor Yuanshi, the 8 elemental powers all contain Feng Wuchen's aura. His physical strength has begun to improve, Xian said in surprise. Emperor Yuanshi's eyes widened in shock. He said in disbelief, the elemental powers have become gentler. This is coexistence. As the 8 elemental powers turned into streaks of light and entered Feng Wuchen's body, Feng Wuchen's physical strength grew at a terrifying speed. Could the backlash be to possess Feng Wuchen's aura? His injuries were so severe that he almost lost his life. Now, he is recovering rapidly. Could it be that cultivating the strongest physical body is equivalent to being reborn and being reborn? Xian said excitedly, that's right. That must be it. The 8 elemental powers coexist, and they can even help Feng Wuchen cultivate the strongest physical body. Boom, at this moment, a domineering and vigorous power suddenly erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. Dazzling golden light flashed. 2-star Holy Venerable. The increase in physical strength has sped up Feng Wuchen's breakthrough. Emperor Yuanshi exclaimed. His physical strength is increasing so quickly. He has already broken through to the immortal realm. Haha. This kid actually succeeded. Xian laughed excitedly. The 8 elemental powers merged into Feng Wuchen's body, and his cultivation increased rapidly. It sped up his breakthrough. The 8 elemental powers kept merging into Feng Wuchen's body, and Feng Wuchen's physical body became even more terrifying. His cultivation also soared rapidly. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen's cultivation broke through again. 3-star Holy Venerable. This cultivation increase is too terrifying. Xian was ecstatic. Emperor Yuanshi was also extremely shocked. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous thing. At this moment, Feng Wuchen seemed to be in a state of enlightenment. He entered an extremely mysterious state of cultivation, and his cultivation increased rapidly. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen's cultivation broke through again. 4-star Holy Venerable. The power that spread out from Feng Wuchen's body became even more domineering and vigorous. Feng Wuchen's physical body also became extremely powerful, to an unimaginable extent. Buzz. Buzz, at the same time that Feng Wuchen broke through to the 4-star Holy Venerable level, the 10th level of the Reincarnation Pagoda shook violently. An extremely terrifying aura spread out wildly. This terrifying aura was even more terrifying than Xian's. The seal had been lifted. The Poison Emperor has been lifted. Xian suddenly looked over. Fusing the 8 elemental powers to cultivate the strongest physical body? A dignified voice sounded, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Congratulations to the Poison Emperor for lifting the seal. Xian smiled happily. Emperor Yuanshi. The Poison Emperor bowed respectfully. Don't speak first. Emperor Yuanshi's gaze never left Feng Wuchen. The Poison Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and thought to himself, this kid is really not simple. He can actually fuse the 8 elemental powers. It's not unreasonable for the Reincarnation Pagoda to choose him. After the 8 elemental powers fused into Feng Wuchen's body, Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 4-star Holy Venerable level. In just a few hours, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared by 4 stars. Who else in the world could achieve such a terrifying speed? Buzz. Buzz, after the 8 elemental powers completely fused into Feng Wuchen's body, the surface of Feng Wuchen's body shone with a dazzling golden light again, as if an invincible god of war had descended. Emperor Xianxia, has Feng Wuchen's physical body broken through? Xianxia asked. I don't know. Feng Wuchen's physical body is still increasing. Emperor Xianxia shook his head slightly. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, after an unknown period of time, when Feng Wuchen's physical strength soared to the highest point, the space suddenly exploded, and a shockwave swept out. End of chapter. What a domineering aura. Feng Brat's body has broken through. Xianxia could not help but exclaim when he felt the unprecedented domineering aura. The aura of his body is very powerful, and it has an indescribable sense of oppression. Poison Emperor could not help but exclaim, his face full of shock. The Poison Emperor looked at Emperor Xianxia in shock and asked curiously, Emperor Xianxia, what's the realm above immortality? Emperor Xianxia shook his head and said, since the creation of the world, no one has ever reached that realm. I don't know what realm it is either. Perhaps only the great celestial emperor before the beginning of the chaos would know. Even the one from the Panga realm could not reach that realm? Xianxia asked. Emperor Xianxia shook his head and said, although that old monster's body is strong, it is based on a strong foundation. The real realm of the body is only immortality. We can't beat him even if we join forces because he is the first celestial emperor born at the beginning of the chaos. He can suppress us in terms of strength. Look, Feng Wuchen's body is emitting a faint colorful light. Poison Emperor exclaimed. His body realm is improving. The domineering aura is getting more and more powerful. Is this the realm beyond immortality? Xianxia said excitedly. Although it has surpassed immortality, it is not a new realm. The aura of his body is still improving. Emperor Xianxia shook his head slightly. Such a terrifying body. With Feng Wuchen's current realm of 5-star Holy Venerate, even 7-star Holy Venerates can't hurt him. This kid is really abnormal. Xianxia laughed excitedly. Once he breaks through to the strongest realm, no one can kill him. That's the real terror. Poison Emperor said. It's impossible to reach that realm now, unless he goes to the Panga realm. Emperor Xianxia shook his head. The Poison Emperor glanced at Emperor Xianxia and guessed, does Emperor Xianxia mean that Feng Wuchen still needs chaos spiritual energy? Emperor Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. Only by obtaining the chaotic spiritual qi can Feng Wuchen's physical strength reach its peak. Even the great celestial emperor at the beginning of the chaos couldn't reach that level. However, with Feng Wuchen's current physical strength, even if someone can hurt him, he can recover in an instant. As time passed, the colorful light emitted from Feng Wuchen's body became more and more intense, and the strength of his body continued to soar. When the aura of Feng Wuchen's physical body reached its peak, colorful light suddenly burst out, extremely dazzling. Under the nourishment of the colorful light, Feng Wuchen looked younger and more handsome. Every muscle on his body was filled with terrifying explosive power. After a while, the bright colorful light disappeared, and Feng Wuchen's domineering physical aura also calmed down. Feng Wuchen, who was floating in midair, slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying colorful light burst out. Feng Wuchen, how do you feel? Emperor Xianxia hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and looked at it, feeling the unimaginably powerful physical strength. He smiled and said, it's very comfortable. My entire body is filled with power. I feel that the strength of my physical body is stronger than my cultivation. Haha. That means it's a success. Xianxia laughed excitedly. Emperor Xianxia smiled happily and said, your physical body has broken through to the strongest realm, so it's naturally stronger than your cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, it shouldn't be wrong. Although it was very dangerous, fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Cultivating the strongest physical body can indeed improve my cultivation, as I guessed. Feng Wuchen, what realm is your physical body at? Poison Emperor asked. This senior is? Feng Wuchen looked at Poison Emperor in surprise. The expert of the 10th level, Poison Emperor. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly. Junior Feng Wuchen greets Poison Emperor. Feng Wuchen politely cupped his fists and said, I also don't know what realm my physical body is at now. Since no one has succeeded in creating a world, no one knows what realm it is. Let's call it the Immortal Realm. Immortal Realm? That's not bad. It is indeed immortal. Emperor Xianxia nodded. Feng Brat, do you want to test your physical body? This emperor will use 10% of my power to see how strong your physical body is. Xianxia asked with a face full of anticipation. Okay. I also want to know. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. 10% of your power? Emperor Xianxia glared at Xianxia and scolded, Feng Wuchen is only a 5-star holy venerable. How can he block 10% of your power? 5%. Xianxia immediately corrected himself. 9-star holy venerable. Emperor Xianxia scolded angrily. Yes. 9-star holy venerable. Xianxia was so frightened that his heart trembled. After all, they were the first batch of experts since the creation of the world. 5% of their power was extremely terrifying. Even the experts of the Panga realm could not block it, let alone Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen pulled away in a flash and activated his physical strength. His body glowed, and his domineering strength instantly soared to the 7-star Holy Venerable realm. 7-star Holy Venerable? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He was dumbfounded and could not believe it. The physical strength of the Immortal Realm had increased Feng Wuchen's combat strength by 2 stars in an instant. This was merely the strength of his physical body. Suppressing the shock and ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen shouted excitedly, Xianxia, make your move. All right. Xianxia shouted, Little Feng, you'd better be careful. Buzz, buzz. Xianxia activated his strength slightly, and the space in his divine ring immediately shook violently. Just a slight activation was more terrifying than a 9-star holy venerable. Xianxia kept suppressing it, and his strength slowly weakened. It was as if he could not control it. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded by the scene. Was it that difficult to activate the power of a 9-star holy venerable? It took him a full minute to suppress it, and his strength was only reduced to that of a 9-star holy venerable. Isn't this a little too ridiculous? Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Little Feng. Here they come. Xianxia Great Emperor shouted and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Even if Xianxia only activated the power of a 9-star holy venerable, that terrifying power gave people a feeling of invincibility. Feng Wuchen instantly felt a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. As expected of the first batch of experts since the creation of the world, they were so terrifying. In an instant, Xianxia arrived in a flash and punched fiercely at Feng Wuchen. His attack was fierce and overbearing. What a terrifying aura. This pressure actually makes me feel as if a mountain is pressing down on me. Feng Wuchen was shocked. With a flash of fierceness in his eyes, Feng Wuchen met the attack with a punch. Boom. Buzz, buzz. The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Feng Wuchen turned into a black line and flew out. It was like an egg hitting a rock. He was powerless to resist. Little Feng, are you all right? Xianxia was shocked and asked anxiously. End of chapter. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shouted. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was stunned again. His expression was extremely stiff. He had used his physical strength to clash with Xianxia's fist. Although his strength was no match for Xianxia's, such terrifying strength did not injure Feng Wuchen. This can't be real, right? The strength of a 9-star holy venerate can't hurt me. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil. Even the strength of a 9-star holy venerate could not hurt Feng Wuchen. How terrifying was his physical body? The moment I clashed with him, the pain in my arm disappeared instantly. This recovery speed is too terrifying. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more shocked he became. A strong sense of excitement surged from the depths of his heart. The strength of his physical body was far more terrifying than Feng Wuchen had imagined. Master, I'm afraid only the strength of a true immortal can hurt you with the eternal life realm's physical body. A respectful voice came from the divine eye. The eternal life realm's physical body is too terrifying. Master can recover instantly even without using the art of oblivion. The dragon god sword's excited voice came. Master, try the strength of a true immortal. The Qilin's voice came from the sacred armor. Xianxia, use the strength of a true immortal. Feng Wuchen flashed over and said excitedly. Amazing. Amazing. You can withstand the strength of a 9-star holy venerate with the cultivation of a 5-star holy venerate. No one below the true immortal can hurt you, Xianxia said excitedly. How terrifying. The Poison Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Looking at the unharmed Feng Wuchen, Emperor Xianxia smiled and said, the eternal life realm's physical body is indeed powerful. The strength of a 9-star holy venerate is no longer enough to destroy your physical body. Xianxia, try the strength of a 1-star true immortal, Emperor Xianxia said with a smile. He was also looking forward to seeing how powerful the eternal life realm's physical body was. Alright. Little Feng. The power of a 1-star true immortal is much stronger than that of a 9-star sacred paragon. You have to be careful, Xianxia shouted, and his power abruptly soared to instantly reach the level of a 1-star true immortal. At this moment, Xianxia's strength and aura were far more terrifying than a 9-star holy venerate's. There was no comparison at all. Good. Feng Wuchen shouted, becoming more and more excited. Once again, Feng Wuchen activated his physical strength and took the initiative to throw out a punch. His fist contained an extremely domineering power. Xianxia controlled the power of a 1-star true immortal and fired out a punch. His attack grew increasingly overbearing and ferocious, filled with an oppressive power. Boom. Pooh. The moment the two fists collided, there was a loud explosion. Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the energy wall of the divine ring space and fell down heavily. As expected of the power of a true immortal, my physical strength instantly dissipated. As expected, I can't withstand too much power. My right hand can be considered crippled. Feng Wuchen was horrified. He couldn't withstand it at all. The power of a true immortal was definitely not something a 9-star holy venerate could compare to. Little Feng. Xianxia's old face changed drastically, and his heart beat wildly. Don't worry, he's fine. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly and said, the speed of recovery of the physical body is astonishing. It's beyond imagination. The moment he flew out, his injuries were already healing. As expected of the strongest physical body. The Poison Emperor stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open, and said in a daze, Feng Wuchen's injuries, healed. Isn't that too fast? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the Poison Emperor wouldn't have believed that there was such a powerful physical body in this world. Just stopped, and he's already healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Even if a true immortal expert exhausted all his strength, it would be useless. Xianxia stared with his eyes wide open. He was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's physical body's recovery speed was extremely powerful. His serious injuries and his arm had already completely healed, as if he had never been injured. My injuries have already healed. My arm is also fine. This is unbelievable. Feng Wuchen looked at his arm with a dumbfounded expression. This terrifying recovery speed was too powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an instant recovery. Master's physical body is ridiculously powerful. A shocked voice came from the divine eye. Master's immortal realm physical body can instantly recover even if it turns into ashes. Master is invincible. Dragon Xianxia's excited laughter came. After the shock, intense joy surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh. Invincible physical body. Even the power of a true immortal can't do anything to me. Haha. In the immortal realm, Feng Wuchen could be considered as having an immortal body. As long as he didn't encounter an absolute power, Feng Wuchen couldn't be killed. Now that his physical body had stepped into the immortal realm, Feng Wuchen was truly immortal. Moreover, he had the miraculous ability to recover instantly. Senior Xianxia, did you see that? My serious injuries healed instantly. Feng Wuchen flashed back and smiled excitedly. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly and said, unimaginably powerful. Even if you're seriously injured, you can recover instantly. Perhaps only you can obtain the strongest physical body. In the future, when you reach the Panga realm and find the chaotic spiritual energy, your physical body will be truly perfect. Chaotic spiritual energy? Feng Wuchen nodded. Emperor Yuanchi smiled faintly and said, the spiritual energy at the beginning of the chaos. I've finally seen the strength of the strongest physical body with my own eyes. Even if a more powerful true immortal can destroy your physical body, you can definitely recover instantly. It's terrifying. Xianxia said excitedly and in shock. The reincarnation pagoda can't be wrong to choose you. The poisoned sovereign emperor laughed. Accept the inheritance of this emperor. The ancestor of myriad poisons will bring great benefits to your powerful physique. Not only will you be immune to all poisons, you will also be able to control all poisons in the world, and you can even refine them to cultivate. Thank you, Senior Poison Emperor. Feng Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Whoosh! Poison Emperor flicked his finger, and a green energy entered Feng Wuchen's glabella. A huge amount of information surged out, and the Poison Emperor's inheritance entered Feng Wuchen's mind. The ancestor of all poisons was also passed to Feng Wuchen. Poison Emperor's ancestor of all poisons was extremely terrifying. Anything that came into contact with it would be instantly corroded and disappear. It was extremely domineering. A sacred artifact can also be instantly devoured and corroded. It can also forcefully corrode the strength of an opponent of the same level. Isn't this too domineering? Feng Wuchen sucked in a breath of cold air. The terrifying ancestor. Of all poisons, and the terrifying technique made Feng Wuchen's hair stand on end. In front of the ancestor of all poisons, the jade-scaled snake poison was simply the grandson of the grandson. My ancestor of all poisons doesn't lose to elemental strength. The ancestor of all poisons can help you weaken your opponent's strength. Poison Emperor smiled proudly. Poison Emperor is right. With the protection of the ancestor of all poisons, your physical body can be strengthened. Emperor Yuanchi nodded and smiled. This is definitely the most terrifying poison I've ever seen. Even without the power of the seniors, just the ancestor of all poisons alone can make the experts of the immortal world suffer so much that they wish they were dead. Feng Wuchen said in shock. Although the power of the 8 attributes is terrifying, experts stronger than me can also resist it with great power. After all, my cultivation is too weak and I can't exert the true power of the 8 attributes. But if it's the ancestor of all poisons, it's a different story. No matter how powerful they are, they can't stop the corrosion of the poison. Even if it's the loser, it'll be very difficult to force the ancestor of all poisons out. The ancestor of all poisons' overbearingness made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. Of course. A proud smile appeared on the Poison Emperor's old face. In front of this great emperor's ancestor of primordial beginning, the ancestor of all poisons is nothing. Emperor Yuanchi poured a bucket of cold water on him. The Poison Emperor, who had a proud smile on his face, instantly turned green. He was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling violently. But the Poison Emperor didn't dare to flare up. In front of Emperor Yuanchi, the Poison Emperor's strength was far from enough. No matter how terrifying the ancestor of all poisons was, in front of the ancestor of primordial beginning, he was still a grandson. Glancing at the dozens of primordial spirit doppelgangers, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, your cultivation has increased by 4 stars in an instant. You don't need to cultivate for the time being to avoid affecting your foundation. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the dozens of primordial spirit doppelgangers stopped cultivating and absorbed the soul crystals to help Feng Wuchen improve his soul power. After breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm, his alchemist realm had to be improved as soon as possible. When the time came to refine the Saint Venerable heaven-defying divine pearl, it could help the Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon Soul to strengthen their cultivation. Feng Brat, this great emperor's time is almost up. Being able to see the body of the immortal realm with my own eyes, this great emperor can rest assured. This great emperor is full of confidence in you. Xianxia said with a happy smile. Feng Wuchen had already cultivated to the immortal realm. Xianxia firmly believed that Feng Wuchen could save them. Thank you, Xianxia. I won't let you down. At least, I'll be worthy of your inheritance. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Haha. Great. Feng brat, this great emperor will wait for you in the Pangu. Xianxia, his figure then became illusory and finally, he disappeared. Feng Wuchen, I'm leaving too, the primeval heavenly emperor said. Primordial beginning, primordial great emperors, primordial beginning emperor. Among the experts who had been unsealed, the primeval great emperor had been sealed the longest. The heavenly emperor of Xianxia smiled faintly and said, you have already cultivated to the immortality realm. I can leave without worry. The experts of the reincarnation pagoda are enough to help you through all difficulties. I still have other things to do. I can't stay for too long. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, can Senior Primordial Beginning do other things while being sealed in the reincarnation pagoda? Feng Wuchen. Cultivate well. Emperor Xianxia smiled and then disappeared. Take care, Primordial Beginning. Feng Wuchen said. He was feeling down. Emperor Xianxia went to the Panga realm. Nothing will happen. At most, I'll use up my power faster. Don't worry. This great emperor. I won't disappear so soon. I'll at least wait until the next great emperor. The poison emperor patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and smiled. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation base is rising too fast. In order to stabilize your foundation, I'll strengthen you. I'll only use the power of a 9-star Holy Venerable to fight you. I'll help you stabilize your realm. It'll be of great help to you when you break through to the true immortal realm. The Poison Emperor smiled. Great. Thank you, Poison Emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple went to the immortal realm, the sacred world had been peaceful. During this time, the strength of the Dragon God Temple, the Temple of Rakshasa, and the Dragon Soul improved by leaps and bounds. With the help of the 100-fold spiritual chi and 5-fold dimensional ring, the 3 progenitors had reached the 4-star true immortal realm. Jing Wushuang and Chu Tianshu had also reached the 2-star true immortal realm. Yang Xuani, the second elder, and Long Xiaoyang had also reached the 1-star true immortal realm. Long Jianfeng, Long Qi, and the others had reached the 8-star and 9-star holy venerable realm. Other than Long Nidian and Long Qinghun, the divine shadow guards of the Dragon God Temple had all reached the holy venerable realm. Other than Kuei-Ying, who had reached the 7-star holy venerable realm, the other divine shadow guards had also improved by leaps and bounds. Dragon God Temple's strength could be said to have undergone an earth-shaking change. The people of the Temple of Rakshasa were not far from reaching the holy venerable realm. They were so strong that they could definitely squeeze into the ranks of the major forces in the profound saint world. The growth of the Dragon Soul was even more shocking. After all, with the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl and a large number of powerful natural treasures, they had hundreds of holy venerables, and their strength was not inferior to the divine shadow guards. However, this little bit of strength was still too weak compared to the major forces of the ancient times. Not to mention the immortal realm. Of course, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed the major forces of the ancient times and the immortal realm. There were absolutely no other factors. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen was refining the heaven-defying divine pearl. After nearly 3 months of frantically absorbing the soul energy of the soul crystals, Feng Wuchen had already reached the holy venerable realm. It's all thanks to the large number of natural treasures in the Heavenly Emperor's residence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to refine so many heaven-defying divine pearls. Feng Wuchen smiled excitedly. Feng Wuchen, does this heaven-defying divine pearl really have such a terrifying effect? Even chaos spirit stones aren't as terrifying as this. Looking at the strange heaven-defying divine pearl in his hand, the Poison Emperor asked in disbelief. The Poison Emperor had never seen such a terrifying treasure. Of course. If I absorb a heaven-defying divine pearl now, I might be able to break through to the 1-star true immortal realm without any side effects. However, I can't continuously absorb it. If my cultivation rises too quickly, it will affect my foundation. This is the only drawback. Feng Wuchen said proudly. The heaven-defying divine pearl was created by Feng Wuchen. It's refined with tens of billions of natural treasures. Although the consumption is huge, it's worth it to have such a terrifying effect. You actually managed to refine it. I'm afraid even Emperor Peerless doesn't have such ability. The Poison Emperor nodded, but he was extremely shocked. To be able to refine such a heaven-defying treasure, it was simply abnormal. Phew. It's finally done. It really wasn't easy. Feng Wuchen said with a gratified smile. Looking at the result of his refinement, although the consumption was huge, he was still very satisfied. It took Feng Wuchen a few days to collect more than 100 top-grade saint artifacts, several hundred Saint Emperor Realm heaven-defying divine beads, and several hundred Saint Sovereign Realm heaven-defying divine beads. He even exhausted his soul power several times. Fortunately, the physical body of an immortal realm expert was very terrifying. The consumed soul energy could be recovered instantly. These treasures are enough to increase the strength of the Temple of Rakshasa by several times. The heaven-defying divine pearls can help Xiaoxiao and the others break through to the holy venerable realm. Feng Wuchen said happily. The Temple of Rakshasa was bustling with activity. Aside from a portion of people cultivating crazily, most people had already come out of seclusion. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, intense fighting sounds came from the sky above the Temple of Rakshasa. The space shook, and violent energy ripples surged. Everyone watching the battle was shouting excitedly and joyfully. The master cannot defeat the disciple, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he watched Yang Mei'er and Yi Jianying's battle from the top of the palace. In the battle, Yang Mei'er was slightly stronger than Yi Jianying. It looked like they were evenly matched, but Yang Mei'er could suppress Yi Jianying's sword moves. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others did not notice Feng Wuchen's appearance. 8-star Sacred Emperor. Xiaoxiao's cultivation has indeed improved very quickly, Feng Wuchen said happily. He waved his hand, and the excited Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly disappeared. Lu Qingyang and the others were focused on the battle and did not notice Ling Xiaoxiao's disappearance. When Ling Xiaoxiao appeared again, she was already beside Feng Wuchen. Husband? That's great. Husband has come out of seclusion. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She immediately jumped into Feng Wuchen's arms. Feng Wuchen pinched Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face and smiled gently. "And I just came out of seclusion. Husband broke through to Sacred Venerate?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked excitedly. 6-star Sacred Venerate, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? 6-star Sacred Venerate? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard that. She froze on the spot. What kind of horrifying cultivation speed was this? Husband became a Sacred Venerate alchemist? Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. It seemed like she thought that Feng Wuchen used the Sacred Venerate Divine Pearl to increase his cultivation. "And I also refined the Sacred Venerate Divine Pearl for you. After cultivating in the 5 times spatial ring for so long, you can also use the Divine Pearl to increase your cultivation. It won't be difficult for you to break through to Sacred Venerate," Feng Wuchen said with a gentle smile. Husband is so powerful. Ling Xiaoxiao cheered in joy. Ling Xiaoxiao's cheering immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Mei's battle with Yi Jianying stopped. Big brother Feng, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others were overjoyed. Teacher has come out of seclusion. Zhang Junlin's face was full of excitement. Alliance, 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 alliance head. The Crimson Emperor's people all knelt down on one knee in excitement and respect. Their loud and clear voices shook the heavens and swept out with an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Feng Wuchen hugged Ling Xiaoxiao and slowly floated down. He smiled happily and said, "Everyone, rise." Looking at everyone, Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. Your cultivation has increased a lot. You are not far from Sacred Venerate. Big brother Feng, you don't know. With the help of the 100 times spiritual energy and natural treasures, even without the Divine Pearl, our cultivation increased very quickly. Lu Qingyang said happily. If not for teacher, we wouldn't have today's cultivation, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. Without the alliance head, we wouldn't have today. The Crimson Emperor and the others shouted again. Their blood was boiling. Everyone knew clearly that it was all thanks to Feng Wuchen that they were where they were today. This was especially true for the soldiers. They had followed him since the beginning of the empire. After experiencing countless life and death situations, they only recognized Feng Wuchen as their master. Feng Wuchen felt a warm feeling in his heart. All his efforts had not been in vain. Husband, we were discussing before that we would use the divine pearl to increase our cultivation when we break through to sacred venerate. Our cultivation increased too quickly, and everyone was worried that it would affect our foundation. Furthermore, with the 100 times spiritual energy, we don't have to worry about wasting too much time, Xianxia said. In order to strengthen their foundation, the Temple of Rakshasa had people fighting every day. They used the battles to strengthen their foundation and cultivation. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded. Qi. At this moment, a pitch-black crack suddenly tore open in the void. A terrifying aura of a 5-star true immortal spread out. An expert from the celestial realm. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the crack. 5-star true immortal. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. There was no change in his expression. He was not afraid at all. A young man walked out of the crack. It was the mysterious true immortal from before. Alliance Chief, this person came several times over the past few days. However, he did not make a move. I wonder what he wants, Yi Tianwei said gravely. Ling Xiaoxiao said gravely, husband, he should be here to look for you. Senior Shan Tong already told us about the immortal world. So, Primogenitor Long and the others came out of closed-door cultivation. Feng Wuchen nodded. He sensed the auras of Long Shahun and the others. Feng Wuchen, you are finally here, the man said with a faint smile. Then, he tossed something over. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and pulled it over. It was a medallion. The Dragon Soul Medallion. You should be familiar with this medallion, right? Your wife has one as well. It is the Dragon Soul Medallion of the Dragon Gods, a supreme existence, the man said with a faint smile. There was some arrogance on his face. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Long Xiafeng's Dragon Soul Medallion. Long Xiafeng. Everyone's face changed. They all guessed that something had happened to Long Xiafeng and the others. Long Xiafeng and the other two were captured by them. Feng Wuchen explained. Only Feng Wuchen knew about this matter. The others did not know about it before. Long Shahun and the others did not know about it either. That's right. It is indeed Long Xiafeng's Dragon Soul Medallion. Master asked me to pass a message to you. Hand over the Dragon Soul Medallion and they will be spared from death. You have half a month to consider. Master does not plan to give you any more time. Otherwise? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. I have already passed the message. I hope you will consider it carefully. Don't say that you don't have a chance. Master said that if you do not reply in 3 days, the immortal world will attack your Dragon God Temple and Temple of Rakshasa. Take care. The man sneered arrogantly. Then, he was about to leave. Wait. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped him. What? Have you thought it through? The man asked with a cold smile. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. From his point of view, Feng Wuchen was afraid. After all, there were many experts in the immortal world. Once the battle started, the Dragon God Temple and Temple of Rakshasa would definitely suffer heavy casualties. What is your name? Feng Wuchen asked. I am Xianxia Feng. The man sneered. Xianxia Feng, the one who broke your hand today is Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of Xianxia Feng. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. Xianxia Feng's face changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Feng Wuchen, you dare to touch me. Pa. Pooh. Feng Wuchen slapped him. With a crisp sound, the domineering force caused Xianxia Feng to vomit blood. His face was instantly deformed. Who gave you the guts to come to the Temple of Rakshasa to show off? Don't you know that your face is very disgusting? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he grabbed Xianxia Feng's wrist and broke it. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen twisted Xianxia Feng's arm and tore it off. Xianxia Feng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The people of the Luosha temple cheered loudly as they vented their hatred. Xianxia Feng's arrogance made them extremely unhappy. Feng Wuchen threw away the broken arm and said coldly, not only did I not stop you, I even broke your arm. I even dare to kill you. Feng Wuchen. I will never forgive you. Yan Shifeng roared crazily. I'll break your arm now. What can you do to me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen. Do you know who I am? Yan Shifeng roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared. What does your identity have to do with me? You only need to know what will happen to those who threaten me. What will happen to those who flaunt their strength in the temple of Rakshasa? Feng Wuchen said coldly. You. Yan Shifeng exploded. He never expected that Feng Wuchen would still dare to touch him after Long Xiafeng and the others were captured. Did he not care about the lives of Long Xiafeng and the others? No one can be arrogant in front of me and my people. They already don't have the qualifications. You are even less qualified. If not for the fact that you still have the value of being a messenger, you would already be a corpse. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His bone-chilling voice made Yan Shifeng's hair stand on end. Yan Shifeng had long known about the terrifying strength in Feng Wuchen's body. However, he did not expect that Feng Wuchen would not care about the lives of Long Xiafeng and the other two young masters. He wanted to break his arm. Feng Wuchen, if you break my arm, I will break the arms of Long Xiafeng and the others. I will even bring them to you personally. No, I will send them to the Dragon God Temple. I will deal with them the same way you dealt with me. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Yan Shifeng shouted furiously, as if he did not care about his life. Then you can go to hell, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, and a ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes as he pointed his finger out. Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Yan Shifeng was instantly alarmed. That gaze was filled with true killing intent. It was definitely not a joke. Swish. Buzz. A resplendent golden light soared into the sky. It was as fast as lightning, carrying with it a might that could pierce through heaven and earth as it charged towards Yan Shifeng. Everywhere it passed, space trembled violently and collapsed. Domineering, ferocious, and unparalleled. Is he crazy? You really dare to kill me? Yan Shifeng was extremely terrified. His entire body trembled and his soul almost left his body. At this moment, Yan Shifeng regretted. He regretted offending Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not play by the rules. Yan Shifeng despaired as he screamed madly in his heart, "My lord! Save me!" Swish. Rumble. Buzz. However, just as Yan Shifeng was about to lose all hope, a blue pillar of energy shot down from the void and collided with Feng Wuchen's energy. The collision caused an explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Terrifying energy ripples spread out without restraint. An incomparably terrifying energy ripple sent Yan Shifeng flying. Many thanks, my lord. Yan Shifeng was completely relieved. Old thing, I knew you would make a move. Your people are too arrogant. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked towards the sky. Over there, an elder had already appeared. This was a powerful being. To be able to block Feng Wuchen's attack, one could see that this almighty was extremely powerful. Swish. Swish. At the same time, the three primogenitors, the Dragon God Temple's guardian elder, and other experts appeared in a flash. Obviously, they were alerted by the terrifying energy. The dragon primogenitor and the others are here. Lu Qingyang said excitedly, is the battle about to start? What a terrifying aura. Their cultivation has indeed increased by a lot. Beta Yen said excitedly. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with envy, they are so much stronger than us. When can we reach that level? The holy venerate and true immortal realm were the realms that countless cultivators in the holy world dreamed of. 4-star true immortal? How is that possible? Yan Shifeng was shocked as he stared at Long Shirhan and the others. Yan Shifeng could not believe that Long Shirhan and the others had broken through to the true immortal realm. There were even 5 other true immortals in the Dragon God Temple. Almighty! Long Shirhan frowned as he recognized the Almighty with a single glance. Long Shirtian said solemnly, the Almighty of the various realms. You're all here. The Almighty smiled as he glanced at Long Shirhan and the others. You guys were the ones behind the war back then? Long Shirhan asked coldly as he stared at the Almighty with a fierce gaze. Longsherhun, I am very curious. How did you guys break through to the true immortal realm and reach the 4-star true immortal realm? The Almighty did not answer Long Shihun's question. The Almighty really could not understand. What's going on? The increase in cultivation of Longsherhun and the others is too terrifying. In less than 2 months, they broke through to the 3-star true immortal realm. Such a terrifying speed will definitely threaten the immortal realm. The Almighty was secretly worried. I can't let them become stronger. I can't let this drag on any longer. The Almighty said fiercely in his heart. The sacred world space was sealed and the spirit chi was thin. It was impossible to break through. However, not only did Longsherhun and the others break through, they even reached the 4-star true immortal realm. Why do you want to deal with the dragon gods? Longsherhun asked coldly. He did not answer the Almighty. Hand over the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune, and the mystery dragon guard and Long Xiafeng can live. The Almighty said with a smile. Since he could not get an answer, he was too lazy to ask. What? Longsherhun and the other 2 elders, as well as the people from the dragon god temple, turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen said, Long Xiafeng and the other 2 and the mystery dragon guard were captured by them. Longshertian was furious. If they lose a single hair, I will personally dismember your body into 10,000 pieces, pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. Longshertian, do you have the ability? Yan Shifeng sneered with disdain. As long as you hand over the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune, I will guarantee their safety. Otherwise, they will die. The Almighty said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Feng Wuchen sneered. The Almighty laughed. Feng Wuchen, don't be too proud. Wait until you know the strength of the immortal realm, then you will know how stupid and laughable you are. Feng Wuchen curled his lips and spread his hands with a look of disapproval. Just for the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune? Longsherhun was so angry that his old face twitched. He roared, just for the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune, you started a war and killed countless people. You are worse than animals. If you don't reply in 3 days, the immortal realm will punish your dragon god temple and temple of Rakshasa, including you, Feng Wuchen. The Almighty said with an invincible attitude. Feng Wuchen sneered, I was going to let Yan Shifeng go back and pass the message to you. Since you are here, I will remind you that no matter how many people come from the immortal realm, I will kill them all. I have the final say in this sacred world. Without my permission, no one is allowed to take half a step into the sacred world, including you. End of chapter. Do you have the final say in the sacred world? The Almighty Being was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but laugh out loud, haha. Feng Wuchen, your arrogance really surprised me. There was a bit of disdain in the old eyes of the Almighty Being, then he laughed. Feng Wuchen, I'm not afraid to tell you that there are tens of thousands of true immortal experts in the immortal world. That is a world even stronger than the sacred world. Can a small sacred world stop tens of thousands of true immortals? You and Longsherhun may be able to resist, but what about the others? In the eyes of true immortals, they are no different from trash. The words of the Almighty Being were indeed reasonable. Dragon God Temple, Temple of Rakshasa and Dragon Soul added together were only a few true immortals. How could they resist tens of thousands of true immortals in the immortal world? Even if Feng Wuchen and Longsherhun could resist, the others would undoubtedly be killed. The words of the Almighty Being caused everyone's expression to become extremely ugly. Feng Wuchen, don't be impulsive. Longsherhun hurriedly said. Longsherhun frowned, tens of thousands of true immortal experts are not something we can resist. Once the battle starts, not to mention others, we can't even protect ourselves. Yenner is still in their hands. Longshertian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Seeing the worried faces of Longsherhun and the others, the Almighty Being laughed. Longsherhun, you have to think carefully. I can give you 3 days to think about it. Is their life more important or the Dragon Soul Jade and Dragon Soul Runes more important? You don't need me to say it, right? Old thing, if you don't scram, do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold killing intent locked onto the Almighty Being. Feng Wuchen, you can try. The Almighty Being sneered, I didn't make a move not because I'm afraid of you, but because I don't think it's necessary. I plan to resolve this matter peacefully. You captured our people and now you say you want to resolve it peacefully? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Long Xiaoyang shouted angrily. The Almighty being laughed, I only invited them as guests. I want a faster peaceful transaction, nothing else. Lu Qingyang cursed angrily, bullshit. This old bastard's words are truly infuriating. The three-eyed demon ape clenched its teeth and roared. Feng Wuchen, His Excellency is no weaker than you. Besides, there are still defeated people in the immortal world. How many can you defeat? Since you broke one of my hands, I'll break their hands now. Let's see what you can do about it. Yan Shifeng sneered in disdain. His eyes flickered with viciousness. I don't know how many I can defeat, but I know that if I want to kill you, none of them can stop me, Feng Wuchen said viciously. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen suddenly grabbed at the air. The terrifying suction force scared Yan Shifeng out of his wits. He cried out in panic, "My lord, save me. Husband, wait. I know you're powerful and don't fear the experts in the immortal world. However, this is extremely disadvantageous for us. Once the battle starts, you won't be able to protect everyone. More cultivators of the sacred world will die. Husband, you can't ruin your reputation because of a moment of rashness," Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly advised. If the people of the sacred world knew that Feng Wuchen had caused them to be in a difficult situation due to a moment of rashness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Xiaoxiao's obstruction made Feng Wuchen stop. He frowned and said, even if we give the dragon soul jade to them, do you think they'll let us go? These selfish people won't let anyone who threatens them go. They think that we don't have the qualifications to enter the immortal world and won't allow us to become stronger. Feng Wuchen and the others were undoubtedly the most threatening people in the immortal world. Once the almighty experts obtained the dragon soul jade and the dragon god's rune, the immortal world wouldn't let Feng Wuchen and the others go. Husband, you're usually so smart. Why are you so muddle-headed now? Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, Wife, have you thought of a way? Husband, no matter what they want the dragon soul jade and the dragon god's rune for, husband, don't forget that the activation of the dragon god's rune requires the chant. They don't have the chant. Even if they get it, what's the use? Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes brightened. He was overjoyed and praised in a low voice, Wife is so smart. I actually forgot about this. The excited Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to hug Ling Xiaoxiao and kiss her fiercely. What about the mystery dragon guards and Long Xiaofeng? I'll take a look at them first, Long Shihun said coldly. He had already made his decision. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Yan Shifeng said fiercely. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Almighty smiled faintly. Soon after, he waved his hand. A pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the space. The Almighty waved his hand again. An old man and 3 young men flew out from the crack. They were the 3 young masters of the mystery dragon guards and Long Xiaofeng. Other than the mystery dragon guards who were injured, Long Xiaofeng and the others were not injured. Great primogenitor, is this person the mystery dragon guards? Chu Tianshu frowned and asked. He sized up the white-haired old man in a white robe. Azure Dragon. The moment they saw the mystery dragon guards, Long Shihun and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. Their old faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Azure Dragon? Feng Wuchen sized up the mystery dragon guards and said, his bloodline power is different from ours. However, he also has the bloodline of the dragon gods. Is he from another dragon race? Another dragon race? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. Long Shitian opened his eyes wide and asked, You are Azure Dragon? After so many years, I didn't expect you 3 brats to still recognize the old man. The mystery dragon guard's pale old face revealed a faint smile. It really is you. You are the mystery dragon guards of the dragon gods. Long Shihun was extremely shocked. Soon after, he asked doubtfully, Didn't you die? Great primogenitor saved me. Azure Dragon smiled faintly. I see. Long Shihun nodded. They were quite happy to be able to see the top expert of the dragon gods from back then. Great-grandfather, I have implicated you. Long Xiaofeng blamed himself. You have done well. You are the pride of the dragon gods. Long Shirhan did not blame them. Instead, he praised them. Long Shirhan, hand over the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune. I will let them go immediately. The Almighty smiled faintly. The mystery dragon guards shouted, don't give them the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune. You are more important than the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune. Long Shirhan shook his head. Long Shirhan flipped his palm and the dragon soul jade appeared out of thin air. He bent his palm and condensed the dragon god rune. Without hesitation, he threw the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune out. He coldly shouted, let them go. Feng Wuchen did not stop him. The Almighty grabbed the air and sucked the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune into his hand. He happily smiled and said, our transaction is very pleasant. We have avoided a great battle and innocent casualties. As he spoke, the Almighty waved his hand and removed the power on Long Xiaofeng and the others. Farewell, everyone. The Almighty smiled happily and disappeared with Yan Shifeng in a flash. End of chapter. Grandfather, even if we give them the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune, they won't let us go, Long Xiaofeng said anxiously. Long Shirhan said, I know they won't let us go easily, but we still have a chance. Saving our lives is the most important thing. We might not have a chance. The mystery dragon guard shook his head helplessly. Why do you say that? Feng Wuchen asked the mystery dragon guard. The mystery dragon guard frowned and said, the war will come soon. It won't. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Brother Feng, are you sure? Long Xiaoyang asked in shock. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently and said, I'm very sure. Brother Feng, why don't you stop them? With the power in your body, you should be able to deal with that old thing. Lu Qingyang asked in confusion. Lin Yu also quickly asked, that old thing is too shameless. Brother Feng, are we just going to let them take away the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. It's useless even if they take it away. Useless? Everyone was confused. The dragon god rune requires a chant. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, they want the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune to open the ancestor's tomb. However, without the chant, they can't use the power of the dragon god rune. Long Shirhan said solemnly, that's right. Without the chant, the dragon god rune cannot be activated. Long Qi was shocked and said, that's right. How could we forget about this? I see. Everyone nodded. Although they did not know what the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune were used for, they were relieved. Without the chant, the war would not have started so quickly. They still had time to cultivate and raise their cultivation. Azure Dragon, what's in the ancestor's tomb? Why have they been trying to open the ancestor's tomb for so many years? Long Shirhan looked at Azure Dragon and asked. Everyone was curious. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped him and said, Grand Primogenitor, return to the main hall first. This is not the place to talk. In the main hall of the Temple of Rakshasa, everyone's gaze fell on the mystery dragon guard. The mystery dragon guard said seriously, the dragon soul jade was originally one piece, but the old clan leader split the dragon soul jade into two halves to prevent them from seizing the dragon soul jade. The dragon soul jade is the key to opening the old ancestor's tomb, and the dragon god rune is the sealing power to open the tomb. The reason why they wanted to open the mausoleum was because they wanted to find a way to ascend to the ancient immortal realm. Before the realms were divided, they belonged to the ancient immortal realm. However, because the losers lost, they were abandoned by the ancient immortal realm. They set up a seal and weakened the spiritual qi. In order to continue cultivating, the losers took the opportunity to create a space in the ancient immortal realm. But this is not a long-term solution. There are many experts in the immortal realm. They need a lot of spiritual qi, but they don't have enough strength to improve their cultivation. If they can't ascend to the ancient immortal realm, they won't be able to improve their cultivation. That's why they are looking for a solution urgently. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded. Ascend to the ancient immortal realm? Their situation is the same as that of the ancient great factions. They don't have enough spiritual qi to cultivate, so naturally, they don't want to share it with others. Feng Wuchen sneered. Beta Yan sneered mockingly, it seems like the spiritual qi in the immortal realm isn't even 100 times as good as ours. Because they can't improve their cultivation, some of the losers have already fallen. The other losers and the Almighty are looking for a way to ascend. Long Xiaofeng added. Long Shihun frowned slightly and asked, is there a way to ascend to the ancient immortal realm in the old ancestor's tomb? The old man isn't too sure. The mystery dragon guard shook his head and said, but the old ancestor did meet a loser in the past. As a result, his cultivation increased greatly and he broke through the true immortal realm. This attracted the attention of the other losers, and because of this, he attracted a fatal disaster. The loser and the old ancestor couldn't withstand their attacks and died in battle in the end. Before the old ancestor died, he split the dragon's soul jade into 2 halves and injected the dragon god's runes into it. He ordered the old man to seal it. The old man then sealed the other half of the dragon god runes into the totem. As for what's in the tomb, the old man isn't sure. At this point, the azure dragon glanced at Long Shihun and the other 2 and said, at that time, you were still young. The dragon gods were too weak, so the old man didn't tell you. You only know that the old ancestor died. The existence of the mystery dragon guard and the dragon's soul jade has also become a legend. They knew that the old man was still alive. In order to lure the old man out and force the old ancestor's tomb, they started a war. In order to protect the dragon gods, the old man had no choice but to tell them the location of the tomb. That was why the Almighty didn't interfere. Later on, when they found out that they needed the dragon's soul jade and the dragon god runes to open the tomb, they chased the old man everywhere. Because they needed to raise their cultivation and increase their lifespan, they didn't appear in the sacred world all these years. However, they never gave up on chasing the old man. It was only when the dragon gods became stronger that they attracted their attention again. With the old man's cultivation as a 9-star true immortal, it was really difficult for him to fight against them. He also didn't have the strength to break through to the supreme true immortal level. The loser didn't make a move. The old man could also fight against the Almighty. The loser rarely made a move and had always been in secluded cultivation. Unless there were special circumstances, the loser wouldn't make a move. The old man was also defeated by the loser. Everyone finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, no one knows if the old ancestor's tomb has a way to ascend to the ancient immortal world. However, the old ancestor asked Senior Azure Dragon to seal it. There must be something incredible. Feng Wuchen guessed seriously. The old ancestor's cultivation increased greatly and broke through to the supreme true immortal level. This means that the loser has a way to raise his cultivation. This is what they want. Long Xiaofeng said. Azure Dragon nodded and said, that's right. If the loser's cultivation can increase and break through to a new level, they will have a chance to ascend to the ancient immortal world. Above the true immortal level is the supreme true immortal level? Long Qi asked curiously. Azure Dragon said solemnly, that's right. The loser's cultivation is at the 8 or 9-star supreme true immortal level. Their strength is far above that of the old man. The Almighty in the sacred world are only 1 or 2-star supreme true immortals. Most of the experts in the immortal world are experts who were abandoned by the ancient immortal world. There are many forces from the ancient immortal world in the immortal world. Since they were abandoned, even if their cultivation increases and they can ascend, it won't be so easy for them to return to the ancient immortal world. The ancient immortal world won't acknowledge them. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. Alliance Master, doesn't that mean we can't ascend to the ancient immortal world? Beta Yan asked hurriedly. I don't know either. Anyway, let's cultivate first. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He wasn't worried about ascending to the ancient immortal world at all. If Feng Wuchen wanted to ascend to the ancient immortal world, who would dare to stop him? If you like Supreme Dragon God, please collect, Supreme Dragon God. There's still a long way to go before we can ascend to the ancient immortal world. Senior Azure Dragon is injured and needs to recover as soon as possible. He can also use the 100 times spiritual energy to break through to the true immortal realm. Everyone should also increase their cultivation as soon as possible. During this period of time, they should be busy opening the old ancestor's tomb and won't have time to care about us. They shouldn't suspect anything in the short term. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen had never cared about the immortal world space. N. Long Shirhan nodded and said, Feng Wuchen is right. The immortal world space will definitely not let us go. We must seize the time to cultivate. Great-grandfather, what does 100 times spiritual energy mean? Why haven't we heard of it? Long Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Azure Dragon frowned and said doubtfully, Old man has never heard of 100 times spiritual energy. Although he had never heard of it, from the literal meaning, he could roughly tell that 100 times spiritual energy was very powerful. Long Shirhan smiled and said, it's a very powerful space. Senior Azure Dragon will definitely like it. Azure Dragon's old face was somewhat excited, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Azure Dragon's cultivation had been stuck at the 9-star true immortal realm for too many years. Even if he cultivated in the immortal world space, it would be difficult for him to break through to the true immortal realm. Yan you will know when we return. You will definitely be shocked. Long Shirtian laughed happily. Long Xiaoyang laughed excitedly, 3 young masters, the reason why our cultivation can increase so quickly is all thanks to Brother Feng's 100 times spiritual energy. No wonder you have broken through to the true immortal realm. Long Qi and the others' cultivation have also increased by several stars. The Great Protector and Great Elder are both 2-star true immortals. The increase in cultivation is truly terrifying. Dragon Emperor's face was filled with shock. I was wondering how your cultivation could increase so quickly. 3 grandfathers have already caught up to Big Brother Xiao Feng. Long Xiaoyan said. After we return, your cultivation will also increase quickly. Long Shiyun laughed happily. Senior Azure Dragon, primogenitors, you should go back and cultivate. If Senior Azure Dragon can break through to the unparalleled true immortal stage, our combat power will grow by quite a bit. It won't be long before the battle begins, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Let's go. Let's return to the Dragon God's sacred palace to cultivate and prepare for the big battle. Long Shirhan laughed happily. He also wanted to return to cultivate as soon as possible. It had already been 100,000 years since they had experienced such an astonishing cultivation speed. Long Shirhan and the other 2 always felt that their cultivation was not enough. This time, he had intended to test out the strength of a 4-star true immortal after coming out of seclusion. Otherwise, he would have continued his seclusion. Brother Feng, let's go. Long Xiaoyang and the others laughed happily. That's right, Lord Supreme, Long Nidian and the others are about to break through to the Holy Sovereign level. You guys have to cultivate faster. Don't let them surpass you. Shining smiled happily. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After Nidian and the others break through to the Saint Sovereign level, let them come to the Temple of Rakshasa. No problem. Shining laughed. Divine Shadow Protector, we are about to break through to the Holy Venerate realm. The Alliance Mistress is already an 8-star Holy Emperor. The Crimson Emperor smiled proudly. Lord Supreme, we'll take our leave first. Chu Tianshu smiled respectfully. Everyone bowed. Lord Supreme, farewell. Kuei-Ing and the others bowed respectfully. One by one, they disappeared. Brother Feng, what's your cultivation now? I keep feeling that your cultivation has become very terrifying. Shan Tong was the last one to ask curiously. He looked at Feng Wuchen strangely. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, 3 stars higher than you. What? 6-star Holy Venerate realm? I have to go back and cultivate immediately. Shan Tong's eyes widened. He was so frightened that he left quickly. Husband, we'll go and cultivate too. We've already consolidated our cultivation after the battles these few days. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. Go back and cultivate. After breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm, absorb the heaven-defying Divine Pearl. Before you've consolidated your cultivation, you can't absorb the heaven-defying Divine Pearl to increase your cultivation. Lu Wuhan, stay. Feng Wuchen instructed seriously. 01 Reading Network. Yes. Everyone left the hall. Lord Feng. Lu Wuhan saluted respectfully. Looking at Lu Wuhan, Feng Wuchen said, I haven't found a powerful cultivation technique suitable for you. In terms of cultivation speed, it's a little slow. The cultivation technique I gave you is also not suitable for you. After all, you mainly use poisonous energy. This kind of cultivator is very rare. Ah? Lord Feng, this is slow? Lu Wuhan was dumbfounded. His cultivation had already reached the level of a 5-star holy emperor. With this kind of cultivation speed, who knew how many top geniuses would be trampled to death? Feng Wuchen actually said that his cultivation speed was slow? Yes. Feng Wuchen said seriously, powerful poisonous cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques are very rare. If you have a suitable cultivation technique, your cultivation speed will not be slower than Qingyang's. It might even be faster. Lord Feng, I've asked Senior Shan Tong before. Unfortunately, he said that there are no poisonous cultivation techniques. There are almost none in the holy world. Lu Wuhan smiled bitterly. Lu Wuhan's cultivation technique was still a divine cultivation technique. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a golden light shot into Lu Wuhan's forehead. This was the Poison Emperor's powerful cultivation technique, as well as a powerful method to refine poison. A huge amount of information poured into Lu Wuhan's brain, and he was dumbfounded. The extremely terrifying poisonous cultivation technique were beyond imagination. Lord Feng, this cultivation technique. I'm not dreaming, right? Lu Wuhan's eyes widened in shock. Cultivate well. This poisonous cultivation technique is not as simple as an immortal technique. In the future, your achievements will be very high. The power I pass to you is called the 10,000 Poisons Mystic Energy. It's a very domineering poisonous power. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Obtaining some of the Poison Emperor's inheritance was enough for Lu Wuhan to achieve a supreme status. Thank you, Lord Feng. Lu Wuhan was ecstatic. I'm going out. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and his figure disappeared into thin air. In the space of the immortal world. In the abyss of a mountain range, dozens of experts appeared in a flash. They were the defeated in the space of the immortal world, as well as 5 great beings of the holy world. Below the abyss was the mausoleum of the dragon god's ancestors. It was sealed in the majestic mountain. There was nothing special about the majestic mountain peak. Other than the auras of the defeated and the great beings, there were no other auras. Open the mausoleum, an old man ordered. Yes, my lord. My lord. An almighty said respectfully. The great being flashed to the foot of the mountain and found the mark of the dragon soul jade's groove on the mountain wall. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it at all, let alone know that it was the mechanism to open the mausoleum. I hope I can find a way to improve my cultivation base. A defeated person's face was full of anticipation, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The great being placed the 2 halves of the dragon soul jade into the groove. The dragon soul jade instantly recovered into one piece, and a simple and powerful aura spread out. Suddenly, a golden formation appeared on the mountain wall that looked nothing out of the ordinary. The golden ceiling formation was dozens of meters large, and the dark abyss was instantly illuminated by it. Looking at the huge and mysterious ceiling formation, one of the defeated said solemnly, not only does it have the power of the Azure Dragon, it also has the power of Long Badian and that defeated person. No wonder it was difficult to break the seal. Long Badian's power has almost caught up to ours. Back then, he only took less than 5 years. Another defeated person frowned and said, I have never seen such a ceiling formation. This seal is definitely not the seal of the dragon gods, but an immortal seal. Its defensive power is terrifying. As expected, only the power of the dragon soul jade and the dragon god rune can open the tomb. An immortal seal, coupled with the power of Long Badian and that powerful defeated person, the ceiling formation was terrifying. It was not something any of them could break. Of course, if they tried to break it by force, the tomb would probably be turned to ashes. Another defeated person said with a face full of joy, Long Badian sealed himself and his cultivation speed is astonishing. He must have obtained the method of that defeated person to increase his cultivation. Quickly inject the dragon god rune and open the tomb. One of the defeated people said impatiently. They were all very excited. Almighty, quickly do it. The defeated people could not wait any longer. The Almighty suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. With a flip of his hand, the dragon god rune appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, he forcefully injected the dragon god rune into the ceiling formation. At this moment, the dozens of defeated people became even more excited. They stared at the golden ceiling formation without blinking, waiting for the seal to be unsealed. Thinking that they could increase their cultivation, the defeated people were all wild with joy. However, even after the Almighty injected the dragon god rune into the ceiling formation for a long time, there was no reaction. The ceiling formation also did not have any energy fluctuations. After a few minutes, the faces of the overjoyed defeated people slowly turned gloomy. The five Almighty were also stunned. They had obtained the other half of the dragon's soul jade and the dragon god rune with great difficulty. What happened to the promised removal of the seal? What's going on? Can't the dragon god rune open the tomb? Why is there no reaction at all? One of the defeated people frowned and asked. He had a sullen feeling of being able to see but not obtain it. Strange, the power of the dragon god rune has clearly been injected into the ceiling formation. If it can be unsealed, the ceiling formation should have been broken. Another defeated person was puzzled. The dragon soul jade has been restored, and the ceiling formation has already appeared. That means that there is no problem with the dragon god rune's aura. Why can't we remove the seal? Could it be that we are still lacking something? Another defeated people of the defeated people of the seal? The defeated people of the defeated people. Of the defeated people of the Almighty of the defeated people of the defeated people. Of the defeated people. No one knew what was going on, nor did they understand why there was no movement from the formation. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Buzz. Buzz, however, just as they were puzzled, the ceiling formation suddenly shook. The entire mountain peak also shook, and an immeasurable destructive force swept out. Sir, the ceiling formation is moving. It is a very terrifying force. One of the Almighty suddenly said in ecstasy. Another Almighty said excitedly, looks like the ceiling formation has been asleep for too long. Is it going to be unsealed? The defeated people of the defeated people were ecstatic again. One of the defeated people laughed in ecstasy. Once we obtain the method to increase our cultivation, we will be able to break through and ascend to the ancient immortal world. Haha. After waiting for more than 100,000 years, at this moment, the defeated people of the ancient immortal world were very excited and full of anticipation. No, this force is not to remove the seal. Everyone, be careful. Quickly dodge. One of the defeated people of the ancient immortal world felt that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. One of the defeated people said in shock, it's too late. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, an extremely violent force suddenly erupted from the ceiling formation. With a boom, the five Almighties and a few of the defeated people of the ancient immortal world spat out blood. Their bodies turned into black lines and shot out. The sudden and terrifying force exploded at zero distance. Even if the defeated people of the ancient immortal world reacted slightly slower, they would not be able to dodge in time. The five Almighties were seriously injured and could no longer get up. They could lose their lives at any time. The terrifying force of the ceiling formation was not something that the Almighties could withstand. The seven defeated people of the ancient immortal world were also seriously injured. Their old faces were extremely pale. The defeated people of the ancient immortal world who had dodged immediately broke out in cold sweat. They were secretly glad that they had reacted in time. Otherwise, they would have been injured as well. The ceiling formation was not unsealed, but 12 of the strong people were injured. What is going on? How can the ceiling formation have such a terrifying force? One of the defeated people of the ancient immortal world was extremely shocked. B*****. He has been dead for more than 100,000 years, and he still plotted against us before he died. One of the injured defeated people of the ancient immortal world roared in exasperation. His murderous aura surged, and the ancient immortal world shook violently. Damned ceiling formation! Damned Long Badian! Another injured defeated person of the ancient immortal world roared in anger. Preposterous! Let's attack together and destroy this damned ceiling formation. Another injured defeated person of the ancient immortal world roared in anger. He was at the end of his patience. The injured defeated people of the ancient immortal world exploded in anger. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. As the defeated people of the ancient immortal world, they were actually injured by a sealing formation. It was a great humiliation. No, if we forcefully break the seal, everything will turn to ashes. Don't you want to increase your cultivation and return to the ancient immortal world? An old man with white hair and beard rebuked angrily. There must be a problem somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way the seal can't be unsealed, another defeated person of the ancient immortal world said solemnly. One of the defeated people of the ancient immortal world had a hideous expression. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, after waiting for more than 100,000 years, we still can't break the seal. Damned Longbatian, do you want us to die with you? After waiting for more than 100,000 years, they were just about to break the seal, but in the end, they gained nothing. Only they could understand the feeling of despair and pain. The sealing formation can't be forcefully broken. If we can't unseal it, we can only think of another way. One of the defeated people of the ancient immortal world suppressed his anger and said, if the sealing formation can't be broken, there must be a problem. Perhaps the dragon gods know where the problem is. Let's bring them back to heal first. After they recover, let them go to the dragon gods and ask them clearly. The old man with white hair and beard guessed. His old face was filled with anger and helplessness. The defeated people of the ancient immortal world were so angry that their faces turned green. They immediately flashed and left. They didn't know that the dragon god rune needed a chant to draw out its power. Without the power of the dragon god rune, there was no way to break the seal. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the ancient immortal world. There are no advertisements in the ancient immortal world. Please bookmark and recommend the ancient immortal world. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. If the losers and the mighty figures knew that the Dragon God rune required a chant, they would probably vomit blood out of anger. In the immortal world, there was a sacred mountain palace floating in the clouds. It was filled with a majestic aura, sacred and inviolable. Waves of extremely terrifying auras spread out from the palace. The auras of the losers and true immortals. Clearly, they were from the original immortal world. Looks like we still can't break the seal. In the palace, an old man smiled faintly with a hint of schadenfreude. Not only did we fail to break the seal, we even injured a few of them. Another old man smiled faintly. On the main seat of the palace, a middle-aged man with a domineering aura walked down slowly. The man's aura gave off a feeling of invincibility. It was a formless aura that was above all things. So what if we break the seal and obtain the method to raise our cultivation base? Will the ancient immortal world acknowledge the losers? The man shook his head with neither joy nor sorrow. The sacred world has been shackled, and we can't raise our cultivation base for hundreds of thousands of years. It's indeed a very painful thing. We can't beat the ancient immortal world at all, so why waste our time? The man continued with a hint of unwillingness in his voice. Without the recognition of the ancient immortal world, even if they could ascend to the ancient immortal world, the only outcome would be death. An elder sighed and said, I hope someone can break this damned seal and resolve the prejudice the ancient immortal world has against us. I hope so. The man did not harbor any hope. He knew the ancient immortal world too well. At the same time, in a mysterious space in the sacred world, Feng Wuchen appeared silently in a flash. This was the mysterious space of the ancient great faction. This was Feng Wuchen's fifth mysterious space. Feng Wuchen had already been to the other four. Feng Wuchen was here to form a faction. In a war with the immortal world, casualties were unavoidable. Feng Wuchen could not take care of too many people. Feng Wuchen needed a large number of experts. The ancient great faction was the best choice. Of course, with the Poison Emperor's terrifying power, Feng Wuchen could indeed fight against the entire immortal world. It was just a matter of whether Feng Wuchen was willing or not. Of course, he had to be prepared. Who are you? How dare you barge into the purple gold temple? A true immortal appeared in a flash and shouted coldly at Feng Wuchen. But the moment the true immortal powerful being caught sight of Feng Wuchen, his face changed as though he had just seen a ghost. Feng Wuchen? The true immortal expert said in a daze. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "It seems that my name is very famous." It was more than just loud and clear. It was like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears. Feng Wuchen, what are you doing here? The true immortal expert stared warily at Feng Wuchen. Swish. Swish. Feng Wuchen's appearance alarmed the experts of the Zijin Temple, and they all appeared in a flash. The Purple Gold Temple's temple master and elders also appeared in a flash. Search welcome, Supreme Dragon God, to the Zijin Temple. The Zijin Temple master greeted him politely with a smile on his old face. They did not dare to provoke Feng Wuchen, who was a terrifying god. Feng Wuchen descended onto the square and went straight to the point. I'll get straight to the point. I'm here today to ask the Zijin Temple master, do you dare to go against the celestial realm? Go against the celestial realm? The Zijin Temple master and elders, as well as everyone else, looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. That's right. Think carefully before you answer. Of course, I won't force you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Zijin Temple master's face changed, and his heart beat wildly. He asked, Feng Wuchen, you want us to stand on your side against the celestial realm? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Zijin Temple master is right. The Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Void Temple have already gone to the celestial realm. As for the remaining great forces, you won't be able to increase your cultivation, and you can only wait for death when your lifespan is exhausted. If you stand on my side, you might still have a chance. Feng Wuchen, we know that you have the power of the defeated in your body, but don't underestimate the celestial realm. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. An elder sighed and shook his head. Before I came, I've already gone to other forces. They all want to take a gamble. If they fight, they might have a chance to survive. If they don't fight, they'll only be waiting for death. The Zijin Temple is so powerful, are they going to wait for their destruction to disappear? Feng Wuchen said faintly. Feng Wuchen, how confident are you? The Zijin Temple master asked seriously. I don't know. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. The Zijin Temple master and the rest were stunned. If he didn't even have the confidence, how would he dare to go against the celestial realm? I'd rather die in battle than wait for death. Otherwise, what's the point of living? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Temple master, Feng Wuchen is right. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we be like the Heavenly Emperor residents and ally with Feng Wuchen? A true immortal expert said. Temple master, elders, the celestial realm doesn't care about our lives. We can't wait for the celestial realm to open up again. Why don't we form an alliance and fight to the death with them? Another true immortal expressed his thoughts. The Zijin Temple master and the elders fell into deep thought. Temple master, don't hesitate. Anymore. The true immortal higher-ups responded. The Zijin Temple master gritted his teeth and said, since the other forces have agreed to form an alliance, and I've agreed as well, the Zijin Temple isn't a coward. We'll fight to the death with the celestial realm. Hearing the Zijin Temple master's words, Feng Wuchen smiled happily. The celestial realm isn't as good as you think. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Then, the Poison Emperor took action and restored the Zijin Temple master's spiritual qi by 100 times. The spiritual qi instantly recovered by 100 times. The Zijin Temple master and the elders' expressions changed drastically. They were all dumbfounded. What's going on with the spiritual qi? An elder exclaimed. The spiritual qi instantly increased by 100 times. The Zijin Temple master and the others exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Temple master, old man has broken through. A 7-star true immortal. The great elder was shocked. Old man has also broken through to a 7-star true immortal. Another elder said in a daze. His heart was in turmoil. The Zijin Temple master said with a face full of shock, my bottleneck has loosened. Shock. Incomparably shock, 100 times spiritual qi was so abnormal. The air in the main hall instantly froze. 100 times spiritual qi is much stronger than the celestial realm, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. There was a hint of pride on his face. The Zijin Temple master and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. It was as if they were looking at a god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying ability. The major forces in the alliance all have 100 times spiritual chi for cultivation. There's no need to go to the celestial realm. 100 times spiritual chi is enough for you to break through to the true immortal realm or even a more terrifying realm, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The Zijin temple master and the others thanked him gratefully. They almost knelt down and kowtowed. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement in the immortal world for the time being. Everyone who had 5 times the amount of space rings and 100 times the amount of spirit chi to cultivate had their cultivation improved rapidly. Feng Wuchen appeared in the square of the Temple of Rakshasa. The Temple of Rakshasa was deserted and very quiet. Other than the guards and maids, everyone was cultivating in seclusion. Thank you, Senior Poison Emperor. My cultivation has improved a lot. Feng Wuchen thanked him with a faint smile. In the past few days, Feng Wuchen had been fighting with the Poison Emperor, and his cultivation had improved at a shocking rate. The figure of the Almighty appeared in his mind. Feng Wuchen thought, that old Almighty has the aura of the Candle Demon and Lord Gu Xuanzuan in his body. It seems that their blood essence has been devoured, and it's not as simple as that. Lord Gu Xuanzuan is a Kuan-Pung beast with a powerful bloodline. The Candle Demon has the demon god transformation and can greatly improve his cultivation. But this bit of power shouldn't be enough for the Almighty, right? Maybe it's to deal with me. Unfortunately, this power can't do anything to me. Although the Almighty was powerful, Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. Feng Wuchen didn't even care about the defeated, let alone the Almighty. Looking at the void, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, it's been 5 days. Xiaoxiao has already broken through to 9-star Saint Emperor. She shouldn't be far from becoming a saint. Little Feng, your cultivation has indeed improved a lot in the past few days of fighting. My 9-star saint power can't beat you anymore. You'll soon become a 7-star saint, and your realm has already stabilized. You can absorb the heaven-defying divine orb to become a true immortal. The Poison Emperor said with a faint smile. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shocking growth in the past few days with his own eyes, the Poison Emperor was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, and a heaven-defying divine pearl appeared in his palm. He said, breaking through to the true immortal realm requires a huge amount of energy. A single heaven-defying divine pearl of the Holy Venerate realm would require tens of billions of heavenly treasures. I hope that its effects will be more terrifying, allowing me to successfully break through to the 1-star true immortal realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flashed into the palace. Feng Wuchen quickly sat down cross-legged and condensed his Xianxia avatar. He began to madly absorb the pure and enormous energy of the heaven-defying divine orb. Feng Wuchen had only just begun to absorb the energy when a vast amount of pure energy surged into his body. Immediately, he sensed that his cultivation base was soaring at a visible rate. It's starting to improve. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to raise my cultivation like this. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen, who was already on the verge of breaking through, became a 7-star Holy Venerate. His strength instantly increased by several times. 8-star Holy Venerate. 9-star Holy Venerate. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 3 stars consecutively. What a terrifying treasure. Even the supreme treasure that created the world isn't as terrifying as this. The Poison Emperor was so shocked that his jaw dropped. This was the first time he had seen such a monstrous treasure. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying improvement. If others saw this, they would definitely be scared to death. If the Candle Sky Demon and Lord Gu Xuanzuan knew about this, they might be so scared that they would be revived. Others had to spend 100,000 years before they had the chance to break through to the true immortal realm. However, Feng Wuchen broke through in an instant. Night after night. Even cheating was not as terrifying as Feng Wuchen's. 1-star true immortal. Even the true immortal realm was broken through in an instant. I did it. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He had been worried that the power of the heaven-defying divine orb would not be enough to help him break through to the true immortal realm. However, Feng Wuchen did not expect to break through so easily. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the power of the heaven-defying divine orb was also exhausted. This is too easy, isn't it? The Poison Emperor's eyes widened again. He could not believe it at all. Feng Wuchen broke through to such a powerful realm as easily as eating, drinking, and defecating. After breaking through to the one-star true immortal realm, Feng Wuchen's strength and body became unprecedentedly strong. The power of a true immortal is indeed extraordinary. Not only has my strength increased, but my body also feels like it has been reborn. My body is getting stronger and stronger. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he had the urge to howl at the sky. With my current strength, I should be able to fight the Grand Primogenitor, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. If it's a protracted battle, even a mighty figure will be exhausted to death by you. The Poison Emperor chuckled. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly and said, the next time I meet a true immortal expert from the immortal realm, I won't need Senior Poison Emperor's power. As long as they aren't too strong, I can deal with them myself. Little Feng, don't be happy too early. Many of the forces in the immortal realm came from the ancient immortal realm. Although they were abandoned by the ancient immortal realm, causing their cultivation to drop, most of them are in the true immortal realm. The power of the sacred world alone is probably not enough to defeat them, the Poison Emperor said telepathically. There were dozens of defeated people in the immortal realm. This was definitely a terrifying lineup. There were probably hundreds of true immortals, not to mention other true immortals. Such a huge lineup was definitely not something the sacred world could fight against. Even if the 6 great ancient forces had allied with Feng Wuchen and increased their strength, it would be difficult for them to fight against the immortal realm experts. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, that's why I hope they won't come so soon. That way, I'll have enough time to improve my cultivation. I also hope that not all of the defeated people in the immortal realm will attack. I'm afraid it won't be long. Even with 100 times spiritual chi and 5 times spatial ring, it's impossible to break through to the true immortal realm in a short time no matter how fast one's cultivation increases. Moreover, if one's cultivation increases too quickly, it will affect one's foundation and it will be difficult to improve in the future, the Poison Emperor said telepathically. If there's no other way, we'll just give them the chance. If we delay for a while, even if they find a way to improve their cultivation, they won't be able to break through so quickly, let alone ascend so quickly. Feng Wuchen shrugged. If there's no other way, we'll just fight. If we can't stop them, don't we still have Senior Poison Emperor? With Senior Poison Emperor's power to activate the divine power of time, what's the use of having more people? Feng Wuchen wasn't worried at all. The divine power of time is related to the laws of time. Before your cultivation reaches a certain level, it's best to use it sparingly. If you activate the divine power of time too much, the laws of time will change and cause countless spaces to disappear. Instead of saying they disappear, they'll go somewhere else. As for where they go, we don't know, the Poison Emperor reminded him. Emperor Xianxia had also reminded Feng Wuchen before. After all, the divine power of time was different from other ancient powers. It's that scary? Feng Wuchen was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for spaces to disappear. The Poison Emperor said telepathically, it's not that you can't use the divine power of time, but you can't use it too much. It's fine if you refine spatial rings. Understood. Feng Wuchen nodded and then continued to cultivate to consolidate his true immortal realm. Several hours later, Feng Wuchen walked out of the palace and directly swooped down to the sea below. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Hualing Tian and the others should have become much stronger. After arriving at the space below the sea, Feng Wuchen sensed a large number of powerful auras. Dozens of holy venerates had already come out of closed-door cultivation. 1-star holy venerates? Did they just break through to holy venerates? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The dragon soul strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Greetings, Master. Hualing Tian and the other holy venerates immediately knelt down on one knee. Why did you all come out of closed-door cultivation? Feng Wuchen asked. Hualing Tian said respectfully, reporting to Master, they just broke through to holy venerates. I was planning to use battle to stabilize their cultivation. After all, they used the heaven-defying divine pearl to break through to holy venerates. They need to quickly stabilize their cultivation before they can continue cultivating. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. So, that's how it is. 4-star Holy Venerate, Feng Wuchen glanced at Hualing Tian and said with a smile, your strength has increased rather quickly. It's all thanks to Master's nurturing. The immortal techniques that Master taught me are very powerful. Otherwise, this subordinate would not have improved so quickly, Hualing Tian said respectfully. How are Gu Yuan and the others? Feng Wuchen asked. Based on their current speed, they will be able to break through to holy venerates in half a month. In the outside world, it will only take 3 days, Hualing Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and muttered, based on this speed, it will probably take a few more months to break through to true immortal. In the outside world, it will only take about a month. They still need to stabilize their cultivation. I'm afraid they won't make it in time. Even if the old primogenitor's tomb has a method to increase cultivation, we don't need it. At most, we'll just give them the chance and buy some time to cultivate, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Hualing Tian said respectfully, this subordinate will supervise their cultivation. Feng Wuchen nodded. He tossed a storage ring to Hualing Tian and said, this is a holy venerate heaven-defying divine pearl. Absorb it after you break through to 6-star holy venerate. It should help you break through to 1-star true immortal. As for you too, you can absorb it now to increase your cultivation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to reach 4 or 5-star holy venerate. Thank you, Master. The dozens of Saint Venerables were overjoyed. Master, you've become a holy venerable alchemist? Hualing Tian asked in shock. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. It was one thing for him to improve his cultivation at such a fast speed, but his alchemist realm had also improved to such a terrifying extent that he had left Hualing Tian in the dust. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I just broke through not long ago. There are soul crystals in my storage ring that you need. They are sufficient for you to become a holy venerate alchemist. After that, I will teach you an even stronger alchemy technique. Hualing Tian was overjoyed. He thanked Lu Xing excitedly, thank you, Master. Cultivate. There's not much time left. Consolidate your realm and improve your cultivation base as soon as possible. The great battle is coming, Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes, Master. Hualing Tian and the others replied respectfully. Senior Poison Emperor, let's continue our battle. This time, you can use the strength of a 3-star true immortal. Let your primordial spirit clone cultivate while your main body fights. Your cultivation speed will be faster. Try to break through to a 2-star true immortal before the Almighty comes knocking on your door, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. He had already returned to the Temple of Rakshasa in a flash. The battle could help Feng Wuchen improve his cultivation base and lay down a more stable foundation. It would be easier for him to break through to the true immortal realm in the future. Little Feng, don't get beaten up badly by me. In the true immortal realm, the difference in strength between each star is not something a holy venerable can compare to. The Poison Emperor's gloating laughter could be heard. Hee, we'll have to see what you're capable of then, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and laughed. Girl. In the immortal realm. In the majestic palace where the Almighty resided. After a few days of recuperation, the 5 Almighty who were severely injured by the ceiling formation had mostly recovered with the help of powerful healing pills. Duan Yun, what's going on with the Dragon Soul Jade and the Dragon God Rune? This has made the lords very angry. In the palace, one of the Almighty asked with a frown. He seemed to be blaming Duan Yun. Duan Yun smiled bitterly and helplessly, I don't know what's going on either. The Dragon Soul Jade can't be fake. The Dragon God Rune was given to me by Longsher Hun himself. Now that it has been placed into the ceiling formation, it can't be fake. It can't be some other power. Another Almighty frowned deeply and asked doubtfully, only. The power of the Dragon Soul Jade and the Dragon God Rune is needed to open the seal. There can't be anything else. Why can't the seal be broken? Instead, the sealing formation's power has been activated. There must be something we don't know. Longsher Hun and the others must be hiding something. Otherwise, it's impossible that the sealing formation can't be broken. When my injuries are healed, I'll go to the sacred world and ask Longsher Hun about it. Duan Yin gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old face was incomparably gloomy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, we can't disappoint the lords again. Otherwise, we won't have the qualifications to obtain the method to raise our cultivation, said one of the Almighty solemnly. Duan Yin's old eyes narrowed as a sinister killing intent flashed through them. He said fiercely, "Don't worry. This time, we definitely won't disappoint the lords." A few days later, Duan Yin's injuries were basically healed. He immediately brought Yan Shifeng to the sacred world. Whoosh! Duan Yin and Yan Shifeng appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. An extremely terrifying aura erupted without any concealment, instantly covering the entire sacred world. The sudden appearance of such an apocalyptic aura in the sacred world, which had been peaceful for a long time, undoubtedly caused countless cultivators to fall into fear. Oh? They're here so soon? In the temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen, who was refining pills in the alchemy pavilion, immediately sensed Duan Yin's terrifying aura. Longsher Hun! Get out here! Yan Shifeng clenched his teeth and roared. His deafening roar resounded throughout the Dragon God Temple. Duan Yin's apocalyptic aura was also sensed by Longsher Hun and the experts of the Dragon God Temple. This old bastard discovered the problem so quickly? Longsher Hun frowned slightly as his old eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Azure Dragon said solemnly, "It shouldn't be wrong." Not long after, with Longsher Hun as the leader, numerous experts appeared at almost the same time. 1-star Supreme True Immortal. How is this possible? The moment he saw Azure Dragon, Duan Yin's heart trembled and his old face stiffened. In less than half a month, Azure Dragon actually broke through to the Supreme True Immortal realm. Lord, Azure Dragon is in the Supreme True Immortal realm? This subordinate didn't see wrongly, right? Longsher Hun and the other two and Long Xiaofeng broke through to the 5-star True Immortal realm. Long Jianfeng and the rest also broke through to the True Immortal realm. How is this possible? Yan Shifeng's face was filled with shock. His eyeballs were about to fall out. In less than half a month, there were more than 10 True Immortals in the Dragon God Temple. Who would dare to believe this? More specifically, in less than 10 days, Azure Dragon, Longsher Hun and the others' cultivation soared once again. Even in the immortal world, cultivating at such a terrifying speed was impossible, not to mention that the sacred world was not as good as the immortal world. Even with extremely powerful treasures, it was extremely difficult for a true immortal expert to break through by 1 star. But Longsher Hun and the others broke through in less than 10 days, Azure Dragon even broke through to the true immortal realm, therefore, Duan Yin could not think of any other reason other than the method to increase cultivation. Dragon God's sacred palace actually has 17 true immortals. What is going on? Are they all monsters? Yan Shifeng sucked in a breath of cold air, cold sweat dripping down his back. As a 5-star true immortal, Yan Shifeng knew better than anyone how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation. Even with the powerful spirit qi in the immortal world, it would take a true immortal thousands of years to raise his cultivation by 1 star. Duan Yin, why have you come to Dragon God's sacred palace? Azure Dragon asked coldly, staring at Duan Yin. The terrifying aura of a 1-star true immortal locked onto Duan Yin. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Duan Yin said, "The Dragon Soul Jade and the Dragon God Rune are unable to open Long Baishan's tomb. I want to know where the problem lies. We gave you the Dragon Soul Jade and the Dragon God Rune, and you have the face to ask us? What does opening the tomb have to do with us?" Longsher Hun said coldly. "Old thing. You better tell us the truth." Yan Shifeng shouted angrily. "Pa. Pft." Just as Yan Shifeng shouted, a crisp sound rang out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line and flew out. Feng Wuchen's slap was extremely ruthless, causing a few of Yan Shifeng's front teeth to fly out, and his face was instantly deformed. The sudden slap gave everyone a big fright. It was too sudden, and no one could react in time. Feng Wuchen. Long Xiaofeng grinned. Dragon Emperor laughed gloatingly. Yan Shifeng is in trouble. Yan Shifeng, you really aren't afraid of death. Last time, you showed off your prowess at the Temple of Rakshasa and broke one of your hands. Now, you still dare to come to the sacred dragon palace and shout loudly, showing disrespect to the great primogenitor of the dragon gods. Do you really think that an almighty can save your life? Feng Wuchen's cold voice rang out. Feng Wuchen! Yan Shifeng roared in rage, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Every time he met Feng Wuchen, Yan Shifeng would not have a good ending. He would either have his hand broken or his mouth slapped. There was no need to mention how sullen and furious he was. What incredible speed! Duan Yin frowned slightly. Even he hadn't noticed when Feng Wuchen had appeared and attacked. Brother Feng. Well done. This bastard is asking for a beating. Long Xianxia laughed excitedly. Long Qi shouted angrily, Brother Feng, kill this bastard. That's right. Lord Supreme. Kill him. Divine Shadow and the others shouted excitedly, venting their anger. Yang Xian covered his face and laughed happily, this stinking brat is really ruthless. However, this elder likes it. He is domineering enough. The moment Feng Wuchen made his move, everyone in the sacred dragon palace felt elated. It was as if both of them had soared to the heavens. In the sky above the sacred dragon palace, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and dozens of others appeared at the same time. Horrifying auras spread out. Holy Venerate Realm, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had all broken through to the Holy Venerate Realm. The strongest were Ling Xiaoxiao and Wild Leopard, both 5-star Holy Venerates. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others were between 3-star and 4-star Holy Venerates. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air, and Yan Shifeng, who had flown far away, appeared before Feng Wuchen. Yan Shifeng instantly teleported back and appeared before Feng Wuchen. What? Yan Shifeng felt great horror in his heart. His entire body trembled, and his soul almost left his body. He quickly shouted, My lord, quickly save me. Quickly save me. Duan Yan's old face turned incomparably sullen as he thought to himself, he instantly teleported Yan Shifeng back. His speed is very scary. Pa. Pooh. Feng Wuchen viciously slapped Yan Shifeng. With a crisp paw sound, Yan Shifeng once again spat out blood. He felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Save you? Does he dare to save you? Why don't you let him try? Duan Yan's contempt and disdain were very clear. Feng Wuchen really did not take Duan Yan seriously. What 2-star Supreme Immortal? In Feng Wuchen's eyes, he was just trash and an ant. Pa. 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 Feng Wuchen crazily slapped Yan Shifeng's face. Blood spurted out, and 2 rows of teeth flew out. Yan Shifeng was instantly swollen like a pig's head. He only had half a breath left. Duan Yan's old face was gloomy as he watched. His old eyes flashed with a sinister light, but he did not stop Feng Wuchen. Yan Shifeng, you really don't learn from your mistakes. Have you forgotten what I said? I have the final say in this sacred world. Anyone who enters the immortal world without my permission will die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold killing intent was extremely terrifying. Especially Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes. They were like the devil, and no one dared to look straight at them. After saying that, Feng Wuchen directly threw the dying Yan Shifeng out as if he was throwing trash. He coldly shouted, Qingyang, kill him. I was just waiting for Big Brother Feng to say that. Lu Qingyang excitedly shot out. His right hand grabbed at the air, and a top-grade holy sword appeared. Swish, buzz. Buzz, just as Lu Qingyang made his move, Duan Yin also made his move. He pointed out a finger, and an extremely destructive energy beam shot out. It was as fast as lightning, and it carried a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It gave people a feeling of invincibility. Swish, bang, Feng Wuchen instantly appeared. With a wave of his hand, an explosion sounded. He shattered Duan Yun's terrifying energy with his bare hands effortlessly. Swish, the moment Feng Wuchen made his move, Duan Yun immediately disappeared. Duan Yun's speed was terrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Qingyang and ruthlessly threw a palm strike. Lu Qingyang did not react at all. He did not even notice Duan Yun's appearance. However, at the critical moment, Duan Yun, who had thrown out a palm strike, disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had never appeared. In the next second, Duan Yin appeared in the distant sky, in the posture of throwing out a palm strike. He teleported. Duan Yin was shocked. Old thing, don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Duan Yin. Qi. At the same time, Lu Qingyang shot out like lightning, and slashed down with his sword. With a flash of sword light, Yan Shifeng was directly split into two. Qi. 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 Lu Qingyang held his sword with one hand, and instantly, hundreds of sword lights flashed. Yan Shifeng's body suddenly collapsed, and he was deader than dead. Qingyang. Good kill. This bastard deserved to die. Long Xianxia excitedly roared. Feng Wuchen, you dare to kill a spatial expert of the immortal world. Do you know the consequences? Duan Yin coldly asked, and a monstrous killing intent spread out. I have the final say in the holy world. This is the third time I have said it. If I kill, I kill. What can you do about it? Feng Wuchen coldly said. Killing the people of the immortal world is a provocation to the immortal world. It's an insult to the dignity of the immortal world. Insulting the immortal world, you will soon know how foolish your actions are. You will pay a painful price for it. Lord Loser, no one is allowed to insult us. Those who insult us shall die. Duan Yin's old face was extremely ferocious. Every word he said was filled with rage and killing intent. A terrifying aura swept across the area. Buzz. The Almighty was completely enraged. The terrifying apocalyptic pressure caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. The terrifying power of a supreme immortal gushed out like a volcano eruption. The sacred world collapsed in an instant, turning into darkness in the blink of an eye. A storm of death wreaked havoc. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. Such a terrifying power was the most terrifying existence that had ever appeared in the sacred world. What is the immortal world? Losers are nothing to me, and I won't allow others to ignore my words because it's disrespectful to me. All those who disrespect me must die. Feng Wuchen spoke in a ghastly voice, and his icy cold and bone-piercing voice carried a strand of supreme dignity. Facing Duan Yin's destructive aura and power, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. Feng Wuchen, you only have the power of a loser. Who do you think you are? How strong can a loser's soul be? Duan Yin said angrily. His killing intent was getting more and more terrifying. Then you can try. Feng Wuchen said coldly. As expected of an almighty. This power is indeed terrifying. It's even stronger than Senior Azure Dragon. Long Xiaoyang frowned. This is the peak of a 2-star Supreme Immortal. He's about to break through to 3-star. His strength is indeed much stronger than Old Man Azure Dragon said indifferently. Long Xiaofeng frowned and said, there are many people at this level in the immortal world. Duan Yin and the other 4 almighty experts of the holy world can only be considered average among the true immortals of the immortal world. There are dozens of people who have been defeated. The almighty of the sacred world was only average in the immortal world. They could only run errands for the loser. In order to cultivate in the immortal world, they could only rely on others. Dozens of losers? So powerful? Long Xianfeng was shocked. Long Xiaoyan smiled and said, the strongest loser is a 9-star supreme true immortal. It will take quite some time to reach that level. Truly, I am looking forward to it. Long Qi said excitedly. He wanted nothing more than to break through to the true immortal stage as soon as possible. The realm of supreme true immortals was a realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. At the same time, it was also an existence that was beyond their reach. Feng Wuchen, do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Duan Yin said malevolently as his old eyes narrowed. Feng Wuchen grinned. I do think so. Shameless boasting. Duan Yin shouted angrily. His killing intent instantly multiplied, and his aura soared once again. Don't talk nonsense. You absorbed the essence blood of Zhu Tianma and Gu Xuanzuan. Wasn't your goal to deal with me? Since that's the case, then make your move. Let me see how powerful the power you're so proud of is. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. Feng Wuchen purposely provoked the enraged Duan Yin. The more he provoked him, the more Duan Yun would lose his mind. When the time came, he would definitely attack in rage. Duan Yun clasped his hands together and said angrily, I am an ancient powerhouse who can divide the realms. Whether it is the mortal realm, heaven realm, divine realm, or the sacred realm, I can control them all. Boom. Buzz buzz. Duan Yun shot out crazily with a loud roar. The space around him shook violently. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. When one's power reaches a certain level, anyone can do it. However, you can't control your power in front of me. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Feng Wuchen's space-time divine power was the one that could truly control the realms. Duan Yun arrived in an instant. His palm was filled with the power to destroy the world. Dazzling green light burst out as he struck out with his palm. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He said disdainfully, What? Is that all the power of an almighty being? Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen met the attack with his palm. It was a very ordinary palm without any fancy moves. There was an explosion, and the immeasurable power of the collision swept out with an unstoppable force. It was the true power to devour everything. Dragon God Barrier. The Azure Dragon hurriedly shouted as he activated his power with all his might. An extremely powerful golden barrier enveloped the Dragon God's sacred palace. Buzz buzz. Instantly, terrifying energy ripples poured out, shaking the barrier violently. A large crack even appeared on it. Long Shirhan and the other true immortal powerhouses took action and injected their power into the barrier. Only then did the crack disappear. Is Feng Wuchen's power so terrifying? Azure Dragon couldn't help but be shocked. His old face was filled with shock. Senior Azure Dragon, you can see Brother Feng's power? Long Xiaoyang asked. Azure Dragon shook his head and said, I can't. However, he only used his physical strength in that palm strike. He didn't use any other power. Physical strength? Long Qi and the others were shocked. Just how strong is this brat? Yang Xian's eyes widened. To be able to block Duan Yun's attack with just his physical strength, one could only imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's power was. After the fierce palm strike, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. Not a single energy ripple spread to Feng Wuchen's back, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were safe and sound. How is this possible? Duan Yun's old face was filled with shock. That palm strike was close to his full power, but it couldn't even shake Feng Wuchen. The power of a powerful being is only SOSO. You think you're very strong, but in my eyes, it's pitifully weak. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Physical strength. Duan Yun couldn't believe it. In Duan Yun's eyes, Feng Wuchen's power was on par with his. At most, Feng Wuchen was slightly stronger. However, this palm strike was enough to see the difference. Even after absorbing the power of Candle Demon and Gu Xuanzuan, I don't see how strong you are. Feng Wuchen mocked. Boom. Feng Wuchen's arm shook violently. With a boom, a domineering and invincible power erupted, sending Duan Yun flying. How can the soul of a loser have such power? Duan Yun was extremely frightened. Swish. Boom. After using instant transmission, Feng Wuchen instantly appeared and struck Duan Yun's old face with his elbow. With a boom, Duan Yun was sent flying again. Swish. Boom. In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared above Duan Yun and smashed his foot down, sending Duan Yun flying. Swish. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen appeared again in a flash, and his knee slammed into Duan Yun's chest. With a boom, the domineering power caused Duan Yun to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. After a series of fierce attacks, Duan Yun couldn't fight back. A series of ferocious attacks had already injured Duan Yun. And this was only Feng Wuchen's physical strength, he did not use any power at all. He's so strong that he can do whatever he wants. Long Xiafeng's eyes bulged, he instantly became a vegetable. Why do I feel that the Almighty is so trashy? In front of Brother Feng, he doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Long Xiaoyang was dumbstruck, his entire body trembled. This was not because Duan Yun was too trashy, but because Feng Wuchen was too strong. Feng Wuchen's true strength is probably above a 7-star Supreme Immortal. Azure Dragon guessed in horror, his old face was already extremely stiff. Longsher Tian swallowed his saliva in horror and said, in the blink of an eye, he injured that old bastard Duan Yun. Every time Feng Wuchen attacked, his terrifying strength would set a new record for everyone. Big brother Feng. Beat this old thing into a dog. Lu Qingyan shouted excitedly, his face flushed red. Alliance Master. Cripple this old bastard and let the experts of the immortal world see. Crimson Emperor shouted excitedly. Too strong. Alliance Master is too strong. Chaos God's people felt their blood boil, they were wild with joy. If Yanshi Feng was still alive, he would definitely be scared to death by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. This is impossible. He can actually injure me with his physical strength. This is absolutely impossible. Duan Yun roared in horror in his heart, he found it hard to accept, he could not even accept it. Duan Yun looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme horror, he felt the intense pain coming from his body, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was simply overwhelming strength. In less than 10 seconds of battle, Duan Yun felt an intense sense of powerlessness, as if he was not facing Feng Wuchen, but an invincible and ferocious beast. What? The battle has just begun and you're already afraid? Are Almighty also afraid of death? Feng Wuchen mocked. Before Feng Wuchen finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of Duan Yun like a ghost. He was so fast that Duan Yun did not notice him. The sudden appearance of Feng Wuchen scared Duan Yun so much that he took a few steps back, as if he had seen a ghost. When Duan Yun realized that he had made a fool of himself, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. What a great humiliation! Damn it! Damn stinking brat! Duan Yun's old face was malevolent as he clenched his teeth and roared. His stomach was filled with rage and was about to explode. Use your full strength. If you don't force yourself once, it will be very difficult for you to use your full strength. You won't know how much of a trash you are, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked down at Duan Yun with a condescending attitude. Almighties were just like that. Buzz. The enraged Duan Yun erupted with his full strength. He took out his Saint Armor and Saint Artifact, and his battle prowess skyrocketed. He instantly broke through to the 3-star True Immortal Realm, and the space of the sacred world shook like never before. Countless sacred mountains and palaces in the Dragon God realm collapsed, and even the unbroken mountain ranges were crazily torn apart. Even the end of the world wasn't that scary. Duan Yun's old eyes were bloodshot as his veins bulged. He was already in a berserk state. Shortly after, he roared furiously, Ancient Saint Art. Demon God Transformation. Buzz. Duan Yun's power skyrocketed again, and it became even more terrifying. Moreover, an evil aura spread out from him. Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear. In order to increase his battle prowess, he devoured the power of the Heaven Candle Devil and cultivated the Demon God Transformation. The Heaven Candle Devil Saint Art. Longsher Han was shocked. This old thing actually knows the Heaven Devil race's Demon God Transformation. Longsher Tian and the others were also extremely shocked. His power has increased again. Azure Dragon frowned deeply. He wasn't worried about Feng Wuchen, but Duan Yun's terrifying power made him feel apprehensive. Boom! Buzz! Duan Yun, who was like a great devil, suddenly shot out from the void. His speed was so fast that it was several times stronger than before, and his world-destroying aura was so shocking that it almost suffocated people. That's right. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Duan Yun's figure flashed continuously, and hundreds of thousands of afterimages appeared in the void, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Insignificant skill. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's foot lightly tapped on the void, and his figure shot out. His speed increased again, and now he is not any slower than Duan Yun. Feng Wuchen. Die. Duan Yun roared and suddenly appeared on Feng Wuchen's left side. He swept out with his leg, his attack was fierce and violent. Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he blasted a palm towards Duan Yun. It looked ordinary, but it contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Duan Yun, who sensed it, immediately blasted out with his palm and condensed a terrifying power. Boom. Buzz. The moment the two palms collided, Feng Wuchen's overbearing and vigorous power sent Duanyin flying. It was only the power of his body. Preposterous. Is this stinking brat's body really that powerful? Duanyin roared madly in his heart. Boom. Duanyin forcibly stabilized his body, and once again stepped on the void and shot out. His counterattack speed was extremely astonishing. Boom boom boom. Buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle took place. Duanyan's attacks were wild and violent, and each of his attacks carried the power to destroy the world. His speed was extremely fast, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly. This was the greatest battle in the holy world. However, Feng Wuchen blocked all of these terrifying attacks effortlessly and with ease. It was as if Duanyan's attacks were all for show, and they posed no threat at all. The terrifying battle left everyone dumbstruck, and they stood motionless as if they had been petrified. The speed of the hand-to-hand battle was extremely astonishing. Even true immortal experts could not see their figures, and could only feel the terrifying power. The barrier of the Dragon God Temple never stopped shaking. Physical strength. This stinking brat can block all of my attacks with just his physical strength. The more Duanyin fought, the angrier he became. He felt that Feng Wuchen was humiliating him. All of his fierce attacks were useless. Duanyin decisively retreated, and his hands rapidly formed seals to gather energy. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully, "Old thing, your strength is too weak. You clearly know that the dragon gods have powerful physical bodies, and yet you still dare to attack at close range. Immortal arts. Mystic limitless heaven formation." Duanyin suddenly roared, and 5 enormous green formations descended from the sky. 5 identical green formations appeared in the void beneath Feng Wuchen's feet. The 5 formations suppressed Feng Wuchen. The power of the formations was extremely terrifying, and they trapped Feng Wuchen within. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change, and he sneered, "Do you think a mere formation can stop me?" At the same time, Duanyan's figure disappeared into thin air. It was an extremely strange movement technique. "That old thing disappeared," Tianming exclaimed. Mu Honglian frowned, "I can't sense anything. His movement technique is extremely strange." Even his aura disappeared, as if he teleported. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. "Shadowless cyclone." Azure Dragon said gravely, "That's Duanyan's most frightening movement technique. His body can turn into gas and blend into the air, making it impossible to sense his existence." Turn into gas and blend into the air? Dragon Soul Killer and the others were extremely shocked. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the website, and there will be no advertisements. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. End of chapter 2769. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.